Chapter 1. Inciting Luffy. Shall see. This doesn't seem right if we get caught. I fear Grandpa might bury us alive. As he watched Joya pour an entire 5 bags of laxatives into Grandpa's bowl, Luffy trembled, his eyes betraying an abundance of fear. Didn't he see the soup bubbling over? Didn't he notice the color of the broth lightening? Are you truly certain this won't be discovered? Typically audacious and unafraid, Luffy found himself faltering. The thought of Grandpa's beloved iron fist made his body shake, and he was ready to make a hasty retreat. Just as his ally, who shared in the impending consequences, was about to give up, Joya hurriedly exclaimed, "Luffy, how can you fear a mere carp? Even though his fists are as hard as iron, and his temper is exceedingly volatile, and his blows are exceptionally painful, you are destined to be the king of pirates. Remember the hardships you've endured at his hands, the exhaustion you've felt, the beatings you've taken. If you cannot take revenge on him before you leave, how could you face the black bear on the mountain that still cannot rise?" With a serious and earnest expression, Joya forgot that the black bear had no connection to carp. The reason it could not stand was due to their forced testing of the laxatives on it. After consuming an entire package, the once formidable black bear was reduced to a dreamless sack of salt, and a foul one at that. All right, he'll do it. In the worst-case scenario, he'll just take a beating. What more can he do? If he has the guts to finish me off, do you think he would dare? Luffy declared boldly, fully exploiting his genuine grandson status. Upon hearing this, Joya shot him a glance but refrained from exposing him. With a grandson standing before him, even if he were discovered, the injuries sustained would not be too severe, at most leaving him incapacitated. Aside from that, what else could that old bastard carp do to him? What could he possibly do? He could simply lie down on the ground and begin reading a new property introduction. Let's see if carp dares to touch him. As a person who had traversed from the 21st century and was taken in by carp in Windmill Village, he naturally became brothers with Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. Due to being the youngest, he fell into the role of Shao Si among the trio. Of course, as a transmigrator, he inevitably possessed a system, albeit one that was somewhat peculiar. Life is vast, but dying is the greatest was the name of his system. Upon arrival, he received no novice gift pack or system rewards, only the accompanying gift of immortality. Moreover, with each act of reckless abandon, he could earn a chance to draw from a lottery, with prizes ranging from divine powers to mere fly droppings. The laxatives in Joy's hand were a result of such a draw. Due to the randomness of the system's lottery, he was not much stronger than an ordinary person. Aside from being unable to die no matter what he did, his personal combat capability was exceedingly poor. In pursuit of strength and the maintenance of love and justice, Joya adhered to the principle of pushing himself to the limits as long as he could avoid death. Life persists, and reckless abandon continues became the standard of his conduct. Looking at the table brimming with food, Joya called out, "Luffy, go fetch that old man to eat. Just tell him, this is our handiwork." "Why don't you go?" Luffy retorted. Though he had no evidence, he felt this was a trap, and a rather significant one at that. In response, Joya remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, "Naturally, after all these years, has the old man ever believed a single word I've said? If I suddenly treat him this well, do you think he would come over?" Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded seriously and turned to leave. Just before stepping out the door, he suddenly asked, "Does that include the phrase 'I am human'?" The unexpected question left Joya bewildered, and by the time he regained his composure, Luffy had vanished from sight. After the initial anger subsided, Joya began to contemplate. Wait a minute, is this still the Luffy who would believe anything I said? How has his mind become so sharp? Could it be that I have traversed into a false version of One Piece? While Joya pondered this grave matter, the humanoid boss carp made his entrance. Upon seeing the table laden with food and Joya sitting beside it, Carp smiled, though that smile appeared somewhat eerie and cruel. "I say, today's sun must have risen in the west. You 2 brats actually took the initiative to cook for me. Have you mixed poison with the salt or stuffed bullets into the rice balls?" He could not believe that the boy who dared to blast him at the age of 6 would show such kindness in preparing a meal. If this food were safe, he would dare to stand on his head and relieve himself. As Luffy began to sweat profusely, nearly reaching his limit, Joya boldly met Carp's gaze and stated, "Old man, such words are quite hurtful. Luffy and I are turning 17 soon. We just wanted to honor you before we depart." Setting aside the 23,912 punches and 17,351 kicks you've dealt me, you have indeed shown me a nurturing grace. So is it unreasonable for me to treat you to a meal I personally prepared? Unreasonable? Not in the slightest. Just a bit terrifying, that's all. After hearing his explanation, even Carp felt a chill run down his spine. So all those years, he had kept a meticulous record of how many times he had beaten him. 23,912 punches, 17,351 kicks. Was he planning to come back before he left? Previously, he thought the food before him was merely some castor beans and laxatives, but now it appeared to be laced with deadly substances like Herculean red and arsenic. With his slender frame, he could only take 2 bites before he'd be on his way to the afterlife. No, that's not right. Let's roll back a bit. In an instant, Karp's thoughts began to rewind, ultimately landing on the phrases 17 years old and before leaving, which caused his expression to turn terrifying. What? Are you two planning to set sail and become pirates? Luffy, already weak in the knees, instantly buckled and collapsed with a thud. Grandpa, grandpa, grandpa. To the familiar melody and passionate tune, Joya nearly lost control and began dancing in the street. Bang! Before Luffy could continue his song, Karp's fist came crashing down. Letting you be disobedient and become a pirate, wouldn't it be better to honestly follow me and become a marine, the greatest marine? After delivering 3 punches, Luffy was defeated. After finishing one, Karp took a keen interest in Joya. For while his grandson was a rubber fruit user, his abilities were not yet fully developed. Where was the fun in beating someone with an immortal physique like Joya? Now, tell me, how many punches and kicks do you plan to jot down this time? As he watched Karp draw closer, Joya instinctively took 2 steps back, despite being unafraid of death. Though he possessed immortality, he could not eliminate the sensation of pain, and thus he had always hoped to draw a reward that would eliminate pain. However, fate had not favored him, and this wish remained unfulfilled. Instead, he had drawn numerous random items, such as YD ointment, storage rings, eagle eye reconnaissance techniques, way long spicy strips, laxatives, etc., yet he had not received even a single item to genuinely enhance his strength. Chapter 2. Finally falling for it. Damn it. As Karp was about to take action, Joya hurriedly called for a halt. There's a saying, a gentleman uses words rather than fists. As a vice admiral of the Navy, you cannot resort to violence at the drop of a hat, especially since Luffy and I are still minor children. Need love this so-called love refers to. With a cacophony of punches and kicks, Joya successfully collapsed beside Luffy. Observing Luffy's eyelids trembling without a hint of reaction, Joya felt a profound ache in his heart. The Luffy who would always stand before him, willing to shoulder all responsibility, was no longer present. Evidently, people change. Even a single-celled organism like Luffy was no exception. Even so, Joya staggered to his feet. After all, he was a man whom even the Grim Reaper could not contend with if he couldn't handle a mere Karp from the start. It would be a disgrace for a transmigrator. With renewed vigor, Joya slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Old man, as a Navy soldier, how can you waste such a lavish spread of food without remorse? Where's your duty? Do you believe I won't report you to the naval headquarters?" Karp, who was ready to leave, froze at Joya's righteous words and instinctively reached to check his forehead. Not feverish, how can he be speaking nonsense? Bastard, don't try to change the subject. Joya swatted Karp's hand away. Desperately maintaining his facade of seriousness, he could not back down now. Oh, seeing Joya's determination, Karp suddenly became intrigued and decided to humor him. He chose a stool and sat across from Joya. You're right, as a Marine, one shouldn't waste food. But the prerequisite is that the food must be safe. Wouldn't it be foolish to eat something known to be problematic? Karp silently chuckled to himself, thinking that this clumsy argument would not sway him. Then if I can prove that this food is safe, that would suffice, right? While that is true, you... Before he could finish his sentence, Joya began to gulp down the food. Tomato and egg, spicy beef, fresh shrimp fish board, chicken stew with mushrooms, braised pork ribs. Burp. For a full half-minute, he merely indulged in his meal, and the food on the table diminished by over a third, each portion bearing the unmistakable traces of his gluttony. How is it? Is there no problem now? Observing the nearly retching Joya, Karp was left utterly bewildered. He was certainly aware of the secret behind the immortal body. Otherwise, the grass atop this fellow's grave would have gained sentience by now. Though the immortal body offered some resistance to toxins, it did not grant immunity to the pain and paralysis they induced yet. This individual appeared merely stuffed and showed no signs of poisoning whatsoever. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Confronted with the reality, Karp began to question whether his initial decision had been too hasty. Perhaps this fellow had truly turned over a new leaf. Feeling a twinge of thirst, he instinctively lifted the soup bowl beside him, intent on taking a sip. As the bowl drew nearer to Karp's lips, Joya, accustomed to the riverbank's perils, managed to maintain his composure. However, Luffy could not contain his excitement. Over the years, they had devised numerous schemes to retaliate against this old man, all of which had ended in utter failure. Now, with success within reach, how could Luffy not be thrilled? His heart raced, blood boiled, temperature soared. Mouth parched, Fists clenched, even his tightly shut eyes dared to crack open a sliver, yearning to witness this historic moment. But Joya felt a tightening in his chest. Oh no! Such a subtle shift might go unnoticed by the average person, but to someone as perceptive as Carp, it was glaringly obvious. Why don't you drink instead? In an instant, Carp was beside Joya, pinching his nose and forcefully pouring the soup down his throat. Gulp, gulp, splutter. No matter how Joya struggled, he was ensnared by Carp's relentless grip. Meanwhile, Luffy's expression morphed into one of shock. He recalled the black bear on the mountain that had yet to regain its footing, instinctively distancing himself from Joya. Though they were brothers, weren't brothers meant to betray each other? Moreover, this was Joya's own actions that had informed him after all. The amount he had consumed was thrice that of Joyous. Moments later, when Carp released Joya, only a third of the soup remained in the bowl. Gag gag. Bakayuru. You, old bastard, I will definitely report you to Vice Admiral Tsuru at Marineford. I am well aware that you have Vice Admiral Tsuru's younger photos hidden beneath your pillow, and in a swimsuit no less. You're finished, truly done for. Not even Jesus can save you, I'm telling you. It seemed that the trauma of being force-fed had left a lasting impact, as the immortal Joya remained dazed, crouched on the ground, clearing his throat incessantly. Observing Joya, who was merely choking without any signs of poisoning, even Carp, with his shameless demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never anticipated that the secret he had concealed for over 30 years would be exposed by Joya, nor did he expect that this fellow had indeed tampered with the food. The thought of these two rascals having personally cooked for him only to end up in such a predicament made Carp's usually indomitable face turn a shade of crimson. How utterly mortifying. Fine, fine, I was wrong, please don't tell Tsuru about this. Faced with Carp's pleas for mercy, Joya turned his head away, shutting his eyes defiantly. Huh, you think you can brush me off? After not even tasting a bite, you expect forgiveness? Not a chance. Seeing Joya unmoved, a flustered Carp scratched his head, at a loss for what to do. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Luffy chimed in, Grandpa, if you finish the food we made, maybe Shvor will forgive you. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, let's eat. There's no way I won't finish this little bit. He then plopped down and began to devour the meal. Tomato and egg, spicy beef, fresh shrimp and fish fillet, chicken stew with mushrooms, braised pork ribs. Each dish rapidly disappeared. When the last bite was consumed, Carp, feeling a slight discomfort, raised the soup bowl to his lips. Gulp, gulp. With 2 or 3 swallows, the bowl was emptied. Only at this moment did a meaningful smile grace Joya's furious face, his eyes sparkling as if he had just discovered a delightful new toy. Burp. Joya, next time, don't cook so many noodles though they taste good. Eating so much at once is bound to be a bit nauseating. At this request, Joya readily acquiesced. Sure, no problem. Chapter 3. The Simplified Saiyan Physique. Gurgle, gurgle. An odd sound suddenly erupted, drawing the 3 pairs of eyes toward Carp's belly. Gurgle, gurgle. Almost instantly, Carp's complexion shifted dramatically, from a slightly brown hue to a vibrant red, then to purple, green, and blue, as a rainbow of colors flashed across his face in mere seconds. Why? The words squeezed out between his teeth. Even as a torrent threatened to erupt, he needed to comprehend the situation before he could close his eyes in peace. Without further ado, Joya slightly parted his lips. In the next instant, the soup he had just consumed gushed forth. You bastard! Leaving behind these 2 words, Carp had already vanished, and where he had gone required no further elaboration. While he was curious as to how Joya managed to expel everything he had swallowed, the contractions of his lower muscles made it clear that such inquiries were unwelcome. Once assured of Carp's departure, Luffy could no longer contain himself. Quickly tell me how you did that. He had distinctly seen Joya swallow all that soup, preparing himself for at least half a month without playing together, only for it to turn out like Tishi had been deceived. A wise man has his own clever schemes, it's not to be disclosed. Of course, it was all thanks to the storage ring. All the soup had been transferred into it, and once the deed was done, it could simply be retrieved, no issue there. Listening to the distant wails and curses, Joya smiled indifferently. See, taking down Carp was a piece of cake. Simultaneously, within Joya's consciousness, a colossal wheel began to spin. Yet, he paid it no mind. How could someone of his unfortunate background ever draw anything worthwhile? If he did, he would dare to eat upside down. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the simplified Saiyan physique. In that moment, Joya, accustomed to facing tempests and unafraid of death's threats, found himself momentarily stunned. The Saiyan physique. Pirates, Naruto, Dragon Ball demons, chakra, Saiyans. Having been an unfortunate soul for over a decade, Joya had never imagined he would one day become a fortunate one. The Saiyan physique, a power capable of dominating the universe, a single punch to obliterate a star was nothing more than a simple matter of having hands. Moreover, the Saiyans possess an extraordinarily unique ability. Upon the brink of death, they can recover, thereby enhancing their strength to a certain degree, complemented by their immortality. From this day forth, this world shall belong to me, Joya. Regardless of whether they are the 4 emperors, the 5 elders, the 7 warlords, or Mlocks. Should they behave obediently, all would be well. However, should anyone dare to rebel, they will find themselves at the receiving end of a thorough beating, swiftly taught a lesson. Clearly, the term simplified version has been conveniently disregarded by him. As for the earlier wager, when was that? How could he be unaware? Suddenly recalling something, Joya hastily glanced behind him. Upon confirming that no monkey tail had sprouted from his backside, he let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Thank goodness. At least he still appeared to be a normal person. Although, even if he had grown a tail, in a world teeming with peculiarities such as the pirate realm, it would hardly be remarkable. Yet, Joya, who prided himself on his looks, believed it prudent to maintain the facade of normalcy. Opening his personal panel, Joya mused. As the thought lingered, a panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Name: Joya. Age: 17 years and 2 days. Combat power: 251. The average naval soldier possesses 10. Charm level: 11. The standard is 10. Personal abilities: immortality, simplified Saiyan physique. Eagle eye reconnaissance technique, capable of perceiving the information of others whose combat power is 3 times less than his own. Upon recalling something, Joya instinctively activated the eagle eye technique towards Luffy nearby. Previously unseen, he could likely now discern. In the next moment, Luffy's panel appeared. Name: Luffy. Age: 17 years and 1 month. Combat power: 381. Charm level: 21. Personal abilities: rubber devil fruit user, rubber pistol, rubber machine gun, rubber. In an instant, Joya felt a profound ache in his heart. Their respective combat powers stood at 251 and 381, nearly reducing them to 250 and 380, which led him to doubt the success of their impending voyage. Would their partnership truly embark on a smooth journey, or would they inadvertently steer their ship straight to Marineford? Although they were comprised of the monkey family, revealing their identities this early would thwart their plans to outsmart Akainu in the ranking tournament. Nevertheless, he could endure this, for they still held a slight distance from the infamous numbers. What he found utterly incomprehensible was that Luffy, this single-celled organism, possessed a charm level significantly higher than his own. Joya, who prided himself on his looks, could not accept such an outcome. How could he be less charming than Luffy? It was utterly absurd, unscientific, impossible. Observing the fleeting expressions on Joya's face, Luffy ventured cautiously, "Little Four, are you all right? Shall we postpone our departure?" Under Luffy's gaze, Joya inexplicably felt a sense of being cherished. "Fool, I'm perfectly fine. Moreover, we must leave today. Do you truly believe we can survive until tomorrow morning here?" With one last glance at the modest dwelling that had sheltered her for over a decade, Joya resolutely stepped outside, given the predicament Carp had unwittingly placed himself in. If they waited for him to emerge from the restroom, even her immortal existence would be at risk. Regardless, they had to depart today. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter them. With that, Luffy retrieved the substantial bundle of provisions he had prepared earlier and followed suit. This day had been long anticipated and meticulously planned, leaving no room for nostalgia. On the street, noticing the pack slung over Luffy's back, Uncle Sam inquired with curiosity, "Luffy, what are you up to?" In response, Luffy cheerfully declared, "Goodbye, Uncle Sam. We are setting sail to become pirates." Initially taken aback, Sam's body trembled with delight. A fleeting moment quickly masked by his composure. I shall inform everyone." With that, he dashed away with such speed that he seemed to leave behind an afterimage. Luffy, bewildered by the sudden burst of energy from the man who usually struggled down the stairs, could hardly comprehend it. Beside him, Joya, sensing something, instinctively touched her nose. If her intuition served her well, the source of Sam's vigor likely lay with her. Yet, she had no intention of revealing this to Luffy. Nor would she ever admit it. "Stop dawdling. We must hurry. If your grandfather finishes before we leave, we won't be able to go." Chapter 4. Setting sail beneath the sun. Beside the beach, the quaint windmill village was bustling with life, as the elderly and young alike gathered in unison. Gazing at the 2 youths standing upon the small boat, the elderly village chief stepped forward with measured steps. As the leader of Windmill Village on this particularly momentous day, it was incumbent upon him to offer some parting words. Just as he was about to deliver what promised to be a lengthy oration, Joya hastily interjected. "Doesn't today seem rather unsuitable for setting sail? Luffy, perhaps we should postpone our departure?" With that, he made to step back onto shore. Damn it all. Under the withering glares of the assembled villagers, the old chief swiftly intercepted Joya, yanked free the mooring ropes, and delivered a mighty kick to the stern of the boat. "Off you go." Whoosh, with the chief's enthusiastic assistance, the vessel shot across the waves at breakneck speed, sending plumes of seawater skyward. "Luffy, you must realize your dream. Return only after you become the Pirate King. And Joya, don't you dare give up halfway. Stay by Luffy's side till the very end. Don't come back unless you're the Pirate King." Moved to tears by the villagers' heartfelt send-off, Luffy raised his fist and bellowed, "Don't worry, everyone. I swear I'll become the Pirate King." Beside him, Joa could only shake his head with a sigh. The boy was still too naive, oblivious to the nuances of rhetoric. Return only after you've become the Pirate King was tantamount to don't come back unless you succeed. Don't you dare give up halfway was essentially you'd better not turn back. See this through to the end. Clearly, they had been thoroughly abandoned by everyone. At this realization, Joa couldn't help but reflect on how petty these people truly were. Over the years, he had merely blown up 25 outhouses, spied on Makino bathing 109 times, snatched 395 lollipops, and dined without paying a mere 1,291 times. Meanwhile, in a certain outhouse, a certain Garp, writhing in pain and fury, growled through gritted teeth, "You little brat, thinking you can just swindle people and sail off? Not a chance." With that, he seized the nearest object and hurled it skyward. Whoosh! Propelled by Garp's monstrous strength, the unidentified projectile tore through the outhouse roof, arced hundreds of meters through the air, and homed in on Joa. Boom! The tranquil sea erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending a towering geyser of water over 10 meters high. As the towering waves surged unexpectedly, someone could not help but exclaim, "Is this not the fabled tale of embarking on a journey only to meet an untimely demise?" At this, the crowd instinctively nodded. Yet none contemplated plunging into the sea to rescue the drowning souls. For a full half-minute, two heads finally emerged above the surface. "Ah, I can't go on. I have no strength left," murmured Luffy, the wielder of a devil fruit power, rendered helpless in the water. "What should we do, little four? Our ship and provisions are lost," he lamented. Observing the devastation of their maritime equipment, the once-spirited Luffy appeared somewhat distracted. Not only was the ship gone, but even the two empty barrels he had prudently prepared as a contingency had been reduced to splinters. Yet, on Joya's face, there was not a trace of sorrow, rather. A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. Gazing at the toilet paper drifting upon the surface of the sea, Joya smiled and said, "No worries, just watch me." With that, her consciousness delved into her storage ring, retrieving one of the 5 small boats she had prepared. In the blink of an eye, a brand new vessel floated gracefully on the water. This display of skill left Luffy in awe, his eyes sparkling like light bulbs electrified. "How did you do that?" he exclaimed. "Enough chatter, get on board. If anything else comes flying at us, I won't be responsible." The reason behind her extraordinary feat was, of course, the 10x10x10M storage ring adorning her finger, which was already brimming with various supplies she might need for their maritime journey. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even adrift for half a month, they would encounter no difficulties. This, however, was merely Joya's personal conjecture as a novice sailor. The true reality remained to be seen. Looking towards the horizon, where the sea met the sky in a seamless line, Luffy opened his arms wide, attempting to embrace the vast ocean. "I'm coming, Pirate King." Similarly, Joya felt her heart swell with excitement. After so many years, their long-awaited adventure was finally commencing. Yet, how could such a harmonious scene remain untouched by the unexpected? The once calm surface of the sea suddenly roiled, and a brown head, the size of a house, emerged directly in their path. Before the formidable Sea King, Luffy spoke in a low voice. "So it's you, the King of the Near Sea." This was an old acquaintance for Luffy. A few years prior, during a pirate incident, he had nearly been devoured by this creature. Although he survived, Shanks lost an arm because of it. Now, as Luffy embarked on his journey across the sea, fate had orchestrated their reunion. Rubber pistol. With that, Luffy's arm swiftly elongated backward, and then shot forward with tremendous force. Boom. With a single punch, the colossal head of the Near Sea King was sent tumbling, its massive body following suit, crashing back into the depths of the ocean amidst a tremendous splash. "Haha, this time I've won." On the shore, the villagers stared in shock at the display of Luffy's might, never expecting such power to reside within his seemingly frail frame. By the time they regained their senses, both figures had vanished from sight. That night, the villagers of Windmill Village, emotionally drained from the day's events, retired early to bed. However, one individual found it impossible to sleep. In the dim light of the restroom, he muttered, "Damn it, Joya. Just wait until I catch you." He was eager to uncover how many laxatives that rascal had administered to him. Despite his exceptional physique, he had been squatting for over 10 hours. After several more hours, Carp reached out to the side for a tissue box. Huh. The empty sensation beneath his fingers sent a wave of panic through him. What happened to the toilet paper? In the midst of his fluster, a memory surfaced. At that moment, he realized where the problem lay. The object he had thrown at Joya was indeed the tissue box, and the toilet paper was inside it. How could this happen? This is absurd. Consumed by frustration, Carp lamented his predicament. It was the middle of the night, and it was unlikely anyone would come by. Waking someone up would be rather embarrassing, especially in his current state. Chapter 5. Battle collecting dreams, seeking the desired treasures. The compass of One Piece remained stagnant, steering forward under the blazing sun. Bored, Luffy hummed a tune, but before he could finish, he turned to Joya. "Hey, do we have any food left?" "I'm hungry again." Faced with the same question he had heard 10 minutes prior, the veins on Joya's forehead bulged as he suppressed his urge to stab Luffy. "It's only the 3rd day. You've already devoured half of the provisions I prepared. Who knows when we will encounter another ship or island. Until then, you eat what I eat. If you want to eat, fish for it yourself. If you catch something, I'll cook grilled fish for you." At the mention of grilled fish, Luffy sprang to life, seizing a fishing rod and setting out to fish, using their leftovers as bait. While Luffy's problem was resolved, another one emerged. Both Luffy and Joya, despite their longing for the vast ocean, possessed no navigational skills, leaving them utterly unaware of their current location, unable to discern east from west. Comparing their position to the map Carp had swindled, Joya's tiny face was filled with confusion. What did these symbols resembling ancient scripts mean? And why did the central expanse appear as ocean, with varying shades of color? Was it merely a game, or perhaps a lack of paint? Before Joya could locate their position on the map, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Oh ho ho, I've caught something. Look at me pull it up." Just as Luffy exerted all his strength to haul the fish from the depths, an immense force surged from the water. The slack fishing line tightened instantly, and the sturdy rod bent dangerously as Luffy and Joya's small boat was propelled forward, slicing through the water like a bullet. Damn it, let go. It was evident that Luffy had hooked something formidable, and one misstep could spell disaster for them both. "No way. This is my grilled fish. I want to let go." Clearly, Joya had underestimated Luffy's obsession with food, especially meat. In Luffy's eyes, the creature on the other end of the line was a delectable grilled fish, not a dangerous wild beast. "Get off, you idiot." Without further ado, Joya lunged to snatch the fishing rod from Luffy's grasp. However, the impulsive Joya was no match for Luffy's tenacity. Before a victor could be determined, the small boat, overwhelmed by the strain, capsized with a thunderous crash. Gulping seawater, Luffy finally relinquished the fishing rod. Yet, the creature on the other end became aggressive, turning towards Luffy and Joya. At that moment, Joya beheld the giant creature. It was a near-sea king, over several dozen meters in length, rivaling the one Luffy had just felled. In that instant, Joya felt an urge to test his newfound strength. Having acquired a simplified version of Saiyan-like abilities, he hadn't yet put them to the test. He only knew his power level was 251, but lacked a precise understanding of its implications. Moreover, this power level only reflected physical prowess, excluding devil fruit abilities and other unique powers. Nevertheless, before engaging, he needed to secure Luffy. As the creature breached the surface, Joya retrieved a small boat from his storage ring. He swiftly placed Luffy inside, and as he pushed the boat away, he used the recoil to evade the creature's initial attack. "Leave it to me, don't interfere." Upon hearing this, Luffy, ready to strike, halted in confusion, glancing at Joya. He understood Joya's extraordinary self-healing abilities, but aside from that, he was just a regular person. Facing a Sea King was no simple task. However, the next moment left Luffy utterly speechless as he witnessed Joya forcefully twisting the Sea King's jaw to the side. His mouth agape, he could hardly believe his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own, he would never have believed that Joya, who would huff and puff just from peeping at Makino bathing, could confront a Sea King of such magnitude. Unaware, one might think he had consumed a potent energy drink or ingested a hormone-laden spinach. "Let us go again." Fueled by excitement, Joya completely disregarded the creature's ferocity and massive size, climbing onto its body while simultaneously delivering a punch. With a swift motion, Joya swung his arm and delivered a powerful punch to the head of the Sea King. The creature, feeling the sting of pain, instinctively rolled over, attempting to shake off the pests clinging to its body into the ocean. However, despite the undulating and slick surface beneath him, Joya maintained his footing with the steadiness of an old dog. Leaping back and forth upon the Sea King's back, he resembled an athlete performing acrobatics on a balance beam. Although Joya's combat abilities had not significantly improved, his wealth of battle experience was undeniable, having frequently sparred with Carp. After all, one does not need to have seen a pig run to know what it looks like. In a state of exhilaration, Joya unleashed a flurry of punches against the Sea King's formidable shell. Despite its hard exterior, the relentless force of over 20 times that of an ordinary human quickly shattered it. Crimson blood gushed forth, transforming Joya into a figure drenched in red. At that moment, the Sea King's roar lost its grandeur and instead sounded feeble and powerless. It was evident that the creature had completely lost its fighting spirit, making the outcome unmistakably clear. What a thrilling encounter. After the intense battle, Lucifer could not help but let out a long, triumphant howl. Over the past decade of traversing this world, he had engaged in many skirmishes and shed considerable blood, yet this was the first true battle he had experienced. The passion and exhilaration surged within him, even now. He could feel the blood in his veins boiling and igniting with fervor. "Shao Si, you have changed remarkably over these past few days," a voice echoed in his ears, bringing Joya back to reality. Observing Luffy's serious expression, Joya smiled faintly and delivered the words she had prepared in advance. "Indeed, I have grown stronger. For I do not wish to hinder your progress. In my childhood, the treasure map perpetually lingered in my thoughts as I sought the miraculous land, hoping not to be outdone by an unfamiliar adversary." Amidst the melodies, the two embarked once more upon the vast, boundless sea. Chapter 6. The story commences having endured countless calamities. tempests, thunder, hail. In treacherous whirlpools, Joya and her companion successfully upgraded their mode of transportation from a small boat to an empty barrel, tethering themselves together with a rope to prevent separation. The harrowing experiences led Joya to question whether the issue truly lay within herself. In the original narrative, Luffy set sail alone, relying solely on a small boat and an empty barrel to sustain him until the story unfolded. In stark contrast, despite their extensive preparations, the journey had been anything but smooth, deteriorating day by day. To this day, they had yet to encounter the passenger ship that would trigger the plot, causing even the typically confident Joya to doubt herself. Little 4, I am grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I fear I would have starved long ago. With one hand resting on her unchanged belly, Luffy lay curled within the barrel, gazing skyward. Upon hearing these words, Joya, with her back to Luffy, involuntarily twitched the corner of her mouth. No, it's nothing. After all, we are brothers. She would never admit that the problem lay with herself, especially since there was no evidence to support such a claim. In the next moment, unexpected events unfolded. The once slowly drifting boat suddenly surged forward, accelerating from a standstill to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in a mere 5 seconds. Clearly, there was no time left to flee. Luffy, quickly cover the barrel. There was no opportunity for anything else as the two barrels were engulfed by the swirling vortex, vanishing into the vast ocean. What a tremendous whirlpool. Gazing at the colossal whirlpool in the distance, the sailor standing on the ship's railing could not suppress his astonishment. Having sailed for many years, he had never encountered such an immense phenomenon. Indeed, if someone were to fall into it, it would be disastrous. Not just disastrous. If they were fortunate enough to emerge alive, I would gladly call him father. Ha! Suddenly, the sound of a loud crash interrupted their conversation. Instinctively turning towards the source of the noise, they discovered two barrels, of unknown origin, colliding against the side of their vessel. What on earth is this? Beer? Treasure? A person? At this, the crew exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions suggesting disbelief. Ahem, let me fish it out. In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, the sailor with a rather peculiar thought process hastily cast a hook, striving to restore his image as a rational individual. Whoosh, thud. Gazing at the splashes upon the surface of the sea, the already awkward atmosphere began to solidify, while the sailor's once dark complexion flushed a deep crimson. Ha ha ha, this is simply too pathetic. Yozen, could today possibly be your day of misfortune? What misfortune? I suspect this fellow failed to behave himself last night. You scoundrel. That was merely an error. Allow me to attempt once more, and this time it shall be flawless. No, the opportunity is but a fleeting moment. Since you have failed to seize it, it is now my turn. Release those 2 barrels of ale, and let me take charge. Listening to the increasingly erratic discourse from above, 1,000 frustrations surged through Joya's mind. What are they doing? Playing? Can they not assess the situation first? There are 2 living souls here in dire need of rescue. Time passed, and just as Joya was on the verge of losing her temper, she finally felt an upward pull. Oh, how curious. They are indeed connected. As they gazed at the 2 barrels bound together by ropes, the crowd grew increasingly curious about their contents. Allow me to split them open, exclaimed Jozen, rolling up his sleeves and aiming his broad palm at the barrels. What are you all doing just standing there? Come and lend a hand. The captain's roar echoed, startling several, particularly Jozen, who felt a pang of distress and was on the verge of tears. Captain, What I? The captain interjected. Consider yourself forgiven this time. But hurry and get to work, or I'll deduct your wages. Upon hearing this, the aggrieved Jozen had no choice but to depart, feeling as though he had dropped a sweet potato in his trousers, a most unfortunate predicament. Meanwhile, the 2 barrels rolled down the ship's edge into an unattended storage area. With a resounding crash, the barrels erupted, and a figure emerged from the smoke and splinters. At last it has begun. Gazing around at the familiar yet foreign surroundings, Joya's lips curled into a subtle smile. Although he had yet to encounter the pivotal characters, he was certain that the saga of One Piece, which had been unfolding for over 2 decades, was now officially commencing. Casting a glance back at the barrel where Luffy resided, perhaps asleep, it seemed he had no intention of emerging. Never mind, I shall leave Kobe to you. Lecturing is not my forte. In comparison to the still immature Kobe, the alluring Nami undoubtedly commanded greater attention. Though he had first watched One Piece in middle school, he could not forget that Nami had made her debut in the first episode, albeit with a relatively minor role, reappearing later during Luffy's confrontation with Captain Morgan. The gentle dove, by the riverside, a graceful lady. What est your QQ? Beautiful lady, may I request a dance? His eyes swept over the man extending a hand before her, as an intricate plan rapidly formed in her mind. Very well. Just as the moment of clasping hands approached, an unexpected interruption emerged. Please step aside. Thank you. In an instant, both their gazes fell upon the suddenly appearing youth, causing Nami to forget to withdraw her hand from Joya's grasp. Do you know who I am? My father is the president of the Punka Chamber of Commerce. Release my hand at once and be gone. Are you certain? Joya replied with a knowing smile. You should be aware that my father is a vice admiral in the Navy. Do you want me to call him and have your so-called Punka Chamber of Commerce allegedly colluding with pirates, investigated? Unlike Luffy, Joya was exceptionally familiar with leveraging the identity of Vice Admiral Garp. In this brutal world, strength determined everything to a significant extent. For the vast majority, a Vice Admiral of the Navy was an immense figure, especially one from the headquarters. Generally, a rank from the headquarters is considered half a rank superior to that of a branch, thus wielding greater power and personal prowess. You. What nonsense are you spouting? How could our Pinka chamber possibly collude with pirates? You fool lunatic. Amidst the curses, the man vanished. Joya, who had initially been indifferent, now wore a meaningful smile, retrieving a gray-haired snail phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Damn you, Joya, you dare to call me? A deafening roar erupted from the snail phone, and had Joya not placed it at a distance, he might have suffered from severe ear ringing or worse, complete deafness. Oh come now, it was merely a matter of clearing your bowels. Is it really necessary to be this furious? I had almost forgotten. Lucky for you. You still remember? How stingy. Chapter 7. Inviting Nami meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, as they observed the irate Carp, whose fury seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Sengoku and Tsuru wore expressions of curiosity and bewilderment. They were eager to uncover the identity of the individual on the other end of the transponder snail, and to comprehend the meaning behind the term cleansing one's intestines, which had so incensed the typically carefree Carp. You better pray I don't catch you, or I'll turn your backside into 2 pieces. Are you certain? After all, you do have. Shut your mouth. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the office, startling the 2 naval soldiers stationed at the entrance, who first shook their heads in disbelief, then collapsed stiffly to the ground. Carp, is there no way to communicate without raising your voice? Keep this up, and I'll have you thrown out. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice emanating from the transponder snail, Joya finally grasped the reason behind Carp's agitation, and some unsavory thoughts began to take root. So why did you call? If you have something to say, spit it out. To prevent Joya from inadvertently divulging anything, Carp decisively shifted the topic, while simultaneously harboring curiosity about Joya's motive for contacting him as a pirate. The Pingo Commerce Association. If I'm not mistaken, they are likely colluding with pirates. Raising an eyebrow, Carp was taken aback by Joya's words. How peculiar. A pirate like you, who ran away to the seas, has such awareness and is even aiding the Navy in capturing criminals. Of course, who said being a pirate means being like the rest? As someone with a higher education, I intend to be a different sort of pirate. If I encounter scum like that, I will certainly notify you, Rear Admiral. At this, Carp, clutching the transponder snail, was left utterly bewildered. He had assumed Joya would take matters into his own hands to uphold justice. Yet it turned out he was merely calling to inform him. Damn it. After all these years of living like a salted fish, waiting for death, you, young man, venture out to become a pirate and still find ways to trouble me. You're ugly, but your aspirations are grand. However, before Carp could retort, Joya's voice came through once more. By the way, that photo you have tucked under your pillow is quite nice. When will you take one for me? The moment the final word left his lips, Joya promptly hung up, his speed so swift that Carp was left momentarily speechless. In contrast to the bewildered Nami, Tsuru and Sengoku, who shared the same office with Carp, remained notably composed. Each retrieved a rather peculiar small notebook, inscribing 8 characters on a pristine page, harboring pirates, concealing photographs. With a glance at the nearly exhausted notebook, Zhangguo couldn't help but sigh. It's time to purchase a new one. He was met with a nod of agreement from He Shun beside him. Just then, Xiao Mo Air approached the door, and Carp, who had never flinched before Roger, suddenly froze, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. I will investigate the Punka Chamber of Commerce. With this declaration, Carp burst through the door, barely pausing to descend the stairs, instead taking to the air with an agile leap, his thoughts racing to ensure that next time he met Joya, he would bring Qingji along to freeze him for 100 years. Achoo, achoo. Joya, sensing a certain malice, could not suppress a series of sneezes, though a smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, the system's reward wheel spun once more, indicating that for the system, the definition of courting death was not constrained by distance. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an enhanced version of the replicated devil fruit. As the words were spoken, an orange gold fruit, slightly smaller than a football and adorned with peculiar patterns, materialized in Joya's storage space. This unexpected delight left Joya astonished for an entire year. After nearly 17 years of his face being perpetually grim, he had recently struck luck in the last 2 draws. Is your companion truly a Rear Admiral of the Navy? Nami's sudden query interrupted Joya's thoughts. She gazed at the young man before her, clad in a sleek black suit, her heart filled with hope yet mired in uncertainty. The emergence of the evil dragon pirates had turned the once beautiful Cocoa West village into a hellish landscape. If she could harness the power of a Rear Admiral, perhaps everything would change. However, she harbored doubts about the truth of his words, as the East Sea was widely acknowledged as the weakest, with Carp being the sole Rear Admiral hailing from there, and she had never heard of him having a grandson. Of course, the East Sea's frailty was somewhat tied to Carp, as not every Rear Admiral had the luxury of returning to base twice for trivial matters, thus allowing pirates ample time to develop their nefarious schemes. Nonetheless, it was also possible that this individual had traversed from another sea. Yet, from their conversation, it seemed that this enigmatic young man was indeed a pirate, and what connection could possibly exist between pirates and the Navy's rear admiral? The conflicts presented before Nami left her utterly perplexed, struggling to untangle the truth. I never lie. With a mere glance, Joya discerned Nami's thoughts. Instead of addressing them directly, he took her hand and led her to the center of the banquet hall, swaying gently to the melodic accompaniment. Despite having never studied any form of dance in either life, he possessed a natural flair. Over the past 17 years, aside from a lack of progress and personal strength, he had acquired knowledge in various areas, particularly excelling in dance. As the performance concluded, onlookers instinctively applauded. However, Nami swiftly withdrew her hand and turned to leave, realizing this man was nothing more than a charlatan. Years of thievery had granted her a keen eye, able to assess an individual's wealth within moments. Her observations concluded that he was devoid of any money. Even the ring on his right hand was nothing but a common trinket. As a rear admiral's relative, especially one stationed at headquarters, how could he be so impoverished? Just then, a sudden explosion rocked the passenger ship, causing Nami to stumble, but Joya quickly steadied her. Whether it's true or not, just check the newspapers in the coming days, and you'll see. I have no reason to deceive you. Nami hesitated, considering his words. Indeed, if what he claimed was accurate, there would surely be reports in the papers soon, as the Punka Chamber of Commerce wielded significant influence in the East Sea. The revelation that such a large conglomerate had connections with pirates, and that a rear admiral was investigating, would undoubtedly attract the attention of major news outlets. Seeing Nami's emotions stabilize, Joya continued, "My name is Joya, and I am a pirate. As for my connection with the old man, if you choose to join us, I will enlighten you in detail." At that moment, Joya formally extended an invitation to Nami. After all, it was inevitable that she would eventually join the Straw Hat Pirates. Inviting her sooner rather than later seemed prudent, especially since they desperately needed a navigator to guide them. Otherwise, he feared they might end up in the wrong place, appearing in Marineford Bay or Impel Downsport prematurely. Although Luffy had yet to meet Nami, Joya was confident that he would not refuse her. Chapter 8. The invitation. Nami was caught off guard by the unexpected invitation. Had she not previously learned about Joya's identity and background, she would have already aimed a devastating kick in his direction. After all, pirates had nearly ruined her life. Yet now, she found herself hesitating. Joya's connection to the rear admiral might be the key to Cocoa West Village's liberation, although she could not fathom what had transpired in his life. Her intuition suggested that Joya was unlike ordinary pirates. A resounding boom broke her train of thought. "If you want me to join, you must first deal with the pirates here." Nami felt a surge of self-approval for this decision. Based on the commotion, there were at least 50 enemies. While she had yet to see Joya's companions, it was unlikely they were numerous. If Joya accepted and triumphed over them, it would indicate that his pirate crew possessed formidable strength, making her potential membership worthwhile. Conversely, whether he declined or was defeated, she would have valid reasons to refuse. "Then welcome aboard in advance," Joya replied with a faint smile. The attacking pirate crew was known as the Yarlita Pirates, led by Captain Yarlita. If she had already consumed the slippery fruit, it would pose a challenge. However, at present, it was merely a matter of having hands. "You're quite confident," Nami noted, catching the nuance in Joya's tone. "Absolutely." Meanwhile, under the cover of cannon fire, Yarlita successfully seized the passenger ship. But two of her subordinates had yet to return from the hold. Confused and enraged, she led her crew to investigate, determined to discover who had dared to lay hands on her men. Just as Joya stepped onto the deck, he heard Luffy's familiar voice. "Rubber. Pistol." With a thunderous crash, a shadow erupted from the hold, crashing down and demolishing a large portion of the deck. "How dare you attack me? The most beautiful person on this sea." Yarlita's crimson eyes fixated on the figure emerging from the smoke, her grip tightening around her spiked club. Although she had just been struck, she did not believe her assailant was significantly stronger. She had merely been careless and caught off guard. "Excuse me, madam, may I pass?" In an instant, the cacophony of the world fell silent, all eyes turning to the man who had suddenly appeared behind Yarlita. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Nami swiftly retreated, distancing herself from Joya while adopting a demeanor that suggested she was unfamiliar with him. Internally, she cursed him profusely, wishing he had not dragged her into this mess. She had never even been in a relationship, and it would be too unfortunate to perish now. "See, KB, I told you she was an old hag. Now do you believe me?" Two figures, one tall and one short, emerged from the warehouse. They were none other than Luffy and Kobe. Their calm demeanor, juxtaposed with the shocking nature of their conversation, froze the already tense atmosphere. As they gazed at the imminent explosion of Arlita, onlookers were baffled by how these two youths had survived until now, displaying a reckless disregard for consequences. As Luffy approached, Joya hurried to Nami's side, ignoring her fearful and resistant expression, and introduced her, saying, "Captain, this is Nami, my newly recruited navigator." "A navigator, you say?" "Since she is your recruit, there is no issue," Luffy replied. In that moment, Nami, who had forged a resilient character through 7 years of independent living, suddenly lost interest in life. It was evident that she was destined to endure this calamity. These two were the punishment from the heavens for her past transgressions. Meanwhile, Arlita was on the verge of exploding with rage. Not only had they insulted her by calling her old lady and aunt, but they also blatantly disregarded her presence. Enough is enough. Since everyone is here, prepare to meet your demise. Enraged, Arlita lifted her hefty spiked club high above her head, ready to strike at Joya, who stood closest. The immense force of her swing caused the air to vibrate with a dull roar. In that instant, the system within Joya's consciousness spun once more. Yet he did not focus on it immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Nami. She stood with her eyes tightly shut, resigned to her fate, muttering, "It's over. It's over. My life is finished. Goodbye, no Kigo, Kenjutsu, and all the folks from Kokoyashi village." In her final moments, she wished to avoid the sight of her blood splattering everywhere. However, after waiting in vain for the expected attack, it never came. As she attempted to peek through her tightly shut eyelids, Joya's voice suddenly reached her ears. "You can try to trust your comrades." In the sunlight, Joya's profile appeared magnified to Nami, the golden rays casting a resplendent halo around him, both dazzling and divine. But as Joya turned back, the warmth and light vanished, replaced by an unyielding combat spirit. Get lost. In an instant, all the hidden power within Joya coalesced into his right fist. With no need for flashy techniques, he unleashed a rising dragon fist that struck upward into Arlita's abdomen. The overwhelming force detonated against her, sending her massive form, at least 5 times the size of an ordinary person, hurtling backward like a cannonball. From the very first glance at Arlita, Joya had already activated his eagle eye reconnaissance technique. With a combat value of merely 60, she might have seemed formidable among ordinary folk, but compared to Joya, who was nearly at 250, she paled in comparison. The astonishing scene shocked everyone present, gazing at Arlita's slightly frail form. They could hardly comprehend how Joya could unleash such terrifying power. Clutching her aching abdomen with one hand and struggling to rise with the other, Arlita, though still furious, realized she had likely encountered an insurmountable foe. Just as she contemplated retreating and preparing to give the order to withdraw, Joya closed the distance in mere strides. Farewell. He unleashed a punch that erupted with a thunderous roar, sending Arlita's massive body soaring into the sea, never to be seen again. He showed no mercy to his adversary, for his true goal lay in the treasures aboard her ship. As a pirate, there was no such thing as a surrender, unlike Luffy, who aspired to be the pirate king, or Zoro, who aimed to become the world's greatest swordsman. Joya's dream was to save her life. Beyond battle, the breathtaking scenery of the pirate world, delectable cuisine, and wondrous sights were his aspirations. Witnessing the legendary events of the original story was an irresistible allure, which is why he chose to sail with Luffy. Otherwise, becoming a food blogger or a backpacker would have been a delightful alternative. Chapter 9. Harvest. Let us go. We're off to find treasure. With a triumphant shout, Joya led the charge toward the enemy pirate ship. Wait, the treasure is mine. Nami followed closely behind, unable to fathom Joya's formidable strength, but her pursuit of wealth remained undeterred. Amidst hearty laughter, Luffy and Kobe departed in succession. The addition of a navigator brought great joy to Luffy, who, though he had yet to speak a word, trusted Joya's judgment, feeling one step closer to becoming the pirate king. Half an hour later, en route to Shell's town. Do you know how much these items are worth? Nami inquired seriously, pointing at a nearby bag filled with treasure. Despite having witnessed Joya's ferocity, she remained steadfast when it came to matters of principle, particularly those involving money. Coincidentally, I do have some knowledge, Joya replied casually, producing a gold necklace. After a brief examination, he said, this necklace, for instance, has a darker hue, is relatively light, and is of average craftsmanship and design. Its market value is approximately 50,000 berries. He set it aside and retrieved another necklace. Now this one is different. Its color is pure, it's heavier than the previous one, and its design is elegant and grand. It should fetch at least 100,000 berries. Faced with Joya's articulate explanations, Nami found her prepared retorts utterly useless. She had never anticipated that someone so skilled in combat could also possess an eye for treasures. I'm a woman. You should be accommodating. She protested. I'm sorry, but gender equality has been a principle for many years. You jerk. Enraged, Nami could no longer contain herself. She produced 2 short sticks, which she swiftly combined into a long staff and swung toward Joya. With a swift motion, Joya caught the attack effortlessly. As their weapons clashed, a warmth emanated from the staff. Raising an eyebrow, Joya remarked, if you can tell me where you hid that staff, I'll let you keep all the treasure we gather from now on. Why don't you just go die? Nami retorted, her face flushed, swinging the staff at Joya's vital points. I'll dodge. I'll keep dodging. The commotion between the two caused the small boat to sway perilously, nearly flooding with seawater. Kobe, trembling in a corner, sought Luffy's assistance, only to find him laughing as if he had just consumed something unpleasant, showing no intention of intervening. After a considerable time, the squabble between Joya and Nami finally subsided. Although you didn't reveal the secret of the staff, you can still be in charge of the treasures we collect in the future, Joya said. At the mention of the staff, Nami's excitement surged. But his next words left her momentarily stunned. What did you say? She asked, slightly bewildered by the unexpected proposition. If you're unwilling, then it's fine. Wait, I'm willing. Fearing that Joya might have a change of heart, Nami swiftly darted in front of him, grasping his hand firmly. We have an agreement. You must not waver. Rest assured, I always honor my word, Joya replied, not particularly motivated by the allure of money, but rather to refresh the system's lottery. Back in Windmill Village, he could refresh the lottery 5 or 6 times a day without fail. However, given the current constraints, he could not afford to miss the opportunity presented by Nami, who had an affinity for wealth. After all, it would be a disservice to his own motto not to indulge a little. Fear not, your allowance will surely surpass that of others. With this promise, Nami's spirits lifted, and she even considered bribing Joya further. Meanwhile, Luffy, observing the distribution of spoils, began to realize that he seemed to have received nothing. Hey, what about me? As captain, shouldn't I get the largest share? You captain? To be a captain, one must first possess a ship. Where, pray tell, is our vessel? Isn't this it? Luffy pointed at the small boat beneath them. This hardly qualifies as a ship. It's merely a dinghy, understand? Nami reverted to her initial miserly demeanor in response to Luffy, having already promised to give Joya a larger allowance. She had no intention of parting with more of her own resources. Unless she were to perish, it was simply out of the question. At the same time, she found herself curious as to why Joya, despite being one of only 3 members in their pirate crew, was not the captain. Though their acquaintance was brief, she sensed that Joya was perhaps more suited for the role than Luffy. Despite her internal questions, she refrained from voicing them, opting instead to observe their dynamics over time. All right then, let us devise a way to construct a ship of our own, Luffy declared resolutely, spurred by the notion. He held steadfast beliefs regarding pirate ships. He had no interest in commandeering someone else's, or else he would have long since taken the ship from the Alvida pirates. He yearned for a vessel that truly belonged to him. You might as well save your breath. Building a decent ship would require at least 50 million. The meager funds we currently possess wouldn't even suffice for a quality keel. No worries, we'll acquire the necessary funds in due time. And I sense that before long we shall possess a ship that is rightfully ours. Listening to their exchange, Joya leaned against the ship's side, lost in thought. Luffy's intuition was not misguided. Once they arrived at Syrup Village and assisted Usopp in thwarting Captain Kuro's attempt to harm Kaya, she would gift them the Going Merry. However, Joya felt no joy at this prospect. Instead, a wave of melancholy washed over him. While Ace's demise was indeed tragic, bidding farewell to the Going Merry was an entirely different heartache. At least Ace had fallen in battle, while the Going Merry would set sail alone after saving them all. The thought of its silhouette disappearing amongst the flames brought a sheen of tears to Joya's eyes. This time, I will surely save you. Although he had yet to formulate a plan, with the system at his disposal, Joya held a firm belief that he could alter the fate of the Going Merry. With this thought, he delved into his storage space, his gaze falling upon a devil fruit the size of a soccer ball and a sleek, jet-black katana. Instantly, 2 pieces of information flooded his mind regarding these items. The devil fruit in question was known as the enhanced replica fruit, drawn during a confrontation with Carp, capable of replicating the abilities of other users, provided he made physical contact. The replication was limited to the most recent contact, meaning he could utilize the power of whoever he touched, but upon touching another, the previous ability would be lost. Notably, Joya was particularly pleased that this fruit was free from the curse of the sea. The consumer would not be hindered by the ocean or sea prism stone, nor would there be any conflict of abilities. This implied that by consuming it, he could potentially become a dual fruit user. As for the katana beside him, it was obtained during a challenge against Alvida and was named Nightbreaker, signifying the act of cleaving through darkness to embrace the light. Measuring 1 meter and 30 centimeters, it was forged from meteoric iron and was extraordinarily sharp. Upon first laying eyes on it, Joya instinctively knew she had stumbled upon a treasure. Though her understanding of blades was limited, she recognized that this was indeed a remarkable sword. Chapter 10. The arrival of Zoro in the end. Teasing Nami about acquiring the iron block from the 6 powers led to an increase in her combat prowess, elevating her power level from 251 to 289, while simultaneously enhancing her physical attributes. As she clenched her fist, the palpable surge of strength brought a satisfied smile to Joya's face. With the devil fruit, the sword, and the iron block, her previously scarce combat options had expanded to 3 choices within just half an hour. Under normal circumstances, due to limited energy, one could only selectively master 1 or 2 forms of power. However, Joya declared that only children make choices. She desired them all. With the system at her disposal, she felt no apprehension about the notion of being overwhelmed, for as a formidable player in this realm, she believed herself to be invincible. At last, they had arrived. As soon as the small vessel docked, the restless Luffy eagerly disembarked onto the island. Without needing any prompting, Joya and her companions, visiting for the first time, understood that the true authority of this island lay with the Navy. Dominating their view was a towering structure, distinctly styled in Navy fashion and proudly displaying the Navy flag. Its scale and height surpassing all other buildings. What an exhilarating prospect. At that moment, Luffy's eyes sparkled with curiosity, particularly regarding the swordsman Zoro, whom Kobe had described as a harbinger of chaos. He was undeniably intrigued, eager to discern what manner of person Zoro truly was. If he found him appealing, he would not hesitate to invite him aboard their ship. Joya, what do you think Zoro will be like? Before Joya could respond, the once bustling, even raucous street fell into an abrupt silence, leaving every face adorned with a singular expression: shock, fear, and uncertainty. Observing the frightened expressions of the crowd, the four were compelled to remain silent and quickly make their exit. After covering a considerable distance, it was only then that Kobe dared to speak, remarking, "I have heard that the highest authority at this naval base is a colonel named Monka. I wonder if he would consent to my joining the Navy." Just as Kobe was lost in his daydreams, the surrounding townsfolk once again exhibited the same fearful demeanor, hurriedly retreating. Ha ha ha, these people are truly amusing. Luffy thought it all rather entertaining, while Kobe felt an unsettling disquiet about the situation. It was one thing for the crowd to fear Zoro, a known criminal. But why did they also regard Colonel Monka with such trepidation? Of course, Joya understood the underlying reasons, yet he could not step forward to elucidate, for doing so would necessitate explaining how he came by such knowledge. Likewise, Joya eagerly anticipated the impending encounter. As a pirate enthusiast, being able to witness the inaugural meeting between Luffy and Zoro was an extraordinary privilege. Shell's Town was not particularly large. Thus their journey to the naval base did not consume much of their time. Gazing at the towering 3-meter wall, Luffy brought over several ladders. How could a prisoner like Zoro possibly be confined here? As he climbed, Kobe shared his perspective, feeling skeptical about finding Zoro in this place. However, fate had a way of delivering unexpected revelations. Found him. Following Luffy's pointed finger, Joya spotted a man exposed to the sunlight, yet emanating an unsettling chill. Indeed, Roronoa Zoro lived up to his reputation, Joya mused internally. This was not mere flattery, but a heartfelt reflection, for he had already employed Hawkeye's reconnaissance technique on Zoro. Name: Zoro. Age: 19 years and 3 months. Combat power: 305 charisma, 20 personal ability. Iron-cutting swordsman. The age of 19 was unsurprising, as this individual was notorious for his alcoholism, and according to the comics from the land of cherry blossoms, one must be of legal age to drink. Furthermore, the staggering combat power of 305 left Joya in astonishment. In his memory, Zoro often bled 2 to 3 liters during battles, leading him to underestimate his physical prowess. However, it seemed his understanding was flawed. The fact that Zoro could endure such blood loss, while also suffering at the hands of Luffy, and still remain resilient, indeed spoke volumes about his formidable constitution. Any other person would likely succumb to Luffy's relentless antics. Even 100 lives would not suffice. As for being an iron-cutting swordsman, Joya, lacking knowledge of swordsmanship, did not comprehend the significance of those 5 short words. Yet, the ability to sever steel with a blade implied that dispatching foes would be all too effortless. Such strength could hardly be considered weak. In that moment, another ladder appeared unexpectedly. A girl, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old, swiftly climbed the ladder and vaulted over the wall, making a beeline for the bound Zoro in the center of the playground. Upon reaching this point, Joya found himself lacking in interest, for he was acutely aware of the unfolding events. It was nothing more than the little girl being cast aside by Colonel Monka's foolish son, Barumabur, only to be rescued by Luffy nearby. Subsequently, Luffy would learn from the girl about the nature of Zoro, resolutely deciding to bring him aboard. Shall we venture inside to take a look? Noticing the boredom in Joya, Nami pointed towards the base behind the playground, her eyes sparkling like a cat catching a whiff of fish. Let us go. After exchanging greetings with Luffy, the two turned and successfully slipped through the back door. Ascending the stairs, they made their way to the top floor. The moment they stepped out of the stairwell, they were greeted by the words Colonel's office prominently displayed on the door before them. Clearly, this was Nami's destination. Joya, who had followed along, was perplexed and couldn't help but ask, "How did you know the Colonel's office was here? Have you been here before?" "It's simple," she replied. This individual constructed the naval base to such heights, a clear indication of his penchant for formalism. A person like him would surely desire his office on the highest floor to satiate his pathetic vanity. Hearing this, Joya couldn't help but regard Nami with newfound admiration. This little thief, obsessed with wealth, possessed more brilliance than mere coin could reveal. Just as Nami was securing her hairpin, 3 naval soldiers approached from the end of the street. At the moment Joya prepared to intervene, one soldier spoke up. "Are you here to deliver offerings? Didn't anyone inform you that such items belong in the warehouse, not the Colonel's office?" Upon hearing this, Joya and Nami exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts and reaching a silent agreement. Joya, with an apologetic expression, explained, "Actually, the person who was supposed to deliver the offerings fell ill, and we are here in their stead, unfamiliar with the protocols." "Ah, I see. Then follow me. I'll take you there. The soldier harbored no suspicions. For the inhabitants of this island lived in fear of Colonel Monka, and any who dared to resist had long since perished, leaving only those who submitted to his power. It had been years since anyone had heard a voice of rebellion. Chapter 11. Zoro boards the ship under the soldier's guidance. Joya and Nami strolled confidently through the naval base, heading straight for the warehouse where Monka stored the offerings. This is the place. By the way, where are your offerings? As they reached their destination, the soldier noticed that neither Nami nor Joya appeared to be carrying any offerings. Right here. In an instant, Joya sprang into action, striking the three soldiers with a clattering sound. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers fell in unison. Though Nami had witnessed Joya's strength before, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is a monster." The moment the warehouse door swung open, the dazzling treasures within left Nami utterly entranced. Piles of gold and jewels towered before her, and the priceless antiques numbered 5 or 6, transforming her pupils into glimmering dollar signs. "I'm rich. I'm really rich." Without waiting for Joya's prompting, Nami pulled out 2 burlap sacks from between her bosom and began to deftly gather the loot. Joya, intrigued by her peculiar methods, resolved to find an opportunity to uncover what else she concealed. Of course, his curiosity was purely innocent, devoid of any unhealthy intentions. "Hurry up and help me. What if someone passes by? I'd like to see how you'd handle it. What else could I do but knock them out?" he thought. Yet his body obediently moved to assist. After a flurry of activity, the 2 sacks were filled to the brim, easily worth 5 or 6 million. But how are we going to carry it? While Nami was satisfied with her haul, she knew she could not abandon her mission to infiltrate the colonel's office, for it housed the invaluable map of the Grand Line, far exceeding the worth of the treasure before her. "Leave it to me." With that, her delicate hands rested lightly on the sacks, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished before her eyes. "Hey, where are my treasures? What have you done with them?" Shocked, Nami grasped Joya's collar, her expression akin to that of a furious mother tiger ready to devour him. "Here they are. Here they are." Only when Joya retrieved the sacks from his storage ring did Nami finally calm down, and upon confirming that her treasures were safe, her gaze towards Joya shifted significantly. "What do you intend to do?" Under Nami's intense scrutiny, Joya felt a chill run down his spine and hastily covered the ring on his right hand. However, this action inadvertently revealed his intentions, causing Nami's gaze to intensify rather than wane, though internally she lamented her oversight. Earlier, while dancing on the passenger ship, she had noticed the ring, but its ordinary appearance led her to dismiss its significance. Now, she realized her naivety. That ring was indeed a true treasure beyond compare. "Come on. I'm not stealing from you. Let us gather this and move on to claim more." Only then did Joya reluctantly relax, waving his hand as the 2 sacks vanished once more. "Let us go." As they turned to leave, Joya remembered to drag the unconscious soldiers into a room to prevent any potential discoveries. Soon, they found themselves once again at the door of Monka's office. This time, they slipped inside without incident. At first glance, Nami spotted her objective and dashed toward the safe nestled in the corner. Upon opening it, the sight of a pirate flag caused her previously excited expression to darken visibly. "Damn, someone got here before us." Noticing the disturbance, Joya instinctively looked at the pirate flag in Nami's hand. It was a flag combining elements of a clown and a skull, and upon seeing it, a figure uncontrollably flashed before his eyes. Buggy the Clown, a man of considerable controversy. He had served as an intern aboard Joel D. Rogers' ship alongside Shanks, yet his displayed strength was surprisingly weak. Nevertheless, this very individual had ascended to the rank of Warlord of the Sea, even broadcasting live during the Marineford War, showcasing himself to the world. He could be considered the only man whose luck rivaled that of Luffy. Joya was incredibly curious about him. With Hawkeye's observation ability, I can discern whether he is merely playing the fool or truly a fool. Don't worry, he won to escape, but he is part of Buggy's crew. And I've heard he, like our captain, possesses a devil fruit ability. Despite Joya's reassurance, Nami remained anxious. "Then, shall we give up?" "Impossible. What I have set my sights on is mine. Why would I relinquish it?" Observing Nami's forceful declaration, Joya smiled gently. Indeed, such reasoning is utterly unreasonable. But they are pirates now. Why should they concern themselves with logic? Are they merely playing house? Let us proceed and see if Luffy and the others have resolved the situation. Although Joya had been assisting Nami in pilfering treasure, her attention was also fixed on the unfolding events in the arena. At this moment, having obtained a sword, Luffy was aiding Zoro in freeing himself from his bonds, and was now facing Colonel Monka. Since bullets are ineffective, then let us dispatch them with blades. With a commanding shout, over a dozen naval soldiers brandished their sabers and charged at Luffy and his companions. The overwhelming aura caused Kobe's legs to weaken, making him fall to his knees. However, Luffy and Zoro, standing resolutely at the forefront, remained unfazed, their expressions calm as if the adversaries were invisible to them. "Allow me." Stepping forward, Luffy placed his hands firmly on the still-sheathed swords. The sound of steel sliding from its sheath echoed in the air. With a swift motion, Zoro unleashed the long blade, cutting through the air with two perilous arcs, effortlessly deflecting all incoming weapons in an instant. Move, and you shall meet your demise. His voice, reminiscent of a demon, sent shivers down the spines of the naval soldiers, who felt the chilling presence of death looming over them, rendering them paralyzed with fear. I have pledged to become a pirate, and since a confrontation with the Navy is inevitable, I shall embrace my role as a villain. However, let it be known from the outset, I shall pursue my ambitions with unwavering resolve. Ambition? Luffy appeared slightly perplexed. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. Though his voice was not loud, each word spoken by Zoro was resolute and clear. This was a dream he would relentlessly pursue, even at the cost of his life. If you thwart my ambition, you shall be compelled to atone with your life. The world's greatest swordsman, indeed. A worthy companion for the Pirate King. Such a standard is essential. Luffy's reply elicited a chuckle from Zoro, who found humor in the audacity of his words. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed to add to the excitement. In that case, I shall join you. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates welcomed a new member. Swordsman Zoro, at your service. Chapter 12. Farewell to Kobe Rubber Whip. A 10-meter-long leg emerged, sending the soldiers flying and clearing the area in an instant. Monka, already displeased with the incompetence of his subordinates, transformed into a figure of fury. A bunch of fools, and I must intervene myself. With a thunderous roar, the burly Monka swung his massive axe towards Luffy. The resounding crash of the axe missing its target carved a deep fissure into the hard ground, showcasing the sheer terror of his strength. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been reduced to mere pulp, but Luffy, with a staggering power level of 381, was no ordinary foe. Jet Pistol. The combination of formidable strength and rubber elasticity allowed Luffy to unleash a punch that shattered the sound barrier, striking Monka's jaw before he could react. The overwhelming force erupted upon Monka's iron-like chin, causing him to lose consciousness, his vision fading to black. At that moment, Joya emerged from the naval base and caught sight of the foolish Biromeba, who was brandishing a gun, preparing to abduct Kobe. Unable to overlook the situation, Joya dashed towards Biromeba with remarkable speed and knocked him out before the abduction could transpire. The sudden appearance of this third party, coupled with her incredible speed, startled Zoro, who squinted and scrutinized Joya. Allow me to introduce, this is Zoro, my newly recruited swordsman. Upon hearing this, Zoro, who had been anxious, let out a sigh of relief, realizing she was an ally. Yet, the exhaustion from 3 weeks without sustenance overcame him, and he collapsed backward, exclaiming, I am so hungry. An hour later, having feasted to his heart's content, Luffy proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to Kobe in front of the astonished naval personnel before turning to leave. As he gazed at Luffy's receding figure, tears welling in his eyes, Kobe came to the realization that he was, in fact, being aided in shedding any suspicion of his connection to pirates. In that final moment, he found himself needing his assistance. The physical pain was trivial compared to the torment of his own shame. Enlightened, Kobe rose to his feet, straightened his back, and with unwavering determination declared, Sir, I request to join the Navy. I am willing to undertake any task, as long as it leads to my enlistment. Lieutenant Colonel, I oppose this. I cannot yet place my trust in this child. There have been instances of pirates infiltrating the Navy as spies. We must first investigate his background before making a decision. I am destined to become a naval officer. He had voiced it. He had finally spoken it aloud. At that moment, the approval of the others regarding his enlistment became secondary. What truly mattered was that he could finally live for his beliefs, bravely articulate his innermost thoughts, and stand forth to express his desires. No longer was he the timid, weak boy who dared not resist. As for those around him, they were rendered speechless in shock. After a long pause, the lieutenant colonel said, Very well, the sanitation of the naval base will henceforth be entrusted to you, young man. Yes. Despite Kobe's earnest efforts to maintain his composure, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Although the dream remained distant, he had at least taken a pivotal step forward. While he had yet to become an officer, he was now, at the very least, a naval soldier. Speaking of which, recalling something, Kobe hurriedly exited the restaurant and made his way to the port. By the way, where are we headed next? Luffy could not help but inquire as they boarded the small boat once more. Following the events of Arlong Park and Montkar, his curiosity about their forthcoming adventure had intensified. Our next destination is Orange Town. We are going to retrieve what is rightfully ours. Nami, the navigator, stated during their meal. She had gleaned information from the villagers about the movements of the buggy pirates, and it was now imperative to pursue them. Did someone steal something from us? Luffy, with his limited intellect, clearly struggled to grasp Nami's line of thought. That buggy pirate crew has stolen the sea chart that rightfully belongs to me. The one for the Grand Line. Witnessing Nami's face twisted in fury, Joya could hardly bear to look. One must ponder the audacity of a thief lacking any sense of their own transgressions. How could one so self-righteous expect the original owner of the treasure map to survive? Yet, reflecting on the fate of that owner, Monka, who had been so thoroughly beaten that he no longer recognized his own son, rendered the matter somewhat inconsequential. Let it be. After all, Monka was but a feeble opponent against them. On the other hand, Luffy, who had previously shown little interest, suddenly became animated upon hearing about the map to the Grand Line. All right, let us set sail for Orange Town. Just as their small vessel began to depart, the voice of Kobe echoed behind them. Mr. Luffy, thank you. I shall never forget your kindness. Luffy responded with a hearty laugh. Beside him, Zoro remarked, I've never heard of a pirate being thanked by the Navy before. This scene left Nami somewhat perplexed. These individuals appeared genuinely distinct from other pirates. Attention! Soon after, all the Navy personnel in the town assembled, saluting Luffy and his companions as they sailed away. For those who had vanquished the tyrant, Colonel Monka, their feelings mirrored that of the majority of the townsfolk, gratitude. However, given their opposing allegiances, the inherent enmity of their naval roles prevented them from witnessing pirates roam freely in their town. Thus, in this secluded spot, these justice-minded sailors expressed their appreciation through a salute. You've made a commendable friend, the lieutenant mused. Indeed, Kobe boldly acknowledged. Had he not encountered Luffy, he would likely still be a mere deckhand in the Alvida pirates, at risk of being captured and executed by passing Navy officers. Forever barred from becoming a soldier of justice. Our salute just violated naval regulations, so all personnel are hereby sentenced to 3 days without food. Is that understood? Yes. Despite the discomfort of hunger for 3 days, no one objected. As they gazed at the small boat dwindling into a speck upon the horizon, Kobe silently vowed, one day, we shall meet again, even if it is as Navy and pirate, we shall cross paths once more. That night, while on watch at the bow of the ship, Joya, ensuring that everyone else was asleep, stealthily retrieved the enhanced replica of the devil fruit from her storage ring. Gazing at the devil fruit in his hand, Joya was in no haste to consume it. He was well aware that its flavor was notoriously unpalatable, arguably the most distasteful delicacy in the pirate world, without exception. However, this particular fruit, produced by the system rather than cultivated in the pirate realm, left Joya uncertain of its taste. Well, here goes nothing. For the sake of love and justice, he resolved to take the plunge. Pinching his nose, he took a bite. In the next moment, an indescribable flavor overwhelmed his entire palate. Unable to endure the assault on his senses, Joya doubled over the ship's railing, retching violently. What is happening? Apart from the slumbering Luffy, both Nami and Zoro awoke at the commotion. As the fruit threatened to reveal itself, Joya swiftly tossed it into the sea. It's nothing, just Luffy letting one rip. Upon hearing this, a dark cloud of annoyance visibly hovered over Zoro and Nami, who instinctively distanced themselves from Luffy. Thus, a new unspoken rule emerged within the Straw Hat Pirates. One must keep a safe distance from Luffy while sleeping. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the ink-black night, a colossal shadow flickered across the water. Chapter 13. Arrival at Orange Town. How much longer until we arrive? Nami, her ears nearly calloused from Luffy's incessant repetition of the question 200 times, finally erupted in frustration. Grasping Luffy by the neck, she forcefully attempted to shove his head into the ocean. Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? If you're so eager to go, why not just die already? It's either eat, drink, or incessantly ask if we've arrived. Can't you focus on anything else? Once Nami had vented her anger, Luffy, barely clinging to life, gasped for fresh air at the ship's edge, genuinely believing he was on the brink of death. Instinctively, he shrank back, striving to distance himself from Nami. From that moment on, Nami's perceived threat level in Luffy's mind skyrocketed, securing her third place, only behind Garp and Joya. Observing Luffy's woeful demeanor, Joya instinctively swallowed. It was only at that moment that he realized how fortunate he was not to have been slain by Nami during their prior contention over the ownership of treasure. Half an hour later, Joya and his companions successfully set foot on land. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they departed, the previously tranquil sea behind them erupted violently, as if something was on the verge of emerging. In stark contrast to the bustling town of Shells, Orange Town was markedly desolate. The expansive harbor was devoid of any human presence, and not a single living creature could be seen within the realm of vision. Perplexed, Luffy absent-mindedly kicked at the pebbles by the roadside, pondering where everyone had vanished to. Isn't it obvious? Upon hearing that pirates were approaching, everyone fled in advance. Nami replied somberly, her expression clearly reflecting her displeasure. Undeniably, Luffy and Joya differed from the majority of pirates, yet this did little to alter Nami's perspective on pirates, which was grounded in reality. The overwhelming majority of pirates were indeed heartless scoundrels and scum. A palpable tension enveloped the group, as none knew what words to share. While Nami's assertion held truth, Luffy felt no wrongdoing in being a pirate. After all, thus far, he had paid for his meals and settled his purchases, never engaging in acts of murder or arson. It was not until a thunderous cannon blast echoed that the awkward atmosphere finally dissipated. As they gazed at the rising smoke in the distance, the four exchanged knowing glances and hurried towards it. It was evident that the Buggy pirates were most likely situated there. Who was the greatest person in the world? Captain Buggy, whose treasures belonged to the world. Captain Buggy, who was the most handsome and charming man in the world. Captain Buggy. Even from across the street, The raucous laughter of Buggy could be distinctly heard. That scoundrel. It's one thing to claim greatness, but to covet treasure? Doesn't he know that all the world's treasures have already been reserved by me, Nami? Listening to Nami's fierce declaration, Luffy and Zoro were momentarily taken aback. What kind of logic was this? Could she be any more audacious? Honestly, he has the audacity to call himself the most handsome and charming man. Does he not realize that I, Joya, am the most handsome man in the world? With a clap of hands, Zoro and Luffy found themselves exasperated, realizing that there was indeed someone even more outrageous right beside them. Meanwhile, Nami and Joya exchanged glances filled with mutual support and affirmation. I say, have you both lost your minds? Have you forgotten what we came here for? The sea chart to the Grand Line, remember? Can we not prioritize our tasks and get the job done first? At this moment, the usually carefree Luffy could no longer contain his frustration. He was already unreliable enough, only to discover that both Joya and Nami were even more so. Who could he reason with? Oh right, the sea chart. Nami quickly refocused, scanning the heavily guarded buggy pirates across the street for a potential point of infiltration. After a thorough observation, she reluctantly realized that although these pirates appeared disorganized, they had unintentionally surrounded the three tents quite tightly. Entering unnoticed was simply impossible. Then we must divide our forces, Joya suggested, the first to come up with a plan. We may not have the numbers, so two of us should distract them while the other two sneak in and retrieve the chart. Let us proceed with that. Moments later, Nami and Joya set off, and before leaving, Joya gave Luffy a casual pat on the back. 10 minutes later, Luffy and Zoro, remaining behind, marched towards the buggy pirates with an air of indifference. Buggy, you scoundrel, come out and face your death. With a thunderous roar, Luffy's voice echoed through half the town, reaching the ears of the buggy pirates clearly. After a brief silence, several hot-headed pirates could no longer contain themselves and rushed out, swords drawn, before Buggy could even speak. How dare you act so brazenly knowing the name of Captain Buggy? You truly don't know how to seek death. In the next instant, a fierce clash ensued. Amidst the flurry of blades and fists, the charging pirates fell in various positions on the ground. The unexpected outcome left the remaining pirates dumbfounded. No one anticipated such a swift defeat. Even if they were to lose, it shouldn't have happened so quickly. Yet, as they noticed Zoro, adorned with 3 swords at his waist, they began to tremble and retreat. 3-sword style Zoro. Although he hadn't made any particular show of it, Zoro had dispatched at least a dozen bounty criminals, earning him a small reputation in East Blue. His signature 3-sword style made him easily recognizable. Who is this? Oh, it's the bounty hunter Zoro. Amidst the crowd of pirates, a figure emerged prominently. With his unmistakable red nose and clown-like makeup, it was none other than Buggy, the captain of the buggy pirates. Are you interested in my head as well? At first, like most, Buggy's gaze was fixed solely on Zoro. For Luffy seemed to blend into the crowd, utterly inconspicuous. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the straw hat atop Luffy's head, a flicker of intrigue sparked in his eyes. If possible, I wouldn't mind having it for myself, Zoro declared confidently. Their mission was to draw attention and incite hostility, and they intended to do just that. Oh, so you're quite confident, are you? Of course. As they spoke, both advanced forward. Zoro slowly unsheathed his 3 swords, while Buggy brandished a dagger between his fingers. Tiger Hunt. Zoro initiated the attack, his swords whirling with ferocity. The 2 blades descended like the fangs of a tiger, sharp and deadly, while the third sliced through the air in a sweeping arc, constricting Buggy's maneuverability. Flash. With a fierce shout, the cold blade sliced through Buggy's form, cleaving him into numerous pieces. Casting a glance at the scattered remains, Zoro couldn't help but murmur, how surprisingly weak. Although he had never doubted his victory, he hadn't anticipated achieving it so effortlessly. After all, he had spent a year and a half as a bounty hunter and was somewhat familiar with notorious pirates in East Blue, including the 15 million berries bounty on Buggy. Yet, Zoro failed to notice that despite being dismembered, not a single drop of blood spilled from Buggy. Just as he thought the battle was over and prepared to sheath his swords, the dismembered pieces of Buggy suddenly lifted into the air, their gleaming blades now aimed directly at his heart. Watch out. At the sound of the warning, Zoro instinctively dodged to the side. The sharp dagger grazed his abdomen, staining his clothing with warm blood. The unbearable pain forced Zoro to kneel on the ground. Despite Luffy's warning, he had reacted too late to avoid a direct hit, though he had narrowly escaped the fatal wound. As he gazed at the floating fragments of Buggy, slowly coalescing in the air, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. Having previously witnessed the existence of devil fruits through Luffy, he found no surprise in the events unfolding with Buggy. However, he could not absolve himself of his own negligence. Had he been more vigilant, even if he could not have detected the threat in advance, he would not have been caught off guard to such a dire extent. Rubber pistol. Just as Buggy prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Luffy intervened with impeccable timing. Gazing at the outstretched arms of freedom, Buggy could not help but inquire. You scoundrel, who exactly are you? I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. The unexpected response left Buggy momentarily speechless. prompting him to re-evaluate the youth before him, his gaze drawn to the remarkably familiar straw hat. If he had harbored any doubts earlier, they were now extinguished. That hat undoubtedly belonged to that scoundrel. Do you comprehend what it means to be the Pirate King, to audaciously proclaim such a thing? The Pirate King is simply the Pirate King. No further explanations are necessary. The candid reply and the innocent gaze rendered Buggy silent once more. Even having once served as an intern on the Roger Pirates, he found himself at a loss to articulate the true essence of the Pirate King. Yet, the youth before him offered an answer without hesitation, and this decisiveness and conviction astonished him greatly. Boom. Before he could continue his contemplation, a tent behind him collapsed. As the dust settled, 5 figures emerged, divided into 2 factions, each bearing hostility toward the other. Well, you little rascals, how dare you attempt a sneak attack? Do you have no sense of martial ethics? Gazing at the collapsed tent, Buggy had come to a realization. Both the bounty hunter Zorro and the straw-hatted Luffy were merely pawns employed by his adversaries to divert his attention. Their true objective had always been the treasure he cherished. Don't even think about escaping. Although he remained uncertain about the situation on Joya's side, there was no reason for Luffy to allow Buggy to leave at this moment. Machi, I entrust these 2 thieves to you. I shall deal with that Zorro, Kabaji, balancing on a unicycle, declared as he cast a glance at the fallen Zorro. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity to gain fame across the East Blue. If he could sever that fellow's head, his renown would surely surpass Zorro's, making him a figure worthy of rivaling the captain. As for whether the opponent was seriously injured, he neither cared nor concerned himself with it. All right, leave it to me, replied the beast tamer Machi nonchalantly, patting the large lion beside him. Although the intrusion had taken him by surprise, he did not regard the young man before him as particularly formidable. His scrawny limbs seemed insufficient even for feeding the lion's teeth. As for Joya, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the battle between Zorro and Kabaji before retracting his gaze. Despite Zorro's current disheveled state, he had no intention of intervening, for he believed that Zorro would not fall to such an opponent. Nami, count down for me. Joya's sudden request left both Nami and Machi, who was confident of victory, momentarily stunned. The next moment, Nami quickly regained her composure, feeling exasperated by Joya's peculiar sense of humor, yet she complied and began counting down. 10, 9, 8. Damn it, you're truly infuriating. Machi, also reacting, could no longer contain himself and gestured for the large lion to attack. With a mighty roar, the enraged lion lunged at Joya, its massive maw wide open. As it charged, the solid ground trembled slightly beneath its weight, and a gust of wind laden with the scent of blood rushed forward. Ultimate technique, serious punch. At that moment, with his thick black hair flowing, Joya transformed into a guardian of the earth, Saitama. He stepped back with his right foot, bent his left leg, and concentrated all his strength into his right fist. As the power peaked, he struck with tremendous force, his fist crashing against the lion's snout. With a howl of anguish, the once mighty lion was reduced to a whimpering little kitten, tears and snot streaming down its face. 5. Nami, who had been counting down, suddenly paused. Although she had long known that Joya was formidable and did not believe the lion would be his match, the ease with which he triumphed in battle was utterly unexpected. The beast, weighing several tons, had charged like a moving mountain. Yet, in the end, it was dispatched by Joya with a single punch. So weak, gazing upon the fallen lion, Joya could not help but express his sentiments. Ever since he acquired the simplified Saiyan physique, he had repeatedly inflicted severe injuries upon himself. Regrettably, these actions proved utterly futile, almost leading to him being perceived by Luffy as a self-harming pervert. Consequently, Joya surmised that only by being gravely wounded by an adversary could the Saiyan's near-death power-enhancing trait be activated. Alas, the foes he had encountered during this period, be it the likes of Arlita, Marine Monka, or the imposing lion before him, were all woefully inadequate. They were mere opponents easily vanquished with a single punch, let alone capable of inflicting serious harm upon him. However, this sentiment struck Machi as a blatant insult. You wretched brat, I shall make you pay. With a furious roar, Machi's figure gradually receded until it vanished from Joya's sight. The previously tense atmosphere was utterly shattered by this display, prompting Nami to stifle a laugh. Ahem. Realizing the inappropriateness of her reaction, Nami quickly coughed to conceal her embarrassment. Let us proceed to find the sea chart. At this moment, after witnessing Joya's effortless defeat of the lion, the remaining pirate lackeys dared not approach any closer, scattering in fright. Consequently, within a mere 2 minutes, Joya and Nami located the sea chart of the Grand Line along with the entirety of Buggy's treasure. Chapter 15. The patient Buggy. Ah, what a delight. Inhaling the scent of money in her hands, Nami could hardly contain her joy. From the encounter with Arlita until now, she had amassed nearly 20 million. Coupled with the 90 million left in the village, she had effectively surpassed 100 million. Upon returning to the village, she would be able to purchase Cocoa West Village from Arlong. However, when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Joya beside her, an unexpected twinge of guilt arose within her. Was her conduct not akin to deceiving them? Do I have something on my face? Joya inquired, noticing Nami's unwavering gaze upon him. And no, I was merely contemplating whether to give you 100,000 berries as pocket money, considering you have contributed a bit during these ventures. She extended her pinky finger, showcasing a height of less than a millimeter for Joya to see. In this moment, Joya gained a newfound understanding of the phrase thick-skinned. He had always believed himself to possess the thickest skin in existence, yet after hearing Nami's words, he finally grasped the notion that there are always greater heights to reach and stronger waves to overcome. Suit yourself. Meanwhile, on the other side, several dozen meters away, as Joya and Nami emerged from the tent, Machi, lurking behind the cannon, seethed, "Watch me obliterate you two wretched souls." The moment the mighty lion was knocked down with a single blow, he realized he was no match for that young man. To preserve his life and eliminate his foes, Machi chose to retreat temporarily, planning to annihilate them with a custom-made buggy bomb from his captain. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a match to ignite the fuse, having already aimed the cannon at Joya and Nami. Let's see if you survive this," he sneered, confident that the specially crafted buggy bomb would ensure their demise from mere dozens of meters away. With a thunderous roar, the explosive shell was propelled from the barrel. Just as Joya sensed the impending danger, the projectile was less than 10 meters from him. Acting on pure instinct, he instinctively veered to the side. In the fleeting moment, he glanced back at Nami. A torrent of thoughts raced through his mind. Resolutely, he retracted his foot and turned, tackling Nami to the ground while activating the rubber abilities he had copied from Luffy, though not fully transforming into rubber. As the buggy bomb detonated with a tremendous explosion, the deafening sound shattered the air, and buildings within a 10-meter radius crumbled into ruins, leaving behind a deep pit. In that instant, Luffy and Buggy, engaged in their own battle, were drawn to the astonishing commotion. They rushed to the edge of the crater to assess the situation. In the center of their vision, a dazed Nami helplessly stared at the space where Joya had once stood, visibly distressed, revealing shattered white bones and mangled innards. At that moment, her mind blanketed in shock. She trembled, her hands instinctively trying to cover his wounds, but the extensive injuries were far beyond the capability of her two hands. "No, don't die, don't die," she muttered, a desperate plea that seemed to beseech death itself to spare him. Meanwhile, Luffy, standing at the edge of the pit, patted his chest and remarked, "Is that it? You nearly scared me to death." He had thought that the navigator he had finally found was about to vanish. Despite Nami's previous attempts on his life, he had grown to appreciate her presence, as their recent journey had been remarkably smooth with her aboard. As for the gravely injured Joya, Luffy chose to ignore him, firmly believing he was unscathed, albeit puzzled by the unusually slow recovery this time. Under normal circumstances, Joya would have been back on his feet by now. With this thought, he shifted his gaze toward Machi, knowing that while Joya could not perish, the injuries inflicted upon him were indeed serious. Jet pistol. His arm elongated instantaneously, and with a punch that landed squarely on Machi's face. The latter's terrified scream resonated in the air. It was only then that a dazed Buggy finally reacted, his gaze shifting from Joya to Luffy, filled with confusion. Observing the man who appeared somewhat enraged, Buggy couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The entirety of that fellow's back had been obliterated, and yet he merely exhibited mild anger. Shouldn't he be seething with rage, intent on a brutal confrontation? Could it be that the man still clung to life? The mere thought made Buggy chuckle. With such grave injuries, how could anyone possibly survive? If that were the case, he would dare to bombard Marineford and challenge Garp along with the three admirals single-handedly. "Stand down, your opponent is me." After a brief pause, Luffy and Buggy once again plunged into battle. Meanwhile, in the pit, Joya lay frowning in Nami's embrace. His furrowed brow stemmed partly from pain, and partly from the information relayed by the observation technique of Mihawk. Name, Buggy. Age, 37 years and 5 months. Power level, 379 charm level, 9 personal abilities. Chop Chop fruit abilities, Buggy Bomb, Chop Chop Cannon, Ground Flight, Chop Chop, Clown Knives, Chop Chop, Emergency Escape, Split Personality. Joya felt too fatigued to comment on the power level being just shy of 380. After all, not many could keep up with Luffy, and he at least counted himself among that rare few. The real question was, what did Split Personality imply in the personal abilities section? Could it be that Buggy, who had once dared to broadcast the Marineford War live and had even been a warlord of the sea, was actually a lunatic? Upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely implausible. Thus, Joya succumbed to unconsciousness, laden with questions. Unlike Deadpool, he could control his recovery speed, and feigning unconsciousness was not particularly difficult. In his mind, since he could not fathom the situation, he resolved to cease trying. After all, no one could bring him harm, as long as he journeyed alongside Luffy. All those, whether good or bad, powerful or weak, known or unknown, would eventually reveal their true selves. "You're quite foolish. Having evaded danger, why return?" Nami's heartfelt lament reached Joya's ears as he feigned sleep, purposely delaying his awakening until she finished speaking. "Where am I?" As his eyes opened, they met Nami's haggard gaze. In the next instant, Her once dim eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded onto Joya's face. "Oh, you're finally awake." As she spoke, she enveloped Joya's head in a tight embrace. The sudden softness and warmth caught Joya off guard. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that he struggled to react, though slightly breathless. For one who possessed immortality, it was hardly a concern. Chapter 16. A kiss from Nami. Time passed, and once Nami's emotions stabilized, she suddenly realized that Joya had grown eerily still in her arms. With a jolt of fear, she released her hold, only to discover his face flushed like a ripe apple, blood trickling beneath his nose. "Joya? Joya?" Yet he lay unresponsive, akin to a deep slumber. "No, please don't scare me. Wake up." Panic flooded Nami's heart. If Joya were to perish, she would bear the weight of guilt for eternity. After all, he was her savior. It would be a cruel twist of fate if he were to die because of her. Cough, cough. "Stop, stop. Don't shake me. I might truly die." Finally gasping for fresh air, Joya halted Nami's frantic movements. Although the pressure of her bosom felt delightful, the suffocating sensation from lack of oxygen was excruciating. "Are you truly all right?" she inquired, poking at Joya's face, back, stomach, and even thighs. Even now, Nami felt as though she were living a dream, unable to accept that Joya had miraculously survived. As one privy to the ordeal, she knew all too well the severity of Joya's injuries. His entire back had been stripped of flesh, and crucial organs, spine, ribs, even the vital internal organs, were grievously damaged. Had it been anyone else, the injuries would have been fatal. Even a single misstep would have rendered divine intervention futile. Yet, here lay Joya, merely having slept for a day and a night, appearing as if nothing had befallen him. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. What could possibly be wrong with me? "Nami, you promised to help me mend my hat, remember? Look at this wretched thing. It has 3 gaping holes." He produced the tattered straw hat, its grimy state utterly pitiful. As Nami seemed poised to abandon him, Joya felt a surge of frustration. "Though I cannot be killed, the pain I endure is very real. After only a brief moment of enjoyment, you wish to abandon me? Is that reasonable? Ouch, my elbow, my ribs, my stomach." Hearing Joya's cries of distress, Nami dared not retreat. She quickly placed his head upon her lap, gently asking, "What's wrong? Are you in great pain?" "Not entirely. My elbow and ribs ache, but my stomach is simply hungry." The mention of hunger reminded Nami that Joya had gone an entire day without sustenance. "Luffy, go fetch me something to eat." "No, you really don't need to worry about him. He is just pretending. Help me with my hat first." "Fool. How could he be pretending in such a state? If you utter another word, you can sew your own hat." With exasperation, Luffy complied. However, upon witnessing Joya's gleeful expression, he lost his temper and shoved a fist-sized rice ball into his mouth. "Damn you." Amidst the chaos, Joya lay serenely in Nami's embrace, savoring the delicious food while basking in the afternoon sun. In contrast, Luffy squatted at the ship's stern, cradling his head in his hands, no longer eager for Nami's assistance with his hat. His reluctance stemmed from the enormous bump she had left on his head, which had made even the slightest touch cause him to tear up, leaving him in no rush to don his straw hat. Both were indeed remarkable beings. As Zoro sipped his drink, he reflected on the chaos that had unfolded. The moment he heard the explosion, a chilling certainty washed over him. He believed Joya was doomed. Observing the grievous wounds that marred Joya's body only intensified his conviction that the man was beyond salvation. He even contemplated finding a suitable grave for him. However, Luffy, unwavering in his belief, insisted that Joya was still alive and was resolute in his determination to bring him aboard the ship. Despite Zoro's skepticism about the futility of such an endeavor, as a loyal crew member, he felt compelled to obey Luffy's command. Upon awakening the next day, Zoro was astonished to find Joya completely healed, his back as smooth and unblemished as that of a newborn. While he couldn't comprehend the miraculous recovery, he felt no inclination to question it. After all, he aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman. If his comrades were too weak, it would only serve to heighten his concerns. Moreover, their captain was destined to become the pirate king, and a crew must not be comprised of the feeble. "Thank you," Nami whispered softly. Joya paused, then shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I can't die anyway." Yet, Nami shook her head in response. "I learned your secret from Luffy. For one with an immortal body like yours, these wounds may seem trivial. But for me, they signify everything. If you hadn't risked your life to save me, I would have long since descended into hell, with no chance to speak with you here." At that moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Only those who have faced death can truly grasp the essence of life. The instant the cannonball exploded before her, she regretted not rebelling against Arlong's tyranny from the outset. If given a second chance, she would defy him to the end rather than submit and join the ranks of the Arlong pirates. "Honestly, I'm not worth saving," she began, but Joya placed a finger gently on her lips to silence her. "You are the navigator I have chosen. Unless I perish, no one can harm you. Unfortunately, neither God nor the devil favors me." Nami laughed and cried simultaneously, tears streaming down her face and falling onto Joya. Since the age of 10, she had been a thief for 7 long years. No one knew the struggles she endured during that time. Though she possessed immense wealth, she dared not spend even a dime. Today, after 7 long years, she was once again experiencing the warmth of being protected. "Bastard, how dare you tease me?" she declared defiantly. Yet, despite her words, her body betrayed her as she pressed her lips against Joya's. This unexpected act left Joya momentarily stunned. Just as he regained his composure and sought to reciprocate with a kiss, Nami slipped away. As he savored the lingering warmth and sweetness of their brief contact, Joya realized, to his dismay, that he had lost his first kiss. "No, I must kiss you back. That was my first kiss," he exclaimed. "Get lost," Nami retorted, her earlier courage dissipating into shyness. To mask her nervousness and embarrassment, she hurried to the other side of the ship to assist Luffy in mending his hat, avoiding Joya's gaze entirely. Chapter 17. The mobilization of Garp. Casting a glance at Zoro and Luffy, who were engrossed in their own affairs, Joya felt a surge of anticipation for their impending visit to Syrup Village. His eagerness was not fueled by the prospect of meeting Usopp, but rather by the birth of the Going Merry. Otherwise, engaging in mischief without any cover under the scrutinizing gaze of 2 pairs of 24K titanium alloy eyes would be quite awkward. Shaking his head, Joya, now sated, turned his attention to his personal panel, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Name: Joya. Age: 17 years and 15 days. Power level: 317. Charm level: 29. Personal abilities: Immortality, Simplified Saiyan Physiology, Eagle Eye Reconnaissance Technique. Replication of Devil Fruit abilities: Gomu Gomu no Mi. Observing the newly acquired Tao power and charisma, Joya felt a sense of pride. "Behold, I am indeed exceptional. My charm so irresistible that even Nami cannot withstand it. Simultaneously, I have confirmed the effectiveness of the simplified Saiyan physique. It appears to be beneficial only when one is gravely injured or on the brink of death. Although the enhancement is not as potent as the 6 forms, the latter can only be utilized 6 times, while the state of severe injury or near death can be invoked endlessly. 6 meals of saturation ensure ample sustenance." And Joya remains discerning. As Joya glanced over at Luffy and Zoro, he noticed that their prowess had also seen a notable increase. Name: Luffy. Age: 17 years and 43 days. Strength level: 381. 386. Charm level: 15. Personal abilities: User of the Rubber Devil Fruit, Rubber Pistol, Rubber Machine Gun, Rubber. Name: Zoro. Age: 19 years and 103 days. Strength level: 305. 311. Charm level: 16. Personal abilities: Master Swordsman of Iron Cutting Caliber. After a moment of contemplation, Joya nodded to himself. Luffy, with an initial strength level of 381, may have been formidable within the East Blue, yet his performance distinctly lagged upon entering the Grand Line. It is now evident that progress is not confined to oneself. Everyone is striving to grow stronger. Out of curiosity, Joya also cast a glance at Nami. Name: Nami. Age: 18 years and 2 months. Strength level: 15. Personal abilities: Cartography, Navigation, Meteorological Observation, Conqueror's Strike, Seductive Arts. Gazing at the final 2 entries in the personal abilities section, Joya felt an inexplicable shiver coursing through her body, instinctively tightening her legs. The only 2 offensive skills she possessed were directed towards a man's vital points, clearly indicating that this rose was far from easy to pluck. "This time, we will split into 2 groups. Nami and I will go one way, while the 2 of you take another," Joya suddenly declared as they neared Syrup Village. "Why? Isn't it better to stick together?" Luffy, who relished in lively company, was the first to voice his opposition. "Not at all, because being with you guarantees nothing but trouble," Joya retorted. "How can you even say that? You were the one who..." Before Luffy could finish his sentence, Joya swiftly covered his mouth and leaned in to whisper, "If you dare to bring that up again, don't blame me for revealing the embarrassing fact that you wet the bed at 15. With that, she shot him a fierce glare. Faced with this threat, Luffy had no choice but to yield, although he felt a sense of injustice. This was something he desperately wished to keep hidden. Little did he know, the truth was not that he had wet the bed, but rather that Joya had accidentally spilled water while drinking. "By the way, what exactly did you catch a glimpse of?" Upon hearing Nami's voice, Joya silently breathed a sigh of relief. Had Luffy disclosed his peeping at Machino while she bathed, Nami, that thorny rose, could have been quite unforgiving. "What else could I have seen? Just the password to my old man's safe. You see, that old miser is incredibly stingy, giving us only 10 berries for pocket money each week. What can one possibly do with such a paltry sum? Hence, I resorted to sneaking a look at his safe's password." Observing Joya's earnest demeanor, Nami chose not to probe further, trusting that he would not dare to lie. As for Luffy, he wore an expression of disdain, looking down upon Joya's reckless fabrication. Whether or not the old man possessed a safe was a matter of conjecture for others, but surely, he would be aware of it. The notion of receiving a mere 10 belly as pocket money for an entire week was utterly absurd. He had never, in all his years, taken a single coin from the old man's hand. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the East Blue, a series of sneezes erupted from Carp, whose nose itched incessantly. Which scoundrel is speaking ill of me again? Do they wish for their demise? He exclaimed, punctuating his words with a fist that crashed down onto his side desk. The desk, crafted from precious wood and worth thousands of belly, splintered into two. The commotion startled the elder seated nearby, who was already on edge, causing him to collapse to his knees with a thud. Vice Admiral Karp, what brings you here? You could have at least given us a heads up to prepare for your arrival. As he rose, he slowly approached Karp, discreetly retrieving a check from his pocket and attempting to slip it into Karp's hand. However, Karp was not one to be easily swayed. He seized the outstretched hand and turned to Bogart, who stood behind him with a camera. Record everything. This is evidence. Yes, Bogart replied, and in that instant, the elder lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. Why is it that you pursue me while so many pirates elude capture? Even now, he could not fathom why Karp, usually indifferent to such matters, would suddenly move to shut down his trading company without so much as a discussion. As if he had a personal vendetta. Ask your son, Karp retorted, leaving those words hanging in the air as he turned to depart. He had no patience to waste on such scum. Outside, a throng gathered before the towering building emblazoned with the words Punka Trading Company. Watching as the apprehended staff were led away, a reporter, emboldened by the crowd, dared to inquire, Commander, what crime has the Punka Trading Company committed to warrant such a raid? Indeed, what crime? The crowd grew increasingly raucous, and the Navy lieutenant, who had initially intended to remain silent, reluctantly spoke up. The Punka Trading Company has colluded with pirates to amass ill-gotten gains. Effective immediately, it is to be sealed. Meanwhile, Joya and his companions finally arrived at the village of Sirabu. Yet, scarcely had they set foot on the island when they heard several faint whizzing sounds. Luffy exclaimed, jumping about in surprise, while Joya glanced towards the nearby thicket. You vile pirates. You are too late. This village is now the territory of the Usopp pirate crew. To enter, you must first seek the permission of my 8,000 soldiers. Observing the seemingly grandiose yet evidently hollow Usopp, Joya smiled faintly and remarked, I shall leave this to you. We shall take our leave first. With a wave to Zoro and Luffy, Joya led Nami away. Stop. If you take another step forward, my 8,000 brothers and I will take action. Chapter 18. Infiltrating the Villa 8,000? I see only 3, Joya retorted before turning to leave, leaving Usopp in a state of bewilderment, standing in the wind. Has this been exposed? I thought I had concealed it well. Where did I go wrong? In that moment, Usopp experienced for the first time the fear of being dominated by Joya. Quickly tell me, what nefarious scheme have you concocted now? Nami could not contain her curiosity as they walked a short distance, her eyes sparkling like a cat catching the scent of fish. Do you truly think I am that sort of person? Joya replied, to which Nami merely nodded repeatedly, causing Joya's heart to ache profoundly. Although she indeed harbored mischievous intentions, being so callously exposed by Nami felt like 1,000 wounds to her body and soul. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Please return that gentle and shy Nami to me. Clearing her throat, Joya proceeded, my plan is as follows. As she described her scheme, Nami's eyes gradually curved into crescent shapes, her lips curling with a hint of mischief. You are so wicked. I absolutely adore it. Amidst a chilling laughter, the two figures vanished, making their way toward the villa on the hill. Miss Kaya, it's time for your medication. In a tidy room, a golden-haired girl gazed listlessly out the window. Although remarkably beautiful, the sorrow etched across her brow was inescapable, and her pallid skin evoked a sense of pity. She did not intentionally ignore the butler's reminder. She was simply weary of this life. It felt as though she were a canary confined within a cage. Though separated from the outside world by merely a window, escape felt utterly impossible. Miss Kaya? Seeing her unresponsive, the butler, Clabat, prompted again. Oddly, as he spoke, he habitually adjusted his slipping glasses with his wrist, an action appearing rather peculiar. Very well, I understand. She attempted to withdraw her gaze, but the corner of her eye caught sight of 2 unfamiliar young individuals conversing with the guards at her doorstep. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Clabat, do you know those 2? Are you aware of their purpose? In response, Clabat approached the window, following the direction of Kaya's finger. I do not recognize them. Please take your medication. I shall investigate the matter. With that, he turned to leave. I say, guard, while I can accept that you do not permit me entry, is it too much to ask for you to summon someone in charge? Our ship was wrecked by a storm, and we seek to return home, but lack cash. We hope to exchange treasures for some travel expenses. Why can you not be accommodating? Go away. We are not a pawnshop and do not handle cash exchanges. Besides, who can ascertain whether you are a good person or a villain? What if you intend to infiltrate and commit crimes under the guise of a simple exchange? Wouldn't that put Miss Kaya in jeopardy? Thus, you are not permitted entry. Good gracious. Listening to the guard's reasoning, Joya felt compelled to give him a thumbs up. My friend, you are indeed the greatest oracle of all time. I wouldn't even help an old lady. I must salute you. Since I stood here, the words that have escaped my lips barely totaled 131. In such a brief time, you discerned I am a pirate? Surely, you must be cheating. It is not I. What is happening? Who are they? Before he could finish, a man clad in a black suit approached with deliberate steps. Clabat. Who are these individuals? Although others referred to the man as Klabat, to Joya, this fellow's name was known as Kuro, alias the Master of Schemes. I sincerely sympathize with your plight, but regrettably, we are unable to assist. With that, Klabat turned to leave, signaling the guards to expel Joya and her companion. Is that truly the case? How unfortunate. I had intended to sell you a family heirloom at a bargain. As she spoke, Joya produced a diamond larger than a pigeon's egg, sunlight glinting off it and casting a dazzling glow. In that moment, Klabat, prepared to depart, found himself rooted to the spot. Such a sizable diamond. Even he had never seen. It was worth at least several million berries, and with proper marketing or at auction, it could fetch tens of millions. Though he had already devised a plan to seize Kaya's wealth, who could refuse money that was offered so readily? My apologies for my earlier rudeness. Do you truly intend to sell that diamond at a low price? Alas, I would rather not, but I find myself in dire need of funds. If your esteemed master is willing to purchase, I am open to negotiation as long as the price is fair. As she spoke, Joya's gaze toward the diamond was filled with reluctance. In that case, I kindly ask you both to accompany me inside for a discussion. Much obliged. With that, Joya and Nami followed Klabat into the villa. From this moment on, Nami gained a renewed understanding of Joya. She suddenly comprehended the profound implications of Joya's exaggerated tales, especially upon learning that Klabat was indeed the renowned Kuro, known as the Master of Schemes, from 3 years prior. A shadow loomed over her heart. Kuro. Even at the tender age of 15, she had often heard the name spoken, leaving a lasting impression. As the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, he was infamous for his cunning stratagems and meticulous plans, with a bounty of 16 million, surpassing even Buggy, who possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Yet, it was astonishing that such a clever individual would so easily place his trust in Joya. This signified that Joya's presence was far more perilous than Kuro's, as if they existed on entirely different planes of danger. At this moment, Nami felt a surge of gratitude that Joya was her companion. Had he been her adversary, she suspected she would have perished the moment they first crossed paths. However, the thought of his sacrifice for her safety dispelled her worries. After arranging for Joya and Nami to be seated in the parlor, Kuro stated, "Please remain here. I will summon Miss Kaya. By the way, this Miss Kaya is exceedingly wealthy indeed." Gazing around the exquisitely decorated room, Nami couldn't help but express her admiration. With a mere glance, she estimated that the renovation of this reception hall alone would cost at least 200,000 to 300,000 berries. And this was just one room. If one were to consider the entire villa, the renovation expenses would amount to several million. Coupled with the construction costs and the wages for the workers, it was evident that the total expenditure for this villa would not be less than several tens of millions. Chapter 19. A veiled insult. Greetings, I am Koya. Upon the unexpected arrival of Joya and Nami, Koya, as the host, felt no sense of intrusion. Rather, she experienced a sense of joy, for at last, someone was there to share tales of the outside world with her. Hello, I am Joya. I am Nami. Once the three settled in, Koya spoke first. I have heard everything from Krabatel, and I am truly sorry for your plight. I can offer you your travel expenses free of charge. As for that diamond, she paused, contemplating, perhaps it would be best if you kept it, after all. It is your family heirloom and should not be sold lightly, don't you agree? In that moment, all were taken aback. Neither Joya, Nami, nor the disguised Krabatel, CLO, had anticipated Koya's response. Under the gaze of those clear, untainted eyes, Joya felt a wave of shame wash over her. If Koya were an angel, then she felt like a devil. Under normal circumstances, most individuals would seize the opportunity to acquire such a diamond at a reduced price. A diamond of that magnitude, if kept, would become a rare treasure. If sold, it could easily yield a profit of several million. Faced with such immense potential gain, Joya did not believe anyone would refuse, yet Koya had declined. It was worth noting that they had never met prior to this encounter, and there was no established rapport. Did Koya not fear that she was dealing with a fraud? Miss Koya, I believe this course of action may be misguided. If everyone were to use such reasoning in the future, how would we proceed? CLO, who had already considered the diamond a foregone conclusion, quickly voiced his opposition. He could not accept the idea of losing such an opportunity. Upon hearing his words, Koya, who had initially given little thought to the matter, began to waver. Though kind-hearted, she was not naive. Once a precedent was set, it was likely that others would follow suit, creating complications regardless of the truth of their intentions. She wished to retract her earlier statement, but words once spoken were like water spilled. Koya, feeling bashful, found it difficult to amend her words. At this moment, Joya, perceiving Koya's inner conflict, proactively stated, "We appreciate Ms. Koya's goodwill. However, adhering to the principle of not accepting gifts without merit is a family tradition of ours. Your willingness to purchase this diamond is already a tremendous help to us, and as for the offer of travel expenses, we would prefer to decline." Joya held no real attachment to the diamond. Her motives for presenting it were twofold. Firstly, it served as a bargaining chip to gain entry into the villa, and secondly, she genuinely wished to offer it to Koya at a reasonable price, considering that the Golden Mary had been entirely funded by Koya. In comparison to a brand new vessel, What worth could a diamond possibly hold? Watching Joya skillfully alleviate her embarrassment, Kaya graciously remarked, "In that case, you may name your price. I shall not refuse." 1,000,000 berries. Then, Joya replied, promptly placing the diamond into Kaya's hand, as though fearing she might reconsider. Well, if that is the case, so be it. Although Kaya was not particularly well-versed in the market value of such treasures, she decided not to protest further, instructing her servants to fetch the money. As the price was settled, Locke, who had initially intended to dissuade Kaya, silently retracted his outstretched hand. Although his expression remained composed, his inner turmoil surged. Profoundly affected by the situation, he had estimated the diamond's worth to be 5,000,000. As long as the price did not exceed this figure, he could accept it. Thus, he was quite reluctant when Kaya suggested that Joya could name any price. To his astonishment, she quoted a mere 1,000,000. This implied that a simple resale could yield a profit of 6 to 7,000,000, an unexpected windfall, akin to money falling from the heavens. At that moment, Locke's gaze toward Joya underwent a complete transformation. The wariness and suspicion vanished, replaced by a newfound admiration, for in his eyes, there was no one more benevolent than Joya. After all, who else would voluntarily approach him with such generosity? Even Kaya, in her naivety, would not do so otherwise. He would not have needed to conceal his identity as a steward for 3 years. While waiting, Joya suddenly remarked, "By the way, your security system seems rather inadequate." At her words, both Nami and Kuro, who was pouring tea nearby, paused in surprise. Nami instinctively clenched her fists, her heart racing with anticipation. It begins, finally. As for Locke, both his current role as steward and the impending plan made him acutely aware of the significance of security. "Is it? I find it quite satisfactory," Kaya replied, puzzled. She did not perceive any issues with her household security. Over the years, nothing had ever gone missing, nor had anyone intruded upon their home. While generally adequate, it would surely prove insufficient against vicious pirates. Pirates? How could we possibly encounter pirates? Kaya's confusion deepened. Their village was not situated in a bustling maritime region. Rather, it was quite remote, seldom visited by outsiders, and she had never encountered a pirate. I, too, believed it unlikely, but recently, I was pursued by pirates just 30 nautical miles from here. In a panicked rush, our ship was caught in a storm, leaving only the two of us alive. As she recounted the ordeal, both Nami and Joya wore expressions of sorrow, as if still haunted by that calamity. Upon hearing Joya's experience, Kaya's concern grew. 30 nautical miles was neither too far nor too close. A typical vessel could cover that distance in about 2 hours. You cannot fathom the terror those pirates instill, burning, pillaging, committing unspeakable atrocities, particularly the Black Cat pirates. They have robbed 1,391 merchant ships and devastated 573 villages. Had their captain not been executed by the Navy 3 years ago, those numbers would surely have doubled. Listening to Joya's account, Kaya became increasingly alarmed, her gaze darting nervously around, as though the Black Cat pirates were lurking nearby. "Surely, they cannot be that fearsome," Kuro interjected, unable to contain himself. If Joya had claimed to be innocent of wrongdoing, Kuro would not have disputed it. After all, he was indeed of that ilk. However, where did the figures of 1,391 merchant ships and 573 villages originate? The Black Cat pirates had only been active for 5 years at most. This meant they would have had to rob at least 2 merchant ships and 1 village every 3 days. If that were the case, he would be considered a paragon of piracy, an exemplar in the realm of crime. Even the most dedicated employee of the year would pale in comparison. Uninformed outsiders might mistake him for one of the 4 emperors, brazenly flaunting such audacity in the East Blue, heedless of the possibility of encountering Admiral Carp while returning home for a family visit. Chapter 20. The Shadow Fruit, and yet, I have understated the matter. It is said that the individual known as Locke stands at a towering height of 3 meters 8, weighs 250 pounds, possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, and traverses the dark of night, leaving nothing alive in his wake. As he gazed at the vividly animated figure of Joya, a scene reminiscent of a past encounter, Locke, whose self-control had always been commendable, found it nearly impossible to suppress his burgeoning wrath. He incessantly reminded himself that only one day remained, merely one final day. Once tomorrow passed, he, the inheritor of Koya's entire fortune, would be free to pursue his desires without regard for others' opinions or the need to masquerade his true self. A fleeting glance at the trembling yet resolutely composed Crow elicited a slight raise of Joya's brow in surprise. Despite the scathing remarks hurled at him, this fellow had yet to entertain the notion of eliminating him. As he observed the stillness of the lottery wheel within the system, Joya steeled his resolve and continued. Moreover, Crow's peculiar tastes are noteworthy. Upon waking, his first order of business is not to wash his face or brush his teeth, but to indulge in a sizable piece of fermented tofu to invigorate his senses. With that, he gestured in the air before him, sketching an expansive circle. At noon, his meal consists of fresh pig intestines paired with salted fish, and before retiring for the night, he requires a cup of excrement coffee. More importantly, A sudden explosion interrupted Joya's narration, drawing the attention of the group to the shattered glasses on the ground. My apologies, I was so engrossed in Mr. Joya's tale that I didn't even notice my glasses had fallen, Crow remarked, bending down to procure a new pair. Please, continue your conversation. He then straightened only after turning away, ensuring that no one glimpsed his eyes. In that fleeting moment of his departure, a knowing smile graced Joya's lips. Although he did not witness Crow's expression as he turned, he was certain that the glint of murderous intent filled the latter's gaze. For the lottery wheel within the system had begun to spin once more. Gazing at the incessantly spinning pointer, Joya felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what he might draw this time. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a shadow demon fruit. Simultaneously, information related to the shadow fruit automatically manifested in Joya's mind. The shadow fruit is a paramecia-type devil fruit. During the day, the user can merge with the shadows of any object. At night, in the absence of strong light, they can blend seamlessly with the darkness. Moreover, while inhabiting the shadow realm, any attack cannot inflict damage. At this moment, witnessing the purple-black fruit within the storage ring, Joya was overwhelmed with excitement, almost ready to leap. Although the shadow fruit does not directly enhance the user's combat prowess, the advantages it bestows are immensely significant, akin to the abilities of Obito Uchiha from Naruto. As long as he refrains from offensive actions, others would find it impossible to harm him. Just imagine the terror of a person concealed within shadows. They could remain by your side for 24 hours, completely unnoticed. If they wished to eliminate you, the difficulty of such an endeavor would be virtually non-existent. It is no exaggeration to assert that in the first half of the Grand Line, anyone who consumed this fruit could traverse freely, even escaping encounters with formidable foes like Crocodile or Smoker. Of course, should they encounter veterans such as Rayleigh or Garp, it would be prudent to maintain a safe distance, as these seasoned warriors are both cunning and powerful, posing a significant threat if one is not careful. However, the question of the fruit's ownership perplexed Joya. Firstly, he had no intention of consuming it. Although the enhanced replica devil fruits allowed him to do so, his prior experience with the superior version rendered him uninterested in this ordinary variant. He might yet draw something even more exceptional in the future. Furthermore, he could easily allow someone close to him to consume it, thus enabling him to replicate its effects at any time while simultaneously augmenting their strength. A classic case of killing two birds with one stone. Yet, choosing the recipient proved challenging for Joya. Luffy was certainly out of the question. Giving it to him would be akin to signing his death warrant. Usopp was too much of a waste. Nami also seemed incompatible, as her future combat style leaned towards magic, which did not align with the fruit's abilities. After careful consideration, the most suitable candidate appeared to be Zoro. This individual already possessed formidable swordsmanship, and with the capabilities granted by the fruit, his combat power would undoubtedly soar in a short period. Yet, Zoro seemed somewhat disinterested in devil fruits. Joya vaguely recalled that during the Dressrosa arc, the Mera Mera Nomi was offered as a prize in the Colosseum. Luffy, eager to claim it, had asked Zoro if he wished to obtain it, to which Zoro had seemingly declined. The noise from outside was rather bothersome. Kaya, slightly displeased, stood up to investigate. Could we possibly be assigned a room? We've been utterly exhausted and need to rest. Pausing at the doorway, Kaya turned to a nearby maid and instructed, please find them a room while I check what is happening outside. Certainly. Please follow me. Upon seeing this, Joya promptly followed the maid. If his instincts were correct, the commotion outside was likely caused by Luffy and the others. Although their reckless objectives had been achieved, Joya was not yet ready to reunite with Luffy. Just as he was about to leave the first floor for the second, a figure flashed before Joya's eyes. As she gazed at his retreating figure, a multitude of thoughts erupted within Joya's mind. Perhaps it was indeed most fitting to entrust the shadow fruit to him. That night, Joya sat by the window, gazing into the distance. The fleeting notion that had arisen during the day lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. It was only when the bathroom door swung open from within that Joya finally withdrew her gaze. Gazing at Nami in her pajamas, her hair damp, his attention was drawn irresistibly to the profound chasm before him. Sensing Joya's gaze, Nami hurriedly covered her chest, feigning ferocity. What are you staring at? Do you wish to grow a needle's eye? Fear not. If it truly develops, I shall simply cut it off. Nami found herself at a loss for words regarding Joya's response. After all, he possessed an immortal body, and a minor penchant for self-harm seemed innocuous enough. Tonight, I shall sleep in the bed, while you shall take the sofa. Beware, if you dare to move around, I shall castrate you. On what grounds? Who told you not to secure 2 rooms? You brought this upon yourself. Do you not understand why I want only 1 room? You fool. How could I possibly know your thoughts? At a certain moment, exhausted from their bickering, Nami succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Joya remained vigilantly stationed at the door, showing no inclination to sleep. He recalled that Klo intended to make his move tonight. While he had not directly killed Koya, he had injured another of Koya's attendants. Thus, it was highly plausible that the man would launch a surprise attack. Should it be merely himself at risk, it would be of little concern. However, with Nami present, he could not afford to be careless. Chapter 21. The The chaos of battle cuckoo, cuckoo, the bright sunlight streaming and roused the slumbering Nami. Oh, awake now? The sudden voice startled Nami, prompting her to quickly cover herself with the blanket until she recognized Joya's presence. Do you realize how frightening that is? I truly did not before, but I shall be more mindful next time. Next time? You intend to have a next time. It seemed that this jest was applicable to all women. Had it not been for his sleepless night, Joya would certainly have offered some retort. In order to ensure Nami's safety, he had remained awake throughout the night. Although he heard some activity below, Chloe did not seek him out. Hurry and get ready. We have much to do today. Just 3 minutes prior, Chloe and Koya had already departed, and if his conjecture was correct, a skirmish would be erupting at the port at this very moment. Oh right. Remembering something, Nami dashed out of bed and rushed into the bathroom to prepare. No peeking. Upon hearing Nami's warning, Joya could only smile helplessly. As if I were that kind of person. With that thought, he tiptoed closer to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Joya emerged from the villa, a pained expression on his face as he held his forehead. I merely wanted to find a razor. Why the fuss? Behind him, Nami, her cheeks slightly flushed, retorted, You jerk. Could you not come up with a better excuse? And you have the gall to ask for a razor? Do you even have facial hair? The issue is that no one has stipulated that a razor is solely for shaving facial hair. Might I not use it for other purposes? Pervert. Deviant. Scoundrel. Go die. With that, Nami stormed away, her face growing increasingly crimson, resembling a ripe apple. No. Where did your mind wander? I sought a razor merely to groom my eyebrows. Get lost. Amidst their commotion, the port came into view. Indeed, a battle had commenced. Hearing the sounds of conflict in the air, Nami felt a twinge of surprise. By the way, how did you know that Clabater was Chloe? At this moment, curiosity got the better of her. Joya had informed her of this secret on their way to the villa, even prophesizing that a confrontation would occur at the port that morning. What lay before them served as the finest proof of his prophecy. The wise man possesses his own strategies. There is no need for further elaboration. Observing the enigmatic Joya, Nami chose not to inquire further. She understood well that every individual harbors their own secrets, much like the numerous matters she herself kept concealed. As per their usual arrangement, the battles belonged to him while the treasures were hers. No problem. Hurry and flee. Koya, swiftly depart from this place. As the hypnotist approached slowly, the severely injured Usopp shouted for Kaya to flee. However, Kaya, having never witnessed such a scene, found her legs paralyzed, curling up on the ground, unable to rise. With danger drawing ever closer, the helpless Usopp turned his gaze toward the 3 boys at the edge of the battlefield. Usopp pirates. Quickly take Miss Kaya and escape as far as you can. Yes, yes. The 3 boys, finally snapping to attention, were about to whisk Kaya away when an odd voice interrupted. Apologies, I'm late. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the 2 figures who had suddenly appeared. Luffy and Zoro looked on with joy, while Crocodile wore a look of resentment, and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the newcomers' identities. You idiot. Joya, where have you been? Did you stumble upon a delightful restaurant and sneak off to indulge in some meat? At these words, a wave of frustration washed over everyone's faces. Brother, we're in the midst of a battle here. Could you perhaps be more mindful while speaking? You've completely shattered the atmosphere. Gazing at the 2 familiar figures, Locke remarked ominously, So, you are in cahoots. And what of it? Does it affect your enjoyment of stinky tofu? You seek your own demise. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Crow threw his clawed hand towards Joya. He had initially intended to deal with Joya after Kaya's matters were resolved, but now, Joya had brazenly brought up the previous incident in front of him. Such humiliation was intolerable for Crow. Iron block. At the crucial moment, Joya summoned every muscle in his body, transforming his supple form to rival that of steel. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and Nami, standing beside Joya, felt her ears ring painfully. But she could not afford to dwell on her discomfort as she hurriedly turned her gaze towards Joya. How is this even possible? Gazing at Joya, whose clothes were torn yet whose skin remained unscathed, Nami, despite being a comrade, found it hard to fathom the scene before her. Indeed, she was not alone. Everyone present was equally incredulous, some even pinching their nearby allies to confirm the reality of the situation. It was only upon hearing the sharp intakes of breath from her companions that the truth dawned upon them. Damn it, who are you? Claw exclaimed, instinctively distancing himself from Joya. He could not comprehend the bizarre phenomena occurring with her. The blades that struck her produced sounds akin to the clash of steel, as if her body were forged from iron. He was certain this was not the power of a devil fruit, for Joya's form had remained unchanged throughout. At that moment, Joya directed her eagle eye reconnaissance technique at Claw. Name, Claw age, 33 years and 9 months combat power, 351 charm, 14 personal abilities, silent step, spoon. Raising an eyebrow, she was taken aback by Claw's combat power, while the abilities of silent step and spoon left her perplexed. Enough with the meaningless chatter, prepare yourself. 3 minutes later, observing Joya, who was now out of breath and clutching her waist, Claw exhaled a sigh of relief. Is that all? I expected something stronger. You coward, don't run away. Huh. If you have the guts, come chase me. At this point, Claw understood. While Joya's ironclad defense was formidable, it bore a critical flaw. She was immobile. Furthermore, her speed paled in comparison to that of the straw-hatted boy beside him, making it impossible for her to land a hit. Luffy, I'm leaving this one to you. Don't hold back, just take him down. Despite her reluctance, Joya recognized her shortcomings. In the face of Claw's silent step, it was exceedingly difficult for her to land a blow. How had he trained? His silent step bore resemblance to the shave from the Six Powers, and his speed exceeded her expectations, leaving her with immense strength, yet unable to catch her foe. Striking at thin air would not bring down an opponent. Leave it to me. I've been eager to send him flying. With their positions exchanged, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Joya charged into the midst of ordinary pirates like a tiger among sheep, delivering powerful punches that left her foes speechless. In a similar vein, Zoro, wielding 3 swords, faced off against the last remaining officer of the Black Cat Pirates, Bujii. Despite his wounds, Zoro exhibited astonishing prowess. His blade danced through the air, establishing an undeniable advantage. Victory was merely a matter of time. The only uncertainty lay with Claw. Even with the protagonist's aura surrounding Luffy, he found himself at a disadvantage. Claw's speed was overwhelming. Even with slightly lower combat power than Luffy, his nearly maxed out speed rendered him nearly invincible. Gum Gum Pistol. After enduring several strikes, Luffy unleashed a wide area attack. His fists flew rapidly, creating a barrage of punches that tore through the air, reminiscent of thunderous drumming, and generating a strong gust that filled the atmosphere. Is this all you have? While dodging, Claw did not miss the opportunity to taunt Luffy, effectively unsettling his opponent. Frustrated, Luffy redoubled his efforts. His attacks growing fiercer, yet increasingly chaotic, allowing Claw to evade with greater ease. Finally, he thought it was over. With a single punch, he knocked out the hypnotist Zhang and wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, marking the end of his skirmish. Joya, feeling bored, surveyed the battlefield and spotted Zoro, who was poised to deliver the final blow. Tiger Hunt. Like a tiger descending a mountain, Zoro's dual blades shattered the enemy's defenses and struck Bujii's chest. Bujii was defeated. Yet, upon witnessing Luffy struggling, Joya instinctively complained, "Luffy, you're so slow. How can such a weakling take so long to finish?" "Shut up." Just a single remark and both combatants faltered in their fight, momentarily diverting their wrath toward Joya. It seemed that with one more word from her, they would join forces against her. TCH, such petty grievances. Muttering to herself, she found a stone and sat down. Her expression filled with anticipation as she gazed at the spinning prize wheel. She had never imagined that Claw, who had shown such resilience the day before, would succumb so easily to a mere statement. How unfortunate that she had prepared an arsenal of 36 schemes for his demise, none of which were utilized. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill AY18 styles. Huh. Joya stared in bewilderment at the newly acquired ability. This was not right. This was the world of pirates. How could she have drawn a technique from a realm so far removed from her own? Yet, as she perused the detailed explanation provided by the system, enlightenment struck her. This AY18 styles was not the same as the one she had anticipated. Such a complex array of techniques would require meticulous study. With that, she immersed herself in the system's extensive description, filled with over 10,000 words and colorful illustrations. Ha ha ha. The occasional sinister chuckle prompted Zoro, who had intended to approach, to halt in his tracks and instinctively retreat a couple of steps, sensing that something was amiss with Joya. As Joya gazed longingly, nearly drooling, Nami returned from her treasure hunt and landed a punch on him. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded. I wasn't thinking of anything," Joya stammered, quickly wiping away the drool that threatened to spill from the corner of his mouth. With a serious expression, he continued, "Luffy has been so disappointing. It's been quite some time, yet he still hasn't dealt with the enemy." Of course, Joya was careful to keep his voice low, ensuring only Nami could hear. "Then why don't you go help him?" Nami urged. "All right," Joya replied, rising to charge at Kuro. The battle had reached its climax. It was time to bring it to a close. If it continued, the villagers might notice something amiss. In Joa's plan, it was best for himself and the others not to reveal their capabilities too soon. The longer they remained hidden, the more unexpectedly useful they might become at a critical moment. "Kuro, your grandfather is coming," Joa shouted. At the sound of his voice, Kuro's veins bulged with fury. Although reason told him not to be distracted, his surging anger overwhelmed any rational thought. "Die!" Kuro bellowed, decisively abandoning Luffy to unleash his sharp claws upon Joa, the glimmering blades reflecting a chilling aura under the sunlight. "Come at me," Joa declared, standing firm and charging directly at Kuro. In the next instant, Joa's fist finally connected with Kuro. However, Kuro seemed utterly unfazed. Rather, a cruel and triumphant smile spread across his face. His claws had raked across Joa's body, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering even onto Kuro's own face. Feeling the warmth on his skin, Kuro sadistically lifted Joa with his blade, sneering, "What's wrong? I thought your body was tough. Why can't you withstand this?" The devilish voice echoed ominously in Joa's ears. As Joya slowly raised his head, his pupils abruptly constricted. Just as he intended to retreat, he discovered that his shoulder was firmly grasped by a bloodied hand. What is the matter? Weren't you quite the runner? Why aren't you fleeing now? In that moment of sheer terror, Chloe failed to notice that his own words were now applicable to him. Run, damn it. A powerful punch struck Chloe's previously composed face, shattering his fragile glasses and sending him crashing down. Yet, Joya's assault did not cease. He first wrenched the blade from his own flesh, then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Chloe's face. Despite Chloe's attempts to counterattack, the earlier blow had rendered him dazed, robbing him of his strength. In mere moments, Chloe was drenched in blood, most of which belonged to Joya. As Chloe's injuries were significantly less severe, at a certain instant, just before losing consciousness, Chloe heard an astonishing declaration. As he mustered the strength to inquire further, a crimson fist rapidly expanded before his eyes, and then there was nothing more. Ugh, that truly hurts. Joya merely shifted his body, producing an unsettling sound of cracking bones. Then, under the astonished gazes of Usopp, Kaya, and others, the grievous wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Who on earth are you? Usopp, rendered speechless by shock, instinctively uttered. Even he, a habitual liar, had never conceived that a single individual could possess such formidable physical prowess. Injuries that would typically claim a person's life multiple times were completely mended within the span of 2 breaths. This was beyond human capability. It was divine. A true embodiment of divinity. Chapter 23. Submission. My name is Joya. Please do not worship me, for I am merely a legend. Worship you? Nonsense. Can't you find a different way to fight? Do you not realize how much this ruins my clothes? Clothes do not come free. Without giving Joya a moment to continue his display, Nami, approaching from behind, spoke bluntly. Upon hearing her words, Joya could only respond with resignation. Yet, he had to concede that his fighting style indeed had a tendency to ruin attire, so he chose not to argue with Nami. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Chloe, Joya wearily suggested, I doubt they will dare to return. Let us head back. I didn't have the chance to eat breakfast, and I am on the verge of starvation. At the mention of hunger, Luffy, who had been lively just moments ago, suddenly wilted, resembling a sun-dried cucumber. Meat. I want to eat meat. Observing the 2 individuals in a state of disarray, intentionally putting on a show, Koya, who had been perpetually on edge, finally allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. If everyone doesn't mind, you are welcome to visit my home. The food will surely be plentiful. All right, let's head to Koya's. Without affording anyone the chance to decline, Luffy issued his command. At that moment, his sole focus was on the prospect of food. Nothing could deter him from his meal. Soon, the group turned away and departed. Almost simultaneously, Kuro, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His profound gaze fixated on the direction of the villa, his face etched with confusion and bewilderment. Captain, what shall we do? Zhang Ao, trembling with trepidation, cautiously approached Kuro, fearful that a moment of displeasure might lead to his demise. Despite not having seen Kuro for 3 years, his fear of him had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified. The reason for their failure was not due to any shortcomings in battle, but rather the grotesque nature of their adversaries. One was a wielder of a devil fruit ability, while the other resembled a demonic entity, impervious to both blows and death. Even the weakest swordsman employing a 3-sword style was extraordinarily formidable. Such a combination, not only in East Blue but even in the other 3 seas, would undoubtedly be a dominant force. They were simply not their match. Have the ship repaired, and then head out to sea, remaining discreet so that no one else discovers our plans. Understood. After acknowledging, Zhang Ao swiftly turned and left. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling notion that the captain was concealing something from him, yet he lacked the courage to inquire further. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Gazing towards the villa, Kuro smiled slightly, instinctively attempting to adjust his glasses, only to realize they had been broken during the battle. That night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Joya quietly slipped out of the villa. 20 minutes later, upon encountering Kuro by the seaside, Joya softly remarked, It seems I was not mistaken about you. Now speak. What is it you truly desire? Kuro was not surprised by Joya's arrival, for in the moments before his unconsciousness, this man had told him to await his return. A sixth sense nudged him, suggesting that this meeting could alter the course of his future, especially following the failure of the plan to seize Koya's fortune. He found himself at a loss for alternative paths. As for the potential danger, he did not perceive it, recognizing that if Joya truly intended to kill him, there would have been no need to wait until now. He could have ended his life during the day. I want you to obey me from now on. With a disdainful smile, Kuro replied nonchalantly, On what grounds? Though I may have lost to you in the daylight, what of it? You would not naively believe that defeating me grants you dominion over me, would you? Because I can make you stronger, elevate you to a grander stage, a vaster world. I can present you with a more extraordinary life. As he spoke, Joya produced a dark purple devil fruit. Bathed in moonlight, the fruit, no larger than a coconut, exuded an eerie luminescence. The moment he laid eyes upon it, Kuro instinctively swallowed hard. Prior to his encounter with Luffy, he had given little thought to such a thing. Yet now, having witnessed its uniqueness and formidable power, he found himself yearning for that strength. He firmly believed that if he too possessed such abilities, even if he could not vanquish Joya, he could effortlessly triumph over that straw-hatted boy. Would you grant it to me? Just a moment ago, Kuro had been indifferent, but now he was visibly shaken, barely aware that his voice trembled with anticipation. Of course. With that, he tossed the devil fruit into the air, where it traced a graceful parabola before landing securely in Kuro's hand. Gazing at the devil fruit in his hand, and then at the indifferent Joya not far away, Klo, on the verge of being overwhelmed by happiness, suppressed his desire to consume it and inquired, "Are you not afraid that I might eat the fruit yet refuse to comply?" Upon hearing Klo's question, Joya couldn't help but chuckle. "I apologize, but I have never been afraid in my life. You may refuse and return the item to me. But should you take my possession and attempt to renege, I'm afraid I shall have to send you to hell." At these words, Klo felt a profound chill and an overwhelming confidence emanating from Joya. It seemed to him that the coveted devil fruit was perhaps not of such consequence, and he was unconcerned about the possibility of being attacked once Klo consumed it. Such a person was either immensely self-assured of their own strength or simply a fool. But could Joya truly be a fool? If he were to regard Joya as such, then he himself would be the real fool. With this thought, Klo already had his answer, yet for caution's sake, he still asked, "What do you want me to do?" Upon hearing this, Joya realized that this fellow had been swayed and replied, "Rest assured, I will not lead you to your demise. I require you to infiltrate the underground world, build your influence, gather intelligence, and when necessary, fight alongside me. In essence, you will be my eyes and my shadow." Now Klo understood. "Then I shall rely on you from now on." With that, he bowed deeply to Joya. Seeing the plan come to fruition, Joya felt elated. Although Klo's current combat prowess was lackluster, he believed that with the aid of the shadow fruit, Klo would inevitably evolve into a figure akin to Don Quixote da Flamingo. After all, he was more inclined to think than the average pirate. For someone like him, as long as his combat strength kept pace, becoming a formidable force would not be an arduous task, and the shadow fruit conveniently compensated for his deficiencies in that regard. "Rest assured, you will not regret today's decision. Shall we not give it a try?" he said, pointing to the shadow fruit in Klo's hand. Of course. Klo, already brimming with eagerness, took a bite of the fruit. Although he was unaware of the powers contained within, he trusted that since Joya sought his assistance, he would not be granted an ability of inferior quality. In the next moment, an indescribable flavor erupted in his mouth. Initially, to maintain his image in Joya's eyes, he fought against the urge to vomit. However, once the taste fully unfurled, he could no longer care for appearances. He hunched over by the sea, retching uncontrollably, wishing to expel everything he had consumed the previous night. Chapter 24. The Going Merry. Observing Kuro's disheveled state, Joya stifled a laugh with his hand over his mouth. He realized that in the realm of pirates, the devil fruit possessed the remarkable ability to equalize all beings. Regardless of whether one was a formidable emperor or an ordinary person, anyone who consumed this peculiar fruit would inevitably succumb to its effects. After a moment, Kuro, regaining his composure, could only manage to stand with the support of the wall. Nevertheless, his spirit burned fervently, for he had come to understand the extraordinary powers bestowed upon him by the devil fruit he had consumed. With this thought, Kuro summoned the newfound ability, Shadow. As the word escaped his lips, Kuro vanished before Joya's eyes, as if he had never existed. In the next instant, sensing something amiss, Joya turned to glance over his right shoulder, then slowly returned his gaze forward. When his eyes met the front again, Kuro had reappeared out of thin air, albeit in a half-kneeling posture. "Thank you for the gift, my lord. I shall devote myself entirely." "I shall await your performance," Joya replied, placing a reassuring hand on Kuro's shoulder before turning to leave. Just as Kuro prepared to rise, a voice floated through the air. "By the way, do not bother Kair again, understood?" "Understood," Kuro replied, lowering his body almost to the ground, daring not to lift his gaze to see where Joya stood. It took a full 10 minutes for Kuro to rise slowly, his knees aching from the prolonged kneeling. The cold sweat on his forehead glistened under the moonlight, a testament to the fear he had previously felt. Even after Joya had departed, his right hand trembled incessantly. Earlier, upon realizing the immense power of the devil fruit he had ingested, he had involuntarily used his ability to appear behind Joya. At that moment, he was unaware of his motivations, nor did he intend to test Joya. Yet, when confronted by those cold, indifferent eyes devoid of emotion, Kuro was nearly overwhelmed. Suppressing his fear, he immediately appeared before Joya, kneeling in hopes of seeking forgiveness. It was at that moment that Kuro's heart sincerely yielded, and the last remnants of his rebellious spirit vanished entirely. Joya remained oblivious to this transformation, though he had anticipated it. His glance towards the right rear had been purely instinctive, a trope from the countless dramas he had witnessed. It was a common narrative that once an enemy disappeared, they were likely to reappear behind you. Whether left or right was merely a matter of chance, with a 50-50 probability that fortune would favor the bold. The following day, Luffy, eager to depart, was intercepted by Kaya, who informed them she would provide a ship. Really? Are you truly giving us a ship? Luffy exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. He had longed for a pirate ship, but had been unable to gather sufficient funds. Upon arriving on the island, they had intended to inquire if Kaya would be willing to sponsor them in constructing a vessel. However, before they could pose their question, the enemy had appeared, leading to a series of events that made them hesitant to ask. Thus, when Kaya expressed her willingness to assist in building a pirate ship, even Joya, who had anticipated this outcome, was filled with joy. Of course, you've aided me greatly. I can offer little else, so constructing a ship is within my means. Do not say that. This is a tremendous help, Nami exclaimed, grasping Kaya's hand eagerly. Indeed, we are at a loss for how to thank you, they all echoed. Joya shared in their delight, realizing that this would facilitate his own mischief. He instinctively glanced at Nami, and their eyes met momentarily before she averted her gaze. However, Joya keenly noted the faint blush on her cheeks. Aha, there's potential here. Thus, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 11th day, Joya and his companions gathered at the northern port under Kaya's guidance. Aha! Gazing at the magnificent sailing ship floating upon the ocean's surface, Luffy, brimming with excitement, leaped onto the deck, dashing through every room, the lookout, and even the mast, ultimately settling cross-legged atop the charming figurehead of a sheep. Though I have expressed my gratitude countless times, I feel compelled to reiterate my heartfelt thanks once more. As the journey commenced, Nami offered her thanks again. In comparison to the diamonds she had sold at a low price, this vessel held immense significance for both him and the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Even the typically taciturn Zoro nodded in acknowledgement. No, it truly isn't necessary. I am simply delighted to assist you, Usopp said, entrusting the ship to them. Over the past few days, at Luffy's invitation, Usopp had ultimately decided to join him in his piratical endeavors. Yet, as the moment of parting drew near, the ever-inexperienced Usopp, who had never ventured far from home, felt his eyes welling with tears, the weight of melancholy settling in his heart. Gazing at the gentle and graceful Kaya, and then at the other 3 members of the Usopp pirates, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Captain, do not cry, they exclaimed. You are about to become a courageous warrior of the seas. A brave man never sheds tears easily. Listening to their fervent cries, Usopp felt an even deeper sense of reluctance. Just as tears were on the verge of cascading down, he suddenly turned away from Kaya and the others. Striding towards the Going Merry, I will become a valiant warrior of the seas. Miss Kaya is in your care. Yes, Captain. Witnessing Usopp's departure, the 3 boys could no longer contain their sobs, yet they refrained from pursuing him. They understood that their captain was embarking on a journey to fulfill his dreams. And since they could not assist him, they certainly would not become obstacles in his pursuit. All right, everyone, let us set sail. At the bow of the ship, an exuberant Luffy raised his hand, commanding the departure. With his gesture, the sails unfurled to their fullest extent and propelled by the wind. The Going Merry glided into the sea. Goodbye, Luffy, Chopper, Nami, Zoro, Usopp. On the shore, Kaya waved her arms with all her might, while aboard the ship, Usopp could no longer suppress the tears of parting. Observing the sorrowful Usopp, silence enveloped the atmosphere, for this was his choice. In this world, every individual possesses the right to choose their path, yet they must also bear the consequences that arise from their decisions. As companions, their role is not to make choices for Usopp, but to assist him in achieving success after he has made his own decision. Gazing at the diminishing silhouette of Syrup Village and the vast, tumultuous sea, the hearts of everyone aboard the Going Merry were far from tranquil. The ocean, a new world, and fresh adventures awaited them ahead. Chapter 25. The birth of the pirate flag. The enhancement of strength progresses at a sluggish pace. In the room, Joya, with vacant eyes, boredly stared at the ceiling while a translucent personal panel floated before him. Name, Joya. Age, 17. Power level, 317. 330. Charm level, 28. Personal abilities, immortality, simplified Saiyan physique, eagle eye reconnaissance technique, replication fruit ability, shadow fruit, 18. Styles of awe. Evidently, the amplification effects of the simplified Saiyan physique are closely related to the severity of injuries sustained. Upon this realization, Joya regretted having resolved the battle so hastily. However, he was immensely satisfied with the replication of the shadow fruit. During the day, limitations abound, yet once night descends, Joya feels as though the entire world belongs to him. Initially, he struggled to comprehend the meaning of merging with the night. It wasn't until last night, during his first attempt at harnessing this ability, that Joya discovered his form had seamlessly blended into the air. Having yet to master the moonwalk, he defied gravity for the first time, soaring into the sky. His body floated through the air like cotton, and in that moment, he truly understood the essence of soaring freely among the heavens and swimming unfettered in the vast seas. Clang, clang. The incessant noise from above became unbearable, prompting Joya to rise and venture outside, eager to ascertain what was transpiring. Soon, he found himself on the deck. Compared to the later Thousand Sunny, the Going Merry was relatively modest in size. Measuring 15 meters in length, 11 meters in height, and 9 meters in width, it is categorized as a lightweight sailing vessel, comprised of 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The upper deck contained a single room, spacious enough to serve as both the helm and conference area. The middle tier featured 3 rooms, including a kitchen, dining room, bathroom, restroom, and storage room number 1, where the kitchen and dining room shared a space with the bathroom and restroom. The lower tier also comprised 3 rooms, a boys' room, a girls' room, and storage room number 2. The first storage room housed frequently used items such as bombs, barrels of wine, and water, while the second storage room, being closer to the girls' quarters and relatively concealed, became Nami's personal treasure trove. Though the ship was not large, it was well equipped with all necessary provisions, even boasting fixed gun turrets on both sides. As Joya gazed upon the scattered paints and brushes strewn across the ground, an epiphany struck her. It was on this very day that the illustrious straw hat pirate flag would be born, destined to captivate the world 2 years hence. Approaching the scene with an air of feigned ignorance, Joya inquired, "What are you all up to? Come here, come here. We are designing the pirate flag." "What do you think of my creation?" exclaimed Luffy, proudly presenting his freshly painted flag to Joya. Gazing at the exceedingly distorted image, Joya pondered for an extended period, yet could not conjure an appropriate critique. Thus, he lifted his gaze to the heavens and remarked, "Well, the weather is quite splendid today." Ha! In response to Joya's overt attempt to shift the topic, Nami and the others could not contain their laughter, erupting in pig-like snorts. "What do you mean? I actually find it rather appealing. Luffy, when it comes to artistic endeavors that require cerebral engagement, perhaps you should leave it to me. For I am indeed a magnificent artist with 50 years of doodling experience." 50 years? Is that true? You are truly remarkable, Usopp. As Luffy stared in shock, the others could only facepalm in disbelief. Such a crude lie would hardly convince even a 3-year-old, yet Luffy remained utterly convinced. The thought of embarking on perilous adventures under the command of such a captain filled them with trepidation about their uncertain future. "It's done." Usopp's cheer jolted the despondent group back to reality. However, upon seeing the freshly crafted pirate flag in his hands, Luffy erupted in indignation. "Hey, why did you draw your own hat?" "Huh." Usopp was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing that the design indeed featured his hat, he quickly explained, "My apologies. I'm just used to it. I'll redraw it." 10 minutes later, when Usopp unveiled the newly designed pirate flag, everyone was captivated. The brownish-red straw hat was an exact replica of Luffy's, and the skull beneath it appeared less menacing and more endearing than they had imagined. Although the overall appearance was somewhat juvenile, it was undeniably pleasing to the eye. "Yosh, I've made my decision. From this moment forth, this shall be our pirate flag," Luffy declared, not allowing anyone a chance to object. "Usopp, go ahead and paint it on the sail." With that, the crew busied themselves with preparations for their new flag. Half an hour later, gazing at the enormous pirate flag on the sail, smiles crept upon their faces. From this day forward, they had a new name, the Straw Hat Pirates. "Yosh, to celebrate our pirate flag, let us throw a feast. As long as there's alcohol, I'm in." Observing the joy of those around her, Nami shook her head, but did not refuse. Over the recent period, they had successively plundered treasures from the likes of Alvida, Monka, Buggy, and Kuro. Consequently, their pockets were rather full. Thus, fireworks soared into the sky, and the aroma of delectable food wafted away with the breeze. As Joya stepped forward, he suddenly glanced back. However, the unremarkable expanse of the sea within his line of sight caused him to instinctively furrow his brow. "What's wrong?" Nami inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at Joya's abrupt halt. "Nothing, really," he replied, shaking his head to indicate he was unbothered, and subsequently followed the others towards the kitchen. For some reason, during this time, he felt an incessant presence trailing him. Yet, after all this time, he had discovered nothing. And this vague sensation had deprived him of restful sleep, leaving him somewhat disoriented, even to the point of forgetting when this feeling had first emerged. "By the way, where are we heading next?" With the meal nearly finished, the restless Luffy could not help but ask. In response, Nami produced a nautical chart, pointing to an island marked with a red cross. "Our next destination is Rare Beast Island." "Rare Beast Island? What sort of place is that?" Usopp, suddenly recalling something, exclaimed in terror. "Isn't that the legendary island said to harbor treasures yet to be found, where many have gone missing?" "Indeed, that is the very one." Upon receiving Nami's confirmation, Usopp collapsed, his body twitching as if struck by lightning, muttering, "It's over, it's all over. Ha ha ha, it sounds delightfully interesting. In that case, let us venture there." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Usopp, who had held on to a glimmer of hope, rolled his eyes and kicked out his legs, effectively fainting. As for Joya, after ruminating for a moment, he chose not to dwell on it. He possessed scant memories of Rare Beast Island, only vaguely recalling an elderly man who lived in a box. Chapter 26, Rare Beast Island. Pointing towards a small island shrouded in ominous clouds, Usopp trembled as he said, "Luffy, let us turn back. Just look at how dangerous it is there. It's fine. That's what adventure is all about. If it becomes too perilous, you can wait for us on the ship." Just as Usopp nodded in agreement, Nami interjected, "In that case, do be cautious. Perhaps the creatures here prey on the solitary." Hearing this, Usopp, nearly frightened to the point of losing control, grasped Luffy's arm tightly and resolutely declared, "No, no, I am a brave warrior of the sea. I cannot abandon my comrades. All aboard, let us set sail." As soon as the ship docked, the eager Luffy dashed into the depths of the island, with Joya and the others following suit as they disembarked. "Slow down. The island isn't going anywhere. Why the rush?" Usopp exclaimed, terrified, as he stumbled after them. Before long, they ventured deep into the forest. At this juncture, the flora lining the path appeared strikingly different from the outside. Some flowers exhibited 7 vibrant colors yet emitted a foul stench, while certain unidentifiable trees bore fruit resembling apples. However, upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be curled leaves, with the true fruit hidden beneath the swollen bark. In that moment, the group found themselves more engrossed in examining these peculiar plants than in searching for treasure. At a certain moment, sensing something amiss, Joya abruptly turned around. Within the shadowy forest, a pair of glowing red eyes were fixated upon him. "So you have finally revealed yourself?" Without time to explain, Joya dashed into the woods, determined to confront the owner of those eyes and uncover who had been following him. Meanwhile, as Luffy and the others intended to pursue, they unexpectedly found themselves surrounded. Dozens of eyes stared intently at them from the shadows, and the vast forest fell into an eerie silence, amplifying the strangeness of the atmosphere. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the sacred grounds of the divine? Do you not fear death?" Upon hearing the term sacred grounds, Usopp clung to Luffy's arm in sheer terror. The others scanned their surroundings anxiously, attempting to locate the source of the voice or any sign of an adversary. "We are the Straw Hat Pirates. Who are you?" "Pirates? It has been an age since I last heard that term. You see, 20 years ago, I too was a pirate. Oh no, how vile of a pirate to trick me. You are not welcome here. Do you see those creatures? If you do not depart immediately, I shall transform you into something akin to them." At that moment, the beings concealed within the forest revealed themselves to the group. There stood pigs with lion heads, rhinos with elephant trunks, bears with giraffe necks, and snakes with rabbit heads, among a myriad of other bizarre creatures. "Who are you?" demanded Luffy. "I just heard you claim to be a pirate. Do not attempt to deceive me." Meanwhile, as Luffy and the mysterious figure engaged in dialogue, Joya finally seized the owner of the red eyes. Meow. Before him stood a wondrous creature, entirely cloaked in white, slightly larger than a cat, yet adorned with 3 tails. Its body resembled that of a fox, while its head bore the likeness of a feline. Even the well-versed Joya found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to discern whether it was a cat, a fox, or perhaps a hybrid of the two. Despite being grasped by Joya, this enigmatic being exhibited no fear. Instead, it playfully extended its delicate pink tongue to lick Joya's hand. Seeing its gentle demeanor, Joya felt a pang of reluctance to continue holding it, and he gradually opened his hands to release the creature. It was evident that this little companion was not the entity he had sensed while at sea. In that instant, Joya finally comprehended the essence of Treasure Beast Island. According to legend, this locale harbored a plethora of hidden treasures, which had long attracted treasure hunters. 20 years prior, a band of pirates had scoured the island for a month in search of riches, ultimately returning empty-handed. On their final day, a pirate named Kamen ascended the highest hill, where he discovered 5 sealed chests. In a fit of overwhelming excitement, he lost his balance and tumbled down the slope, falling into one of the chests. From that moment on, Kamen, the pirate, sought to protect his treasures by employing the island's peculiar creatures to frighten away successive waves of treasure seekers. However, Joya, being well acquainted with animated tales, understood the truth. The chests Kamen had glimpsed 2 decades ago were, in fact, devoid of any treasure, as the riches had been claimed by others long before their arrival. A soft meow jolted Joya from his reverie. As she observed the fox cat cautiously approaching her with each tentative step, Joya raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Hadn't the experts on television often asserted that wild animals are typically quite skittish? How was it that the creature before her appeared so remarkably at ease? Noticing there was no immediate distraction, Joya retrieved a packet of spicy strips from her storage ring and tore it open. "Here, give it a try." Just as she pondered whether the little one would enjoy it, the small creature sniffed the air and promptly opened its mouth to partake. In an instant, those jewel-like ruby eyes sparkled with astonishment as it swallowed the 10-centimeter-long spicy strip in one swift motion. Meow, 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 meow. What is this delightful morsel that tastes so extraordinary? The culinary adventure did not end there. Having devoured one strip, the fox cat gazed at Joya with eager anticipation, its 3 tails wagging incessantly. "You are quite the enigma." With a sense of wonder, Joya placed the remainder of the entire packet on the ground. Although the world of pirates did not yield spicy strips, her 17 years of misfortune had left her with little, save for an abundance of these delectable snacks. Speaking of which, what shall I call you? Observing the gluttonous fox cat, Joya felt inspired to bestow a name upon it. Given its voracious appetite, perhaps Little Pig? Meow? Meow, meow, meow. You are the pig. I am far too beautiful for such a name. Ah, it seems you have a preference. Then I shall call you Little Pig. Observing the self-righteous humans, the fox cat could hardly suppress the urge to scratch their faces. Truly, having grown up, how could they possess such a lack of discernment? Failing to notice that this young lady harbored no fondness for them, while these thoughts lingered in her mind, she extended her paw and swiped at Joya. Such a delightful name, yet it is not to your liking? Meow. What is so splendid about this wretched name? Then how about Little White? Meow. Too commonplace. Little Fox? Meow. Get lost. Little Cat? At this point, the fox cat had grown weary of the conversation, casting Joya a disdainful glance, inviting him to ponder for himself. What name do you truly prefer? Surely, one cannot simply call you Dream Rise this morning? Meow meow meow. This one. I absolutely adore. Observing the exuberant fox cat, Joya could not help but scratch his head in bewilderment. Is the name truly that unappealing to elicit such a strong reaction? At that moment, the helpless fox cat had grown indifferent to Joya's presence. Do as you wish. I shall not resist any longer. Chapter 27. The Blade God and the Sword Saint. Where have you been? Why have you only just arrived now? Oh, what is that in your arms? It is simply adorable. Before Joya could respond to the previous inquiry, Nami snatched the fox cat from his embrace. As she caressed its sleek fur, she could not help but exclaim, wow, this feels delightful. Its name is Saiyan, a rather gluttonous little creature. Saiyan, is that the name you bestowed upon it? I must say, it would have been better named Little White, interjected Usopp, who had approached as well. However, he failed to notice that, at this moment, both Saiyan and Joya cast a remarkably similar gaze in his direction, for the desire to sever ties with a person cannot be concealed. By the way, who might you be? Not wishing to linger on the matter of names, Joya decisively shifted the conversation. Greetings, I am Cayman. I never expected it to be so fond of you. Even I find it difficult to approach it at times. Upon hearing this, Joya raised an eyebrow. Were it not for Cayman's remark, he might have assumed that Saiyan was equally affectionate towards everyone. This left him pondering what it was about himself that drew the creature to him. By the way, dear sir, are you truly not considering joining us? As the affairs here drew to a close, Luffy once again extended an invitation. No, while I may not possess treasure, there are other things I wish to protect. As he gazed at the animals surrounding him, Cayman declared earnestly, I have shared both joy and hardship with them for 20 years. I cannot forsake them. Understanding his sentiment, Luffy refrained from insisting further. 10 minutes later, under Cayman's watchful eye, Luffy and his companions boarded the ship one after another. Luffy, I am confident that you will discover the legendary treasure, One Piece. When you do, be sure to acquire the entire world. On the shore, Cayman waved his farewell. His own dreams remained unfulfilled. Thus he placed all his hopes upon Luffy, wishing for him to uncover the treasure, the greatest in the world. And please take care of the little fairy. Rest assured, we shall. Luffy and Zoro nodded in affirmation, observing the drowsy little spirit nestled on his shoulder. Joya found himself pondering whether this creature was reluctant to part from him or merely loath to abandon the spicy snack, opting instead to leave the long-familiar Beast Island. No one opposed its inclusion. The voyage across the sea was inherently lengthy and tedious, and having such a companion made life infinitely more vibrant. Moreover, this being, which harmoniously blended the virtues of both cats and foxes, was more charming than any creature Joya and his companions had ever encountered. Consequently, it was only natural that the little spirit became the beloved pet of the Straw Hat Pirates. 7 days after departing from Beast Island, the bored Luffy and Usopp turned their attention to the ship's cannons, which had yet to be fired. Luffy, perplexed by the mechanics, couldn't help but inquire, can this thing really fire? To which Usopp replied, of course it can. Excitedly, Luffy declared, well then, let's give it a try. As Luffy prepared to load a cannonball, Nami interjected with a suggestion, I recall there's a reef to the south, let us go experiment there. Is that true? That sounds splendid. With that, the Going Merry veered southward, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Zoro, then glancing at the cannon, where the exuberant Luffy and Usopp were. Joya shook her head, silently offering a prayer for Zoro's two little companions. It seems that those two individuals cannot escape criticism. Yet it is precisely due to this bombardment that the ailing Joseph can find salvation. Thus, there is no need to intervene. Hey, come here and give me a hug. Little fairy. Observing the motionless little fairy perched upon Joya's shoulder, Nami could not restrain her feelings of envy and resentment. It was perplexing how this creature had chosen to remain by Joya's side for the majority of its time aboard the ship, even during slumber. Only when Nami and the others tempted it with spicy strips could they manage to hold it for a brief moment. However, once the treats were consumed, the little fairy would swiftly depart. Joya, for his part, remained oblivious to the reasons behind this affection, only able to marvel at his own irresistible charm, which seemed to captivate even this small animal. Half an hour later, the Merry slowly came to a halt. Impatiently, Luffy hurriedly loaded a cannonball into the cannon, squinting one eye as he began to adjust its aim. With a resounding bang, the cannonball was fired, soaring through the air before plunging into the sea, 100 meters away from the submerged reef. Observing the surging sea pillar, Usopp could not help but exclaim with laughter, ha ha ha, you are utterly pathetic. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Enraged, Luffy stood up and stepped aside, eager to witness whether Usopp could indeed hit the mark. I will give it a try, Usopp declared. While he might not boast about many things, he was confident in his shooting skills. Although he could not guarantee a perfect shot, he was certain he could aim more accurately than Luffy. With a resounding boom, the cannonball shot forth, tracing a parabolic arc before striking the reef directly. The modestly sized reef erupted with a thunderous explosion, shattering into countless fragments of varying sizes. Surprised yet maintaining his composure, Usopp proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is the prowess of a genius marksman. Henceforth," declared Sogeking, "I proclaim you our official sniper. Quickly, teach me your secret to hitting the target." As Luffy prepared to continue, Joya hurriedly interjected, "Luffy, soon we shall enter the Grand Line. Should we not discuss what preparations we need to make?" "Indeed, we cannot afford to play any longer," Luffy agreed, as he beckoned everyone towards the conference room. Gazing at the distant smoking reef, Joya mused inwardly, "My dear companions, I can assist you only to this extent. Though none of us have ventured into the Grand Line, its perils are well known. We must adequately prepare before truly embarking. Let us ponder what we still lack. Fresh water? Provisions? A musician?" In unison, the group turned their eyes toward Luffy. "What do you think we're planning? Why would we need a musician?" Faced with their skepticism, Luffy earnestly replied, "Because pirates need to hold feasts, and feasts require singing. How can we sing without a musician?" Listening to Luffy's reasoning, several contemplated rebuttals but found merit in his words. As the debate raged on, a sudden crash of a broken barrel echoed from outside. "Damn pirates, come out. I swear I will slay you." Just as a figure wielding a blade aimed to strike the ship's hull, Joya could no longer remain seated. Rising, he drew the renowned sword named Night Slayer from his storage ring. The moment it materialized, Zoro, who had been dozing against the wall, opened his eyes wide. Fixating on the gleaming blade in Joya's grasp, his gaze akin to that of a beggar spotting food. Before Zoro could utter a word, Joya stepped out of the room, sword drawn to intercept the assailant Johnny. Meanwhile, Zoro, upon catching sight of the blade, lost all desire for slumber and followed suit. Chapter 28. The astonished Zoro with a resounding clash, Joya, wielding his sword for the first time, engaged in combat with the legendary swordsman Johnny. They exchanged a brief touch before separating, 2 meters apart, each locked in a fierce gaze. As their feet shifted slowly, their keen eyes scanned one another, seeking vulnerabilities to exploit for a decisive strike. It seemed that the tension between the two caused the gentle sea breeze to vanish, rendering the surrounding air oppressively heavy. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Johnny's cheek as he instinctively tightened his grip on his blade. Though the encounter was fleeting, he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Joya's sword. More importantly, he could not decipher the opponent's techniques. What appeared to be casual strikes unleashed tremendous power. At that moment, he contemplated retreat, but the sharpness of Joya's gaze seemed to imply that any movement on his part would result in his demise. Unbeknownst to him, Joya felt equally helpless. His decision to be the first to charge forth stemmed from a desire to protect the Mary from destruction. However, after delivering that initial strike, he realized the daunting challenge of becoming a true swordsman. He had successfully repelled Johnny, but the sheer force of the blow reverberated back, causing pain in his wrist and nearly dislodging Night Slayer from his grip. Recognizing the difficulty of mastering the weapon, Joya adopted a strategy of remaining still while Johnny remained on guard, hoping to force him to retreat, yet the stalemate ensued. "Johnny, is that you?" Zoro's voice pierced the tension, shattering the impasse. At the sound of the familiar voice, Johnny instinctively looked up, his eyes widening upon seeing the green-haired man with 3 swords at his waist. A mix of astonishment and confusion erupted on Johnny's face. "Brother, how did you end up here?" As one of Zoro's few friends, Johnny was well aware of his character and could hardly fathom that he had become a pirate. "That's a long story, but why are you attacking this place?" Zoro queried, equally perplexed by Johnny's presence. The Straw Hat Pirates had only just formed. None of them were bounty hunters yet, and it seemed out of character for Johnny to engage in combat. "Brother, I didn't want to. For some reason, Joseph, who seemed fine just days ago, fell ill yesterday. We were resting on a nearby reef when a cannonball from this pirate ship nearly obliterated us." As he recounted the tale, Johnny's voice trembled with indignation, his grown man demeanor contrasting sharply with his childlike tears. Upon hearing this, Luffy and Usopp, who had just exited the room, froze like clockwork dolls, laboriously making their way to Johnny's side. "I'm so sorry, so sorry, so sorry," the two stammered, bowing profusely. If Johnny were merely an enemy, they could have ignored the situation, but given his connection to Zoro, they could not pretend not to see. "Where's Joseph?" "Right here. Right here." Without dwelling on right or wrong, Zoro hurriedly grasped Johnny and lifted the ailing Joseph from the small boat. Observing Joseph's pallid complexion and the blood seeping from his chest, the expressions of those present turned grave. In this desolate stretch of sea, falling ill was evidently more daunting than encountering pirates. As Joseph seemed on the verge of death, Joya took a step forward, intending to speak, but then caught sight of Nami approaching. Silently, she receded, yielding the stage to Nami. Nami proceeded to lift Joseph's eyelid, extract his tongue, and after a thorough examination, commanded, "You two, fetch the limes from the storage." At her words, Usopp and Luffy darted away at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they returned with a large basket of green limes. They halved the limes and squeezed the juice into Joseph's mouth. I'll go get a knife. Luffy began to rise. But Joya interjected, no need for that, just use mine. Upon hearing Joya's words, Zoro erupted in indignation. How could you treat it like that? Use mine instead. With astonishing swiftness, he drew 2 swords from his waist and offered them to Luffy and Usopp, consciously excluding the sword known as Ikamanji. Observing Zoro's actions, the crowd was utterly bewildered. To their astonishment, they realized that Zoro was not the person they had imagined. Only Johnny and Joya vaguely sensed something. Their gazes fixed upon the pitch-black sword, the Shashyu, which bore no trace of color. Shall we converse? After confirming that Joseph was safe, Zoro, relieved, extended the first invitation to Joya. Very well. With that, the two moved aside. Although Joya could somewhat anticipate what Zoro wished to discuss, he did not decline, as he too was eager to engage in discourse with a true swordsman regarding swordsmanship. May I examine your blade? Zoro inquired directly. Of course. However, to Joya's surprise, Zoro accepted the sword with both hands. While receiving an object with 2 hands is a sign of politeness, it was unexpected for someone as proud as Zoro to treat just anyone or anything with such reverence. Clearly, he had underestimated the quality of this sword. Once Zoro held the sword, he did not hastily draw the blade. Instead, he scrutinized the hilt and the scabbard, repeatedly murmuring, "Excellent sword, excellent sword." After a considerable time of examination, Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt, while his left hand gradually applied pressure on the scabbard. A resounding metallic resonance echoed, sending a shiver through the heart, accompanied by a fleeting glimmer before their eyes. Ultimately, when Zoro fully unsheathed Shashyu, the admiration and regret in his gaze reached their zenith. The sword's gleaming silver blade stood in stark contrast to its pitch-black scabbard. Silver is the purest hue of metal. Although excessively pure metals are often too hard for sword forging, Zoro felt no apprehension regarding this blade's potential shortcomings. Clearly, the materials used to forge this sword were extraordinary, perhaps even undocumented. He was uncertain whether this sword could be classified as a supreme blade, having never encountered such a weapon, but it was undoubtedly a formidable sword, as it felt more potent than the legendary Ikamanji. After a final glance, he slowly returned the sword, though the reluctance in his eyes nearly materialized. He resolutely handed it back to Joya. Such a fine sword deserves better treatment than that. Joya was momentarily taken aback, then realized Zoro was referring to his earlier lending of the sword to Luffy for slicing limes. Personally, I believe it matters not. A sword is crafted for the purpose of cutting, is it not? While it requires maintenance, it need not be overly cherished. If one fears damaging it and relegates it to obscurity, that would indeed be an affront to the sword. Now it was Zoro's turn to be stunned. And after a long pause, he earnestly regarded Joya, saying, "It seems I have underestimated you. Whenever you have the time, let us engage in a proper duel." Chapter 29. The Sea Restaurant. Observing Zoro's earnest expression, Joya felt a sense of exasperation. He truly lacked proficiency with swords, and engaging in a spar with Zoro would be akin to deliberately seeking trouble. Just as he contemplated declining, an unfamiliar voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Partner." It was Joseph, awakening from his stupor, playfully interacting with Johnny. Upon seeing his old friend regain consciousness, Zoro nodded at Joya before swiftly turning to leave. This left Joya in a predicament, as the words of refusal hung on the tip of his tongue. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to postpone his response, considering the possibility of acquiring a sword-related ability in the coming days. "Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Johnny. I am Joseph." With that statement, Joseph reverted to his languid state. I thought it was impossible for him to recover so swiftly. 20 minutes later, after ensuring Joseph was comfortably settled, Luffy declared with utmost seriousness, "I have made a decision. Before we enter the Grand Line, we must first find a chef for our sea voyage." Joseph's personal experience prompted Luffy to temporarily abandon the search for a musician, prioritizing the need for a culinary expert to address their daily sustenance. Having a thought, Johnny interjected, "If we are in search of such a chef, I happen to know an excellent place." "Where? Where?" Luffy inquired eagerly. "It is the floating restaurant, Baratai." Upon hearing this, the impulsive Luffy decisively commanded, "In that case, let us set sail there." At that moment, Joya's gaze flickered, resting on Nami, who was seated across from him. He vividly recalled that shortly after Luffy and the crew boarded the floating restaurant, Nami had unilaterally departed in a boat, although she had returned after the misunderstanding was resolved. Joya, aware of the unfolding events, hoped to prevent a recurrence of such incidents, yet he found himself unable to voice his concerns. For a time, he was engulfed in uncertainty. 2 days later, before Joya could devise a better plan, the floating restaurant arrived ahead of schedule. How impressive! Gazing at the fish-shaped vessel floating on the sea in the distance, Luffy could not help but call out loudly from the bow of the ship, while the others, except for Joya, wore expressions of sheer excitement. Restaurants were abundant, yet a floating eatery upon the ocean was a rarity in the entire East Blue. Seizing the moment, the group was filled with exhilaration. However, this delightful scene was short-lived. A sailboat, vastly larger than the Mary, approached, its white backdrop adorned with a striking blue naval flag. The arrival of this imposing ship instantly put Johnny and his companion on high alert, prompting them to make a hasty retreat. Casting a glance at the Jolly Roger on the Mary, an indifferent Navy lieutenant remarked with palpable disappointment, "What a letdown. Wherever one goes, one encounters you wretched souls. Since there are no bountied criminals here, let us blast it to smithereens." Upon noticing Johnny and his companion attempting to blend into the surroundings, the arrogant Hobody declared, "Ah, it is you too, the bounty hunters targeting mere nobodies, finally caught by pirates, I see." Despite his words, Hobody had no intention of offering any assistance. Instead, he casually draped his arm around a nearby socialite and turned to leave. This humiliation was intolerable for Johnny and Joseph, who promptly retrieved their bounty posters. "Do you dare claim that this is the work of bounty hunters targeting insignificant figures?" As he spoke, he hurled numerous bounty posters into the air. Among them was a poster boasting a bounty of 20 million berries, which caught the attention of both Joya and Nami. However, neither spoke further, quickly averting their gazes. Meanwhile, Hobody paid no heed as he walked away, disregarding their presence entirely. Hobody's attitude extinguished the once joyful spirits of Luffy and his companions, leaving them feeling nauseated. Particularly for Joya, who, prior to his arrival, harbored a deep-seated disdain for Navy personnel like Hobody. Holding considerable military power yet shirking their duties in favor of oppressing the common folk made such individuals far more detestable in his eyes than even the most ruthless pirates. Coupled with the frustration stemming from Nami's recent troubles, Joya found it increasingly difficult to contain his simmering rage. "You truly are." His low, hoarse voice was audible only to Luffy, who sensed the impending turmoil and was about to intervene when Joya transformed into a shadow and vanished. Damn it. Just as Hobody sensed something amiss, Joya's blade descended from above. Under the looming threat of death, Hobody swiftly pulled the socialite in front of him as a shield. This unexpected turn of events caused Joya to raise an eyebrow, compelling him to momentarily halt his assault. As Joya suddenly halted, Hobody, stricken with fear, commanded his soldiers to encircle him. In response, Joya remained motionless, seemingly resigned to his fate, neither resisting nor fleeing, but fixating with contempt on Hobody, who still cowered behind a woman. Under Joya's scornful gaze, Hobody's pride ignited a fierce anger within him. Yet, recalling Joya's earlier reckless behavior, he remained frozen behind the woman until his soldiers had completely surrounded Joya, at which point he stepped out from behind her. Unaware of the peril he faced, Hobody declared, "I am a lieutenant of the Navy headquarters. Even the 4 emperors of the New World dare not challenge me, and you think you can lay a hand on me?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike Joya, unaware of the grave consequences that awaited him. In the background, Luffy silently prayed for the Navy officer, fully aware of Joya's temperament. He could endure punches or kicks to the face, but a slap was an entirely different matter, one that Joya would not tolerate. In the next moment, a glimmer of silver light flashed through the air, followed by a blood-curdling scream. My hand! My hand! Open fire! For heaven's sake, open fire!" Soon, the sounds of gunfire drowned out Hobody's cries. Meanwhile, Joya showed no intention of evading the onslaught. He was struck repeatedly by a barrage of gunfire, blood erupting from his body in violent bursts. Observing this, Johnny and his companion felt a profound sorrow, wishing to intervene, yet recognizing the futility of their efforts at that moment. However, when they turned their gaze to Luffy and his companions, they were astonished to see that their expressions were tinged with sympathy, directed towards the Navy officer rather than Joya. For a moment, Johnny and his companion were perplexed. After spending 2 days in their company, they had discerned that Luffy and his crew were unlike the profit-driven pirates. They valued their comrades deeply and shared a strong bond. Yet, they could not comprehend the reason behind their expressions of pity. In the next instant, Joya provided the answer. As the gunfire ceased, he, having endured dozens of bullets that should have felled him, leaped out of the soldiers' encirclement. A blade descended from above, severing Hobody's neck with a swift stroke. The head rolled away like a ball, splashing into the water and creating a negligible ripple. After dispatching his foe, Joya turned to leave, and the soldiers parted to clear a path for him. In that moment, they wished they could vanish into the earth, their terror having reached a torrent. To them, Joya was no longer a mere man. He was a deity, a demon, a specter, anything but human. As he returned to the Mary, dozens of bullets were forcibly expelled from Joya's muscles. Gazing at the blood-stained bullet, Johnny and Joseph instinctively swallowed hard, their bodies trembling as they retreated. Although neither believed that Joya would turn against them, a deep-seated fear compelled them to act thus. Meanwhile, Joya observed with a smirk as his personal stats rose from 330 to 345 in combat prowess, alongside the newly acquired title of sea-slicing stone-level swordsman. Behold, has it not arrived? The enhancement of my prowess is attributed to the injuries sustained from numerous bullets. As for the title of stone-level swordsman of the sea-cutting tower, it was conferred upon me after Joya severed the arm of Hoppity with his blade. Although I have yet to engage in combat, my mind has absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding swordsmanship. Furthermore, if my conjecture holds true, the stone-level swordsman of the sea-cutting tower should surpass the iron-cutting swordsman in strength. Yet, Whether I can triumph over Zoro remains uncertain. Zoro, adept with 3 swords, is likely to be superior to other swordsmen of the same rank. Unless we truly face each other in battle, I cannot be sure. You are genuinely unafraid of encountering the old man in the future, Luffy remarked. Although Hoppity is no virtuous character, his affiliation with the Navy is undeniably legitimate, and he holds the rank of lieutenant commander within the Navy headquarters. To prevent the matter from reaching back to them, one would have to annihilate the entire Navy. Yet it is evident that Joya harbors no such intention. Consequently, this affair will inevitably reach the ears of the old man. When we meet again, it will be quite the spectacle. We shall address it when the time comes, Joya replied nonchalantly. In my recollection, Luffy's next encounter with Carp occurred following the Straw Hat Pirates' assault on CP9. By then, who can ascertain who possesses greater strength? Just as in this instance, where the novice swordsman attained the status of a true swordsman after vanquishing a fool. Let us go and dine, for my stomach growls with hunger. With the bothersome flies dispatched, Joya's spirits lifted considerably. Is this truly how you intend to dine? Are you not concerned about frightening others? Upon Nami's reminder, Joya became aware that he was covered in blood, rendering him ill-suited for public appearance. Please wait a moment. I shall freshen up. 20 minutes later, having hastily cleansed himself and donned a fresh outfit, Joya stepped out with measured grace. In Luffy's words, I have finally disguised myself as a normal person. As he pushed open the door, a melodious tune and the enticing aroma of food enveloped him. As they gazed upon the pristine and radiant restaurant, the group felt their appetites stir. Luffy casually chose a table and exclaimed, "Waiter, we would like to place our order." In response, a gentleman with flowing golden locks, clad in a sleek black suit, sauntered over. Initially indifferent, he was momentarily captivated upon spotting Nami among the crowd. Observing Sanji's reaction, Joya smirked, feeling a twinge of irritation. As a pirate enthusiast and a man, it would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no feelings for Nami. Yet, due to their brief acquaintance, he found it difficult to convey his sentiments. Thus far, apart from a stolen kiss from Nami, their interactions had remained limited. However, upon Sanji's arrival, Joya felt an urgency to act. "Nami, let us switch seats," he proposed. "Why?" Nami inquired, taken aback by Joya's sudden request. "I wish to speak with Zoro." "Very well then." Just as Sanji positioned himself to engage Nami, Joya plopped down in her vacated seat. What on earth is happening? Why has the damsel transformed into a man? Sanji, taking a deep breath, disregarded Joya's request for the menu and made his way directly to Nami. Before he could turn away, Joya interjected. "Hello, I would like to place an order." His hand pressed against Sanji's, which held the menu. The force transmitted through the menu made Sanji raise an eyebrow. The strength was noticeably more than that of an ordinary person, and under different circumstances, he might have lost the menu. But alas, he was not just anyone. With this thought, Sanji summoned his own formidable strength and replied, "Sir, I believe it is more appropriate for the lady to order." In response, Joya intensified his grip while smiling. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. But I know her preferences, so allow me to handle it. At this juncture, he had already employed his eagle-eye reconnaissance technique on Sanji. The results revealed: name, Vinsmoke Sanji, age, 19, combat power, 309, charm, 14, personal skills, exceptional culinary skills, masterful kicking techniques. When comparing the data, Sanji appeared nearly equal to Zoro, but was still outmatched by Joya's combat power of 345. Yet, the flimsy piece of paper was clearly subjected to an undue strain. Before a resolution could be reached between the two, the menu tore asunder. Meanwhile, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Nami stood and declared, "I need to visit the restroom." With that, she exited. Witnessing the menu's destruction and Nami's departure, Sanji lost interest in remaining, using the pretext of retrieving the menu to excuse himself. In that moment, as he watched Nami's retreating figure, Joya's sixth sense urged him to pursue her. "I'll also visit the restroom," he announced just before leaving, leaning close to Zoro's ear. With narrowed eyes, Zoro, surprised, refrained from asking questions and maintained a facade of indifference. In contrast, Joya found a discreet spot near the restroom to sit. Half a minute later, Nami emerged, but instead of rejoining Luffy and the others, she stood still, casting a lingering gaze in their direction, her expression a mix of hesitation, longing, and melancholy. Ultimately, she chose to depart. However, just as she turned away, Joya noticed 2 tears cascading down her cheeks. With a heavy sigh, Joya's figure vanished unnoticed. At the dining table, as the dishes began to arrive, Nami and Joya had yet to return. Starving and unable to contain himself any longer, Luffy exclaimed, "Why haven't they come back yet?" Glancing out at the ocean, Zoro replied, "We need not wait for them. Let us start eating. We can find them afterward." Chapter 31. Nami's return to the village and the late arrival of Hawk Eyes gazing at the distant speck of the sea restaurant. Nami stood alone against the ship's railing, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "I apologize, it is my unworthiness," she murmured bitterly, her words carried away by the wind. As she turned, her once expressive face transformed into a cold mask, resembling a sorceress from a fairy tale. cruel and unfeeling. Hours later, confronting the familiar yet alien port, Nami felt her heart lurch painfully. If given the choice, she would rather die than return here, yet her life was no longer hers to dictate. Damn you, Arlong. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Just as she grappled with her turmoil, a boy of approximately 10 years, brandishing a kitchen knife, charged toward her with eyes full of animosity. Observing the figure of Nami blocking the doorway, the young boy seethed. Who are you? Step aside, or I shall slay you as well. Casting a fleeting glance at the boy, who ought to be attending school, Nami, accustomed to such encounters, produced 3 short rods from between her bosoms. With a swift click, she secured her stance and, turning, struck the boy down in an instant. You dare to threaten Arlong? You would be better off seeking refuge elsewhere. With that, she tossed a handful of money aside and departed. Left behind, the boy, gritting his teeth in pain, found tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. His family, his homeland, his entire village had been annihilated by the fishmen Arlong for their inability to pay tribute, leaving scarcely a handful of survivors. Despite his desperate journey for vengeance, he could not even breach the threshold, the overwhelming disparity rendering him unable to accept, let alone reconcile. As he picked up the dust-covered notes beside him, the furious boy raised his hand to cast them aside. Yet, that hand abruptly halted in midair. In that moment, the 10-year-old's face bore a complexity and maturity unbefitting his tender age. Damn it, he struck his own cheek, and despite his clenched jaw, he could not relinquish the money in his grasp. Although filthy, it could very well be a lifeline for his mother and the wounded villagers. Enduring a little indignity was a small price to pay. I will return, he vowed, turning away with the intent to deliver the money home before returning to confront Arlong. Meanwhile, Nami made her way through the throng of fishmen in Arlong Park, advancing purposefully toward the end of the road where Arlong awaited. As Nami, long absent, approached, Arlong, slightly taken aback, remarked, "Ah, so it's Nami returning. However, your time away has truly been lengthy. By the way, how were your endeavors?" "Not too shabby," she replied. "I encountered a few fools, and combined with my previous savings, I've amassed 100 million berries." Upon hearing this, the previously lively atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all the mermen's gazes fixated solely on Nami. Even Arlong and his cadre were visibly astonished. They could hardly fathom how Nami, all alone, managed to accumulate such a fortune in a mere 8 years. It was worth noting that 8 years prior, she was merely a 10-year-old girl. Her rate of earning was approaching that of a third of the dragon pirates. Were it not for her unique status, these greedy mermen would have long since succumbed to their impulses and seized her wealth. Nevertheless, their eyes glimmered with a restless desire as they looked at Nami. And some mermen cast significant glances at Arlong. They would charge forth without hesitation if their leader commanded it. Despite having been a member of the dragon pirates for 8 years, the mermen had never regarded her as a companion, but rather as a tool for profit and cartography. "Very well. Once you deliver the money, I shall relinquish my dominion over Cocoa Village. As for any further obligations, I shall not impose upon you," she proposed. Sighing in relief, Nami instinctively patted her chest, anxious that Arlong might renege on their agreement. Should that occur, what recourse would she have? "Wait a moment. I shall return to fetch the money right away." With a sense of urgency, Nami turned and departed hastily, no longer concerned with anything else. Though she had waited 8 years for this day, she could hardly endure even a moment longer, eager to share the news with everyone. Once Nami's figure vanished completely, one of the merman officers could no longer hold back and exclaimed, "Boss, are we truly going to let her go? Cocoa Village may be insignificant, but Nami is different. Her charts are invaluable to us. It is because of her maps that we dominate this sea. If she were to leave, our expansion would undoubtedly stall. But what can we do? It is better to honor our financial agreement than to force me into a situation where I must resort to self-harm." "I am quite reasonable," Arlong replied, producing a din-din mushy from his pocket and dialing a number. "Hello? Did you not just leave my presence? Why are you calling again?" "Huh. It's nothing of great significance. I have a lucrative deal here, a full 100 million berries. Do you not wish to partake? 100 million? Are you certain?" The voice on the other end rose in pitch. Although he had earned a considerable amount under Arlong's rule over the years, it paled in comparison to the sum being offered. How could he refuse such an opportunity? Here's the situation. Unbeknownst to Nami, events were unfolding on Arlong's end, as she remained lost in her delightful fantasies of purchasing back Cocoa Village with her newfound wealth. Meanwhile, Luffy was also unaware of the happenings on Nami's side and faced immense challenges of his own. A ship, cleaved in two, lay wrecked outside the restaurant on the sea. More importantly, a small boat drifted slowly from the shattered remains. A man clad in evening attire, leaning against a black cross, made his entrance. At the sight of him, the renowned chef Zeph, Zoro, Johnny, Joseph, and the surviving members of the Krieg pirates stood in stunned silence. The vast battlefield fell into a hush of several seconds following his arrival, until the sound of a gunshot shattered the stillness. Taking advantage of Mihawk's inattention, a pirate drew a gun and attempted to ambush him. Yet, rather than the anticipated scene of bloodshed, a surprising turn of events unfolded. At some point, Mihawk, who had been seated, stood up and unsheathed the black blade Yoru from his back. The pirate, whose forehead was now aimed at the blade's point, intended to flee but found himself immobilized, his legs suddenly unresponsive. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, a voice interjected, "I have never seen such a supple sword." Chapter 32. Zoro vs. Mihawk. The sudden appearance of Zoro captured everyone's attention. Casting a glance at the three swords at Zoro's waist, Mihawk slowly sheathed his blade, diverting his gaze from the pirate to Zoro. "Supple, but that is merely a relative term. I wish to duel with you." At that moment, Zoro, having drawn his sword, declared. Despite the oppressive aura emanating from Mihawk, he remained undeterred, for this day was the culmination of his journey at sea. Upon hearing this, a smirk of disdain appeared on Mihawk's face. Ever since he had ascended to the status of the world's strongest swordsman, he had been challenged by countless individuals, men and women, strong and weak, ignorant and defiant. Thus, Zoro's challenge elicited no surprise. Perhaps he held some local fame in the East Blue, but that did not alter Mihawk's condescension. Setting aside the fact that the East Blue was the weakest of the four seas, this man had not even set foot in the Grand Line. Perhaps it was precisely because he had never traversed the Grand Line that he dared to draw his sword against him. Normally, Mihawk would likely disregard such a challenge. But he found himself bored and was willing to allow this young man a glimpse into the vastness of the world. With that thought, he removed a small knife hanging from around his neck. "My apologies, but I shall use this knife. I possess nothing smaller." Zoro, nearly driven to madness by Mihawk's mockery, glared at the fruit knife, which measured no more than 20 centimeters, as his blood surged to his brain in fury. "You bastard, don't blame me if you die." Filled with rage, Zoro swiftly drew his sword, and the three blades danced in the air with dizzying speed. Three-sword style, Onigiri. The sharp clash of steel rang out, echoing through the air. Gazing at the small knife pressed against the blade, Zoro's moment of fury was interrupted by a fleeting blankness. How could this be? What had all his years of effort amounted to? Why could that man thwart his attack with nothing but a fruit knife? Why did he sense an unparalleled strength emanating from that simple blade? Why did he feel so feeble? In a fit of rage, Zoro launched another assault, this time employing a completely different approach. However, before his technique could take form, the fruit knife surged forward in a manner he had never anticipated, completely disrupting his offensive and further compelling him to leave his defenses wide open. Seizing such a golden opportunity, Mihawk could not afford to miss. He swiftly thrust the knife towards Zoro's heart in an attempt to force him back. Yet, the young man before him seemed oblivious to the blade in his hand, pressing forward regardless. In a mere 0.01 seconds, just as the blade was about to pierce Zoro's heart, the merciless Mihawk altered his strike. The blade that was aimed for the heart now targeted the shoulder. With a sickening sound, the entire dagger plunged into Zoro's flesh, crimson blood soaking his garments. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, he did not flinch. Why did he not evade? He did not know. Even he was uncertain. He merely felt that dodging would equate to defeat. If he retreated, all the oaths and promises he had held dear would vanish, and he would never return to this moment. Upon hearing Zoro's answer, Mihawk finally set aside his contempt. Among the countless opponents he had faced, this young man's prowess was not remarkable, even pitiably weak. Yet, his determination was one of the rarest among all. Rather than succumb to defeat, he would rather perish. Withdrawing the dagger, he stepped back, retrieving the supreme sword strapped to his back. "Young man, tell me your name." It was only at that moment that he took an interest in knowing his opponent's identity. "Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember it, a long-lost warrior. In honor of the code of swordsmen, I will use this world's strongest black blade to send you to the depths of the sea. I would be immensely grateful for that." Even at this juncture, Zoro exhibited not a hint of fear. Ignoring the worried expressions of Luffy and others behind him, the two swords in his hands began to rotate slowly like windmills. As the speed reached its zenith, Zoro shouted, "Three-sword style secret technique. Great thousand worlds." Simultaneously, Mihawk moved. There were no unnecessary actions or words. The two swordsmen simply flashed past one another. Following a brief silence, apart from the blade of Wado Ikemanji, the two katana shattered into fragments. Zoro's chest met the same fate. A fountain of blood erupted into the air. In that moment, Zoro understood he had lost. He finally realized just how far he was from being the world's strongest. Cautiously stowing Wado Ikemanji away, Zoro stood up, arms wide open, exposing his chest unreservedly to Mihawk. "What are you doing?" Mihawk questioned, taken aback by Zoro's actions. The scars on his back were a swordsman's disgrace. Remarkable. This time, Mihawk did not hold back his praise. Before him stood a man of ordinary strength, yet with the heart of a true warrior. He felt confident that as long as Zoro lived, he would one day stand opposite him again, and at that time, he would possess the power to shake the very foundations of Mihawk himself. With that thought, he struck down with his sword. Before the razor-sharp black blade, Zoro's chest was cleaved open, a gash nearly a meter long, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The significant blood loss coupled with his grievous injury caused Zoro to weaken, his body collapsing backwards. On the sidelines, Luffy could no longer contain himself. His arm instantly elongated, smashing towards Mihawk, only to be deftly sidestepped. Losing his target and exerting too much force, Luffy's head became wedged in the shattered deck. Meanwhile, Johnny and his companion hurriedly leaped into the sea to rescue Zoro. All of this left Sanji, also an observer, profoundly shaken. He could not comprehend whether sacrificing one's life truly was necessary for the sake of a dream. As for Mihawk, upon noticing the straw hat atop Luffy's head, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He silently mused. This trip to the East Blue was fortuitous, encountering such fascinating young individuals. Are you the swordsman's companion? Thank you for witnessing the conclusion. Rest assured, that man still lives. Moments later, Zoro was fished out by Johnny. Though blood flowed incessantly, he was indeed alive. You are far from death. I am Dracula Mihawk. Understand yourself, recognize the world, grow stronger. No matter how many years pass, I shall wait for you at this pinnacle of strength. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Nearby, Red-Leg Zeph looked on in astonishment at the near-death Zoro. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the proud Mihawk would utter such words to a mere rookie pirate who had never set foot on the Grand Line. Yet, the truth was that the young man indeed possessed such qualifications. Chapter 33, The Emergence of Joya Kid. What is your goal? As Mihawk prepared to depart, having found sufficient amusement, he turned to Luffy. To become the Pirate King. Even in the face of the immensely powerful Mihawk, Luffy's response remained unwavering and even more resolute. At these words, a slight smile crept onto Mihawk's lips. But it was not one of disdain. Rather, he found it quite amusing. That is a path far more perilous than surpassing me. For a moment, he found himself looking forward to these fearless youths entering the Grand Line, anticipating the many spectacles that would unfold. I don't care. I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy declared, making a face at Mihawk. Haha, hurry to the Grand Line. Leaving behind those words, Mihawk turned and departed, ignoring the jester like Kuro. Meanwhile, at the port of Koko Village, as Nami returned home, a group of Navy soldiers suddenly arrived, led by a lieutenant commander. Who is in charge here? A scarred man, wearing a hat adorned with a windmill, stepped forward. Commander, please tell me what you need. If 8 years ago they still harbored fantasies about the Navy, 8 years later, they had come to despair. The Navy? Huh. Merely wolves in sheep's clothing, no different from the evil dragon pirates, and even more detestable. Take me to Nami's house. I need to speak with her about something. The unexpected request caused the scarred man's brow to furrow. He hesitated to refuse, yet remained silent. Koko Village was already in a precarious position. Provoking the Navy could lead to dire consequences. Thus, just as Nami found her shovel, ready to dig up her years of savings, the Navy arrived. You must be the thief named Nami, correct? Upon hearing this, Nami was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. According to our investigation, you have concealed the treasures stolen from pirates. As these riches are ill-gotten gains, our world government has now ordered their complete confiscation. In that moment, Nami felt as though she were in a daze, unable to believe the words she had just heard. After 8 long years and countless narrow escapes, she had finally amassed enough to redeem Koko Village, only to be confronted by the Navy demanding that everything be surrendered. This left her with a surreal sense of living in a dream. As Nami stood frozen in disbelief, the colonel repeated, "What's wrong? Did you not hear me? I require you to forfeit all the treasures you have pilfered from the sea. Do you understand? There are no valuables here for you. Even if there were, I am a high-ranking officer of the Arlong pirates. Should you lay a hand on me, Arlong will not let you off lightly." Reluctantly, she invoked Arlong's name as a means of protection. Huh, little girl, do you truly believe this will allow you to negotiate on equal terms with me? With a commanding tone, the colonel ordered, "Everyone, search for the contraband." At his command, dozens of soldiers surged forward, heading straight for Nami's home and the orange grove. "Stop, all of you, cease this at once." Frantic, Nami swung her staff, incapacitating 2 soldiers instantaneously. However, the others continued their reckless search, rifling through her belongings and digging up the ground. "Stop it. Just stop. If you have the guts, go after the Arlong pirates instead. What honor is there in confronting a mere woman?" she roared, desperately attempting to fend off the Navy while her voice strained with exertion. At that moment, Nami resembled a mother cat fiercely defending her newborn kittens, exerting every ounce of strength to safeguard that precious sum of 100 million berry. "Colonel, this is the money Nami needs to save Koko Village. Are you truly intent on taking it all?" Unable to contain himself, Aji stepped forward to challenge the colonel. "Who do you think you are? A mere village guard, and you dare speak to me?" The colonel barked, "Continue the search." As the soldiers intensified their efforts, Nami, now less anxious, stared at Aji in shock. "You, how do you know?" Observing Nami, teetering on the brink of despair, Ajien felt a profound pang of sympathy. If only he could bear her burdens in her stead. "Silly child, not only I, but everyone is aware of your plight. It's merely that we have chosen to conceal our concerns, fearing we might become an additional weight in your escape from Arlong." As she gazed at Ajien, who appeared significantly aged compared to 8 years ago, Nami's tears flowed uncontrollably. The past 8 years had been excruciatingly painful and utterly hopeless for her. Why hasn't he been found yet? It's not as if one is searching for a grain of rice. How could a sum of 100 million berries be so elusive? At these words, a jolt of realization surged through both Nami and Ajian's minds. Especially for Nami, she finally understood the cruel twist of fate. She had just informed Arlong that she had earned 1 billion, and then the Navy came knocking. The truth dawned upon her. Arlong had been deceiving her all along. The steadfastness and belief she had clung to for 8 long years crumbled in an instant, leaving her feeling as if the entire world were mocking her. Bastard, what did you say? Have you conspired with Arlong? As a member of the Navy, not only did you stand idly by in the face of death, but you also colluded with pirates. What manner of being are you? Driven to madness. Nami recklessly lunged at the colonel, desperate enough to tear flesh from his body. Yet, before she could reach him, 2 Navy soldiers crossed their rifles, intercepting her mid-charge. Not only that, they forcefully shoved her to the ground. What plunged her further into despair was the sudden exclamation from a nearby soldier, searching for treasure. Sir, we've found it. At this proclamation, every gaze turned in that direction, the colonel hastening towards the source. There, a wooden chest lay buried just 10 centimeters beneath the surface. When the lid was lifted, countless stacks of banknotes and numerous antique artifacts were revealed in their entirety. Sir, there is more here. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers rummaging through Nami's dwelling uncovered 3 bags packed with treasures. Upon catching sight of the package, a roguish figure flashed before her eyes, igniting a flicker of a smile. In that moment, Nami, engulfed in the abyss of despair, felt an overwhelming wave of regret wash over her. If only she had not departed from the Straw Hat Pirates. If only she had revealed the truth to Joya, to Luffy, and the others. Would the outcome have been different? I am sorry. I am truly sorry. Joya. Helpless, Nami called out Joya's name from the depths of her heart, yearning for his presence beside her. The unmistakable meow, forever etched in her memory, caused her body to shudder, and she turned incredulously forward. As her gaze lifted, that familiar visage materialized once more. The tousled black hair, the carefree smile, and the little fairy clinging to his shoulder. Staring intently at the man who had suddenly appeared before her, Nami found herself frozen in place. She was terrified that any movement on her part would cause Joya to vanish. Am I truly not dreaming? As Nami knelt on the ground, her body covered in mud, Joya knelt beside her, cradling her in his arms. He whispered gently into her ear, "Fool, consider this a dream. When you awaken, everything will be over." Chapter 34, Ruthless Killing. Yet, how could Nami possibly sleep at that moment? She disregarded her modesty and clung to Joya with all her might, terrified that he might vanish. "Who are you?" "Jack," the naval colonel exclaimed. "If you dare lay a hand on me, the entire world's Navy will not spare you." The sudden appearance of Joya instilled in him an overwhelming sense of danger, prompting him to invoke the Navy's name as a threat. Hearing Jack's arrogant declaration, Joya merely scoffed. "With you? You think you deserve the entire Navy to fight for you? How self-important. Scoundrel, kill him." Jack's fear of Joya, compounded by his brazen demeanor, ignited a murderous intent within him. The sound of gunfire erupted in a relentless barrage, debris and dirt flying in all directions. Yet Joya was nowhere to be seen. Not only he, but even Nami had vanished as if they had never existed. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Jack, gripped by paralyzing fear, plopped down on the ground and urgently summoned his men to surround him. Peering through the gaps in his clothing, Jack widened his eyes, scanning the area for any sign of the man. "Are you looking for me?" A chilling voice emanated from behind him. Realizing the imminent threat, he attempted to flee, only to find a gleaming blade pressed against his throat. "Do not move, otherwise your commander's head will be relocated. Stop. Everyone, stand down." Under the threat of death, Jack hastily commanded his soldiers to refrain from any foolish actions, fearing for his life. Thus, merely 10 seconds after Joya's entrance, the Navy, which had a numerical advantage, found themselves in an utterly precarious position. However, witnessing Joya and Nami partially emerge from behind the Navy soldiers, Ajian felt a chill run down his spine. Having witnessed his share of grand spectacles, he quickly recovered from his initial shock. Perhaps, this was the legendary ability of a devil fruit user. For a moment, he felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, the surprise deep within him grew, as he pondered how Nami had come to know such a formidable ally, and why she hadn't revealed this trump card sooner. As for the Navy, due to Jack's orders to have them encircle him, they could hear Joya's voice but could not see his form. Jack himself, paralyzed by the blade at his shoulder, was too terrified to even glance back. Noticing that the system's lottery wheel remained still, Joya could not help but inquire, "Do you understand your mistake now?" Yes, I do. What was my error? I should not have colluded with Arlong, nor should I have been greedy, nor should I have come to steal money." Observing Jack's fluent responses and sincere demeanor, Joya found himself at a loss for words. His inquiry was not born of a genuine desire for the other to admit fault, but rather a means to secure a chance at a lottery. The term self-destructive encompasses not only the act of using cunning to deceive others, as he had once done with Carp, but also the art of cold mockery and direct provocation. akin to his dealings with Chloe. Moreover, it includes inflicting profound agony. Much like he had with Hobody. Under normal circumstances, a naval officer would never tolerate such relentless questioning. Yet, Jack was evidently no ordinary individual. He engaged in this prolonged exchange without harboring resentment, which left Joya, who prided himself on his prowess in self-destructive antics, feeling as though he had struck nothing but air. Thus, he pondered the question of Jack's utility. Before Jack could grasp the implications of this statement, he suddenly felt a sharp object pierce his neck, followed by the warm liquid soaking into the fabric of his shoulder. "No, please, I do not wish to die. His words trailed off as an overwhelming heaviness enveloped him, rendering him incapable of lifting his leaden eyelids despite his fervent efforts. Thud. The colonel of the 16th Naval Division had met his demise. The other soldiers remained oblivious to their commander's death, yet Nami and Aiken, who witnessed the event firsthand, were gripped by a chilling sense of dread. Nami, having witnessed Joya's lethal capabilities before, felt somewhat detached. After all, this individual had previously attempted to seize her treasures. Thus his demise seemed just. Conversely, Aiken was profoundly shaken. In his eyes, a naval colonel represented an immense figure, yet he had fallen in such an inexplicable manner. He began to question whether Nami's acquaintance with such a person was a boon or a bane. "Take your commander and get out of here, quickly." As he spoke, he ushered Nami out of the Shadow Realm. Until recently, he had been unaware that the Shadow Fruit granted him the ability to bring others into this shadowy domain. It was only after utilizing his powers to enter Nami's shadow at the Ocean Restaurant, aided by the small spirit still perched on his shoulder, that this realization dawned upon him. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers exhaled in relief, having initially believed they had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Now, it appeared that they were no different from the adversaries they had faced before. No matter how arrogant they had been, they would ultimately be allowed to depart. However, as they turned to leave, what lay before them was a scene drenched in blood, the once commanding officer now lifeless, eyes wide open in shock. Thud, thud. Over half of the onlookers dropped to their knees, some even succumbing to fear. Those who had traversed the Grey Realms alongside their commander had witnessed death on numerous occasions, leading them to develop a disturbing indifference towards life. Yet this time, they beheld the very commander who had recently led them in a heist worth 100 million. Bewilderment clouded their minds, rendering them momentarily vacant. It dawned upon them that they were not invincible. They too could be wounded and perish. As this realization washed over them, the misdeeds of their past flashed before their eyes. Gradually, even those soldiers who had initially held their ground succumbed, their legs giving way beneath them. With narrowed eyes, Joya surveyed the kneeling soldiers, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. Clearly, their guilty consciences indicated that none among them were virtuous, especially considering that some had previously tormented Nami. The thought ignited a fervent desire within Joya to slay them all. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Such an act would surely disrupt any future encounters with the Elder. After a moment's contemplation, Joya's gaze shifted to Aegean, beckoning him forward. After a brief hesitation, Aegean approached. As he drew near, Joya placed a hand on his shoulder and addressed the kneeling soldiers. "Listen well, you lot. Soon, you will seek him out and document all the wrongs you have committed over the years, signing your names beneath them. Then, take your commander and leave. I shall remain nearby, and should any of you dare to cause trouble, well, the consequences will be yours to bear." With that, he turned his back on the worthless rabble, cradling Nami in his arms as he departed. Chapter 35. Heart to heart as matters began to settle. A bashful Nami whispered in Joya's ear, "Please, put me down. I can walk on my own." "Absolutely not. Your leg is injured," he replied. "Injured? Where?" "I am completely unaware," she retorted. Joya raised his chin, indicating her leg. "You scoundrel, that hardly counts." Gazing at the abrasion on her knee, Nami felt an overwhelming surge of anger, wishing she could take a bite out of his shameless face. "I mean it." Suddenly, the serious tone of Joya startled Nami, and realizing the gravity of the situation, she ceased her protests, lying quietly in Joya's embrace without further struggle. A few moments later, Joya gently placed Nami on the bed. Observing the disheveled room, I casually moved a chair to sit beside the bed. "Yes, I apologize." The silence was shattered by Nami, yet she buried her face in the blanket, unable to meet Joya's gaze. "I wish to understand why you left without a word. We are companions. If there are difficulties, shouldn't we express them? Even if we lack the ability now, that does not signify that we will always be powerless. Or perhaps, you have never regarded us as true partners." Joya was perplexed. He truly could not comprehend. He had revealed the secret of his immortality to Nami. So why did she choose to depart? No matter how formidable the adversary, even if they surpassed Karp 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold, they could never take his life. Yet, Nami still opted to leave. Little did he know, his words struck deep within Nami's heart, touching the most tender and unjust part of her being. At the peak of her emotions, she lifted her head and fixed an unwavering stare at Joya. "You don't understand. It's not about you. The issue lies with me. I am unworthy. Do you grasp that? I am an officer of the Arlong Pirates. I was a pirate long before joining you. From the very beginning, I deceived you all. I have neither the right nor the face to demand anything from you. Do you truly understand? Each word, every syllable, pierced Joya's heart like a dagger. Observing Nami, her face streaked with tears and a helplessness reminiscent of a homeless cat caught in the rain, Joya gently rose and enveloped her in his embrace. Foolish girl, you are the navigator I invited aboard. If even you lack the right to be here, then there would be no one deserving in this world. Upon hearing his words, Nami wept even more violently. Her hands clenched tightly around Joya's shirt, her tears gushing forth as if she were purging the grievances of the past 8 years. In no time, she had soaked a considerable portion of his clothing. When the sounds of her sobbing reached the ears of Ajin and Nokigao outside, rather than feeling alarmed, they exchanged relieved smiles. They could scarcely recall the last time they had witnessed Nami in tears. As the saying goes, a tightly wound string is prone to snapping. They had been concerned that Nami, who had long concealed her true feelings, might one day unravel completely. Now, hearing her heart-wrenching cries, they were finally at ease. Before long, exhausted from her weeping, Nami slipped into slumber. After tucking her in and leaving the little fairy by her side, Joya stealthily exited the room. He turned to Nokigao, stationed at the door, and said, I leave Nami in your care. I am off to eliminate a few individuals. At these words, Nokigao, whose courage was not insignificant, nearly shattered his heel in fright. While Ajin almost bit his tongue, the two exchanged incredulous glances, pondering where this young man had come from and why he harbored such a murderous intent. Having just dispatched a naval captain was not sufficient. He intended to kill again. Oh, no, wait, he meant to slay a fishman. Ah, so it was a fishman. That made it acceptable. Or so they thought. No, this would not do. After a moment of stunned silence, the two hastily intervened to stop this ancestral figure. Though Joya had easily dealt with the captain, this particular captain was no match for Arlong. While Joya's displayed prowess was indeed formidable in their eyes, it could not rival Arlong's strength, and given Nami's connection to the situation, they certainly did not wish for Joya to come to harm. That would leave them unable to account for it to Nami. Although Joya understood their distrust, he did not feel compelled to elaborate further. Glimpsing the incriminating evidence in Ajin's hand, he spoke. Hold on to this evidence well. Once the matter concludes, present it to the Navy and attribute the colonel's demise to me. After all, I am a pirate, so it matters not. As for other matters, let us refrain from elaborating. With that, Joya's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind two bewildered individuals who exchanged perplexed glances. By the way, where is that colonel? Has he yet to arrive? As time trickled past the half-hour mark, Along began to feel impatience set in. Boss, do you think he might have fled? Queried a suspicious subordinate. Unlikely. If he dares to do so, I shall expose the dealings he has had with us over the years come tomorrow. Along, holding the colonel's secrets, remained unperturbed, though slightly puzzled. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The colossal steel door, weighing over 1,000 pounds, soared into the air before crashing down with a resounding thud, kicking up plumes of dust. All the fishmen turned their wary eyes toward the entrance, clearly aware that their visitor was not here for merriment. Which one of you is Along? Lend me your head for a moment. The audacious tone instantly incited the ire of the fishmen, prompting some to strike before even identifying the intruder. Just as they prepared to retaliate against Joya, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 6 styles, Soru. In that instant, Joya stood in a daze, failing to notice the enemy rushing towards him. How dare you insult my brother? Die. Led by one of their own, over 10 fishmen, armed with knives and clubs or fighting barehanded, unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Joya. 10 minutes later, as the fishmen dispersed, the once handsome Joya lay transformed into a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. Sensing the faint metallic tang of blood in the air, Along cast a glance and ordered, "Clean up this mess promptly. Our guest will be arriving shortly. Forgive me, but are you waiting for that Navy colonel? If so, I advise you to cease your wait, for I have already taken his life. However, should you insist on meeting him, I wouldn't mind escorting you to him." The sudden voice startled everyone. Yet, upon witnessing Joya restored to his original form, standing before them anew, the nearest 10 fishmen found their bodies weakening, collapsing to the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had encountered the grim Reaper himself. You. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, kindly hold your tongue. At that very moment, a glimmer of cold light erupted in the air. A head, larger than a basketball, rolled away until it came to rest at Along's feet. Observing his unblinking compatriot, Arlong found himself paralyzed with fear. Who might you be? If my subordinates have offended you in any way, I implore you to forgive us for the sake of my elder brother, the sea hero Jinbei. Of course, we are willing to make amends. Would 300 million berries suffice? In this moment, the usually disdainful Arlong was thoroughly intimidated, even resorting to the polite address of you when referring to Joya. Although they had yet to engage in combat, Arlong, having spent some time in the New World alongside Jinbei, could immediately discern that the newcomer was undoubtedly a formidable and unique user of a devil fruit. The extraordinary events that had just unfolded could not be explained otherwise. Unbeknownst to Arlong, his assumption was only partially correct. Joya indeed possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user, yet his immortality stemmed from a system rather than a devil fruit. With a sneer of disdain, Joya was in no hurry to end Arlong's life. To simply kill him would be far too merciful. It was far more entertaining to render him a living death, allowing him to perish amidst infinite fear and resentment. Striding through the throngs of fishmen, he settled into the chair Arlong had previously occupied. A glance at his updated personal profile revealed: name, Joya, age, 17, combat power, 345, 397 charm level, 35 personal abilities, immortality, simplified Saiyan physiology, eagle eye reconnaissance technique, iron block, copy fruit ability, shadow fruit, aways 18 styles, sea stone sword master, shave. The significant increase in combat power pleased Joya, attributed not only to his severe injuries, but also to his mastery of the 6 forms. As he turned his gaze back to Arlong, he instinctively employed the eagle eye reconnaissance technique. Name, Arlong, age, 39, combat power, 403 charm level, 13 personal abilities, shark flying arrow, giant bite, iron saw frenzy. Joya was somewhat taken aback by the revelation that Arlong had surpassed 400 in combat power. He was the first opponent Joya had encountered with such strength. However, it mattered little, for combat power merely indicated physical prowess, excluding the powers of devil fruits or immortality. After a moment's contemplation, Joya declared, 300 million is far too little. I demand 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Arlong was rendered speechless. Despite his relentless accumulation of wealth over the years, his total assets barely amounted to 600 million berries. Even if he included the value of his own head, priced at 20 million, he was still 380 million short. Setting aside the fact that he lacked such funds, he would never simply hand over money based on a mere request. My lord, it is not that we do not wish to comply. It is simply that we do not possess such wealth. Might we negotiate a different demand? Raising an eyebrow, Joya mused. A different request is certainly possible. However, should you refuse again, it would become quite difficult for me. Rest assured, my lord, I will certainly fulfill your next demand, Arlong promised, thumping his chest, for he cared little for anything other than money. 1 billion for a fishman's head. You can do it yourself, just make sure not to splatter blood on me. Silence enveloped the vast Arlong Park, a deathly stillness following Joya's ultimatum. All eyes were fixed upon him. Although the fishmen were terrified, a latent murderous intent simmered beneath the surface. At Arlong's command, they would bite off a piece of flesh from Joya, should it come to that. The 3 leading officers cautiously positioned themselves around Joya, ensuring he could not escape. Yet Joya appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. Additionally, his attention was drawn to the sudden influx of feed within his storage ring. Following his recent statements, he had earned yet another opportunity to draw from the lottery. Concurrently, an introduction related to it surfaced in his mind. Product name, Divine Feed Product Effect, enhances the user's rank. Note, effects are limited to animals, and repeated use results in diminishing returns. Upon reaching this point, Joya silently resolved to find an opportunity to test the waters with the little fairy. Just wait, he thought with a chuckle, while Joya reveled in his delightful fantasies. On the other side, Aaron was engulfed in profound turmoil. He could not bear to slay his kin, yet 1 billion berries were beyond his reach. Contemplating this dilemma, he began to ponder the identity of the young man before him and the likelihood of eliminating him. After much deliberation, he found himself at a loss. Thus, under the watchful eyes of his subordinates, he took a deep breath. Before anyone could react, he extended his hand, and with razor-sharp claws, swiftly severed the throats of 10 fishmen. In that fleeting moment, as their lives approached their end, the 10 victims looked on in shock at Aaron's retreating figure, unable to comprehend why their leader, once so devoted to his brethren, would unleash such brutality upon them. Are you satisfied now? At that moment, Aaron's pupils constricted to their utmost, teetering on the brink of explosion. Though he had yet to witness the reactions of his comrades, he could feel their gazes upon him had shifted. In that instant, even he was uncertain whether his actions were justified. Clap, clap, clap. Unable to contain his amusement at the spectacle, Joya applauded Aaron. You really didn't need to kill 10. 7 would have sufficed. The rest could have been compensated with money. Do these kin of yours hold so little value in your eyes? Not even worth 100 million? Seeking death. Realizing Joya's manipulative words, Aaron finally understood. From the very beginning, this fellow had no intention of sparing him. As Aaron grasped the situation, Joya smirked, thinking perhaps he had been too hasty. Had he lingered a moment longer, who knows, he might have incited Aaron to slay a few more fishmen, making it even more entertaining. Nevertheless, he was already quite satisfied. Just moments ago, Aaron, unable to endure the taunts, had unwittingly granted him yet another opportunity for a lottery draw. For reasons unknown, he had once again drawn the divine feed. Meanwhile, Aaron's fist drew nearer. Faced with the impending attack, Joya initially intended to evade, but when he noticed some fishmen attempting to flee, he had no choice but to rise and take action. With a swift kick, he propelled himself away from Aaron's strike, reappearing 20 meters away at the entrance. Did I grant you permission to leave? As he spoke, his blade, Nightfall, descended from the heavens. The keen edge instantaneously tore through the fishman's skin and muscle, cleaving him in two. With a ghostly figure darting past the spectators, each appearance signified a life extinguished. Regardless of which direction the fishmen fled, Joya would be upon them in the next heartbeat, leaving only a few encircled around Aaron temporarily unharmed. Their reprieve was not due to Joya's hesitation towards Aaron, but rather his reluctance to eliminate them just yet. Witnessing his kin being slaughtered, a furious Aaron unsheathed a massive saw from 5 meters away, wildly swinging it in the air. You coward! As a strong man, do you possess no shred of dignity? Why strike at these unarmed innocents? Chapter 37. The Unexpected Sea King. Aaron, how dare you utter such words? After dispatching the last fishman attempting to flee, Joya appeared 10 meters before Aaron, his gaze filled with disdain. In comparison to the innocents you've slain, my actions are but a drop in the ocean. Why have you chosen to massacre my kin? What have I done to provoke you? Even now? Aaron remained oblivious to the root of his enmity with Joya, which had spurred such ruthless violence. Nami, you should not have bullied Nami. At this, Aaron stood frozen in place. He had considered countless explanations, but he never anticipated the issues stemmed from that woman. Nami, ha ha ha. Aaron erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice laced with mockery and rage. I thought you were formidable, yet you are merely a fool betrayed. Do you truly believe that by doing all this for her, she will loyally follow you? 8 years ago, she betrayed her village, family, and friends. Today she can betray me, and tomorrow she will betray you. Ha ha ha. Have you said enough? Once you have, you may die? Joya felt no compassion for the unrepentant Aaron. He vanished from sight, reappearing beside him. The sharp tip of his blade aimed directly at Aaron's side, seeking death. Although Aaron could not see Joya's assault clearly, he was a seasoned warrior who swung his saw towards the incoming Joya. He understood he lacked speed, yet the 5-meter-long saw was undeniably a formidable weapon. If his opponent did not change course, he would surely be cleaved in half before he could react. Even if he could recover, it would take time. And in that fleeting moment, he could dispose of Joya into the nearby waters. However, today Aaron was destined to learn that ideals may be grand, but reality is often harsh. The saw, accompanied by a fierce gale, did indeed slice through Joya's form, yet in the next instant, those severed pieces dissipated into nothingness. An afterimage? As he realized this, the vanished Joya followed the shadow cast by the saw, reappearing at his feet. The glinting tip of the blade pierced the air once more, aiming for Aaron's abdomen. Watch out. Despite the warning, Aaron's focus was elsewhere, and it was too late to evade. The impossibly sharp nightfall pierced through Aaron's torso, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Die! Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Aaron swung the saw to force his assailant back, retreating while clutching his wound. Are you human or a ghost? In that moment, Aaron's gaze towards Joya transformed entirely, his trembling eyes reflecting the genuine fear that rendered him incapable of further resistance. If the earlier invulnerability was a manifestation of a devil fruit's power, then what was the ability that allowed him to walk within his own shadow? How could one man possibly wield 2 devil fruit powers? While certain races in the New World inherently possessed unique and formidable abilities, the man before him was unmistakably human, neither a giant nor a mink, nor any of the other legendary beings. Run! Everyone, flee! Grasping the disparity, Aaron issued his final command to the fishmen behind him. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for victory, he would not concede, yet now, enveloped in despair, he saw no light ahead. Though the man before him might not surpass the warlords of the sea or the 4 emperors in sheer combat prowess, his strangeness and uniqueness were unlike anything ever witnessed. Winning was out of the question, survival was all that mattered. Just as the remaining fishmen prepared to flee, a colossal sea beast resembling a bull's head erupted from the central water basin of the park, towering dozens of meters high. Upon catching sight of it, the octopus Xiaoba's eyes sparkled with a flicker of surprise. Moo is here. Everyone, run. With that, it was the first to dash toward it. However, entrapped in fear, Xiaoba failed to notice that Muumu's eyes were equally filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, sensing something amiss, Joya refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he fixated intently on the ocean behind Muumu, where an ominous presence seemed to lurk, instilling fear within Muumu. Just as Xiaoba was about to reach the shoreline, the previously unsettled sea erupted once more. Boom. It was as if an atomic bomb had been dropped into the ocean, obliterating half of a long park, while towering waves surged dozens of meters high, threatening to upend the very world itself. In the face of such colossal waves, Muumu, a creature of the sea, appeared diminutive and insignificant. Amidst the deafening roars, a horrific creature emerged, its size tenfold that of Muumu. With scales as large as houses and chilling black vertical pupils, it was evidently a gigantic serpentine sea monarch. In one swift motion, it devoured Muumu, then fixed its gaze intently on Joya amidst the crowd. Joya, in turn, regarded the sea monarch with equal shock, his expression akin to that of a person encountering a ghost in broad daylight. After a brief silence, Along, seeing a glimmer of hope, suddenly exclaimed, "Great sea monarch, please eliminate this man. and we shall provide you with ample sustenance afterward." Though uncertain if the creature comprehended him, Along felt compelled to speak, for it was his last hope. Furthermore, as a merman, he believed he might elicit greater trust from the sea monarch than Joya, a mere human. In the next moment, as the sea monarch scrutinized both him and Joya, Along's heart raced with a mix of tension and excitement, convinced his words had made an impact. However, as the sea monarch opened its gaping maw to bite him, Along's dream shattered, and he raised his middle finger toward the sky. In the final moments of his life, he felt a sense of release. He bore no animosity toward Joya or the sea monarch that would end his life, but harbored a deep-seated resentment for the world itself, a world rife with injustice. After witnessing Along being entirely consumed, Joya, for reasons unknown, suddenly found himself disinclined to kill the remaining merfolk he had intended to slaughter. Casting a glance at the 20 or so remaining merfolk, he declared, "Get lost. I do not wish to see you again." Yet, even with Joya's command, the merfolk hesitated to flee. "Did you not hear me? Leave at once, or I shall slay you all." This time, all fled in a frenzy, and in an instant, Along Park was left with only the serpentine sea monarch and Joya. Gazing at the Sea King before him, a personal profile related to it materialized in the upper right corner of his vision. Name, none. Age, 28. Combat power, 699. Charm, 9 abilities. Copy fruit. At this moment, Joa's attention was entirely fixated on the final entry. He couldn't comprehend why this Sea King possessed the same devil fruit ability as his own. Chapter 38. The potent effects of divine grade feed. Only one possibility came to mind. This Sea King must have consumed the devil fruit he had discarded into the ocean. This would also explain why he had always felt as though something was watching him. The copy fruit, its full name should be the enhanced version of the copy devil fruit, was something he had obtained through the system's lottery. Unlike the devil fruits native to the world of pirates, this fruit bore no inherent weaknesses. Neither sea stone nor seawater could affect its user. As far as Joa knew, the copy fruit had never appeared in the pirate world before, even if this Sea King had consumed a native version of the fruit. Though it wouldn't drown in seawater, it certainly shouldn't be standing before him now, because seawater would render it powerless, causing it to sink into the abyss, starving to death or being devoured by other creatures. Realizing this, Joa was consumed by regret. He had assumed the enhanced copy devil fruit merely granted immunity to seawater and sea stone, with no other significant differences. Now, it was clear, the distinction was vast. This fruit didn't solely affect the first person to consume it, but rather, anyone who ingested it. In other words, he could have used it to create an entire army of ability users, akin to sentinels. With that, ruling the world would have been effortless, just a matter of acquiring devil fruits. And yet he had squandered it. The thought alone made Joa feel an overwhelming sense of loss. Others might lament narrowly missing out on a lottery jackpot, but he had lost an entire world. Who could he even complain to? "System, show yourself. I swear I won't beat you to death." Yet no matter how Joa raged internally, the system remained indifferent. It was like a pre-programmed script, mechanically executing its functions without any capacity for dialogue or explanation. "Joa, are you alright?" Lost in his frustration, Joa had been crouching in silent despair for a long while. Only when Nami's voice reached him did he slowly snap out of it. As I gazed at the small fairy who had leapt into my embrace, and at Nami, whose face was etched with concern, my previously gloomy mood dissipated significantly. What does it matter? If the world I had grasped slipped away, so be it. I never relished the thought of reigning over such a realm. After all, it would entail endless paperwork, the establishment of policies, and the responsibility of providing for millions across the globe. Only a fool like Naruto would covet such a position. Each day, I returned home utterly exhausted, hardly knowing if I would find time to comfort Hinata. Wasn't that just foolish? Shaking my head, I cast aside these chaotic thoughts and, under Nami's anxious yet bashful gaze, lifted her into my arms. "What are you doing?" Nami protested, struggling fiercely. Despite the comfort of the embrace, her shyness overwhelmed her. Though she had been out and about, she was still an innocent maiden who had never experienced romance. How could she withstand this? "You've injured your leg. You must rest." Nami found herself at a loss for words regarding this excuse. It was far too contrived, too empty, too apparent. Of course, Joya was well aware of this. Yet, what did it matter if the reasoning was flimsy? If it served its purpose, that was sufficient. However, considering Joya had devoted an entire day to her, Nami chose not to resist any further. If prior to this moment her feelings for Joya had been vague, she was now certain of her affection, though she was unsure how to articulate it. Or perhaps she awaited Joya to take the initiative. Just as Joya was about to depart, the Sea King nearby let out a furious roar. "Roar! You imbecile! Can't you see how much I've grown?" Joya, with a resigned expression, rubbed his nearly deafened ears and turned towards the Sea King. "I say, can you not exhibit a modicum of awareness? Don't you see that I have finally succeeded?" Blushing fiercely, Nami could no longer tolerate Joya's teasing and hastily extricated herself from his embrace. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to observe the Sea King. It was her first time examining such a creature up close. Had Joya not been by her side, she would have fled in terror. Yet, Her intrigue compelled her to wonder why this creature lingered and refused to leave. Roar. Who are you calling big brother? Can't you see I'm a sister? As Joya gazed at the Sea King, a multitude of questions swirled in his mind. Although he considered himself quite capable, he was still unable to engage in interspecies communication. Instinctively, he looked towards the little fairy perched on his shoulder. Can you understand? He inquired. Meow, came the reply, indicating. Of course I understand. Joya couldn't help but chuckle at the response. How foolish of me. Even if you comprehend, it matters little since I cannot grasp what you say. The Sea King had consumed his devil fruit, yet it had also assisted him in dealing with Arlong. More importantly, its presence had illuminated the true potential of the enhanced devil fruit bestowed by the system. Thus, he did not perceive the Sea King as indebted to him. While its existence promised formidable strength, its gargantuan size raised concerns about whether it could traverse the upside-down mountain to enter the Grand Line. If it couldn't, then it would be of little utility to him, and it would be best for each to return to their respective homes. Consequently, he had largely disregarded the creature. However, now it seemed to have something to communicate, piquing Joya's curiosity. If only it could transform into a human, Nami lamented, having vaguely discerned the Sea King's intentions. Upon hearing her words, Joya's eyes brightened. He cradled the little fairy in his arms and promptly retrieved the divine feed he had recently drawn from his storage ring. Meow? Inquired the fairy, bewildered. Are you performing magic? As Jiaya watched the feed suddenly appear in Xiaoxian's hands, she was filled with curiosity, her ruby-like eyes sparkling. The next moment, as Jiaya tore open a corner of the packaging, Xiaoxian dove into the bag like a beggar who had not eaten for 3 days and nights. Roar. Simultaneously, the Sea King nearby seemed to be triggered, its enormous pupils narrowing in an instant, greedily fixated on the mere few hundred grams of divine feed. Realizing the situation, Jiaya swiftly stood up, positioning herself protectively in front of Nami and Xiaoxian. Calmly, she asserted, I still possess that item. If you desire it, you must heed my words. Regardless of whether the creature could understand her, Jiaya attempted to explain, all the while drawing her blade in readiness for combat. It remained uncertain whether the Sea King grasped Jiaya's words or merely feared her prowess, but its overwhelming desire for the divine feed kept it from attacking. Only then did Jiaya seize the opportunity to observe Xiaoxian's condition. Observing the increasingly swollen bag, Joya silently activated his eagle eye reconnaissance technique. Name, Xiaoxian age, 17 power level, 95,100,106,113. Charm, 1516. Personal ability, Fur Tribe, Evolution in Progress 51, 53, 55. Chapter 39. Xiaoxian transforms. The continuously updating personal profile astonished Joya for an entire year, merely because of a pack of divine feed. The ordinary bloodline of Xiaoxian held the potential for evolution into the Fur Tribe. The Fur Tribe, an ancient race residing in the kingdom of Zhou, relies on static electricity emitted from their bodies for combat. During a full moon, they can transform into the form of a moon lion simply by gazing at the moon, significantly enhancing all their abilities. Of course, mastering this power requires training. Otherwise, one risks losing control and engaging in endless battles until exhaustion claims them. It is no exaggeration to say that every member of the Fur Tribe is a warrior, capable of defeating ordinary pirates, even the elderly and women. At a certain moment, the plastic bag, swollen to its limit, could bear no more and burst open with a loud pop. In the next instant, a figure that could only be described as perfect appeared before Joya. In a mere 0.01 seconds, before his nervous system could register the change, his honest instincts took over, and he instinctively embraced the girl before him. What are you doing? Let go. Nami, regaining her senses, rushed forward with all her strength, attempting to separate the two. No, Nami. Xiaoxian isn't wearing any clothes. If I let go, others will see. Hearing Joya's righteous declaration, Nami nearly exploded with indignation. You idiot. There's no one else here but you. And those hands of yours, if you dare to move them again, I swear I'll chop them off. I know you have clothes in your ring. Hurry and take them out. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you regret ever being born. Isn't there also an ambiguous sea creature here? Joya muttered under his breath, feeling defiant. Roar. You're the only male here. Your whole family is male. I'm a sister. Okay, master. The sea creature sister says she is a sister. Suddenly, the air fell silent. The sweet and melodious voice nearly sent Joya into a state of shock, to the point that he barely registered what the master said afterward. Let her go? At that moment, Nami perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be furious. Her long hair stood on end, her eyes glowing ominously in the twilight, resembling a Medusa queen straight out of a fairy tale. Gulp. Even Joya, who feared nothing, felt a chill run down his spine when confronted with such a Nami. Thus, he quickly released Xiaoxian and retrieved a set of clothes from his ring to dress her. Master hug. As Xiaoxian, now clothed, was about to leap into Joya's arms again, Nami swiftly positioned herself between them. Her fist, the size of a sandbag, landed squarely on Joya's handsome face. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our contestant Joya is seen performing 2.5 flips in the air spinning 360 degrees sideways, followed by another 2.5 flips into the water. Spectacular. Let us congratulate this contestant from Huaxiao for his remarkable display. After a brief silence, Joya, having finally crawled back onto the shore, gazed at his personal profile, which had risen from 397 to 398 in power level, falling into a momentary stupor. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Was that punch really that heavy? And when did Nami learn Soro? I didn't even see her attack. Roar? The lion's roar from the sea creature jolted Joya back to reality. Upon awakening, he instinctively looked at Saiyan. She is asking if you're an idiot? The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. At that moment, both Joya and the sea creature felt that Saiyan was better off not transforming. Otherwise, they would be exposed to the other's curses in their respective languages. Hee. Amidst the awkward laughter, Joya's lips quickly formed a phrase known by all 1 billion people. Though unaware of Joya's meaning, the sea creature sensed it was not a kind remark. However, lacking evidence and having a request, she decided not to dwell on it. Roar. She says she hopes you can help her with a favor. Joya looked bewildered, uncertain. Saiyan, are you sure there is no translation error? She just roared. How did you derive so many words from that? Upon hearing Joya's skepticism, both creatures were equally perplexed. One of them thought, what? If it weren't for the fear of being reported for wordiness, do you think I would actually replace it with just one word? Ahem, master. The pronunciation methods of humans and beasts differ. Hence, one word often represents a complete sentence. Oh, after hearing the explanation, Joya exhibited a look of realization. What do you need me to help with? Roar. She says she wants you to help her cross the reverse mountain. Why do that? Isn't it quite nice here? Roar. She says she originally lived in the Grand Line as a Farsi sea creature, but when she was younger, she accidentally entered the East Sea while playing and now cannot return. Previously, it was manageable. During her infancy, she didn't require much food. However, she is about to enter her juvenile stage and will need to consume large quantities of food. The East Sea can no longer sustain her, let alone during her youth and adulthood. Therefore, she seeks your assistance. Additionally, she says she wants the food you just fed me. Regarding the issue of language translation, Joya could hardly muster the energy to critique how one word could translate into over 100. However, he grasped the essence of the sea creature's predicament, a child who had run away from home seeking to return. Though he was somewhat surprised that she was 28, yet still in her juvenile phase, he quickly reconciled this fact upon remembering her identity as a sea creature. Nevertheless, how to help her cross the reverse mountain was a dilemma that Joya could not immediately resolve. Reviewing over 1,000 episodes of One Piece, it seemed only the mini fruit could provide some assistance. Yet, the owner of the mini fruit was a giantess residing in the New World, a distance of over 100,000 miles away. Replicating her abilities seemed unrealistic. Moreover, relying on the system's lottery to acquire the mini fruit felt even less reliable. After all, luck was inherently random, and who knew when he might draw it? Of course, excluding the incident with the Sea Prism Stone Swordsman, as individual probabilities should not be applied to measure collective events. Tell her that, as of now, I lack the capability to assist with this matter. However, she is welcome to accompany us, and should I gain the ability to help her before entering the Grand Line, I will lend my aid. But I cannot act without reason, as my resources are not easily obtained, including the divine feed. If she wishes for it, a price must be paid. Thus, the translation continues. Meow. Upon hearing the words, the Sea King humanoid nodded thoughtfully, then gazed at the little fairy for a considerable time before vanishing beneath the surface of the ocean. Chapter 40. Almost that night, the entire Cocoa West village was enveloped in a festive atmosphere reminiscent of a grand celebration. The villagers sat in an orderly fashion around the bonfire, their smiles unwavering since the commencement of the feast. They had anticipated this day for a full 8 years, and with the dark days finally drawing to a close, what reason did they have to be anything but joyous? Joa, I raise my glass to you. I drink to your heart's content. 5 minutes later, the village guard, Ajian, once again lifted his cup towards Joa. To Joa, the villagers, noticing Ajian's gesture, raised their cups in unison, regardless of their ability or inclination to drink. Although they had not witnessed the battle at a long park with their own eyes, it did not hinder their imagination, especially when Joa returned, his attire stained with blood. While the majority of the blood belonged to their adversaries, the mere presence of a small portion that was his own implied severe injury, and thus, they felt a profound gratitude towards Joa. However, they could not offer wealth or fame, so they expressed their heartfelt appreciation through their fervor. Seeing this, a flabbergasted Joa hardly considered his own maturity. He hastily raised a cup to clink with the others, then tilted his head back to drink deeply. Shaking his somewhat dizzy head, Joa realized that if he continued to indulge, it would not be long before he succumbed to inebriation. He yearned to depart, yet the villagers' enthusiasm proved irresistible. Thus, he cast a pleading glance towards Nami. To Joa's despair, she turned away without a second thought, seemingly indifferent to his plight. Consequently, 20 minutes later, Joa collapsed, unable to consume even a single drop more. As I gazed at the bewildered Joya, with the little fairy nestled in his embrace. I felt a profound relief that she had reverted to her original form before our return. Otherwise, one could only imagine the predicament we might be in. Unlike the common fur tribes, she had evolved through divine sustenance, granting her the ability to selectively maintain either her human or animal form. Come, a few of you. Let us carry Lord Joya to my home. Just as Ajien and the others were about to lift Joya, Nami interjected, perhaps we should take him to my place instead. Given the circumstances tonight, who knows how he might fare after drinking? It was Joya's first experience with alcohol, and he would likely end up ill. It would be better for me to look after him. Very well, Ajien acquiesced without further contemplation. It was worth noting that Nami was indeed the person most familiar with Joya, and having two grown men share a room could lead to an awkward situation. Thus, under the meaningful gaze of her sister Noki, Nami gently supported Joya and began to depart. She nudged her close friend beside her, saying, "Tonight, I shall be crashing at your place." 10 minutes later, Nami struggled to deposit Joya onto her bed. Initially, her intention had been to place him on the living room sofa, but that felt somewhat ungrateful. Consequently, she had no choice but to settle him in her own bed while she took refuge in her sister's room. However, upon noticing the little fairy, blissfully unaware as she lounged on Joya, Nami's expression soured. "All right then, it's time to leave, isn't it?" "Leave? Why would I leave, meow? Haven't I been sleeping with my master all this time?" With that, she transformed into her human form, languidly draping herself over Joya and casting a defiant glance at Nami. "You are a woman. Shouldn't you show some self-respect?" "Ah, that applies to others. Why should I conceal myself before someone I adore? In our animal kingdom, when one encounters a beloved, it is imperative to seize the moment. Delay, and one may lose their chance. If you do not cherish it, do not blame others for being ruthless." With that declaration, she proceeded to undress Joya right before Nami's eyes. Shoes, socks, shirt, trousers, within moments. He was left clad only in a pair of shorts adorned with Hello Kitty. As she gazed at the almost bare Joya, the little fairy began to waver. Despite her words, when the situation truly escalated to this point, she found herself feeling quite bashful, as this was her first experience of such close proximity to a male. Just then, a chilly breeze swept through the air. Feeling the cold, Joya turned over and pulled the little fairy, who had been resting on her, into her embrace, finding a comfortable position before drifting into a deep slumber. The warmth radiating from the body beside her flushed the little fairy's cheeks crimson. Her gaze grew hazy. Her cat ears drooped wearily, and her three tails wriggled restlessly. How dare he look down on her? The combination of alcohol, the little fairy's words, and the heart-racing scene before her left Nami, who had been emotionally vacant, utterly bewildered, prompting her to start removing her clothes. She then slowly lay down, wrapping her arms around Joya's waist from behind. In that fleeting moment, the world was filled with endless possibilities, yet Joya's slumber meant that the night would pass without incident. The early bird chirped, awakening the slumbering souls from their dreams. As sunlight poured in, Joya instinctively attempted to turn over, only to find herself constrained by something pressing against her sides, rendering her immobile. Don't move, let me sleep a little longer." A feminine voice beside her nearly sent Joya into a daze. The remnants of her morning grogginess dissipated instantly, and her awareness sharpened. Gazing at Nami and the enchanting fairy on his shoulders, along with the indescribable softness enveloping him in the blankets, a fleeting second of hesitation passed. In that brief moment, the temperature of his blood surged at a visible pace, relentlessly assaulting the not-so-formidable defense system of Joya. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Defense system at 90, 70, 50, 30, 0. Just as Joya was about to take action, he suddenly heard Luffy's voice. "Joya, Nami, where are you? I'm coming to get you." This shout nearly sent Joya spiraling away once more, and his previously heated heart cooled rapidly at the sound of those words. "Damn it, I will make you pay for this." With one last glance at Nami and the fairy, Joya summoned an unimaginable will and struggled to rise. If Luffy didn't face some serious consequences today, Joya would not bear the surname Dream. Outside, upon seeing Joya, an excited Luffy opened his arms and charged forward. However, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, sensing something amiss, instinctively halted in their tracks. In the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed large before Luffy. With a resounding thud, Luffy was sent hurtling back at a speed surpassing his arrival, crashing into a large tree. With a crack, the tree splintered in two. Observing the fury etched upon Joya's face, the others appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of his ire. "Why do you choose to arrive at the last possible moment, as if to impress with your apparent superiority?" Chapter 41. The departure half an hour later. As Nami and Xian donned their attire and stepped out of the room, they were greeted by the sight of Luffy, whose head had swollen to an alarming size. A fleeting blush of discomfort crossed their faces. The events that were about to unfold left them in a state of emotional turmoil. They felt both anxious anticipation and an undercurrent of trepidation. At this moment, while they sighed in relief, there lingered a tinge of regret. In summary, their feelings were intricate and could not be succinctly articulated. Meanwhile, at the instant Nami and Xian emerged, Sanji's eyes transformed into heart shapes as he produced a flower from seemingly nowhere. Miss Nami and this lovely lady, may I invite you both for a cup of afternoon tea, if you have the time? Witnessing Sanji's flirtatious advances toward his women, Joya could not feign ignorance. I apologize, but their future lives are entirely in my hands. As for you, I suggest you find a more suitable place. As he spoke, his hands settled possessively on Nami and Xiao Xian's waists. Previously, at the floating restaurant, due to the ambiguity of their relationship, he had refrained from saying much, knowing he lacked the standing to do so. However, the circumstances had changed. The mere fact that both women had not rebuffed his advances that morning granted him the right to assert himself. Thus, regardless of Sanji being Luffy's appointed chef, he would not extend any courtesy. He had afforded him a fair opportunity for competition, and if Sanji failed to seize it, he had no one to blame but himself. In response, Sanji gazed at Nami and Xiao Xian with incredulity, hoping for a denial. Yet, though the shy duo did not nod, they tacitly accepted Joya's hand resting on their waists. Struggling to adapt to the atmosphere, Xiao Xian reverted to her foxcat form, curling up on Joya's shoulder. Too timid to meet anyone's gaze. Upon witnessing such a scene, Sanji clutched his chest and retreated in dismay. Prior to the transformation of the little fairy, he had always presumed that the cat ears and tail were mere embellishments. It was only now that he realized their authenticity. A beast girl, he had inadvertently overlooked a genuine beast girl as a bona fide lecher. The existence of a beast girl was as fervently coveted by him as that of a female mermaid. After 19 years of life, he had finally encountered one, only to find that it bore no relation to him. In that moment, a fleeting thought of despair crossed his mind. Observing the pitiable Sanji, Joya suddenly realized that perhaps she was being a bit excessive. After all, he was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. If he were to storm off in anger, there would be no one left to prepare their meals. With this thought in mind, Joya leaned closer to Sanji and whispered a secret into his ear. Is what you said true? In an instant, the nearly lifeless Sanji was revitalized, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Joya. Of course, I never lie, Joya assured him, patting her chest confidently. What did you tell him? Nami, curious, pinched Joya's side, her expression skeptical. It was evident that whatever had stirred Sanji's enthusiasm could not be anything wholesome. I promised to help him find an island filled entirely with women within a year, so he can enjoy himself there. Hiss. As soon as Joya finished speaking, she felt Nami's grip tighten, a sudden and unprecedented pain shooting through her nervous system, making her feel utterly transparent. Oh, you know of such places, do you wish to go as well? Wife, let me explain, it's not what you think. The place I mentioned is called Kamabaka Kingdom. While it appears that all the inhabitants are women, they have been transformed by a person named Ivankov through the power of a devil fruit. In reality, they are all men. Upon hearing Joya's explanation, Nami finally released her grip, saying, I trust you wouldn't dare. Humph. She then proceeded to bid farewell to the villagers. With Arlong's crew dealt with, there were no more issues in Kokoyashi village. Since Luffy and the others had also arrived, it was time for the Straw Hat Pirates to set sail into the Grand Line. That afternoon, after transplanting several orange trees and altering the tattoo on her shoulder, the reunited Straw Hat Pirates waved their farewells to the people of Kokoyashi village from the shore. Everyone, farewell. This time, Nami did not leave silently as in the original story. Instead, she stood at the stern of the ship, waving fervently. Despite her reluctance, she felt an exhilarating anticipation for the unknown future. From this day forth, she would finally live for herself, for her dreams. Joya, I leave her in your care. On the shore, Aiken called out like a concerned father, his gaze towards Nami filled with reluctance, tears glimmering in the corners of his eyes. Rest assured, I will take good care of Nami, Joya declared confidently. This was something Aiken did not need to worry about. Set sail, everyone. Following the sea breeze, the Mary sailed forth, embarking on a new round of adventures. Roar. Behind them, a serpentine sea king leapt from the water, its massive form astonishing everyone. It says it wishes to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Joya stopped Luffy, who was ready to take action, and explained, she is one of us. You may call her Deja. Roar. It says it does not like that name. Then how about Little Snake? Upon hearing this, the Sea King fell silent for a long moment, suddenly regretting its earlier decision. One could only wonder if it was too late to sink the ship now. After some commotion, the Sea King ultimately chose the name Dajin. No one knew why Joya opted for that name, as neither the color nor the species of the Sea King seemed to relate to gold. Nonetheless, Dajin had become the most melodious name among all, so it had no choice but to accept it begrudgingly. Meanwhile, at the nearest marine base, the 16th branch, Sir, the enemy has departed. Yash, send this person's photo and all the details of what transpired here back to headquarters, and inform them that a bounty must be placed on this individual. Yes. Receiving the photo and information, the soldier hurriedly departed. Soon, the events that transpired in Kokoyashi village and the name Joya began to spread rapidly throughout Marine headquarters in Marineford. Coincidentally, within 10 minutes, news of Habadi's demise also arrived. Thus, the often overlooked East Blue once again became a focal point among the soldiers. Hey, have you heard? It seems another formidable young talent has emerged in the East Blue. Of course, I heard the gatekeeper mention it while I was having breakfast this morning. This kid is ruthless, a major from headquarters and a colonel from a branch, both met their end at his hands. However, I heard that those two Marines weren't exactly good people. Before the soldier could finish, another quickly covered his mouth. Brother, you must be new here. You can put yourself in danger, but don't drag me along. Right now, who cares whether those two are good or bad? The key is to eliminate the opponent. Otherwise, where will the Marines' prestige stand? Chapter 42, Sengoku and Garp. While the ordinary soldiers were abuzz with chatter, senior officers within the Marines were convening to discuss the matter. The Straw Hat Pirates, Captain, Luffy, crew, Joya, Nami, Bounty Hunter Zaro, Usopp, Sanji, totaling 6 members. Among these 6, we must pay particular attention to just 2. Saying this, Rear Admiral Brand New, who was in charge of this meeting, took out 2 photographs and affixed them to the blackboard. Captain Luffy and crew member Joya. Upon hearing this, the other officers collectively raised their heads, their sharp eyes fixated on the young men in the photographs, as if they were attempting to engrave their images into memory. Even Brand New felt a twinge of alarm as the gazes swept over him. It was not their ranks that intimidated him, but the palpable aura of danger they exuded. Unlike himself, these were combat-ready officers, their hands stained with the blood of foes. It was no exaggeration to state that before joining the headquarters, each of them had been at the pinnacle of their respective divisions, the elite among elites, the kings of soldiers. Swallowing hard, Brand New continued, in the last 20 days, Captain Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates has successively defeated Colonel Monka of the 153rd Branch, who had a bounty of 15 million berries, as well as Buggy, with a bounty of 17 million berries. This individual possesses the powers of the Gum Gum fruit, with an actual combat strength estimated to be around 30 million. As for Joya, due to the limited number of times he has engaged in battle, we are currently unable to ascertain his actual combat capabilities. However, one thing is noteworthy. This individual appears to be an unknown devil fruit user. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent audience narrowed their eyes, their expressions turning serious. Although there are numerous types of devil fruits, the Marines had gathered a considerable amount of intelligence over the years. It had been many years since an unknown devil fruit appeared. Just determining the capabilities of this fruit would warrant a visit. Is there anything particularly unusual about this Joya? A colonel inquired. In his view, based on the distinctive traits exhibited by the opponent, it would be easier to gauge which type it belonged to, facilitating their planning for potential future confrontations. Yes, Brand New nodded. In our collected intelligence, there are records of 2 battles involving him. In the confrontation with Headquarters Lieutenant Habadai, Joya, who had been shot multiple times, not only healed rapidly but also managed to slay Habadi. Additionally, during the battle with Jack, Joya exhibited sudden disappearances and reappearances behind others, demonstrating very peculiar movement. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd grew quite grave. Had they not been forewarned, they might have believed these were 2 entirely different individuals. The extraordinary physical prowess and bizarre speed exhibited showed no commonality whatsoever. By the way, did Joya bleed when struck by the bullet? Indeed. Branu nodded once more. Upon hearing this, the previously speaking Brigadier General slowly shook his head, refuting his earlier assertion. He had initially believed it to be a manifestation of the clone fruit. However, the fact that blood emerged upon being shot, coupled with the ability to heal oneself, was not characteristic of a mere clone. Was Joya truly human? This question triggered curious glances from others. If he belonged to a unique race akin to the Fur tribe, it would indeed provide a simpler explanation. Clearly, at this moment, their thoughts aligned with those of the deceased Eren. Confirmed. Any conceivable possibility was swiftly dismissed, prompting some generals to directly inquire. So, what is our mission? Is it to eliminate them, or to investigate the capabilities of this unknown fruit? For the time being, we need not concern ourselves with such matters. Based on our deductions, the enemy's next destination is likely Lobetown. With that man present, even if we fail to capture Joya, we can ascertain the details of their operations. Our task is to propose a suitable bounty. Initially, the seasoned generals were reluctant to relinquish control over this matter. Yet upon hearing that it would be entrusted to that man in Lobetown, not a single dissenting voice was raised within the room. They were acutely aware of who that man was, the user of the smoke fruit, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr's pupil, known as Smoker, the White Hunter. As colonels and even brigadier generals, they typically held disdain for leaders from the branches, regardless of rank. Yet, Smoker was the sole exception. Prior to mastering the use of haki, they found themselves at a complete loss against him. Furthermore, those who could proficiently wield haki were, at the very least, elite rear admirals. Thus, even though he did not belong to the main headquarters rank structure, they dared not underestimate him. Meanwhile, atop the main naval headquarters, a figure stroked his beard with one hand while holding a more detailed report than the one Branu received in the other. At the very least, the name of the Straw Hat Pirates captain was not Luffy, but rather Monkey D. Luffy, summon that rascal Garp for me. Yes. The messenger hastily departed upon hearing this command. 10 minutes later, Garp entered, cradling a large bag of donuts, and plopped down onto the sofa, propping his legs up in a relaxed manner. What do you need me for? Observing the oblivious Carp, Sengoku felt a heaviness in his chest. Were it not for the fact that this rascal had been his comrade for decades, he would have long since had him confined in the 6th level of Impel Down to spare himself the irritation of his incessant presence. Look at this, he exclaimed, tossing the report in Carp's direction. Moments later, upon seeing the photograph of Luffy, Carp erupted in laughter. Ahaha. He truly is my grandson, full of talent. You scoundrel, I see you're eager to end up in Impel Down yourself. It's one thing for your son to join the Revolutionary Army, but how could you let your own grandson become a pirate? Tell me the truth, what is your relation to that, Joya? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Carp scratched his head and hastily offered Sengoku a donut. How about you have a donut first? Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but understand, collapsing onto his chair with a resigned expression. Do you not think that bribing me with a mere donut is rather insufficient? Impossible. A man of my integrity would never resort to bribery. I simply couldn't think of a better excuse to placate you. Someone, take this rascal away and execute him in 5 minutes. Sengoku barked in a fit of rage. However, the soldier on duty by the door seemed oblivious, gazing up at the ceiling. As a mere soldier, it was prudent for him to avoid entanglement in the disputes of the powerful. His fragile constitution could not withstand such turmoil. After a lengthy silence, Sengoku, his anger subsiding, inquired once more, Carp, if you know anything about Joya, I implore you to share. Surely you realize he is not the same as your grandson. At this, Carp set down the donut, his mind drifting back to the first encounter with Joya over a decade ago. I am aware. From the very beginning, I recognized the difference. When I first met him, I pondered whether I should eliminate him. The seriousness in Carp's expression made Sengoku's heart skip a beat, a foreboding sensation washing over him. What do you mean? Immortal? Carp declared. He possesses true immortality. Throughout the years, I have attempted every conceivable method to kill him. Poisons, firearms, fists, daggers. And yet I have failed to leave even a single scratch upon him. Sengoku could no longer remain seated, pulling up a chair beside Carp and whispering fiercely. If that is the case, why did you let him go free? You must understand the panic his existence will incite. Carp retorted with a question of his own. Do you not believe the world needs him? Consider the likes of Horty and Jack. Had it not been for him, they would still be tormenting the populace under the guise of the Navy. In their defiance of justice, where do your so-called rules and order stand? Do not twist words. Rules and order are established by mankind, and thus will inevitably possess flaws. Our duty is to rectify these flaws. A man like him, who kills without restraint, only sows terror and should not exist. Just as Carp was about to respond, the office door swung open abruptly. I say, you two, after decades, how can you still be bickering over this matter? Though your ideologies diverge, your ultimate goal remains the same. Have you forgotten what Admiral Kong instructed you? The only individual capable of intervening and persuading both parties was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru. I have no desire to engage with him. Carp offered. Come, Tsuru. Have a donut. Ignoring the donut Carp extended, Tsuru took a seat, having heard enough of the discussion surrounding Luffy and Joya's bounties. After deliberations, the consensus suggested a bounty of 30 million berries for Monkey D. Luffy, while opinions varied widely regarding Joya. Some argued that, due to Joya's killings of Horty and Jack, a bounty of around 40 million would be fitting to demonstrate the Navy's resolve against evil. Others contended that, despite Joya's actions, his displayed strength was not formidable enough to warrant more than 20 million. If you are so well fed and have nothing better to do, then you may as well make the decision yourselves. 40 million, 20 million. Tsuru, having just lifted a cup of tea to her lips, stared in astonishment at the two elderly gentlemen who were once again on the verge of squabbling. Reason? This individual poses a significant threat to the Navy and the world government. Joya's bounty cannot exceed that of my grandson. At this point, even the usually composed Tsuru felt the urge to hurl her teacup at Carp's wrinkled face. Then it shall be 40 million, Tsuru declared, slamming her hand on the table to settle the matter. As the discussion concluded, an uneasy Carp rose to leave. By the way, aside from Luffy and Joya, do you have any other prot-GS or grandchildren? Upon hearing this, Carp inwardly cursed his luck, truly fearing that his worst concerns were manifesting. No, I don't think so. However, his evasive gaze and fidgeting hands were hardly convincing. At that moment, Sengoku was struck by an incredulous thought. Would Carp's demise mean the loss of leadership for more than half the world's criminals? Of course, he quickly dismissed this notion. While Carp was indeed a rascal, he was not likely to reach such depths. Well, Sengoku pressed further. Carp, we want to pressure you. But could we at least have a look at your family tree? Family tree? My family has no such thing. Haha, that reminds me. I suddenly recalled a document on my desk that requires my signature. You all continue your discussion. I must take my leave. With that, Carp exited without looking back. My old friend, not allowing you to see it is for your own good. Otherwise, you would question your existence. Watching Carp's retreating figure, Sengoku couldn't help but lament. Tsuru, how did you ever end up? Before he could finish, a sharp glare from Tsuru silenced him. Don't misunderstand. What I meant to say is, it's all Carp's fault. He appears so simple and honest, yet he was sly enough to intentionally damage his own ship to secure passage on yours. How did I not see through the shamelessness back then? Thus, I have decided that when I retire, I won't go anywhere else. I shall serve as a logistics officer on your ship. Don't even think of refusing. On the eve of my retirement, I will issue you an order in my capacity as admiral, and you will have no choice but to comply. Suit yourself. With that, Saru turned and left, unfazed by the antics of these elder gentlemen. As the confirmation from Admiral Crane resounded, the Naval Intelligence Department commenced the extensive printing of the bounties for Luffy and Joya. These notices were destined to be dispatched across the globe alongside tomorrow's newspapers, inevitably stirring a new wave of upheaval in the world. Although the amounts listed on these bounties were not excessively high, it was noteworthy that this marked the first time the two individuals had been placed on a wanted list. Achieving bounties of 30 to 40 million for their inaugural appearance was a record-breaking feat, sure to incite considerable commotion. However, the protagonists, Joya and Luffy, remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around them. At that moment, they were engrossed in a discussion regarding their next destination. The provisions aboard the ship were ample enough to sustain them for over a month, and their current position was approximately 20 days sailing from the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Thus, they could indeed make a continuous journey directly to Reverse Mountain. However, as Nami, the navigator, paused momentarily, she turned to Luffy and remarked, "But along the way, we will encounter a place called Logue Town." Everyone except Joy was taken aback. "What is so special about that town?" Luffy inquired, perplexed. "Logue Town. The town where beginnings and endings converge. It is the birthplace of the Pirate King, Roger, and where he met his demise." Upon hearing this, Luffy, who had previously shown indifference, fell silent. "Nami, I want to go there." "All right," Nami replied, unfazed by his decision. She had anticipated this outcome the moment she chose to mention it. Although a particularly formidable Navy officer resided there, she believed that with Joya's presence, they would encounter no significant issues. Unconsciously, she cast a discreet glance at Joya, only to find him engaged in a tender moment with the little fairy. Despite the fact that he was in his fox-cat form, it still ignited a flare of frustration within her. Chapter 44. A call to Carp-again. The following morning marked the 23rd day since Luffy and Joya had departed from Windmill Village. Joya emerged from the girls' quarters, one hand clutching her waist, her face a visage of fatigue. Observing such a sight, Joya appeared utterly bewildered, while Zoro and Usopp regarded him with disdain. And Sanji bore an expression of sorrowful indignation, yearning to weep yet unable to do so. "Joya, remember to add some goji berries and sea cucumber to the breakfast soup," Usopp remarked, somewhat pointedly. Joya, his head clouded with confusion, chose not to explain himself. He had intentions to act. Yet both Nami and the others exhibited an entirely different demeanor compared to their attitude in Cocoa Village, leaving him with no opportunity. Particularly Nami, who monitored him as if he were a thief, even forcibly taking Xiao Xian away, preventing her from sleeping beside him. The reason for this abrupt departure from the girls' quarters was solely Nami's doing. In her words, during yesterday's meeting, he had not paid proper attention, and as a punishment, she had kicked him in the side. Were it not for his immortal nature, his pursuit of happiness would have likely ended before it even began. "What sins have I committed?" Joya lamented skyward, having believed that after the Cocoa Village incident, he could indulge in a life of unabashed joy. Instead, he found no semblance of happiness, only burdensome troubles. An hour later, having finished breakfast, the group basked in the warmth on the deck. At that moment, a newsbird descended onto the ship's railing. Coo, the board Nami habitually purchased a newspaper, for as a navigator, she needed to stay informed about the world's latest developments to adjust the course of the Mary at any moment. However, upon receiving the newspaper from the bird, she was taken aback by its unexpected weight. It seemed others had not been idle during this time. As she opened the newspaper, 2 fresh bounty posters fell out. Instantly, all eyes were fixated on the 2 sheets of paper. Is that Luffy's bounty? Despite the unmistakable image of Luffy, disbelief lingered among them. Since their encounter with Alvida, they had been at sea for a total of 17 days, and less than 10 since the Straw Hat Pirates had officially formed. In any profession, a mere 10 or 20 days hardly qualifies one as a newcomer. Yet, the evidence before them compelled belief in its authenticity. "Who is that below?" Usopp inquired, bending to pick it up. However, upon glimpsing the second bounty poster, his eyes widened in shock. "Joya, you've been given a bounty too." Hearing this, Nami snatched the 2 bounty posters, with the others eagerly gathering around. Monkey D, Luffy, bounty of 30 million berries. The Demon Joya, bounty of 40 million berries. What? Why is Joya's higher than mine? Usopp questioned, perplexed. And why does the Navy call Joya demon? In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the 2 suddenly revealed bounty posters. Observant Usopp noted his silhouette appearing on Luffy's bounty poster, albeit just the back of his head, which excited him greatly. "I'm also in the picture, and with my master no less," Xiao Xian, in her cat form, chimed in. Where? Upon seeing the image of Xiao Xian resting on Joya's shoulder, Nami replied, feigning amusement, "Is that it? Others might think it's just a piece of marten fur. What is there to be proud of? Well, at least being a piece of marten fur is better than not being featured at all. You idiot. You fool." As tensions rose, Joya hurriedly intervened to separate them. All right, it's just a bounty poster. If the opportunity arises, I can find someone to modify this photo to include all of you. Joya, you might be blowing your own trumpet a bit too much. The Navy is responsible for printing these posters. How could a pirate like you dictate their actions? Usopp, the king of liars, could not help but scoff. Yet suddenly, Luffy interjected, others might not be able to, but maybe he can. Usopp's jaw dropped in disbelief, staring at Luffy as if he were joking. Believe it or not. Luffy continued, well aware of the leverage Joya held over his grandfather, hinting that with the right pressure, he could likely persuade his grandfather to alter the photo. However, doing so could result in a severe beating upon their next encounter, perhaps even 10. Then, when you manage to add me in, I'll agree to one request of yours. He shot a challenging glance at Saiyan, fully aware that the day of that alteration was uncertain, but he would not yield in his bravado. Master, I want to be altered too. I want to appear in human form, and I'll agree to one request of yours then. Just you wait. For the sake of future happiness, Joya turned and entered the conference room, locking the door behind him. He then retrieved the phone bug belonging to Garp and decisively dialed. After an extended wait, the call finally connected. Before Joya could greet him, Garp exploded with rage. You brat, have you grown wings? Just a few days after leaving Windmill Village, and you already dare to kill, and worse, kill a Navy man. Rubbing his ears in disbelief, Joya replied, I won't deny the killing, but this is not my fault. Let us not mention that these two were hardly virtuous individuals. Why were they trying to assert their presence at my expense? Take Horty, for instance. Upon first meeting, he unleashed a torrent of insults, even directing some at you. I could tolerate insults directed at me, but not those aimed at you, so I gave him a knife to help him reincarnate. Garp could hardly contain his laughter at Joya's explanation. So, should I be thanking you? That is not necessary. We know each other too well. Just help me alter the photo on the bounty poster later. I'll send you the new one. Honestly, your Navy's photography skills are abysmal. How could someone as handsome as I look like this? If I had a place to complain, I'd definitely take legal action against you. Why don't you just go die? Garp, now at his wit's end, shattered the glass in the conference room, while outside, Zoro and the others stood in bewilderment, listening to the furious shouting echoing through the air. They were curious not only about the identity of the person on the other end, but also about what Joya had said to provoke such a reaction. Only Luffy trembled uncontrollably, as if recalling a painful past. Chapter 45. Red-haired falls from his chair a moment later, just before exiting the conference room. Joya forcibly suppressed the weight of his concerns. Before ending the call, Garp informed him that Sengoku was now keeping an eye on him. Though it was only a few words, from that moment on, an unsettling feeling lingered deep within Joya's heart. The source of that unease was not Sengoku, but rather one of his 3 admirals, Kazan, the iceberg. In the vast realm of pirates, there exists but one individual whom I must regard with utmost caution. The possessor of the natural ice fruit, while unable to bring about my demise, possesses the formidable capability to encase me in ice, achieving a sealing effect akin to confinement. According to the original narrative, the Straw Hat Pirates' first encounter with Kazan transpired following their adventures in Skypiea. Had this been the case, the significant duration in between would have afforded him ample opportunity to develop his powers. However, now, with Sengoku's sagacity and awareness of his immortal abilities, it is highly probable that he may directly dispatch Akiji to thwart me. Should I find myself cornered, even with the shadow fruit by my side, the likelihood of evasion from being frozen remains lamentably slim. I jest with you. Do not take the photographs to heart. Although Joya has concealed herself adeptly, Nami discerned the peculiarities and approached her with comforting words. Look at this, she said, pointing to an article in the newspaper to show Joya. Upon a fleeting glance, Joya discovered that it was a report regarding the confiscation of the Plinkett Chamber of Commerce. It turned out you truly did not deceive me. Thus I have resolved to reward you. Before Joya could fully comprehend the situation, Nami rose on her toes and softly kissed him on the cheek, then swiftly turned and fled. The lingering warmth on his face and the scent at the tip of his nose left Joya momentarily stunned, gazing at Nami's departing figure. His hands clenched into fists. In that instant, the unease deep within him dissipated with that kiss. What of Akiji? Why should I fear him? If he chooses to show himself, let him come. I shall face him without hesitation. Meanwhile, the bounty notices for Joya and Luffy began to spread widely across the globe. In Windmill Village, at the Makino Tavern, it was truly unexpected that Luffy and Joya were rewarded shortly after setting sail. It seems our village is destined to produce 2 formidable pirates. Evidently, not only are we unable to endure Joya, but even the world government and the Navy are thoroughly vexed by this lad. Who could argue otherwise? Haha. Cheers. Observing the crowd brimming with excitement, the former village chief sighed heavily and lamented, what a tragedy it is that such 2 rascals have emerged from our village. But isn't becoming the pirate king precisely Luffy's dream? Remarked the smiling Makino as she pushed a cup of wine towards him. Let them be. At this point, the old chief understands that there is nothing he can do. He merely hopes for their safe return. No, let us not rush them back, as long as they return safely. Moreover, at the Baratai Floating Restaurant, Red Leg Zeph, in Shellstown, Kobe, in Syrup Village, Kaya, in Cocoa West Village, Nojiko, as well as Akin and Johnny, all gazed in astonishment at the bounty posters of Luffy and Zoro, genuinely delighted for them. Meanwhile, in the tumultuous New World, 2 sea regions were stirred by the emergence of these bounty posters. Brothers, today I treat Eat and drink to your heart's content. Captain, what good fortune has befallen you to be so generous? Heh, take a look at this. With that, the bare-chested man pulled out 2 bounty posters and handed them to his companions. Monkey D. Luffy? The Demon Zoro? I've heard of Monkey D. Garp and Monkey D. Dragon. But where did these 2 fellows spring from? Upon hearing this, the man leaped onto the dining table. Listen up. These 2 are my brother Ace's siblings. If you encounter them in the future, take good care of them. Siblings? It seems our Whitebeard Pirates family is about to expand. To our brother. Cheers. Cheers. However, in a neglected corner, a rotund man contemplated deeply as he stared at the 2 bounty posters in Ace's hands, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, on a certain red soil continent within the New World, one pirate lamented, "How dull it is. The captain isn't throwing a feast, and we have nothing to do." Indeed. I've only consumed 20 buns today, half of what I ate yesterday. Wait, look over there. Is that someone? A sharp-eyed pirate pointed at a small black dot that had suddenly appeared on the sea. Let me see. A pirate observed through a telescope. Where? I don't see anything. Just then, a man in formal attire, carrying a black sword, materialized in their line of sight. You all stay here. I'll go report. The pirate exclaimed before dashing into the depths of the island. Captain, the Hawkeye. Before he could finish, the pirate instinctively turned around, only to see something that made his pupils constrict in shock. Hawkeye, with his sword, had somehow appeared behind him. Terrified, he scrambled away, distancing himself from the man. Ah. Hawkeye, what a rare guest. If you've come to duel with me, I'm afraid I'm not feeling well at the moment, the man with red hair stated. You think too much. I had no intention of dueling with you, especially not with someone who has lost their left arm. Recently, I discovered an intriguing pirate and suddenly recalled what you once told me about a peculiar little rascal from a certain village. With that, he produced 2 bounty posters from his pocket. Upon seeing this, the crew surrounding the red-haired man immediately snapped to attention, images of 2 figures surfacing in their minds. Has he arrived, Luffy? Shanks speculated inwardly. The next moment, as the bounty posters fully unfurled, the previously seated Shanks crashed to the floor. His eyes fixed intently on the poster beside Luffy, memories from over a decade ago flooding back. Makino, what do you think of Shanks as a person? Well, yes. All right, I suppose. At this moment, the bashful Makino stammered slightly. Observing this, the young Zoro boldly declared, let me tell you something. He was the one who urged me to sneak a peek at you while bathing yesterday, saying he wanted me to recount it to him later. You mustn't marry him. He is so much older, and his behavior is utterly disgraceful. He is simply an old fool unworthy of you. Oh heavens. How could Zoro have set sail as well? At that instant, upon realizing Zoro had also embarked on the voyage, all of Shanks' good spirits dissipated entirely. As he gazed upon the striking red hair, Hawkeye was taken aback, instinctively reaching for the bounty notice belonging to Joya for a closer inspection. During his previous visit to the East Blue, he had not encountered Joya, and his interest in the bounty was solely due to her association with Luffy. It now appeared that he had overlooked the most intriguing individual. Chapter 46. Buggy's Drift. While the red-haired pirate was astonished by Joya's bounty. On a desolate island within the East Blue, a diminutive man, no taller than 50 centimeters, was exerting every ounce of strength to push a makeshift raft into the water. This man was none other than Buggy, who had been sent flying by Luffy's punch. Due to Joya's involvement, the battle at Orangetown, though filled with surprises, ultimately concluded as expected. Buggy's disembodied torso had been launched into the sky by Luffy's cannonball. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Buggy cursed in fury. Reduced to nothing but his hands, feet, and head, no one knew how he had survived the past 10 days. It was no exaggeration to say they were the darkest and most sorrowful days of his life. He had been pursued for nearly half a month by ravenous wild dogs, eagles, and wolves. Just when he managed to evade them, he encountered 2 consecutive days of torrential rain, nearly drowning in the process. Finally, today, as he pushed the raft into the water, he could at last leave this wretched place behind. Straw Hat Kid, you wait for me. I will have my revenge. Fueled by boundless hatred and determination, the diminutive Buggy bravely charged towards the sea. Just as his foot touched the raft, dozens of piranhas with razor-sharp teeth leaped from the water, charging at him with ferocity. Moreover, a large shadow on the surface of the sea was rapidly approaching from behind. No, 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 how can I start like this? With a scream that nearly sent his soul soaring, he summoned every ounce of energy to paddle furiously, the oars in his hands creating afterimages as the raft sped away at an unimaginable pace. At last, he had arrived at the next destination. Feeling the warm sand beneath him, Buggy let out a sigh of relief. As he struggled to rise, he kicked away a piranha that had latched onto his clothing. He had initially intended to start a fire and roast fish, but then he noticed a yellow-feathered duck staring at him from 38 meters away. Since there's roast duck, who would want to eat roasted piranha? With that thought, he dashed towards the yellow duck, his mind already recalling the steps for preparing roast duck. He was oblivious to the fact that behind him, another yellow duck was watching him with a look of sheer terror. 10 minutes later, having caught the duck, Buggy was about to start a fire when something suddenly yanked him up. Who dares to touch me? Yet, when he saw who was grabbing him, he instantly shrank back in fear. Hey, big bird, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Although it was a bird, this one was as large as a small hill. and Buggy, lacking some vital components, dared not confront it. Suddenly, another yellow duck appeared beside the giant bird. Buggy realized he was in deep trouble. "Let me go. I am the great Captain Buggy. If you don't release me, beware." But before he could finish his threat, the giant bird swallowed him whole. With a few chews, the bird's expression morphed into one of disgust. Ugh. It expelled Buggy into the sky, and then spent a considerable time retching before regaining its composure. Am I really that unappetizing? At that moment, Buggy felt that living was worse than being dead. However, through this misfortune, he found a stroke of luck. Soaring through the air, Buggy was propelled towards his next stop. With a resounding crash, Buggy landed successfully on Rare Beast Island. Before he could collect his thoughts, a commanding voice rang out nearby. "Foolish poachers, leave this island at once. Dare to take another step, and you shall never return." The sudden turn of events startled Buggy. Encountering unknown enemies in an unfamiliar environment was a dire predicament. To his astonishment, from the surrounding jungle emerged dozens of peculiar animals. How fascinating. Buggy, intrigued, began to approach them when suddenly, a gunshot rang out, leaving a bullet hole in his pirate hat. "Damn it, you shall not harm these creatures." Just as Common was about to end Buggy's life with his gun, Buggy seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack, capturing the hidden enemy behind the bushes. A treasure kit? A rare beast? Both were taken aback by the other's unusual appearance. "Understand this clearly. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King." Common, initially prepared to attack, froze in shock. "Are you also a pirate?" "Of course, without a doubt. But why do you use also?" "Because 20 years ago, I was a pirate too." Common, filled with excitement, lowered his gun. "Why were you pretending to be something you're not?" Buggy could not help but inquire. "I wanted to scare off any poachers who would harm these animals." It was then that Buggy realized his earlier attack had also been a result of his attempt to approach those creatures. "Enough of that. Would you like to share a drink?" It would serve as my apology for the misunderstanding. Of course, after being hungry for so many days, Buggy had no reason to refuse. That night, the two sat by a small campfire, sharing drinks and stories. Common recounted his experiences over the years. And when Buggy learned of hidden treasures, he was visibly startled but soon came to terms with it. "By the way, when my pirate crew is revived, would you care to join us? A person with your pirate spirit would be most welcome." At this, Common's eyes misted over. He had never expected, aside from Luffy, anyone else would extend such an invitation to him. "Well, I have grown accustomed to life here. Leaving would only burden you. And I truly cannot bear to part from them." "What a pity." Buggy shook his head in resignation, wishing fervently that this like-minded person would join him. That night, the two conversed until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting off to sleep. The following day, with Common's assistance, a brand new bamboo raft was swiftly constructed. As the moment of parting approached, Buggy extended one last invitation. "Are you truly not considering leaving with me? I appreciate your kindness, but I really do not wish to leave." "Then I wish you a safe journey." Having spoken, the intrepid Buggy once more plunged into the ocean. However, at the very moment the bamboo raft set sail, an enormous crab, far larger than an elephant, suddenly emerged, brandishing its pincers menacingly towards Buggy. "Why is this happening?" Buggy lamented, clinging to a bamboo pole as he floated upon the waves. He could not fathom why his journey had commenced with such tribulations. It was either piranhas or colossal birds, or, when not those, it was monstrous creatures. In this dire moment, a cannonball descended from the heavens, striking the crab squarely on its diminutive head. Shortly thereafter, Buggy, who had fallen into the water, was rescued by a woman whose appearance and physique were beyond reproach. "Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been in real peril," he expressed gratefully. "Do not mention it. I am here to seek your alliance," she replied. "Alliance?" Buggy questioned, bewildered by her sudden appearance and the notion of an alliance. However, upon seeing the bounty notice she produced, a mix of astonishment and ire surged within him, prompting a decisive nod. "All right then, let us form an alliance." Chapter 47. Arrival at Rogue Town. What a lively scene, exclaimed Buggy, gazing at the bustling port. Luffy couldn't help but exclaim upon stepping onto this land. Indeed, just a few years ago, this place was a gathering hub for pirates embarking on their journey to the Grand Line, brimming with an array of supplies and an atmosphere of lively commotion. In preparation for the grand adventure that lay ahead, I intend to collect a few potentially useful items. It seems I could find some excellent ingredients here, and of course, beautiful women. Speaking of which, I have my own purchases in mind. Sensing an opportunity, Nami raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you have any money? Would you like me to lend you some? Just repay me threefold in interest." Upon hearing this, Zoro, who never flinched even in the face of Mihawk, felt a chill run down his spine. "You're a vampire. Even a fool wouldn't borrow money from you." With a determined shout, Luffy declared, "All right. I'm off to see the execution platform. I want to witness the place where the Pirate King was slain." With that, he dashed away. "In that case, let each of us attend to our own affairs." Soon, the group dispersed, yet Joya accompanied Nami, as he needed to buy some clothes for Little Fairy. She couldn't possibly continue wearing Nami's outfits. Meanwhile, at the naval base in Rogue Town, upon receiving the latest orders from headquarters, the naval soldier responsible for communication promptly rose and made his way to the colonel's office. "Report. The latest intelligence from headquarters indicates that the notorious demon Joya with a bounty of 40 million berries, along with Monkey D. Luffy, who carries a bounty of 30 million berries, are likely to arrive at Roguetown today. Headquarters has instructed you to prioritize the apprehension of the pirate Joya. Even if capture proves impossible, you must ascertain his abilities and true strength. Furthermore, Headquarters has warned of the potential arrival of significant figures, urging us to prepare for their protection. Oh, this order possesses a certain intrigue. A man spoke amidst the thick haze of smoke. Although his visage remained obscured, the indistinct outline of his physique testified to his formidable strength. Bring me Joya's dossier. He understood well that the distinction of this command lay in Joya. After a brief moment, having perused the report, Smoker commanded, show the photograph of Joya to the men, instructing them to search the entire town for this individual, but do so discreetly. Notify me immediately upon locating him. Yes. The messenger hurriedly departed. Both the directives from headquarters and the colonel's demeanor underscored the task's gravity and complexity, compelling him to act without delay. As the soldiers mobilized in haste, Smoker, fully prepared, departed the base ahead of them. Though the likelihood of encountering Joya on the streets was slimmer than winning a lottery, the peril he posed left Smoker unwilling to bide his time idly. His extraordinary regenerative abilities and uncanny speed were rare even in the Grand Line or the New World. Such capabilities were not commonly found in tandem. More critically, this information was merely what the Navy had gathered, how much remained undiscovered. Faced with such an adversary, even as a natural-type Devil Fruit user, he could not claim victory as a certainty. As for the mention of significant figures in the report, he paid it little heed. Being a student of Zifa, though not stationed at headquarters, he was well acquainted with the renowned rear admirals and vice admirals. Oh dear. Lost in his thoughts, Smoker failed to notice someone approaching. Consequently, a little girl, clutching an ice cream cone, collided with him, causing the three-layered treat to splatter across his trousers. The girl, with her braided pigtails, instinctively looked up, locking eyes with Smoker's intimidating gaze. At merely 4 or 5 years old, she had never encountered such a scene. Her large, tear-filled eyes threatened to overflow, while her father fervently apologized nearby. In the next instant, amidst the fearful gazes of the father and daughter, Smoker slowly crouched down. He gently patted the girl's head, then retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, placing it in her hand and saying, I apologize, my trousers have claimed your ice cream. How about you get a 5-layered one next time? With that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, the little girl, beaming at the coin in her hand, exclaimed, Goodbye, Navy Uncle. In his urgency to find his target, Smoker did not glance back, but waved his hand in farewell as he continued on his way. On the other side of Roguetown, Buggy and his companions, having arrived nearly simultaneously with Luffy, donned their cloaks to conceal their identities before entering in groups. Observing the streets that had undergone multiple renovations, Buggy couldn't help but exclaim, It has indeed been quite some time. Have you visited here before? Yorlita inquired, puzzled. I have. But that was over 20 years ago, Buggy replied, tilting his head toward the distance. It seemed as if he could see the execution platform standing in the center of the square, his eyes, hidden behind a clown's facade, appearing both weathered and bewildered. Over 20 years? How old were you then? Yorlita found Buggy's words increasingly strange. He seemed different from her expectations. Let us not dwell on such details. We should consider our next steps. You have your sights set on Joya, while I am after the Straw Hat Boy. Confronting both of them simultaneously in the territory of that white hunter is no small feat. Touching her smooth belly, Yorlita nonchalantly stated, Don't worry, I'll handle Joya. You just need to help me locate him. Are you certain? Don't say I didn't warn you. That boy possesses some unusual abilities. The moment Buggy first laid eyes on Joya's bounty notice, he felt as though he were still in a dream. Back in Orange Town, he had witnessed the boy's back vanish entirely under a barrage of cannon fire, his organs severely damaged. Surviving such injuries was nothing short of miraculous. Rest assured, I am not the same person I was back then. That is reassuring. Buggy offered no further explanations. He had alerted her of the risks, and the outcome was no longer his concern. Though they formed an alliance, it was merely that. He bore no responsibility for her. Let us set off. Joya, do you find this outfit appealing? Yes, it is lovely. And what about me, master? You look lovely as well. Humph. The two women exchanged glances before simultaneously departing to select more garments. Clearly, Joya's previous answer had not satisfied them. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Joya regretted following them. In just an hour, he had accompanied them through no fewer than 5 stores. And his storage ring was filled to capacity with their newly acquired attire. To make matters worse, each time they changed outfits, they posed him the same question. Faced with such an impossible dilemma, Joya knew he could not answer truthfully. Avoiding offense was paramount. Chapter 47, Strengthening. Before long, a commotion erupted outside the store. Where are they? Over here. Over here. Joya then heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Moments later, under the guidance of a sycophant, a crowd nearly obscured Joya's view. My lady, I've come for you. A man, whose appearance was lamentable and whose dark circles rivaled those of a panda, hurried forward. Ignoring Joya, he reached for the curtain of the changing room. Do you wish to die? A voice, devoid of emotion, suddenly resonated, followed by the flash of a blade. Dozens of blood droplets soared high into the air before descending, forming vibrant plum blossoms upon the ground. In an instant, the world fell silent. All eyes drawn to the bloodied right hand lying on the ground. Due to its recent separation from the body, the index and middle fingers still trembled slightly. "Ah, my hand, how dare you sever it?" The man howled, resembling a rabid dog. "Why are you all standing around? Retrieve my hand and kill him." Yet, his subordinates remained motionless, or perhaps lacked the courage to confront the armed Joya. To them, the impassive Joya appeared as a messenger from hell. And the bloodied sword he wielded instilled endless dread. As professional henchmen, their pride had been shattered by the loss of their master's hand. They dared not act arrogantly in such circumstances. "Are you all deaf? If you don't act, I'll let my father deal with you." Upon hearing the mention of the man's father, fear flickered in the eyes of the henchmen. "Charge!" With a furious roar, the henchmen rushed at Joya. Some drawing their weapons while others seized random objects from the store. Witnessing their stubbornness, Joya felt exasperated. If he were not certain this was the world of pirates, he might have suspected he had stumbled into a fantasy or martial arts realm, where thugs engage in outrageous schemes. Against such adversaries, Joya saw no reason to retreat. Especially after acquiring the skill paper drawing through the system lottery upon severing his opponent's hand, a unique evasion technique from the Navy 6 styles. His personal panel had thus been updated. Name, Joya. Age, 17. Combat power, 398. 426 charm, 36 abilities, immortal, simplified Saiyan physique, eagle eye reconnaissance, iron block. Replica fruit, shadow fruit, aways 18 styles, see stone level swordsman, shave, paper drawing. At this point, Joya had mastered half of the Navy 6 styles, and his combat power had surpassed 400, reaching an unprecedented height. In the next moment, as the enemy's blade descended, Joya stood unmoving as if he had not seen it. Rather than feeling pleased, the henchmen were filled with panic. In novels, those who dared to act in such a manner were invariably powerful protagonists, mocking their enemies to establish dominance. Having fantasized about such scenarios, he had never anticipated the story would unfold so swiftly in his own life. Although he wished to retreat, the arrow had already been loosed. Just before the blade struck, he instinctively closed his eyes, not wanting to witness himself being foolishly slain. With a sickening sound, the long knife pierced flesh. Yet, the expected pain did not arrive. Could it be that the target was not him, but someone else? At that moment, he could only think this. But the unnaturally quiet atmosphere around him filled him with confusion. Thus, he cautiously opened his eyes. Upon seeing what lay before him, he instantly relaxed. "I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're just this pathetic." In his line of sight, the young man who had severed his master's right hand was now impaled by 5 or 6 knives, one of which was his own, blood splattering onto Joya's face. No one had anticipated such an outcome, including the man who had lost his hand lurking in the background. Joya's earlier brutality had led them to mistakenly believe he was a formidable opponent. Now, it appeared he was merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Having startled them at first before falling victim to their onslaught, although he still clung to life, no one believed he would survive. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be the case, but alas, they encountered Joya, a man not bound by the Reaper's grasp. Just as the henchmen believed the tide had turned in their favor and began to act as they pleased, a voice that should not have emerged broke the silence. "I ask, have you not eaten? Your strikes are so feeble, are you merely tickling me?" Gazing at the figure of Joya, whose body was still profusely bleeding yet whose eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, all present were struck with expressions of sheer horror, with several even collapsing to their knees. "Who, pray tell, are you?" "My father is Ross, the president of the UC Chamber of Commerce, a man who navigates both the shadows and light. Should you dare to harm me, he will not show you any mercy. Is it not all the rage nowadays to betray one's own father?" Joya mused, bemused by the scene that was hauntingly familiar. Not long ago, he had dismantled an organization known as the Punkka Chamber of Commerce. And now he found himself entangled with the UC Chamber. The latter, even more foolish, divulged their incriminating evidence without him needing to pry. "The UC Chamber. Is it? I shall remember that. You may depart now. Your father will come looking for you in a few days." With those words, a blade fell, and a head rolled. Such a wretch was a waste of air, and to purify the atmosphere, Joya felt compelled to execute him. As for the sycophants surrounding him, he spared them, considering they had contributed to his rise from 426 to 440 in doubt power. "Two of you, feel free to emerge," he commanded. In response, a maid clad in a charming outfit and a young woman in a beige dress simultaneously parted the curtains to reveal themselves to Joya. They were breathtakingly beautiful. Before either could inquire, Joya preemptively replied, "No need for questions. We must make haste. If we linger, the Navy will soon close in." Though they had remained hidden, this did not imply ignorance. They had faith in Joya's ability to manage matters. With the issue resolved, as pirates, it was imperative that they flee, lest they be compelled to provide statements at the naval base. Thus, the trio departed without a backward glance. Before leaving, Nami discreetly pilfered several of the finest garments, claiming them as a form of emotional compensation. 10 minutes later, when Smoker and his men arrived at the scene, the aftermath was all that remained. As I gazed upon the crimson-stained ground and the dismembered remains of the young master of the Friendship Merchant Guild, words eluded me in that moment. Scoundrels meeting their demise, what a fitting fate. Everyone, heed my command. Conduct a thorough search within a 2-kilometer radius from this location. Yes. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner, a figure cloaked in shadow, Yalida vanished from sight. Chapter 49. Individual adventures. Where on earth is the execution platform? Luffy exclaimed, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar surroundings. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This bustling town felt overwhelmingly vast to him. An hour had slipped by without him locating the fabled platform. At that instant, Smoker, patrolling nearby, approached from the other end of the street. Excuse me, do you know where the execution platform is? Startled by the inquiry, Smoker paused momentarily, scrutinizing the young man in the straw hat from head to toe. He had only perused the intelligence concerning the notorious Joya, unaware that Luffy was also a target of interest. What brings you there? He inquired. I wish to witness the very spot where the Pirate King met his end. At that moment, Smoker's heart skipped a beat. Although this motive could resonate with anyone wishing to visit such a place, he sensed something peculiar about this man before him. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Luffy's eyes shone with an unusual brilliance, invoking an indescribable feeling within Smoker. Follow the direction of the smoke. The execution platform lies that way. Ultimately, Smoker indicated the direction for Luffy, despite his suspicions regarding Luffy's identity. His preoccupation with pursuing Joya left him little inclination to delve deeper. Ah, so it's over there. Thank you, Luffy expressed, turning to leave with newfound purpose. Elsewhere, with his pockets emptier than his expression, Zoro found himself aimlessly wandering the streets. Little lady, do you truly think you can apprehend us? Perhaps it would be wise to drop your blade and surrender. I assure you, I can be quite gentle. Although Zoro had no intention of intervening, the mention of a blade compelled him to approach. In his line of sight, two burly men wielding knives charged towards a woman. In a moment of urgency, Zoro instinctively reached for his sword to assist. Yet, he witnessed the woman execute a breathtaking draw and slash, dispatching one assailant effortlessly while evading the other with grace. In mere moments, she had vanquished her foes with such swift precision that the average observer could hardly register the events unfolding. Only Zoro, amidst the throng, grasped the entirety of the spectacle. Impressive. Just as he prepared to depart, the woman's glasses tumbled from her face, landing at Zoro's feet. Where are my glasses? She exclaimed in dismay. Reluctantly, Zoro picked them up. Your glasses are right here. In the next instant, their eyes locked, and a surge of electricity coursed through his mind, as the visage hidden in the depths of his memory aligned perfectly with the woman before him. As Zoro gazed upon that familiar visage, he was suddenly enveloped by the illusion of traversing time back to the past. My glasses. Abruptly awakening from his reverie, Zoro stared in bewilderment at the remnants of his spectacles, now crushed in his grasp. You shall compensate me. This incident further exacerbated Zoro's already precarious financial situation. Resigned to his fate, he was forcibly dragged by Dasky to the naval station, where he commenced his duties as a cleaner. Meanwhile, shifting our focus back to Joya, the trio who had exited the store found refuge in an inconspicuous alleyway, casting a glance at the suddenly proliferating naval soldiers outside. Joya spoke in a hushed tone. Nami, Saiyan, Roguetown is no longer safe. You must return to the Mary while I seek out the others. Allow me to accompany you. I now possess the capability to assist, having undergone the enhancement from the divine feed. Saiyan had evolved into a member of the Fur tribe, her combat prowess now boasting a formidable power level of 309. Augmented by the tribe's unique ability to generate static electricity. Gently patting Saiyan's head, Joya reassured her, do not fret for my safety. Moreover, if my suspicions are correct, the Mary may also be in peril. I cannot bear the thought of you going alone, Nami. Upon hearing this, Nami, who had previously felt indifferent, suddenly realized that she might have become a burden to Joya. In the past, when they were in Shell's Town and Orange Town, he had been eager to have her by his side, yet now he sought to send her away for her own safety. Though Joya said nothing explicitly, Nami sensed that she was no longer of any assistance to him, perhaps even a hindrance. Then we shall take our leave. Though slightly disheartened, Nami refrained from displaying any emotional turmoil at that moment. Do not overthink it. You are the woman I cherish. With a gentle kiss upon Nami's forehead, Joya turned and departed. Observing Nami, who appeared utterly lost, the diminutive fairy could not help but express her disdain. Is it merely a kiss? Look at how elated you are. Hiki, someone desires more than that. You scoundrel. You fool. Amidst their clamor, the two hastened towards the port, taking a route entirely opposite to that of Joya. Meanwhile, as Joya turned the corner into another alley, she encountered an unexpected individual. Demon Joya. It has been quite some time. Before the strikingly beautiful woman before her, Joya's mind instinctively conjured the name Yerlita. Undoubtedly, the present incarnation of Yerlita. A formidable user of the superhuman type Sunasuna no Mi, bore no resemblance to her former self, the rather rotund figure she once was. You are searching for Luffy, are you not? He should be over by the execution platform. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. At that moment, Joya decisively divulged Luffy's whereabouts, reasoning that even in her absence, they would inevitably uncover his trail. Thus, her decision to reveal or conceal the information mattered little. Just then, a contingent of Navy soldiers appeared at the end of the street. Before Joya could utilize her abilities to merge into the shadows, Yerlita unexpectedly extended a hand toward her. Madam, have you encountered this individual? She inquired, as a soldier presented Joya's bounty notice. I am afraid I have not, she replied. As the soldier gazed into the dimly lit alley, his curiosity piqued by Alida's voluminous cloak. He was about to voice his thoughts when he heard Alida's voice, laced with a sense of grievance. Sir, may I take my leave? Of course. The soldier, his eyes transformed into hearts, was unable to resist Alida's allure and allowed her to depart. Moments later, having extricated herself from danger, Alida loosened her grip. Joya, who had been cradled against her chest, slid down from her embrace. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his gaze inevitably wandered to her prominent features. Undoubtedly, Alida, endowed with the powers of the slippery fruit, surpassed Nami and Little Fairy in certain respects. Are you injured? No, not at all. Then why is your nose bleeding? Ahaha. I've been consuming a bit too much chili lately. My temper is a tad fiery. By the way, why did you help me? Joya found this perplexing. Although there was no deep-seated enmity between them, he had previously berated her and even sent her flying. Logically, Alida should harbor resentment towards him. Yet she had just assisted him. Because you are the man I have chosen. Chapter 50. Zaro buys a sword nanny? In that moment, even someone as formidable as Joya found his mind unable to process the situation. How had things escalated to this point? Just because he had delivered a severe beating, she had fallen for him? Could the plot be any more outrageous or melodramatic? Moreover, he wasn't the only one who had intervened. Luffy had also taken action. Why was it he who had captured her affection? No, what merit do I possess that would warrant your interest? What is it you find appealing about me? I can change. Alida found herself at a loss for words. Her response sounded like a compliment, yet upon closer examination, it resembled an insult without specifying precisely how. So, did you come to Rogtown to seek me out, or Luffy? Of course, it was you. Why? Because you were the first man to defeat me. Touching her smooth abdomen, Alida replied earnestly, because you are the first man who has ever bested me. Your powerful fists, even now, evoke a feeling within me. No man in this world can resist my beauty, and I am drawn to strong men. I want you to be mine, Joya. Watching her talk to herself, Joya felt a chill run down her spine. A Yandere, indeed. This woman is a Yandere. As the saying goes, one may admire a Yandere, but one must never be the object of their affection, for their thoughts and actions can be utterly terrifying. A moment's negligence could lead to one's demise. Although she couldn't perish, the mere thought of having a Yandere fixated on her sent shivers through her being. No, I am rather weak. I am often gravely injured in fights and lose copious amounts of blood. Moreover, you possess the abilities of a slippery fruit user. I cannot possibly defeat you now. So please, direct your affections elsewhere. At this moment, Joya desperately wished to be a weakling. However, Yerlita was entirely ungrateful, brandishing Joya's bounty notice and declaring, do not be modest. Being valued at 40 million before entering the Grand Line, how can you possibly consider yourself weak? O heavens and earth, grant me a swift death. While Joya endured such torment, Zaro fled the naval base and entered a sword shop. I would like 2 swords, please. Sensing a potential sale, the shopkeeper immediately inquired, what price range do you have in mind? I possess only 100,000 berries. I shall take 2 swords at 50,000 each. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm diminished significantly. He had anticipated a lucrative catch, only to find himself faced with a mere lamb just born. 50,000 each, correct? Those 2 barrels over there, go find them. With that, he disregarded Zaro. At that moment, Dashiki entered the store to retrieve her sword. Shopkeeper, I am here for Shiyu. The familiar voice nearly sent Zaro into a panic as he silently prayed she would not notice him. Ah, so you're here. The base was just attacked. I was concerned for your safety. Are you here to purchase swords? Haha, yes. Given the circumstances, Zaro had no choice but to resign himself to fate. Just then, he stumbled upon an extraordinary sword. As he drew it from its sheath, both the shopkeeper and Dashiki gasped in surprise. This sword looks remarkably familiar. Let me have a look. As she produced her personal sword appraisal book, it did not take long for her to find the entry. This is the Sandai Kitetsu, valued at 1 million berries. Its predecessor, the Nidai Kitetsu, is a great blade, while the original, the Kitetsu, is an unparalleled great blade. Are you truly selling this for just 50,000 berries? In that moment, Dashiki was elated at having discovered a famed sword. Had Zaro not claimed it first, she would have eagerly purchased it. No, that sword is not for sale. In stark contrast to Dashiki's excitement, the shopkeeper appeared increasingly anxious. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as if he had encountered something sinister. It's a cursed sword, Zaro stated gravely, sensing the aura surrounding it. Do you understand? No, but I can feel it. At that moment, the shopkeeper's gaze shifted towards Zaro, no longer perceiving him merely as a sword enthusiast but as a genuine swordsman. Only a true swordsman could sense the sword's presence. Since the inception of the Kitetsu lineage, each sword had been exceptional, yet every single one bore a curse. Many renowned swordsmen met tragic ends wielding a Kitetsu, and even the unwitting would vanish from existence. I wish to dispose of it swiftly, but I cannot simply sell it to anyone. It feels like a curse. Hey, I like it. It's the one for me. Ignoring the shopkeeper's warnings, Zoro was undeterred and resolutely claimed it. Foolish boy, I will not sell it. Should you perish because of it, it would be as if I have killed you myself. Despite the shopkeeper's urgency to sell, he ultimately chose to refuse. He had not encountered such a young swordsman in ages and did not wish to witness his demise due to a cursed sword. Then let it be a test of fate, my luck against its curse. Before anyone could react, Zaro tossed the sword into the air with one hand. The razor-sharp Sandai Katetsu spun like a windmill, then he extended his left arm to intercept its descent. Stop. It is exceedingly sharp. Your hand will be severed. The shopkeeper shouted desperately. Yet, Zaro remained oblivious to the warning, closing his eyes and surrendering everything to fate. In that moment, the atmosphere in the small shop thickened to an almost unbearable tension, every gaze fixated on the descending Sandai Katetsu. Dashiki covered her mouth and nose with her hand, fearful that her breath might disturb the trajectory of the blade. In the next instant, the tip of the Sandai Katetsu grazed Zaro's arm before plunging into the floor. As the formidable third-generation sword, the Ghost Slash, plunged nearly entirely beneath the floor, Dashiki could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed onto the ground. The expression of the shopkeeper beside her was an intricate tapestry of emotions. It had been far too long since he had encountered a young man and swordsman of such caliber. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly made his way to the warehouse. Upon his return, he cradled a visually striking blade in his hands. The sword was crafted from black lacquered tamahagane, featuring a jagged edge. An exquisite blade. Quick, take it, he urged. Though my establishment may not be renowned, this is the finest sword I possess. Zaro, painfully aware of his limited finances, replied, I have no money. No need for payment. The Ghost Slash will not demand your coin. For I have not beheld the gaze of a true swordsman in ages. It is said that a sword chooses its master. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you. Zaro accepted the shopkeeper's endorsement with gratitude. Chapter 51. The gathering at the execution platform. So this is the final scenery viewed by the Pirate King? Luffy, having finally ascended the execution platform, could not suppress a sense of awe, gazing down at the crowd and the surrounding buildings. He was engulfed by an inexplicable feeling deep within. However, his presence was strikingly conspicuous to others. For 22 years, that execution platform had stood, unvisited by anyone, be they affluent, influential, or naval officers. Even maintenance workers were barred from stepping upon it. Yet now, a youth who appeared to be under 20 had taken his place atop it, leaving the onlookers astounded. Hey, you up there. Get down immediately. Within less than half a minute, a squad of patrol officers rushed to the scene, their leader brandishing a megaphone to address Luffy. Why? That is the special execution platform governed by the world government. If you do not descend, prepare to be arrested. Just as the officers prepared to apprehend Luffy, a group of cloaked figures emerged unexpectedly. Get out of the way, nuisances. With a swift kick, an officer was knocked to the ground. Straw Hat Kid, I've been searching for you. In an instant, the sudden appearance of this third party captivated the majority of the crowd's attention. Ha. The ultimate closing act has finally made a grand entrance. Monkey D. Luffy. From the day you sent me flying, I have returned to my comrades fueled by a thirst for vengeance. Next year on this very day will mark your demise. Luffy suddenly snapped his fingers, recalling the name. What was it again? Buggy, Bucky, Bessie? In an epiphany, Luffy exclaimed, that's right. It's Dumpling. Following a brief silence, the infuriated Buggy could no longer contain himself. What nonsense! You fool! I am Buggy, captain of the Buggy pirate crew. They are pirates. Run for your lives. As Luffy pondered who Buggy was, the crowd, realizing the situation, scattered in terror. Stop right there. Buggy bellowed, prompting his crew to draw their weapons. Faced with the menacing barrels of guns, the ordinary civilians dared not move. In that moment, the vast square fell entirely under Buggy's control. Now, let me demonstrate just how terrifying I am. No sooner had he spoken than a figure descended from above, employing a prepared box with holes to ensnare Luffy, leaving only his head and hands exposed. Well done, Kabeji. Feel honored, Straw Hat Kid, to die in the same place as Pirate King Roger. With that, Buggy ascended the platform, seizing a knife from Kabeji and aiming its sharp tip at Luffy's head. Yet, he failed to notice the clear sky above darkening at an alarming rate. So, at this moment, do you have anything to say? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Speak your final words. Luffy's expression soured. His dream remained unfulfilled. He had yet to enter the Grand Line, discover the legendary treasure One Piece, or become the Pirate King. Thus, in this final moment, he declared resolutely, I will become the Pirate King. The world fell silent. All eyes on the man pinned beneath the box atop the execution platform, unable to articulate their emotions. On this island, precisely 22 years later, on this very execution platform. At the brink of execution, he uttered such words. Was this mere coincidence? If so, what a remarkable twist of fate it was. Everything seemed orchestrated as if preordained. From a nearby high-rise, Smoker, who witnessed the scene unfold from a window, found his tumultuous emotions hard to quell. Over the years, he had captured or eliminated no less than 800 pirates, yet he had never encountered someone like Luffy, who could so confidently utter those words. Having witnessed Roger's demise, he discerned Roger's shadow within Luffy, however faint it may be. It was the first time in 22 years. Meanwhile, Zaro and Sanji, belatedly sensing something amiss, finally arrived. Who dares to lay a hand on our captain? Their entrance exuded a captivating aura, effectively countering the negativity Luffy's previous statement had generated. As they surveyed the scene, Yorlita could not help but ask Joya, aren't you going to join him? They had been waiting here long before anyone else arrived, yet Joya showed no inclination to move. Rest assured, Luffy won't die so easily. Glancing up at the gathering storm clouds, though he had yet to see the man himself, he was certain that help would arrive. In that case, I won't need to intervene myself. You've arrived, Zoro, but you're still a step too late. With that, Buggy swung the knife downward, aiming to sever Luffy's head. With steely resolve, Zoro and Sanji surged toward the execution platform with utmost speed, their singular focus on dismantling that platform. Block their path. Buggy commanded, and the entire Buggy pirate crew surged forward, rushing toward Zoro and Sanji. Do not obstruct us. A chaotic melee commenced, and whether Zoro or Sanji. In this fleeting moment, their only desire was to push forward, regardless of how many foes they faced. However, the nearly 100-meter distance proved insurmountable. Thus, as Zoro and Sanji bore witness, the knife's blade was but a hair's breadth from Luffy's head. At that moment, Smoker, standing by the window, raised his hand. Once Luffy's head fell, he would command his soldiers to launch a final assault. In his eyes, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be the Navy. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Joya. My apologies, but it seems I am about to die. With that, a radiant smile graced Luffy's face. In that instant, Smoker, whose attention had been solely on Luffy, was so taken aback that the cigar he had been smoking fell from his mouth, unnoticed. He smiled. He was certain he had not misread the situation. In that final moment, when Luffy believed his life was drawing to a close, he faced death not with pleas for mercy, nor with fear or tears, but with a radiant smile. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the execution platform with unerring precision. Amidst the azure electric glow, the dilapidated platform emitted a cacophony of disconcerting creaks before collapsing in a thunderous crash. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sight of a straw hat swirling gracefully through the air. Prior to the incident, no one had anticipated such an outcome. Picking up the straw hat and brushing off the dust, Luffy exclaimed with joy, Yaha. In the end, I'm still alive. What a stroke of luck. As he gazed at the seemingly unscathed Luffy, Sanji's cigarette was startled from his lips. Hey, do you believe in gods? He found it utterly inconceivable, an event so unscientific, so fantastical. Chapter 52, The Battle Before the Execution Platform. Stop babbling and get out of here. Despite the fact that the only adversaries encountered thus far were from Buggy's pirate crew, Zoro felt an inexplicable presence watching them. Something far more formidable and terrifying than Buggy's crew. Surround all the pirates. On the platform, although Smoker, the naval captain, was astonished by Luffy's defiance in the face of death, he nonetheless issued the command to attack. Kill. In an instant, hundreds of Navy soldiers surged in from various entrances, swiftly encircling the entire square. Damn it, they've come, Sanji murmured. From the onset of the battle, he had sensed something amiss. Despite the commotion, not a single Navy soldier had been in sight. It became apparent that they had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the pirates and Buggy's crew would engage in a deadly clash, ready to reap the benefits. What a spectacle, how impressive. In the midst of the perilous tension, Luffy grew increasingly exhilarated, itching to charge into battle against the Navy. Stop fooling around. If we don't hurry back to the ship, we'll be trapped on this island forever, and then we won't be able to reach the Grand Line. The mention of the Grand Line snapped Luffy back to reality. He could no longer afford to waste time and dashed towards the port. Just as they broke through the encircling soldiers and were about to escape the square, a figure swiftly approached, propelled by a plume of smoke. Planning to leave without consulting me? Do you think so little of me? In the blink of an eye, a long pole descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Luffy's back. So rapid was the strike that neither Luffy, nor Zoro, nor Sanji had time to defend themselves. At the critical moment, a shadow surged forth with even greater speed. With a sharp clink, a suddenly materialized katana intercepted the incoming pole. Joya! Luffy exclaimed in astonishment at the unexpected arrival. However, Joya showed no inclination for idle chatter. His gaze was fixed intently on Smoker, and without turning back, he declared, You all go ahead, I'll hold them off. Taken aback, Luffy froze in place. His perception of Joya had been formed back when they had just left Windmill Village. Though his abilities were extraordinary, his combat prowess had been exceedingly lacking. Yet, observing the now confident Joya, Luffy realized that the Joya of today was a far cry from the one he once knew. Be careful, we'll wait for you. With that, Luffy turned to leave with Zoro and Sanji. Smoker, however, paid no heed to Luffy's escape, for his target had always been Joya. Demon Joya, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Since you are all searching for me, I might as well entertain you. Gazing upon Smoker, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his memories, Joya's lips curled into a subtle smile. Before him materialized a personal profile. Name, Smoker. Age, 34. Combat power, 672. Charm level, 25. Personal abilities, Smoke Fruit. Mastery of 6 powers, Sorrow. Faced with such formidable statistics, even the perpetually confident Joya felt a weight upon his heart. For the impending battle, he resolved not to rely on the system, but rather to engage in a fair confrontation. As a user of a Logia-type ability, Smoker's individual prowess, prior to mastering Haki, likely resided between that of a rear admiral and a captain. Engaging him in combat, regardless of the outcome, would provide Joya with a clear assessment of his current capabilities. However, the combat power of 672 was indeed somewhat exaggerated, compounded by the smoke fruit's immunity to physical attacks. Although the battle had yet to commence, the level of difficulty was already apparent. Regarding the mastery of 6 powers and Saru, the former clearly referred to the long staff in Smoker's hand, while the latter was entirely expected, being a student of Zifa. It would be embarrassing if he lacked even the 6 powers. The only solace lay in the presence of numerous dark clouds overhead. Even though it was not yet night, the effects of the shadow fruit would render the surroundings akin to evening. At a certain moment, as a leaf descended to the ground, the figures of the 2 combatants vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already locked in fierce combat. The clash of blades and staff echoed with a resounding clang that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The 2 did not linger in their exchange. After a brief collision, they retreated. There was a certain thrill to it. Through the force transmitted by the staff, Smoker formed a rough estimation of Joya's abilities. With a combat power of less than 500, Joya was comparable to some of the department's commodores, considering that his opponent wielded more than 2 special abilities. Joya's true combat prowess likely aligned with that of a rear admiral. In other words, throughout Logetown and indeed the entire East Blue, no one could rival him. The bounty of 40 million was indeed well-deserved. However, for Joya, such strength was still insufficient. Make your move. I know you possess other abilities. Upon hearing this, Joya shook his head. Patience, first disarm me of my blade. With that, Joya launched the first strike. Since becoming a stone-level swordsman of the sea, though he had claimed numerous lives with his sword, he had never had the opportunity to unleash his skills to their fullest potential, leaving him uncertain of what it truly meant to be a stone-level swordsman. Crescent Moon Slash. As his Dao blade descended, a crescent-shaped, azure blade of energy swiftly formed, slicing through the air towards the nearby Smoker. What? The sudden appearance of the blade momentarily stunned Smoker, and only at the last moment did he realize the imminent danger, hastily attempting to elementalize his body. With a soft puff, Smoker transformed into 2 clouds of smoke. The blade, now devoid of a target, ultimately struck the 4-story building opposite the square. Upon their contact, there was no cataclysmic explosion or deafening roar. However, in the next second, a fine crack suddenly appeared on the once intact wall, and with a resounding crash, the entire building split asunder, collapsing in 2 directions. Gazing at the collapsed building, everyone appeared utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how one individual's strength could be so formidable. Prior to this moment, they had paid little heed to Joya's presence. Although he had thwarted Smoker's attack, Smoker had yet to reveal his devil fruit abilities at that time. However, now, with a single stroke, Joya had completely overturned their perceptions of him. The prowess of this young man was undeniably beyond their wildest imaginings. Among the crowd, a sharp-eyed spectator suddenly exclaimed, He is the demon Joya." Upon hearing this, images of the recently issued bounty notice from the Navy flashed through the minds of the onlookers, with some even retrieving the bounty notice they had on hand. Indeed, it was him, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries. The crowd could not help but marvel, for Joya was among the highest bountied pirates in the East Blue over the past decade. Chapter 53, Escalation of Battle. I underestimated you. Casting a glance at the collapsed structures behind him, Smoker set aside his earlier contempt, now regarding Joya as an adversary of equal standing. Even if Joya lacked special abilities, his swordsmanship alone was sufficient to rival the vast majority of rear admirals from the Navy headquarters. Though not a swordsman himself, he was acquainted with an exceptionally skilled swordsman, Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Mongoose. He had once told Smoker that the ability to unleash blade aura was crucial for any swordsman. Only by achieving this could one be deemed a sword master. Failing to do so would confine one to the status of a mere swordsman for life. The difference in title was slight, yet the disparity in strength was vast, for sword masters and swordsmen belonged to entirely different realms. Chafe. The 2 figures vanished once more. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, a powerful force tearing through the atmosphere like a bomb detonating mid-air. And this was merely the beginning. Following closely, a series of thunderous booms echoed across the square, the solid ground fracturing with unfathomable cracks every few seconds. Had the Navy soldiers not cleared the area in advance, the residual shockwaves from the attacks would have inflicted significant casualties. Retreating to the edge of the square, Buggy remarked to the approaching Yarlita, "It's fortunate you didn't encounter him. Otherwise, I would have been left to collect your remains." Yarlita smiled, not denying his words. She certainly had no intention of revealing her true thoughts to Buggy. The gaze directed towards the battlefield became increasingly captivating. Fortunately, I had not been swayed by his deceptive words. Possessing such formidable strength, yet claiming to be unable to defeat her truly exemplified a humble man. With this thought in mind, I felt an intensified attraction towards Joya, instinctively licking my dry lips, yearning for the combatant against Joya to be none other than myself. At a pivotal moment, Joya summoned all his strength and once more unleashed a wave of sword energy. He was too lethargic to ponder over the name of the technique. After all, the emitted energy took a crescent shape, aptly named Crescent Moon Slash. For those who dispute this, they could send Kurosaki Ichigo to challenge me. As the sword energy took form, Smoker, who had yet to stabilize his footing not far away, sensed the heavy air suddenly sharpen, his exposed skin feeling as if pricked by needles. In the next instant, a wave of sword energy, larger and more powerful than the last, rapidly materialized. The solid ground before it was effortlessly torn asunder, advancing towards Smoker in the blink of an eye. How dare you act so arrogantly? With a furious roar, Smoker, who could have easily evaded using his elemental transformation, chose instead to endure. Faced with Joya's power, which was below 500, and his own exceeding 600, he should have held a decisive advantage in physical and swordsmanship confrontations. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. He found himself at a disadvantage. A bitter pill for the typically confident and competitive Smoker to swallow. Thus, even as he sensed impending danger, he opted to confront it head-on. As he positioned himself defensively, raising his jit before him, Joya's sword energy arrived as anticipated. At the moment of collision, the terrifying power and endless sharpness contained within the energy erupted violently. Despite Smoker's utmost effort, he was still forced back several meters, his feet leaving unmistakable gouges in the ground. Strands of hair on his forehead were severed, scattered into the air by the lingering sword energy. In that instant, the vast plaza fell into silence, with all present curious about who would emerge victorious from this clash. I never expected you, who have followed me for so many years, to falter here. With these words, a fine crack suddenly appeared on Smoker's jit. With a sharp crack, the once indomitable weapon broke into two pieces. No, this cannot be. This is impossible. Despite witnessing the entire event, the naval soldiers could hardly believe their eyes. This was the White Hunter Smoker, undefeated in battle, who even dared to defy orders from the Navy headquarters. How could he possibly be bested by a mere 20-year-old youth? Calm down. Have you forgotten that the colonel is a Logia-type devil fruit user? Once he gets serious, how can any enemy stand a chance? Upon hearing this, the naval soldiers felt a slight sense of reassurance. In their minds, the ability to become immune to physical damage was synonymous with invincibility. As long as the colonel activated his powers, any foe would be rendered helpless. However, they failed to notice that the officer who spoke earlier wore a troubled expression. As the officer ranked just below Smoker, he too had seen intelligence regarding Joya. Thus, he was acutely aware that, thus far, Joya still had a trump card to play. Until this war concludes, no one could definitively predict the ultimate victor. I must admit, you are truly formidable, but I have no time to toy with you anymore. Unleash your true strength, or you shall have no opportunity. Casting aside the remaining half of his jit, Smoker transformed into smoke and surged toward Joya, covering the distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The speed he unleashed in a straight line was even swifter and more ferocious than Shafe. Shadow Knight. As the words fell, just before Smoker's fist could make contact, Joya's figure vanished in an instant. Gazing at the emptiness before him, Smoker was utterly astonished. Is this truly the extent of Joya's abilities? Indeed, it is quite bizarre. Even having witnessed it firsthand, he could not fathom how Joya accomplished such a feat, vanishing without a trace. Could it possibly be the power of the space fruit? This thought struck Smoker immediately, and his mood darkened considerably. Battling an opponent like this leaves one utterly uncertain of where the next attack might emerge, even if one possesses overwhelming strength. Escape would be futile. At present, he might not be overly concerned about Joya's strikes, but the moment the latter masters Haki and acquires the ability of Bisasho, the natural immunity to damage would be severely compromised. He could not rely on elemental transformation indefinitely, nor did he possess the stamina to do so. Contemplating this, he felt an urgent need to inform the Navy headquarters to dispatch the 3 admirals without delay. Otherwise, should Joya elude capture, it would undoubtedly lead to monumental trouble. He considered alerting his subordinates, yet feared that doing so might frighten Joya into a hasty retreat. Before Smoker could devise a plan, a blade suddenly materialized behind him. "Colonel, be careful," his aide shouted, having witnessed the perilous scene. Upon hearing the warning, Smoker instinctively transformed into smoke without a moment's pause. Almost simultaneously, the sharp tip of the blade sliced through the dense fog, miraculously evading disaster. Smoker stared wide-eyed at a hand and a knife that had briefly emerged into the open air, only to vanish once more in the next heartbeat. Chapter 54, the appearance of Akiji in that moment, silence enveloped everyone. The vast square, save for the howling winds, torrential rain, and rumbling thunder, was devoid of sound. The world seemed to have come to a standstill. What was that? What had they just witnessed? They no longer sought to unravel how Joya managed to disappear into thin air, yet the sudden appearance of a hand wielding a knife felt somewhat implausible. The hand materialized only to vanish again. Was this not a touch of the fantastical? Confronted with such a miraculous spectacle, even Buggy, who once interned with the Roger Pirates, stood agape in disbelief. This ability bore an uncanny resemblance to the space fruit. Yet, the one most on edge was Smoker. Thanks to the warning from his subordinate, he had narrowly evaded a strike, but who could guarantee that future attacks would be similarly forewarned? For him, investigating Joya's capabilities had become secondary. Preserving his own life beneath the blade was of paramount importance. Smoke whirled. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker summoned his powers to their fullest extent, causing a torrent of smoke to erupt from his being, gradually enveloping the square, at the cost of his dwindling stamina. He completely transformed into smoke while generating a vast cloud. In this state, the distinction between his physical form and the smoke became irrelevant. He was smoke, and smoke was him. The rationale behind this was not solely to evade Joya's assaults. Rather, it was crucial for him to enhance his sensory perception in the hopes of locating Joya's true form or discovering a flaw in his technique. However, 3 minutes later, exhausted from exertion, Smoker was forced to reveal himself, barely managing to stand by propping himself against a wall. What? Is this truly my limit? Observing the weakened Smoker, Joya gradually emerged into the clearing, less than 5 meters away. Before you take my life, would you kindly reveal the nature of your abilities? He inquired. In response, Joya flashed a grin. When did I ever claim I intended to kill you? As for my abilities, I have no intention of divulging them. With that, he turned to leave. Staring blankly at Joya's retreating figure, Smoker, who had personally slain hundreds of pirates, could scarcely fathom that he would one day be spared by a pirate. Why? Why do you spare me? Because I admire your sense of justice, Joya replied candidly. Although the protagonist of the Pirate King anime is a pirate, he, hailing from Earth, genuinely appreciates a select few within the Navy, such as Smoker, Fujitora, Sengoku, Tsu, Akiji, and even Kizaru. Their presence ensures that this world does not descend into utter chaos. Then why choose the life of a pirate? The question slipped out instinctively. Because I crave freedom. I must admit, the Navy is burdened with far too many regulations. As a recruit, one must endure training, stand watch, and perform menial tasks. For commanders like you, it involves either a constant stationing in one locale or a perpetual pursuit of pirates. As for the vice admirals or admirals, each is akin to a strategic asset, tasked with monitoring those who pose a threat to the world while devising plans to command a warship or even an entire fleet. Just thinking about such a life gives me a headache, let alone actually living it. It is precisely because I cannot endure it that I hold you in high regard. Smoker opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words, not only unable to counter but oddly resonating with Joya's sentiments. How would you know you cannot do it unless you try? In that instant, Joya felt an immense hand gripping his throat. An overwhelming sense of suffocation and terror washed over him like a tidal wave. Though he had yet to see who approached, he sensed an unparalleled pressure, as if a mountain bore down upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his shadow powers, melding into the air. It was only at that moment that he finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. Standing around 3 meters tall, the figure resembled a giant. Smoker appeared as a mere infant in comparison. His hairstyle was unlike that of an ordinary person, with thick tufts on either side and only a sparse layer atop his head. A green eye bag stretched across his forehead, and he donned a specially tailored Navy uniform. This individual was none other than Kazan, one of the 3 highest-ranking admirals of the Navy, known by the codename Akiji. What a curious ability, he mused. Space. With a gentle wave of his hand, a cubic ice house suddenly materialized upon the ground. Within the icy confines, Joya gazed in horror at the surrounding ice walls. Unable to believe the reality before him, the opponent could effortlessly discern his true form. To him, the shadow fruit seemed a mere jest. Akin to the emperor in a fairy tale, who, believing himself formidable, was laid bare under Akiji's gaze, rendering all secrets transparent. Without daring to hesitate, he slashed through the ice wall before him, fearing that any delay would result in his complete entrapment in ice. As Joya burst forth, Akiji slowly shook his head. It seemed that this was not a matter of space. Joya did not contest this notion. If it were merely Smoker, he might have been able to weave some deceptions. But standing before him was Akiji, which was an entirely different predicament. The effects of the shadow fruit, under the cover of night or amidst the current, overcast skies, were a striking resemblance to the space fruit. However, having been thoroughly sealed within an ice house, he could move freely in the dim environment inside, but to escape, he could only shatter the ice walls. The layer of ice did not connect the shadow world inside with that outside. Thus, the shadow fruit could not facilitate his passage through the icy barriers. By the way, could you enlighten me about your abilities? Upon hearing this, Joya instinctively halted his response, closing his mouth which had already begun to open. Although Akiji's temperament was relatively mild, he was, after all, a Navy admiral, one of the 3 renowned for their supreme combat prowess, while Joya was a pirate. One careless remark could provoke Akiji, leading him to unleash a devastating ice age upon him that would spell disaster, while he would not meet his demise. Who could say how many years he might be encased in ice? Such a fate would be utterly dreadful. What could it possibly be? Akiji pondered deeply, standing still. The others, whether pirates like Joya, Buggy, or Arlita, or Navy personnel like Smoker or Tashiji, or even ordinary civilians, stood frozen in place, not daring to utter a word. Some were even too frightened to so much as move their eyes. An admiral of the Navy, one of the highest echelons in this world. It is no exaggeration to say that, but for Joya's presence, the individuals gathered would likely never have had the opportunity to behold him in their lifetimes. Even now, they struggled to comprehend the situation. I've got it. Suddenly awakened, Akiji clenched his right fist tightly and raised it skyward. With a thunderous sound, A blast of air shot upwards, creating a vast opening in the ominous sky. Countless rays of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire square. Gazing at the sunlight-drenched Kizaru, Joja pondered as the latter spoke. Can you still wield the power you just demonstrated? Startled, Joja realized he had underestimated the perceptiveness of the Marine Admiral, who had swiftly discerned the essence of the shadow fruit. It was no wonder. The Admiral's vision and prowess transcended that of ordinary man. With a single punch, Kizaru shattered the clouds hundreds of meters above the ground, rendering Joja's eagle-eye reconnaissance technique utterly futile. This was to be expected, for his current spiritual energy was merely 440, and the reconnaissance technique was effective only against those with spiritual energy below 3 times his own, specifically, those under 1320. Clearly, Kizaru's forceful strike was beyond that threshold. This implied that Joja could only unleash his abilities in shadowy realms, but was that truly the limit? At that moment, a menacing aura emanated from Kizaru, sending a chill down Joja's spine and evoking the sensation of being targeted by a venomous serpent, prompting his body to instinctively retreat. Almost simultaneously with Joja's withdrawal, a glistening ice spike erupted from the ground where he had just stood. This seemed to herald the onset of battle, as an uncountable number of ice spikes swiftly spread in the direction of Joja's retreat. In the blink of an eye, a frost-laden thorn spanning several meters materialized. Yet Joja's figure vanished once more. As they gazed upon the spot where he had vanished, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd. Was it not said that Joya's abilities could only be unleashed in the shadows? What, then, was the meaning of the scene before them? Gazing at the shadows cast by the frost thorn, Akiji's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. He then summoned his abilities, conjuring an exceptionally sharp ice spear, and hurled it towards a shadow lurking beneath an ice spike. The solid ground was effortlessly pierced by the ice spear, yet Akiji's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. How intriguing, he remarked, exhaling a frosty breath. In an instant, a sharp ice dagger materialized in the air. The next moment, Joja burst forth from the realm of shadows, swinging his blade towards Akiji. However, it was deftly intercepted by the ice dagger in Akiji's grasp, resulting in a resonant clash that reverberated like the sound of metal striking metal. Observing the oncoming attack from the formidable Akiji, Joja boldly remarked, "Are you truly unafraid of death?" To which he replied with unwavering resolve, "Apologies, but the concept of fear of death does not exist in my lexicon." His succinct and decisive response genuinely astonished the inquisitive Akiji. Having overheard the exchange between Joja and Smoker, he recognized that Joja was distinct from the majority of pirates, who were solely driven by violence and plunder. This realization prompted him to refrain from instantly eliminating his opponent, instead opting to employ subtle tactics to gauge Joja's abilities. However, he was taken aback when the young man audaciously retaliated against him, an act reminiscent of a domesticated orange tabby cat daring to display its claws in front of an adult Siberian tiger. The tabby required an unprecedented courage, while the tiger found the encounter intriguing. Consequently, Akiji was not in haste to apprehend or eliminate Joja. Rather, he engaged him in combat, simultaneously seeking to investigate the regenerative abilities mentioned in the intelligence reports. Crescent Moon Slash. Joja commenced with full vigor, unleashing a powerful strike that instantaneously severed the ice blade in Akiji's grasp, propelling toward his adversary's form. Such audacity! Akiji responded with a single palm strike, effortlessly shattering the blade's formidable energy, akin to the fragility of mere bubbles. Seizing the opportunity, Joja swiftly slipped into the shadow of the green pheasant, then manifested behind him, delivering a decisive slash with his blade. Observing the suddenly darkened body beneath the blade, Joja instinctively withdrew, realizing he was not yet capable of breaching the defenses of armed haki. Indeed, apart from the shadowy surroundings, one could traverse through the darkness. In such dim conditions, the body could meld into the air, moving much like the powers of the space fruit, even achieving flight, yet it could not penetrate solid barriers. Under illuminated conditions, one could merge into the shadows of other entities, becoming as if ensconced in an alternate realm, impervious to all assaults. If my conjecture is correct, in a dark environment, upon merging with the air, one should also attain immunity to all forms of attack. Indeed, I am the Shadow Man, a consumer of the shadow fruit. Is there an issue with that? Since Akiji was already aware, Joja saw no reason to conceal the truth any longer. He revealed that he was indeed a wielder of the shadow fruit's abilities, yet whether he would still be so by tomorrow remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Akiji's outward demeanor remained calm, but within, tumultuous waves surged. The ability to blend into the air and shadows, while being immune to all damage from attacks, was a power that, in some respects, surpassed even that of nature itself. Akiji could handle the situation with ease, but only due to his overwhelming strength. Perceiving Joja's movements through Kinbunchika Haki and fortifying his defenses with Pusashoka Haki against sudden strikes, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, facing a mere child who had yet to step onto the Grand Line, he had to continuously employ Haki. If it were anyone else, such as Smoker, even as a nature-type user, he would find himself utterly incapable of dealing with Joja. This implied that to pose a genuine threat to Joja, one must possess a proficient command of Haki. Fewer than 100 individuals within the Navy could achieve this. At this moment, even with the knowledge of the boy's connection to Admiral Garp, Akiji felt a murderous, intense stir within him. Should this young man be allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become a criminal of the warlord caliber. For such a latent threat, even with a flicker of justice in Joya's heart, Akiji dared not take any risks. Just as Akiji prepared to unleash his powers to encase Joya in eternal ice, a voice wafted through the wind. Ah, Akiji, how can you prevent the young from pursuing the vast seas? The dark clouds, shattered by Akiji's punch, began to coalesce once more, enveloping the entire plaza in darkness. A few keen observers turned their gaze towards the summit of a nearby high-rise, where a man cloaked in green stood. The dim environment obscured his features, yet Akiji, as an admiral of the Navy, recognized him immediately. You truly dare to show yourself. He had sensed something amiss with the island's weather. And given the connection between Monkey D, Luffy and Garp, the likelihood of this person's presence was exceedingly high. Joya, also noticing the man in the green cloak, felt a surge of excitement. Despite Akiji's brief appearance, the pressure he exuded was unparalleled. His mind remained taut, as he dared not make a single mistake, fearing that a moment's inattention could result in being frozen into a permanent block of ice. Why should I not dare? The world is vast, and I could roam anywhere. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. As the two were on the verge of conversing, Joya felt compelled to make his presence known, coughing violently as if to expel his very lungs. He did not wish to interrupt their dialogue, but he fervently hoped they could first see him off before continuing. This is quite alarming for me, you know? Chapter 56, each other's strengths observing the incessantly coughing Joya. Both Akiji and Dragon, intrigued, shared a tacit understanding as they fixated on him, remaining silent and motionless, much like spectators at a theatrical performance. Ahem, Joya, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and, resembling a chastised schoolboy, crossed his arms in front of him, letting his head droop despondently. His demeanor somewhat disrupted the previously solemn atmosphere, eliciting faint smiles from the two formidable figures, and Akiji's murderous intent towards Joya notably diminished. Go, pursue your respective dreams. Without further ado, Dragon waved his hand grandly, summoning a gust of wind that swept Joya, along with Buggy and Yurita, into separate directions, propelling them into the sky. Akiji, remaining on the ground, had no intention of intervening. He understood well that if he forcefully retained Joya, Dragon would likely intervene, and should a conflict arise, it would spell catastrophe for the town of Rogue Town. Furthermore, this was not the time for a direct confrontation between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. As representatives of their respective powers, they could not afford to clash at this juncture. Additionally, as former comrades, he was reluctant to engage in a deadly struggle. Dragon shared this sentiment. Thus, while aiding Joya, he also ensured Buggy and his companions were sent away, to prevent Akiji from being questioned later about why he allowed Joya to escape while apprehending so many pirates. Consequently, for various reasons, Joya soared toward the harbor without incident. Yet, just before vanishing from Dragon and Akiji's sight, Joya suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, I formally report the UC Trading Company. They have brazenly abducted women in broad daylight. Although I have slain their leader, I strongly suspect they have committed such acts more than once. Moreover, I vouch for my integrity that the UC Trading Company has engaged in numerous nefarious activities behind the scenes. You must conduct a thorough investigation." The echo of his words lingered in the air, leaving Akiji and Dragon momentarily exasperated. However, once Dragon regained his composure, he recognized this as an exceptional opportunity for the Revolutionary Army's publicity. The events occurring here, due to Akiji's presence, would undoubtedly be sensationalized by various newspapers. As the central figure in this incident, Joya would attract considerable attention, and his remarks upon departure would be fervently amplified by reporters eager for a story. Naturally, people would become curious whether the UC Trading Company was indeed as unsavory as Joya suggested. Should the Revolutionary Army manage to uncover evidence to substantiate this claim, they could leverage the incident's momentum to promote their ideology, expand their influence, and even reshape public perception of the Revolutionary Army. With this thought in mind, Dragon, filled with excitement, could no longer linger and promptly turned to leave. Observing Long's hurried demeanor, Akiji felt a sense of vindication. After all, he had betrayed the Navy, leading him to this state where he must personally attend to every matter. However, the Radiant Commerce Association truly seemed to be unfortunate, for with that rascal Joya's antics, it was likely they would no longer be able to sustain their operations. With this thought in mind, Akiji abruptly halted his stride towards the Navy base in Logue Town, as a notion strikingly similar to Long's surfaced in his mind. Damn it! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Akiji neglected even to greet Smoker, swiftly executing a moonwalk and turning away. Meanwhile, at the Logue Town dock, the question lingered. Where was Joya? Gazing upon the desolate harbor, Nami's visage was etched with concern. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, a familiar voice resonated from the heavens, prompting all aboard the Mary to swiftly lift their eyes. At the horizon, amidst the ominous expanse of the sky, a minuscule black materialized. As the dot expanded, the familiar countenance of Joya emerged before the eyes of all. Gazing upon that familiar visage, Nami could not restrain her emotions and shed 2 streams of tears. Moments earlier, Akiji's devastating strike had soared into the heavens, and even from several thousand meters away, they witnessed it in vivid clarity. They could scarcely fathom the sheer might possessed by an individual capable of unleashing such a formidable assault that it seemed to rend the sky asunder. That very direction pointed towards the execution platform, and they had ample reason to suspect that Joya was engaged in battle with such a formidable adversary, naturally rendering their spirits exceedingly tense. As soon as he stepped aboard the ship, Nami leaped into his embrace. Her trembling form stirred a profound mixture of pain and fulfillment within Joya. In this life, aside from one's parents, is it not a source of immense satisfaction to have one or two individuals who genuinely care for you? Well, I have returned in full, have I not? Rest assured, my dear wife, your husband may lack many skills, but his ability to flee is undoubtedly unparalleled. Bah, who is your wife? Teased by Joya. Nami could no longer maintain her composure in his arms. She promptly extricated herself and shot him a fierce glare. I am his wife. Seizing the opportunity, the little fairy swiftly embraced Joya's arm the moment Nami turned away, having been inadvertently outpaced by Nami earlier. This time she was determined not to let the chance slip by. I'm so bored, let's go. What a waste of worry, she muttered, having indulged in enough dog food. The next day, Joya, reclining on the deck, began to assess the combat capabilities of their crew. First, he examined his own status. Name, Joya. Age, 17. Combat power, 440 charm, 36 abilities, immortal body, simplified Saiyan physique, eagle eye reconnaissance technique, iron block, replication fruit, shadow fruit, awaken 18 styles. Sea stone level swordsman, shave, paper drawing. His journey to Rog Town had enhanced his combat power by over 40 points, adding the skill of paper drawing. Compared to previous gains, this time felt somewhat lacking, yet Joya felt no regret, for he was acutely aware of his true combat strength. Anyone below the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy or lacking mastery of hockey posed no threat to him. Naturally, natural-type users like Smoker could escape should they choose. Next, he turned his gaze to others. Name, Luffy. Age, 17. Combat power, 410 charm, 16 abilities, rubber devil fruit user, rubber pistol, rubber machine gun, rubber. Name, Zaro. Age, 19. Combat power, 339 charm, 15 abilities, half-step sea stone level swordsman. Name, Sanji. Age, 19. Combat power, 323 charm, 14 abilities, culinary expertise, exceptional kicking skills. Clearly, their battle against Kuro had bolstered their strengths to some degree, especially Zaro, who had progressed from a steel-cutting swordsman to a half-step sea stone level swordsman, likely to soon achieve true mastery. Then came the assessments of the little fairy, Nami, and Usopp. Name, Little Fairy. Age, 17. Combat power, 309 charm, 19 abilities, Fur Tribe. Electrokinetics, Full Moon Evolution. Name, Nami. Age, 18. Combat power, 17 charm, 19 abilities, Cartography, Navigation, Meteorological Observation, Conqueror's Foot. Flirting stick. Name, Usopp. Age, 17. Combat power, 20 charm, 11 abilities, Master Storyteller, Expert Slingshot User. Judging by the data, Little Fairy's combat prowess was nearing that of Sanji and Zoro. However, considering her minimal combat experience, her true power surely paled in comparison. As for Nami, her initial combat strength was indeed low as a navigator, but once she acquired the weather stick, her capabilities would undergo a significant transformation. Although Joya wished to assist her in enhancing her strength, the resources at his disposal were of no use to Nami, rendering his intentions futile. Regarding Usopp, Joya found himself at a loss for effective strategies, as Usopp's unique combat style rendered conventional enhancements, such as the Shadow Fruit, a waste. Unless the system granted him a Barrett sniper rifle with infinite ammunition or a weapon fruit, it would be challenging for Joya to be of any assistance. It could even be said that Usopp might not require help, while he appeared the least useful in the Straw Hat Pirates. There were moments when he possessed advantages unseen in others. During the assault on CP9's headquarters, it was his slingshot shot that ignited the world government's flag, declaring war against them. In the Dressrosa arc, had he not frightened Sugar, the tale of the Pirate King might have concluded prematurely. In essence, allowing him the freedom to act could yield unexpected outcomes. In the following 2 days, aside from a considerable storm, the Mary had encountered no troublesome adversaries. How peculiar. There are so many seabirds gathering over there, Usopp remarked, peering through the telescope. Could it be fish? Sanji suggested. It's quite likely, otherwise. What else could attract so many birds across this vast ocean? All right, let's catch some for food. Without waiting for others' opinions, Luffy activated his powers, extending his arm toward the fish on the surface. Despite the ample supplies in the hold, Luffy's boredom compelled him to find something to do. I've caught one. In the next moment, as Luffy's arm retracted swiftly, Sanji hurriedly warned, "Why did you stop?" Just as he spoke, Luffy's returning arm collided with Zoro, who was dozing against the mast, abruptly halting. "What did you just say? I didn't hear you." Hearing this, Sanji looked sympathetically at the splashes rising from the sea and replied, "Nothing, nothing at all. By the way, what kind of fish is this? I've never seen it before." "Of course not, because it's not a fish, it's a little girl." "What? So it's not a fish?" Losing interest, Luffy wandered off to play with Zoro. However, upon seeing Zoro drenched and sporting a noticeable bump on his head, Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "Did someone ambush you? How did you get so hurt? One day, I will surely kill you." Meanwhile, glancing at the golden-haired girl, Joya suggested to Nami, "Let's take her to the girls' quarters to rest." "No problem, leave it to us." Nami and the little fairy then carried the girl into the cabin. "I'll prepare some easily digestible food for her," Sanji said as he departed. Though he was unsure why the girl was adrift in the vast ocean, he could tell she hadn't eaten in a long time. Soon, the deck was left with only Joya. "It seems I have more work ahead." Though he couldn't recall the girl's name, he was aware that she was linked to the legendary creature known as the Thousand-Year Dragon. According to legend, the bones of the Thousand-Year Dragon were crucial for crafting elixirs of immortality, and a certain Navy officer who believed in this tale had been dispatching searches for the dragon's bones over the years, capturing the girl who possessed the only lead. She was the very girl Luffy had just rescued. Clearly, the Navy lacked intelligence. Otherwise, they would not have failed to apprehend her. Joya could no longer remember the subsequent events clearly. In summary, a group of idle individuals engaged in frivolous pursuits crossed paths with the whims of the equally idle Luffy, resulting in their unfortunate fate. How exhilarating. Anticipation coursed through Joya as he looked forward to the impending clash. If fortune favored him, this might be his final opportunity to partake in the system lottery before embarking upon the Grand Line. Whether the formidable Dakin could accompany them across the reverse mountain hinged upon this moment. Should it come to pass, Joya harbored a strong desire to retain Dakin, for she was a prize earned through the sacrifice of an entire squad of sentinels. If wielded wisely, Dakin could emerge as a significant asset to the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, the mere thought of having a sea king from the distant seas as a companion was nothing short of magnificent. In the presence of Dakin, even the likes of Little Oars from the Whitebeard Pirates, or the later St. J. Garcia Saturn of the Blackbeard Pirates, paled in comparison. It was only in such company that one could truly embody the essence of grandeur. After a night of silence, the following morning erupted with a startled exclamation, jolting the Straw Hat crew into instant awareness. As the figures of Luffy, Jaya, and others drew near, the little girl ABI's displayed a countenance of wariness and inquired, "Who are you? How did I end up here?" "Greetings, I am Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King." Upon hearing this, Jaya gazed skyward in exasperation, struggling to comprehend Luffy's incessant need to proclaim his dream to each new acquaintance. In stark contrast, Abi's eyes widened in sheer terror at the mention of the word pirate, her jaw nearly grazing the ground. This was the end, all was lost. After narrowly escaping from a naval vessel, she had yet to experience anything of significance before being captured by pirates. Her existence truly felt burdensome. "Do not worry, little girl. We are good people and mean you no harm," Usopp assured her, having noticed Abi's fright. Comforted by his words, Abi's spirits lifted slightly until her gaze fell upon Usopp's exceedingly elongated nose. With a dramatic roll of her eyes, she collapsed in a faint. At that moment, an uncanny silence enveloped the air. Every shoulder quivered with suppressed laughter, their gazes toward Usopp filled with pity as they exerted every ounce of restraint to stifle their amusement. Chapter 58. Target, Navy Ship Island. Half an hour later, ABI's slowly regained consciousness. "Rest assured, the long-nosed monster has been chased away." Gazing at Joa sitting by the bedside, Albi's inexplicably felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Who are you? How did I end up here? Are you really pirates? And that long-nosed monster earlier, what was that thing? And also, though interrupting someone was impolite, Joa couldn't help interjecting, "You certainly have a lot of questions. But our chef has prepared some delicious food. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" Growl. Embarrassed, Albi's was about to decline, but her traitorous stomach eagerly accepted the invitation. In an instant, her face flushed crimson at an almost visible speed. "Come on, we want to go broke feeding you. No need to be polite." Fine. Faced with the prospect of food after nearly 3 days without eating, Albi's had no choice but to swallow her pride and follow Joa to the dining hall. "Another bowl, please." Oh, seeing others relish the food he prepared, Sanji enthusiastically served more rice to ABI's. "ABI's, your appetite is truly rivaling that of Luffy." Observing the stack of empty bowls on the table, Nami was astounded, unable to fathom how such a frail body could accommodate such an abundance of food. "All right, enough chatter for now. Let us discuss matters once we have satisfied our hunger," she declared. Consequently, aside from Usopp, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered around ABI's, their expressions filled with curiosity as they studied her. They were intrigued by how a girl who appeared to be around 10 years old could be adrift alone at sea. Burp. 20 minutes later, having indulged in a hearty meal, ABI's leaned back in her chair and let out a resounding burp akin to Luffy's. As she tilted her head back, she inadvertently caught sight of Usopp, who was hiding behind the door. "Ah, the long-nosed monster has returned." Startled, ABI's swiftly darted behind Joya, her trembling hands clutching tightly to Joya's clothing. "Joya, what on earth did you tell her? Why does she react this way upon seeing me?" Usopp glared at Joya, feeling a sense of injustice, wishing he could demonstrate the strength of his fists if he were not at such a disadvantage. "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to. Congratulations." Host, you have acquired a piece of stretchable clothing. Hearing this, Joya abruptly cut off the latter part of her sentence, casting an incredulous glance at Usopp, as if he were an extraordinary curiosity. You, long-nosed monster, how dare you reveal yourself? Brothers, let us vanquish him. Before the others could react, Joya charged at Usopp, and chaos erupted. Joya, you madman. It's me, Usopp. I care not whether you are Usopp or Lassop. Startling me is unacceptable. Luffy, Zoro. Don't just stand there. Hurry and pull Joya away. Usopp pleaded for assistance. Though Joya had already shown restraint, he still found himself unable to hold his ground. Leave it to me. Luffy, finding the situation amusing, joined the fray, yet his target was the already beleaguered Usopp. In an instant, cries of distress filled the air. Gahaha! As she observed the three entangled figures, the perpetually anxious ABIs let out a laugh. Well then, I'm joining in. Sanji, initially bewildered, promptly leaped into the fray upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle. 10 minutes later, when the chaos subsided, a bruised Usopp lay on the ground, questioning his very existence. Why? Why is this happening? He lamented, I draw a circle to express my disdain. Reflecting on his past decision to abandon his homeland for a life at sea, he felt overwhelmed by regret. Oh, how I wish to return home. I long to see Kaya. Gently patting Usopp's shoulder, Joya reassured him. I apologize for putting you through this to ease Obby's fears. I will reward you with a gift shortly. Besides the retractable clothes. While Joya was engaged in her playful assault on Usopp, she had also acquired another item perfectly suited for him. After all, he had contributed both opportunities in the lottery, so gifting him something seemed utterly reasonable. Meanwhile, Nami and the others finally had the chance to converse with ABIs meaningfully. I am ABIs. But why were you drifting alone on the ocean? Because I escaped from a naval warship. The word escape piqued the curiosity of the group, making them eager to learn more about Obby's ordeal. I come from the island of the battleship, and for various reasons, I was captured by the Navy. A few days ago, I took advantage of a storm to flee from the ship, and that's when I encountered all of you. But why did the Navy capture you? Upon hearing this, ABIs hesitated visibly. I'm sorry, I cannot disclose that. The group exchanged concerned glances. Despite their pirate status and inherent discord with the Navy, helping a girl who had escaped their clutches felt justifiable. Yet, without Obby's cooperation, it would be challenging for them to assist her further. Sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, Joya interjected, let it be. Everyone has their secrets. And sometimes withholding them is for our own good, is it not? Meeting Joya's gaze, Obby's eyes glistened with tears. For the past year, she had meticulously guarded the secret of the Millennium Dragon's existence, making every effort to remain cautious. At merely 10 years old, the burden was immense, especially during the days she was held captive by the Navy, living in constant fear of what might happen to her. It was only upon meeting these newfound companions that she felt a semblance of safety. Overwhelmed by her emotions, tears streamed down her face as she collapsed into Joya's embrace. While the others sympathized with Obby's plight, Nami regarded Joya with a hint of wariness. So he is quite the comforter, is he? If ABIs were not a girl but a woman, would that mean he has yet another rival? Resolutely, she decided to keep a close watch on Joya henceforth. Otherwise, wouldn't the number of temptresses around him only increase? So, you intend to return to the battleship island, correct? Yes. Then we shall escort you back. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy took charge of the situation. No, that's unnecessary. Just lend me a small boat, and nothing more. What nonsense. You are far too young. How could we possibly let you go alone? Thank you. Usopp, now awake, waved his hand dramatically like a captain issuing orders. Hey, that was my line. Hee. I've already said it. What can you do about it? You scoundrel. Joya, Sanji, get him. Chapter 59. The doldrums. As Luffy and the others frolicked on deck with ABIs, 5 naval warships suddenly emerged on the horizon. The leading pirate shouted, surrender the girl in your possession, or we shall open fire. Upon hearing this, ABIs instinctively turned around, her heart racing as she spotted the number 8 emblazoned on the sails of the naval ships. What do I do? What do I do? I escaped from their ship. As the enemy approached, an excited Luffy, stretching his wrists, proposed, should we sink them? Let us refrain. We've already taken down 2 Navy members. If we sink these ships, I fear the old man would have a fit. Hearing this, Luffy shot a scornful look at Joya. So you do no fear. I thought you would challenge my grandfather next time we met. Additionally, I must clarify that those 2 Navy members were dispatched solely by you. I played no part in it. Before they could devise a strategy, the impatient Navy struck first, cannonballs exploding against the sides of the ship. Damn it. Let us sink them. Provoked by the taunt, even the usually mild-mannered little fairy felt a surge of bloodlust. Wait, a strong wind is coming. We can escape with it. ABIs suddenly exclaimed, glancing at the birds perched on the mast. Upon hearing this, Nami instinctively looked towards the sky and decisively commanded, Luffy, Joya, quickly raise the mainsail. We must set sail with the wind. Okay, leave it to us. Without further ado, the 2 dashed up the mast to untie the mainsail. Almost simultaneously, a fierce wind swept across the calm sea. With the mainsail unfurled, the Mary surged forward, propelled by the gusts. Meanwhile, the pursuing naval vessels having failed to unfurl their sails in time, faltered, their ships rocking dangerously, with two nearly capsizing. "Order them to pursue," shouted a man with an unusual hairstyle aboard one of the naval ships. Although he was not a Navy officer, his tone was far from polite. "Give up on that idea, Eric. I will never command a forward advance. You coward. Aren't you afraid of Colonel Nelson's punishment? Even so, I refuse to order a forward advance, for that area is the doldrums. I will not send my soldiers to their deaths, even at the cost of punishment." Eric fell silent, but his gaze lingered on the pirate ship, filled with frustration. He had been so close to capturing the girl who held the key to the clues. But now, all was in vain, and he would have to start anew. Curse it. On the other side, aided by the fierce winds, the Mary swiftly sailed 4 or 5 nautical miles, successfully evading the Navy's pursuit. Indeed, the weather in the world of One Piece can change with remarkable swiftness. Basking under the radiant sun, Joya leaned against the ship's side and couldn't help but marvel. Just moments ago, a tempest raged, and now, in an astonishingly swift transition, a brilliant clear sky enveloped them. As he soaked in the warmth, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to survey his surroundings. Upon noticing the mainsail hanging limply, utterly still, he grasped the source of the predicament. "Nami, it seems we've drifted into the doldrums." Nami, who had been reveling in the sunlight, snapped to attention upon hearing Joya's words. Quickly, she scanned the area, only to find that the world around them appeared frozen in time. The sea, within a 1,000-meter radius, lay as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any ripples. What's happening? Joya, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, you all need to row. I refuse. Rowing is exhausting. Luffy was the first to protest. Sanji and Zoro shared his bewilderment, unable to comprehend Nami's sudden anxiety. "You idiots, this is the doldrums. So what?" Luffy remained defiant. Realizing Luffy's ignorance of the concept, Nami hastily produced a nautical chart, pointing to the windless regions flanking the Grand Line. "The doldrums are areas completely devoid of wind, located on either side of the Grand Line. If we do not row, we could remain here for a century without moving an inch. Even more alarming, this is a haven for sea kings. If we encounter one, it could spell our doom. Do you understand now? Soga, so that's how it is. How fascinating." Luffy, rather than grasping the impending danger, grew increasingly exhilarated, frustrated by his lack of awareness. Nami delivered a swift punch to his head. "Get to rowing, now." At that moment, as her voice echoed, an enormous shadow loomed across the tranquil sea. In the next instant, several sea kings erupted from the water, with the merry-go precariously perched atop the head of one, observing the colossal sea kings surrounding him. The timid Usopp instinctively exclaimed, "Sea kings, it truly is a sea king." His voice, though hesitant, inadvertently attracted the attention of one such creature. With a resounding croak, a frog-like sea king leaped towards the Thousand Sunny, its gaping maw threatening to engulf the ship entirely. Just as Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji prepared to fight to the death, another sea king emerged from the depths, colliding with the massive frog and sending it soaring. A thunderous roar echoed across the expanse as the formidable Dakin made her entrance. Her immense size eclipsed that of any other present, and in that moment, Joya noticed a tremor among the other sea kings, suggesting a palpable fear of Dakin. After a series of unintelligible exchanges in beastly tongues, the other sea kings retreated into the ocean. "Well done, Dakin," Joya exclaimed, turning to the little fairy beside her. "Can you take her to the other side of Reverse Mountain now?" It was clear that this was not yet possible, and I have questions to pose to her. Initially, she claimed that there was insufficient food in the East Sea, yet it seems she could thrive in the Calm Belt. Why, then, does she wish to return to the opposite side of Reverse Mountain? After a moment of silence, Dakin responded with a growl, stating that she found Joya quite intriguing and wished to accompany her on an adventure. However, she feared that this reason might not be believed. So she resorted to the excuse of a food shortage. "You certainly have a penchant for fun," Joya remarked with a resigned shake of her head, understanding now why this creature had wandered into the East Sea in her youth. "It appears that in every tribe, there are mischievous youngsters akin to Luffy. Inform her that I shall devise a means to assist her, and then let her guide us out of the doldrums." Chapter 60, A Gift for Usopp. 10 minutes later, with the aid of dying, the Going Merry resumed its previous course, setting sail towards Naval Island. With everything returning to normal, Usopp approached Joya, rubbing his hands together. Joya, Seeing him like this, Joya could easily discern his thoughts. Without further ado, he retrieved the Barrett sniper rifle he had drawn earlier from his storage ring. At the moment he acquired the weapon, Joya was uncertain whether he had been fortunate or unfortunate. He had previously contemplated that only a Barrett sniper rifle with infinite ammunition or a weapon fruit would enhance his combat prowess. Yet, he had indeed drawn one. And though it contained merely 100 rounds, it was ample for Usopp's needs. Upon reflection, it seemed his luck was quite commendable. However, ever since encountering the Golden Giant, he had harbored hopes of drawing a mini fruit or some artifact capable of altering the user's size. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had not succeeded in this endeavor. Thus, he remained ambivalent about whether he was truly fortunate or not. "I must tell you, this is a relic from my great-great-great-grandfather. And it comes with only 100 rounds, no extra parts. Once the ammunition is exhausted, or if the gun malfunctions, it will be rendered useless. Here, take it. Are you really giving this to me?" Usopp stammered, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of happiness, although he had not yet examined the gun's structure and effects in detail. As a genius marksman, or indeed, anyone with a modicum of sense, he could recognize its extraordinary nature. The excessively long barrel and the disproportionately large muzzle indicated the tremendous lethality of its ammunition. Furthermore, the precision of its scope, stock, and trigger left him in awe. To him, it was not merely a firearm but a living instrument of death, with every component perfectly crafted to maximize its performance. Of course it's for you. Unless you don't want it? Joya teased, pretending to retract the weapon. I want it. I absolutely want it, Usopp exclaimed, grabbing the rifle with both hands. Startled by its weight and quickly adjusting his grip. This gun is incredible. Joya, do you have any more? I want one too, Luffy chimed in. His eyes sparkling as he gazed at the sniper rifle tightly clutched by Usopp, drooling with excitement. Sorry, there are no more, Joya replied, shrugging helplessly. However, he produced another item and handed it to Saiyan. This is a special outfit I stumbled upon in Rogue Town. It can change with the user's size. I almost forgot about it, but now it's yours. I'll go try it on, Saiyan said, taking the clothes and turning to leave. At that moment, an inexplicable chill ran down Joya's spine as he sensed a piercing gaze filled with frost. Instinctively, he glanced aside, only to find Nami glaring at him with icy disdain. Oh no, it dawned on him that, thanks to his assistance, Usopp's combat ability had dramatically increased, which meant Nami had become the weakest member of the Straw Hat Pirates. He recalled her distress over this very issue back in Rogue Town. Now, it seemed his act of gifting the rifle to Usopp was akin to pouring salt on her wounds. Nami was hardly likely to be pleased. However, Nami was thinking along different lines. You jerk. You only think of buying clothes for Saiyan and never for me. Humph. I won't speak to you for a week, well, maybe 3 days, or is 3 days too long? Perhaps just 1 day? As Nami wrestled with her decision on how long to ignore Joya, he immediately rushed to apologize upon realizing his mistake. Beautiful wife, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. What did you do wrong? She retorted, only to regret her words instantly. She had just resolved to ignore this idiot. And before she could decide on the duration, she was already conversing with him. Ugh. 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 I was wrong for not helping you boost your power. Rest assured. I will do everything in my power to assist you from now on. Oh, Nami replied, turning to leave. Heh, she has misjudged me. This man has no idea how to comfort anyone, not even realizing what has upset me. Such a fool. Soon after, Saiyan reappeared, having changed into the new outfit. It must be said that the items drawn from the system were indeed exceptional. The white dress complemented Saiyan beautifully, as if it had been tailored specifically for her. Even in her animal form, the clothing would shrink accordingly, transforming into a delightful little dress. Consequently, Nami grew increasingly displeased, wishing she could take a bite out of Joya's face. Thus, a day drifted by. By around 10 o'clock the next morning, Joya and his companions finally arrived at the port of Marineford Island. The presence of Luffy and the others caused a stir among the villagers, who grew anxious. Women and children hid in their homes, while adult men armed themselves with farming tools and kitchen knives, guarding the port. What do you want here? You are not welcome. Don't be hasty. We are good people. Good people? Don't kid around. How could pirates be good? As tensions escalated, ABIs hurriedly interjected, Everyone, please calm down. They are truly good people. ABIs? What are you doing on a pirate ship? The wary villagers quickly pulled ABIs behind them, still keeping a vigilant watch on Luffy and the others. Despite Abi's assurances, they remained skeptical, believing that a little girl could easily be deceived. Just then, an elderly voice echoed through the air. Enough, everyone step aside. We cannot treat guests this way. Grandpa Bogdan. Upon seeing the approaching figure, ABIs rushed into the embrace of the elderly man, while others stepped aside to clear the path to the village. It was evident that this elder held significant esteem within the community. Thank you for bringing ABIs back. If you are not in haste to depart, I kindly invite you to my home as guests. Certainly, certainly. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy was no longer eager to leave. Thus, the group followed Boguden as he led them into the village. Unbeknownst to Joya and the others, 2 hours after their arrival, a naval warship made its appearance in the vicinity. Gazing at the vessel Mary docked at the harbor, Eric and the naval captain accompanying him were astounded, never expecting that they could emerge alive from the doldrums. Captain, shall we sink their ship? After a moment's contemplation, the captain commanded, Not yet. Since they managed to survive the doldrums, they may provide us with clues regarding the Millennium Dragon. Ship 1 and Ship 2 will remain here on guard. The rest of you, follow me into the village to capture them. Chapter 61. Escape after the trap. The 1221st descendant of the royal lineage of the Potters, namely Harry Potter, received a peculiar gift on his 11th birthday. As Joya listened to Boguden's introduction to the legends, he was on the verge of slumber when he suddenly awakened. Harry Potter? 11th birthday? How could I possibly hear the name of that boy who rides a broomstick in the world of One Piece? Wait, Boguden, could you repeat that name once more? Upon hearing this, the old man paused, his mind struggling to recall, and then awkwardly replied, Apologies, I cannot quite remember, but let me gather my thoughts. The first descendant of the Potters was Abadist and Ephigage, the second was Keely Jike. The third was Lamone, the fourth, as everything was about to start anew. The glances from Luffy and the others towards Joya were filled with irritation. You can't play like this. There should be limits to deceiving your teammates. Such a self-destructive tactic is far too reckless. I swear, it wasn't intentional. Do you believe me? Joya attempted to explain. In response, the others remained silent. Merely raising their right middle fingers, the answer was all too evident. Joya shrugged helplessly. In this era, even speaking the truth garnered disbelief. What could he possibly do? However, he did not anticipate that Bogoodin's notion of gathering his thoughts meant starting all over again. He was tempted to ask, "Old man, was your language taught by a history teacher? Why must every question trace back hundreds, even thousands of years? Would it be too much to grasp the concept of summarization? Not even a certain author would dare to write as convolutedly as you do." Having heard enough of Bogoodin's tales, Abyss seized a moment of inattention from him and stealthily slipped away. Observing her escape, the restless Luffy followed suit. No way. I can't let Abyss go out alone. I must see where she is headed, Nami declared resolutely, and before the others could react, she dashed out in a flurry. By the time they realized what was happening, she had vanished without a trace. What, do you not enjoy the stories I tell? No, how could we possibly dislike them? Seeing Bogoodin's crestfallen expression, as though deeply wounded, the others, despite their desire to leave, could not find the words and reluctantly remained seated. At a certain moment, seizing the opportunity while Bogoodin yawned, Joya, cradling the little fairy, whispered, "Shadow," and slipped out of the room along the wall's shadow. How infuriating. Observing their companions slip away one by one, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro remained behind, their faces etched with resentment and fury. In that moment, the trio finally comprehended the profound anguish that betrayed protagonists and dramas endure. For this torment, though not physically injurious, penetrates the soul, leaving an indelible mark upon one's existence. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a bag of QQ candies. Upon hearing this, Joya promptly retrieved a palm-sized snack, skillfully tore open the packaging, and extracted 2 pieces, one for himself and the other for the little fairy perched on his shoulder. The taste was familiar and delightful. He then began to contemplate their next destination. Due to Nami's early departure, he was uncertain of the whereabouts of the other 2. Well then, let us wander around. Thus, Joya set off with the little fairy meandering through the military island. After all, a maritime journey encompasses not only perilous adventures but also the opportunity to witness the diverse cultures and customs of various locales. Naturally, discovering the fabled lost land would be an even greater treasure. Although he had nearly forgotten the intricate details of this storyline, certain pivotal elements lingered in his memory. For instance, the ultimate goal of this endeavor was to assist the lost Millennium Dragon in finding its homeland, the legendary Lost Land. Yet, he could not recall its location. As Joya pondered where to begin, he unexpectedly encountered a stealthy contingent of Navy soldiers as he turned a corner. The abrupt meeting astonished both parties, leaving them in shock for what felt like an eternity. While coincidences abound, this one seemed almost too contrived. An eerie silence enveloped the air, both sides grappling with a sense of despair. For the Navy, they instantly recognized Joya's identity. After all, he was the most wanted individual across the East Blue. Even a mere ash of him would be familiar to them. The dilemma arose. What should they do next? To engage him could easily alert the girl, jeopardizing their lead. Conversely, allowing Joya to depart would be a blow to their pride as Navy personnel, and who could assure them he wouldn't notify others of his escape. As for Joya, he had no inclination to engage in confrontation. He had just resolved to embark on a leisurely stroll, and he prided himself on being a pacifist, never having committed acts of violence. Thus, he attempted to tiptoe backward, retreating slowly under the watchful eyes of the Navy soldiers, until he found himself on another street. As Joya vanished from sight, 2 leaders within the Navy exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded. In that fleeting moment of connection, they discerned a shared resolve in each other's eyes. Let us apprehend Joya. With a commanding shout, the 2 leaders rallied their comrades. A throng of Navy soldiers surged forth, racing towards the opposite end of the street, intent on capturing Joya. However, as they rounded the corner, what I beheld was not the imagined figure of Joya fleeing in despair, but rather a countenance that bore a hint of triumph. I anticipated your pursuit long before you arrived. Prepare to witness my prowess. With those words, I brandished my sword, knight's cleaver, aimed at the foremost of my pursuers. Though the blade remained sheathed, the Navy has arrived. Those who ought to flee should take flight. Those who should escape must vanish. And those who need to conceal themselves must ensure not a trace of their presence is revealed. As they beheld Joya shouting at the top of her lungs, the expressions of the naval officers darkened considerably. It must be said, your method of signaling is quite primitive. And to do so in our presence only serves to portray us as inept. Do you not realize that? Meanwhile, thanks to Joya's fervent cries, the nearly overwhelmed trio of Zoro finally found a reason to escape. They dashed out of the room, making a beeline for Joya's location. However, upon their arrival at the scene of the commotion, they were met with the unsettling sight of dozens of naval officers sprawled haphazardly on either side of the street. In stark contrast, Joya appeared unperturbed, standing at the intersection and waving cheerfully at them. You handled all of them? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Joya's swiftness. Of course. Why else would I call for you? If you hadn't called us, would we have had the chance to come out? Usopp pondered. Well, if that's the case, should we be thanking you? No need for gratitude. After all, we are comrades. Chapter 62. The Millennium Dragon emerges. You acknowledge our camaraderie. Yet why did you not take us with you when you left? Usopp retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Oh, it was just a minor detail. No need to dwell on it. Besides, I suspect there are more naval officers on this island. Our priority should be to locate Luffy. Otherwise, who knows what trouble that rascal might stir up. Upon hearing this, Usopp and the others nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to divide their search areas and set off, Luffy's voice suddenly rang out nearby. Everyone, come quickly. You won't believe what I've found. Observing the exhilarated expression on Luffy's face, Shoya and the others followed him with curiosity. The group departed from the backyard of Boguden, traversing a dense forest before entering an obscure cave. After walking along the passage for a short while, an unexpected creature came into view. Its immense form nearly filled the entire cavern, with colossal wings, sharp claws, and a head that resembled those depicted in tales. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary Millennium Dragon. However, the gray-green feathers that adorned its body and the murky, weathered eyes conveyed a singular message. It was an aging dragon devoid of the strength to resist. Despite this, Shoya and the others displayed no hint of avarice. Instead, their expressions were filled with astonishment and admiration. They were utterly amazed that such a mythical creature truly existed. As Zoro could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Roar!" Before the little fairy could translate, Abi spoke up, saying, "The Dragon Lord has sensed kindness within you and wishes to befriend you." Without hesitation, they responded, "Of course, we are friends." Before Luffy could continue his exuberance, Usopp, filled with questions, interjected, "Luffy, did you summon us merely to witness the Dragon Lord?" "Ah, that's right. I hadn't mentioned it yet," Luffy replied, observing Luffy's obliviousness. The others were at a loss for words, genuinely curious about what this fellow could remember aside from his incessant eating. "It is true. I intend to assist Dragon in returning to his homeland, the so-called Lost Land." Upon hearing this, Usopp exploded in disbelief. Hey. The Lost Land is merely a legend. Even the most detailed nautical maps do not indicate its whereabouts. Even if it does exist, it might have been submerged by the sea after all these years. Precisely. It is because we do not know that we must seek it out. If we had the knowledge, Dragon would have flown there himself long ago. Luffy's unreasonable reasoning left Usopp trembling with frustration. He felt inclined to refuse but could not articulate a valid objection. Fine, do as you wish. Usopp ceased his insistence after spending considerable time aboard the ship. He had come to understand Luffy's character. Once he had made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Then the question arose, how would they extract him from the cave? Since they intended to lead him in search of the Lost Land, it was evident that they could not leave him behind. Fear not, we have devised a solution. We can craft a rudimentary sled from tree trunks, allowing Dragon to lay atop it, thus enabling us to transport him to the sea. Hearing this, Joya suddenly recalled the threat posed by the Navy had yet to be addressed. Before we set out, I encountered a group of Navy personnel in the village. Although I dealt with them, I suspect there are still others on the island, and our ship docked at the harbor may very well be under their control. What shall we do then? Nami asked, somewhat flustered by this unexpected news. If the enemy were to confront them, a chaotic battle would be inevitable. Despite her unwavering confidence in their combat abilities, she worried about the potential collateral damage to Dragon during the fray. Given his current condition, he could scarcely withstand an attack. Any unfortunate incident would be catastrophic. Here is the plan. Saiyan and I will retrieve the ship. If the Navy hasn't arrived yet, that would be splendid. If they do, we will leave the situation to you. It was a compromise they had to accept. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates split into two groups once more. While Luffy and the others busied themselves with cutting trees and constructing the sled, Joya sped off to the harbor with Saiyan. Within 10 minutes, the port was already in sight. Observing the naval soldiers stationed by the shore, Joya strode forward without a moment's hesitation. Halt. Who are you? Advance any further, and we shall open fire. You fool, are you blind? That is the demon. Joya, fire at once. The commanding officer in charge of the area promptly issued an attack order. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Seizing the opportunity, the little fairy gracefully departed from Joya's shoulder and transformed mid-air. Meow. At the moment of landing, the little fairy exerted herself to push off the ground with vigor. The seemingly slender legs unleashed an astonishing power, causing the earthen ground to fracture instantaneously. The little fairy dashed forth like a bolt of white lightning, positioning herself before the enemy. With a release of static electricity, her hands, crackling with energy, struck the foes in rapid succession. Every individual she touched trembled violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the span of 3 breaths, the dozens of naval personnel stationed at the port succumbed, all rendered unconscious without exception. Meow. As he gazed at the little fairy nestled back upon his shoulder, Joya affectionately stroked her delicate pink nose. He had endured a mere 39 bullets, and yet the battle had already drawn to a close. Name: Joya. Age: 17. Power level: 459 charisma, 36 personal abilities, immortality. Simplified Saiyan physique, eagle-eyed reconnaissance, ironclad resilience, replication fruit, shadow fruit, aways 18 styles, sea-splitting stone-level swordsman, shave technique, paper drawing. observing the increase of 15 points in her prowess. Joya nodded in satisfaction. It appears that before officially embarking on the grand voyage, his prowess may indeed surpass the formidable threshold of 500. Fire the cannons! The thunderous cries of the naval soldiers, accompanied by the whistling cannonballs, roused Joya from his reverie. As I gazed at the swiftly approaching cannonball, I unsheathed my sword and cleaved it in two. With a rapid flourish, I struck twice more, unleashing the crescent moon slash. Consequently, 2 arcs of pristine sword energy soared into the sky, severing the naval vessels stationed on either side of the Mary. Why compel me to take action? I then leapt onto the deck of the Mary, setting sail amid the terrified gazes of numerous naval soldiers. Oh, save me! Save me! I want to go home. I want to find Kaya. I'm done. I'm done. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point, Nami was greeted by the unrestrained laughter of Luffy and Usopp's desperate cries for help. Shortly thereafter, a wooden flatbed soared from Battleship Island, traversing several meters before coming to rest beside the Mary. Yaha! This is so much fun. Let us do it again. Shut up. Shut up. Chapter 63. The mysterious land. When everything was finally settled, the group surveyed the tranquil surface of the sea, exchanging glances of uncertainty, unsure of which direction to pursue. What should we do now? Enthusiasm bubbled within, yet clarity eluded us. Even Luffy appeared somewhat lost at this moment. Perhaps consulting with Dragon would be prudent. As a creature of instinct, he possessed the ability to migrate. Even if he could not recall specific locations, he might still have some vague impressions that could guide us. I'll ask Dragon. Eagerly, Nami rushed to Dragon's side. Dragon, if you know anything, please share it with us. Otherwise, we truly have no idea where to search. At that moment, having exited the cave, Dragon, with his murky eyes fixed intently upon the sea, seemed to be searching for memories. Suddenly, as he observed birds soaring through the sky, a glimmer sparked in his once dull eyes, widening in astonishment. In his perception, these were not mere birds, but companions he had once migrated with. They soared gracefully, traversing vast skies and oceans, crossing mountains and plains, returning to a long-lost homeland. Roar! Nami exclaimed in response. To the east. Dragon says the lost land is located east of Battleship Island. All right, everyone, let us set sail. With newfound direction, the Mary immediately set course towards the east of the naval fleet. However, they had scarcely departed when 3 naval warships appeared in their previous location. As they watched the direction in which the Mary had departed, Eric suggested, Major, will you not issue the order to pursue? Mind your own business. I do not require your reminders, came the retort. All forces, set sail and chase the pirate ship. An hour later, Luffy and his companions found themselves once again mired in perplexity, having circled the eastern side of the warship island several times. They had been wandering aimlessly for over half an hour, yet failed to discern any differences between this place and others. Could it be that Dragon had erred? This was the only thought that crossed their minds. However, Luffy, seated at the bow, had made a new discovery. In a fleeting moment, a vague shadow flitted across the surface of the sea. Yet when he looked intently, he found nothing there. Had he misperceived? Luffy murmured softly to himself. The next instant, the ram's head before him vanished into thin air. Even more bizarrely, the air merely half a meter ahead of him began to ripple like the surface of water. Look! Luffy exclaimed, eager to share this revelation with the others. While Nami contemplated whether this was a mirage or an illusion, Luffy had already thrust half his body through what appeared to be a barrier. However, Nami noted that Luffy could sway back and forth across the barrier, indicating that even if he entered, he could easily exit at any moment. With this thought in mind, she refrained from altering their course. Perhaps the other side of the barrier was indeed the lost land they sought. 10 seconds later, the Mary vanished abruptly, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. Shortly thereafter, the naval colonel, commanding 3 of his warships, anchored not far from the barrier. He then cast a stone tied with a line, watching intently as it passed through the barrier before pulling it back. Gazing at the unscathed stones, Eric suggested, Major, are you not going to issue the order to pursue? In response, the Major calmly stated, I have told you, just manage your own affairs. The situation within cannot be determined by a mere stone. If you wish to go, you may do so alone. I will never allow my soldiers to accompany you into such peril. Do you understand? All right, just lower a small boat for me. I shall go by myself. Thus, Eric rode alone through the barrier, while the Major remained behind, reporting the events of the past moments to Colonel Nelson. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barrier, Luffy and his companions encountered unforeseen troubles. One moment, the sky was clear and bright, and the next, it was shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by rolling thunder. The fierce winds whipped across the sea, raising tumultuous waves. Navigating in such conditions was exceedingly difficult, even for the Mary, let alone for the trailer being towed behind. The 2 ropes tied to the side of the boat were on the verge of snapping. Realizing the impending crisis, ABI's was unconcerned about her own safety as she grasped the fraying rope with her hands, striving to steady the trailer. The moment she touched it, her tender palms were quickly grazed, drawing blood. Nevertheless, she had no intention of relinquishing her grip, holding on with all her might, undeterred by the possibility of being dragged into the sea. At a certain moment, she felt a sudden lightness as Zoro, having freed his hands, came to assist her. However, they could only stabilize one rope, while the other was about to sever completely. Rubber rope. In a critical moment, Luffy extended his arm, using his right limb as a makeshift rope to ensure the trailer's stability. 20 minutes later, having finally escaped the storm's grasp, Luffy and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief. Look over there, ABI's exclaimed with delight, pointing toward a distant island, her eyes gleaming with wonder. It turned out that the lost land was encircled by a tempest, explaining why it had remained undiscovered for so many years. In clear view, the island was surrounded by a 360-degree expanse of stormy weather, compounded by an almost imperceptible barrier, rendering the likelihood of discovery lamentably slim. All right, let's set sail. With the legendary location within reach, an excited Luffy could hardly contain his eagerness to land on the island. Wait a moment, Dragon. We are almost there, ABI's exclaimed, rushing to inform Dragon of this splendid news. Roar. However, upon their arrival at the island, the true adventure was just beginning. Observing the unchanged state of Lord Long, Abi's once excited countenance swiftly transformed into one of disheartenment and gloom. This was due to Lord Long's prior assertion that as long as he returned to his homeland, the fabled lost land, his condition would improve. Yet now, with no change in Lord Long's state, ABI's was filled with profound concern. Could it be that this place was not the true lost land? Aside from this possibility, they could conceive of no other explanation. Rather than indulging in futile speculation, it would be far more prudent to investigate the area directly. With that thought, Luffy gestured towards the central, partially ruined hull of the island. Indeed, from there they could gain a clearer perspective of the entire island, thus facilitating their judgment regarding its status as the lost land. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the group beheld the half-destroyed palace, where a large, tightly shut door barred their passage. Gazing downwards, they were met with a vista of dense, primeval forest interspersed with remnants of palace ruins, devoid of any particularly notable or nest-like features. Should we venture inside? Usopp proposed. However, how shall we gain entry? Was the immediate concern. The imposing door before them was devoid of locks or handles, presenting only a triangular hole. Could it be? ABI's, recalling something, swiftly produced the dragon scale pendant that hung around her neck, a gift from Lord Long. Its shape bore a striking resemblance to the hole in the door. Let us give it a try. It may indeed unlock the door, she exclaimed, prompted by her words. ABI stepped forward, positioning the dragon scale towards the aperture in an attempt to unseal the long-dormant palace. In the very next moment, just as the dragon scale was about to be inserted into the hole, the marble floor beneath them trembled violently, followed by a thunderous crash as it gave way. Caught unawares, everyone plunged into the abyss below. Gazing at the gaping hole above, Joya couldn't help but remark, indeed, television is nothing but a deception. Who claims that treasure hunting necessitates a key? A straightforward confrontation suffices. What difference does it make, as long as the outcome remains the same? Luffy chuckled heartily, showing no concern for the earlier events. Look over there, Nami exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the fragmented mural overhead. Following her gesture, the group discerned several familiar figures within the artwork. The emerald-hued Millennium Dragon, the battleship-shaped Battleship Island, and the island adorned with palatial imagery were all present. Naturally, numerous unfamiliar elements also adorned the mural, such as humans kneeling before the Millennium Dragon, enigmatic flags whose significance remained unclear, and a myriad of whimsical illustrations. Could it be that Battleship Island is the fabled Lost Realm? Gazing at the mural depicting the Millennium Dragon soaring toward the Battleship Island, Usopp wore a bewildered expression. If Battleship Island truly is the Lost Land, then all their efforts along the way would have been rendered meaningless. It should be so. Nami nodded in affirmation and pointed at the figures kneeling before the Millennium Dragon in the mural, explaining, the humans depicted there must be the ancestors of ABI's. Long ago, those who lived here revered the Millennium Dragon they observed during migration, elevating it to the status of a deity. This is why the architectural designs on this island are adorned with numerous dragon motifs. Do you recall the tale shared by old Boguden? He mentioned that their clan was not indigenous to Battleship Island but had migrated here. Thus, it appears that the original inhabitants of this island, namely ABI's and Boguden's ancestors, chose to migrate entirely after witnessing the Millennium Dragon traversing the skies, establishing roots in its homeland, which is the legendary Lost Land, present-day Battleship Island. This explains the enduring legends of the Millennium Dragon in your village. After Nami's analysis, the group concurred with the unfolding reality. Had their efforts been in vain? Utterly exhausted, Usopp sank to the ground, resembling a deflated balloon, his spirit utterly depleted. One cannot say that, at the very least. You have helped me ascertain the location of the Lost Land. For that alone, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude. The sudden voice startled everyone, prompting them to instinctively look up and discover a rather unattractive man standing above them. Ah, it's you, the user of the transvestite fruit. No, it's the scythe. The user of the scythe fruit. Frustrated, Eric waved his arms, slicing through the air before him. Sensing something amiss, Joya and the others hurriedly pulled the weaker Nami aside. The next moment, the ground before them cracked open, resembling the aftermath of a sword strike, with fissures extending over 3 meters. Anyone who does not wish to perish, step aside. I shall claim this Millennium Dragon. Despite recognizing Joya and Luffy, Eric remained unfazed, brimming with confidence in his scythe fruit abilities. Although his powers belonged to the superhuman category, they endowed him with long-range offensive capabilities, and each of his strikes carried substantial force, ensuring his victory even against swordsmen. However, while he recognized Joya's identity, he remained unaware of her abilities. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to reveal himself at that moment. Although Akiji had discerned Joya's powers, the Navy headquarters had yet to disseminate this information throughout the ranks, as another pressing matter had captured their attention. Moreover, they were uncertain whether to make it widely known. If kept secret, could Joya assist them in neutralizing a portion of the formidable pirates without the majority being privy to it? You all should leave. I will handle this. Joya stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the group, her gaze toward Eric akin to that of a hungry beast eyeing its prey. Witnessing this, the others looked at Eric with pity. Being scrutinized by Joya in such a manner foretold a grim fate for him. You won't escape. As Luffy and the others prepared to make their getaway with the Millennium Dragon, Eric's hands flew through the air, unleashing 7 or 8 whirlwind attacks in quick succession. Body shield. Joya leaped into the fray, embracing the onslaught with her own body. In an instant, blood erupted everywhere. Ah, exhilarating. Landing on the ground, Joya gasped as an unprecedented pain surged through her, crashing against her will like a colossal wave. One must admit, despite Eric's lack of physical appeal, the potency of his attacks was undeniably formidable. Given her current physical condition, the places struck were left either bloodied or with shattered bones, reducing her to a bloodied figure. Were it not for her immortal constitution sustaining her, she would have long since met her demise and conversed with the judge in the afterlife. What on earth are you? As Joya observed the wound healing at an astonishing pace before his very eyes, Eric was left utterly astounded, his expression a mixture of disbelief and shock. I am your father. Oh, wait, that cannot be. A person as handsome as I could never father a son as unattractive as you. He contemplated. Then, am I your godfather? No, that won't do either. Your character is evidently lacking, and my godson, no matter how troublesome, would never resemble you. Unable to conceive a plausible answer, Joya regarded Eric with disdain and remarked, how is it that you lead such a dismal existence? Being ugly is one thing, but to emerge and terrify others is quite another. Don't you understand that knowledge has the power to transform one's destiny? Chapter 65. Eric surrender you. You are courting death. Having never endured such indignity in his life, Eric momentarily set aside his curiosity regarding Joya's rapid recovery. His hands moved frantically, akin to the world's most skilled pianist, each finger leaving behind fleeting shadows. A relentless barrage of swirling winds surged towards Joya, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill finger gun. Upon hearing this, Joya raised an eyebrow, excitement coursing through him as he declared, come on, let the storm intensify. In the next instant, the whirlwind assault descended from above, mingling with blood and bone fragments that splattered high into the air. In a heartbeat, his body resembled a shattered porcelain doll, marred by countless wounds, with not a single inch of unblemished skin remaining. With a resounding crash, the ancient palace crumbled, burying Joya's form deep beneath the earth. Gazing at the ruins before him, Eric gasped for breath. In his fervent desire to utterly annihilate Joya, he had squandered an excessive amount of unnecessary skills, which weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, he remained tense, fixated on the debris, fearing that the man might emerge from within. After a moment of stillness, reassured by the absence of movement, Eric wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and exhaled deeply, exclaiming, ha ha ha, go ahead and show off. In the end, you were still slain by my hand, ha ha ha. Just as he turned to pursue the ancient dragon, a voice sliced through the air, one he desperately wished to avoid. Allah, are you truly certain you can kill me? At the sound of this voice, Eric trembled as if struck by lightning, nearly having his soul frightened from his body. With great difficulty, he turned to find Joya standing unscathed amidst the ruins. Even someone as seasoned in violence as Eric felt his legs weaken, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Why you? Please don't come any closer. I can pay you. Is 10 million enough? If not, just give me a moment, and I'll give you whatever you desire. Just spare my life, please. What need have I for money? I'm not lacking in wealth. You should strike me, open my heart, and perhaps I might let you live, Joya retorted. Hearing this, Eric fell to his knees. At that moment, he dared not raise a hand against Joya. The ineffectiveness of his initial attack was one thing. It had cost him little energy. However, the second assault had been his all-out effort, consuming more than half of his stamina, capable of leveling a 10-story building. Yet, the man who should have been rendered to pieces now stood before him as if nothing had transpired. The vast chasm between reality and fantasy left him feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. If this were indeed a dream, he wished to awaken swiftly. Yet the advancing Joya and the pounding of his heart reminded him of one undeniable truth. This was no dream, it was reality. I was wrong. I truly see my error. If you grant me mercy, I will do whatever you ask, even serve as an undercover agent within the Navy. At this moment, the ancient dragon was far from his mind. All he desired was to survive, and for that, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Upon hearing this, Joya hesitated. Undoubtedly, Eric, like the slain Hoppity and Jack, was no virtuous individual. However, unlike the others, he had not revolted against Joya. Additionally, due to the power he had gained from Eric's attacks, Joya felt rather pleased. Thus, his intent to kill Eric was not particularly strong. The issue, however, was that this man could betray the Navy to save his own life. And he could just as easily betray Joya. Joya held a deep disdain for those devoid of loyalty. Moreover, having consumed the scythe fruit, Eric's potential was limited. And compared to Crow, he held far less value. In light of these considerations, Eric was rather superfluous. His presence would serve little purpose, and yet killing him felt somewhat wasteful. After all, he possessed abilities that could be deemed useful, making him a higher-tier pawn. With this thought in mind, Joya retrieved a round-framed spectacles-wearing snail and dialed a number. Brew, 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 brew. The snail rang only a few times before being answered by a respectful voice. Master, this is Crow. Indeed. The voice on the other end belonged to Crow, with whom Joya had exchanged contact information during their parting in Syrup Village, though they had not been in touch since. Crow had remained attentive to Joya's movements. Upon the announcement of Joya's bounty, Crow was among the few who were not surprised, even believing that the 40 million offered was rather low. The more he learned about the shadow fruit's formidable power, the more he perceived Joya as unfathomable, immune to damage. Traversing the shadow realm at will, endowed with such immense abilities, he felt as if the entire world held no secrets before him. Of course, he was still clear-headed enough not to believe himself invincible. He understood that this illusion stemmed from a rapid increase in strength and a lack of exposure to genuine power. Nevertheless, it did not hinder his fantasies about Joya. Possessing such a potent fruit signified that Joya held capabilities far beyond those of the shadow fruit, possibly even more terrifying. These myriad factors coalesced to create the current situation. Even with his newfound strength, Crow dared not entertain rebellious thoughts. He could scarcely fathom the depths of Joya's abilities, let alone oppose him. Crow, are you still in the East Blue? If not, then that is that. If you are, I have someone here you might find useful. At this, both Crow on the other end and Eric on this end were taken aback. Crow was perplexed by Joya's motives. Was he being monitored? Was he unable to act and thus wish for Crow to finish the job? As for Eric, he was astonished to hear the name of someone he believed to be long deceased. As a mercenary who had worked under Nelson for many years, he had acquired a wealth of information. He distinctly remembered that Captain Crow of the Black Cat Pirates had been publicly executed by the Navy 3 years prior. So why was he hearing that name from Joya, and why did it seem that Joya held dominion over their relationship? Did this imply that Crow's death had been orchestrated by Joya himself? Chapter 66. Crow's arrangement. With this thought, Eric's gaze toward Joya shifted entirely. If Joya had previously left the impression of a powerful youth, he now appeared as a strategic elder, a mastermind operating from the shadows. After all, how else could one explain the resurrection of Crow, a man everyone believed had perished, in a world where an individual thought dead suddenly reappeared? No one could predict the consequences of such a revelation. In that moment, Eric felt he was on the brink of uncovering a grand conspiracy, a secret he should never have known. He sensed that if he were to miraculously survive this day, his future would be irrevocably altered, transforming into something he could scarcely imagine. Master, I am still in the East Blue. Please provide me with a location, and I shall come to you. Although it is possible that this individual was sent by Joya to surveil him, he nonetheless accepted without hesitation. The matter unfolded as follows. Joya succinctly elucidated the events transpiring here. Upon hearing this, CLO understood Joya's intent, and a multitude of thoughts began to blossom in his mind. One certainty emerged: this person was not dispatched to monitor him. Furthermore, the potential utility of this individual became apparent. He could position the person under his command, thereby augmenting his own strength and facilitating the rapid development of the Black Cat Pirates. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Eric's greatest advantage would consequently be squandered. CLO was acutely aware that for Joya, both he and Eric primarily served as vessels for intelligence gathering rather than as sources of combat support. Hence, placing Eric as a spy within the Navy would truly realize his value. Consequently, the pivotal concern became how to ensure the individual would not betray them. Upon grasping this notion, CLO felt a wave of ease. Controlling someone who fears for their life would be a trivial task for him. Master, I understand. Entrust him to me. I am confident I can secure his position within the naval headquarters and ensure he dares not betray us. Upon hearing this, Joy on the other end of the line nodded with satisfaction. CLO was indeed one of the few individuals in the pirate realm who employed his intellect. Although Joya had not articulated his thoughts explicitly, CLO had nonetheless grasped their essence. In that case, wait in the waters west of Battleship Island, and then take him away, being careful to avoid detection by others. With that, he ended the call. Observing Eric still kneeling before him, Joya spoke. You have heard my earlier words. I have no desire to indulge in superfluous discourse. Before you lie two paths, either death or serving as my spy, infiltrating the Navy to gather intelligence. I grant you 30 seconds to contemplate your choice. After that, I expect an answer that satisfies me. No need. I have already made my decision, Master. Upon hearing this, Joya's smile grew ever more pleased. Although Eric's abilities were lacking, his potential as an informant within the Navy's ranks was promising. One could never tell when he might prove instrumental. After exchanging contact devices, Joya instructed, the western waters of Battleship Island. Make your way there. At this, Eric paused, momentarily taken aback. Was Joya truly letting him go? Did he not fear Eric would flee? Observing the expression on Eric's face, Joya was acutely aware of his thoughts. There is an old saying in my hometown, do not employ those you doubt, and do not doubt those you employ. Since you have made a promise to me, I shall place my trust in you. If you truly wish to flee, then go ahead. Just ensure our paths never cross again in this lifetime. Should fate conspire against us and we do meet, be prepared to face your own demise. Though Joya's words were delivered with an air of indifference, the weight of his statement bore down on Eric with unimaginable pressure. Joya stood before him like a harbinger of death, and his words resonated like a grim sentence pronounced by the Reaper himself. Eric felt an overwhelming sense that if he were to escape, Joya would soon appear before him, blade in hand, ready to sever his head from his shoulders. In that moment, Eric relinquished all thoughts of flight. He could not quite comprehend why, but it felt as though an enormous hand loomed over him, ready to crush any semblance of rebellious thought beneath its grip. Very well. Take this communication device I have provided. You may use it to contact me in times of emergency. With that, Joya turned and departed. Glimpsing Joya's retreating figure, Eric wisely chose to depart in another direction. Although Joya did not articulate his feelings explicitly, Eric sensed that Joya wished to keep their relationship concealed from his companions, including even Crow. Why are you so slow? I've been left waiting, and I'm starving, Luffy complained, rubbing his stomach as he observed Joya returning to the ship. I encountered a minor inconvenience, but it's all been resolved. All right, set sail for the battleship island. Without inquiring further about the nature of the trouble, Luffy issued the command to depart, confident in Joya's ability to manage any situation. Moreover, considering the opponent's capabilities, it was more prudent to worry about the enemy than Joya. With the experience of their previous venture, the crew navigated the storm with greater ease this time, having secured the ropes meant to fasten the flatbed carts in advance. They sailed unscathed out of the barrier, returning to the realm of normalcy. Almost simultaneously with the Mary's emergence, a distant naval warship, stationed for surveillance, detected the situation. Report. Major, the Straw Hat Pirates have made their appearance. What of Eric? No, we have not spotted him. Raising an eyebrow, the Major was momentarily pleased by this news, though such satisfaction was destined to be short-lived. What's the matter? Do you truly wish for my demise? Humph, think as you will. I never uttered such words. Glimpsing the silhouette of the Major, Eric remained silent. Were it not for his current position, which was ill-suited for violence, he would have dismembered his adversary without hesitation. By the way, did you discover anything within? The Major, despite his disdain for the other, inquired with a sense of duty to the greater good. There is nothing but an abandoned island that has languished for years. Also, I require a new small boat. The previous one has been rendered useless. Upon hearing this, the Major suppressed his urge to retaliate and signaled his subordinate to procure a vessel for him. It was not that he was stingy, rather. The astonishing rate of damage caused by this individual was alarming, his consumption nearly equating to that of half a boat. Were it not for the Major's formidable background, their fleet would have been jeopardized by his reckless behavior. After a brief wait, when the small boat arrived, Eric departed without uttering a word. As Major observed the departing figure of Eric, an unsettling intuition washed over him, suggesting that the latter harbored secrets from him. Promptly, he commanded, quickly, summon a small vessel. Chapter 67. The Tactics of Klo. With a rare moment of respite, Nami seized the opportunity to approach Joya, noticing the subtle curve of his lips. Curiously, she inquired, have you encountered some delightful news that brings you such joy? Is it not evident? She continued, your face practically broadcasts your elation, yet you seem oblivious to it. Upon hearing this, Joya instinctively rubbed his face. Was his demeanor truly so transparent? I am simply thrilled for Lord Long. Given that the battleship island is a lost domain, it implies that Lord Long may soon return to his homeland, which naturally brings me joy. Casting a glance at Joya's rigid expression, Nami chose not to press further. She could clearly discern that Joya was fabricating a story, yet what significance did it hold? Everyone possesses their own secrets. As long as they do not inflict harm upon themselves or others, it is inconsequential. Relieved by Nami's decision to refrain from further questioning, Joya exhaled deeply. Thankfully, it seemed his skill and deception remained as formidable as ever, fooling even Nami. Subconsciously, he glanced towards the west, pondering whether Klo and Eric had crossed paths. Meanwhile, in the western expanse of Battleship Island, Eric and Klo finally stood face to face. Before him stood a man clad in a sleek black suit, his hair meticulously styled, adorned with round-framed glasses. A sudden tremor seized Eric's heart. Despite the fact that this figure, Klo, bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions found within naval intelligence, he exuded an aura that belied the mere bounty of 17 million berries. In Klo, Eric felt an echo of Joya. In his presence, Eric felt utterly exposed, as though he were not a flesh-and-blood individual, but rather a transparent being crafted of glass. Ah, how careless of you, to be unaware that you are being followed. Klo sighed softly. Taken aback by the remark, Eric momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend its implication. In the next instant, he experienced a fleeting blur, and Klo vanished from sight. Half a minute later, an unexpected individual, gripped by Klo's hand around his throat, was unceremoniously thrown before Eric. You were following me. As Eric gazed at the fallen naval major before him, he hurriedly explained, Klo, you must believe me, I have no intention of betrayal. And I am entirely unaware of how he came to be behind me. I truly did not betray anyone, having narrowly escaped death at Joya's hands. He was unwilling to perish without understanding the circumstances. If Klo were still the Klo of 3 years ago, he would not be in this predicament. He would simply eliminate everyone present and flee to an unknown destination. However, he dared not do so now. For the speed Klo had just demonstrated was beyond his capacity to comprehend. This indicated that if Klo wished to eliminate him, he would only realize he was dead in the instant of his demise. Yes, he was correct. He truly had not betrayed anyone. Merely felt an unsettling urge to investigate the matter himself. Despite someone coming to his defense, Eric found no solace, instead wearing a mask of despair. The one speaking up for him was none other than the naval major, and amongst so many present, who would trust the words of a naval officer? It was akin to throwing himself into the flames. Baka-Yuru, don't spout nonsense. Furious, Eric wished he could silence the major, but he refrained from acting on that impulse. He understood that killing the major now would only paint him as a murderer intent on silencing witnesses, further arousing Klo's suspicions. As the situation reached a stalemate, Zango approached and suggested, "Captain, shall I hypnotize him?" Since Klo's return, Zango had naturally relinquished his position as captain. The terrifying power Klo had exhibited left him trembling. Klo's methods of killing were reminiscent of a specter from the underworld, rendering anyone defenseless. Zango could not fathom how the captain had transformed so dramatically in such a short span, but he sensed that the change began with the battle at Silub village. Unable to comprehend it all, his respect for Klo deepened, and he adhered to Klo's commands without question. "There's no need for that," Klo replied, dismissing Zango's suggestion. "Bring me a knife and a video snail." "Understood," Zango said, turning to comply. Moments later, he returned, cradling a sharp katana and a recording snail. Klo took the katana and tossed it to Eric. "With this knife, dismember him for me. If you succeed, I shall believe you. If you fail, I shall see you dismembered in turn." Klo spoke these chilling words with a calm demeanor that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Eric, also a harbinger of death, felt a deep chill in his heart. At that moment, he understood the purpose of the recording snail without needing further explanation. As this realization washed over him, his face turned ashen, and his hands trembled as they reached for the knife. The major, equally terrified, understood that from the moment he had been captured aboard the ship, survival was not an option. Yet, as death drew near and the manner of his demise became clear, he found it impossible to face it with composure. "You bastard, dare you grant me a swift end? What skill is it to torment a man? Have the courage to face me one-on-one. Let's see if I don't wipe out every last one of you." The major raged, hoping to provoke Klo into granting him a quick death. However, Klo's gaze remained fixed elsewhere, directing his attention to Zango and Eric. "Eric, when you kill, do not simply end it with a single strike. Remember to deliver multiple blows. I relish the agonized cries of those nearing death. Zango, ensure you activate the recording snail and adjust the focus properly. This performance must not go unwitnessed. I shall wish to revisit it during our meals." At these words, Eric's right hand quivered, nearly losing grip on the knife. The major, having witnessed significant events before, was on the brink of insanity, regretting his decision to follow along. If only he could strike himself in frustration, but alas, life offers no remedy for regret. "You are not human. You are not human. I curse you to an ill fate. Even in death, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to hunt you down. Just wait for me." In that moment, Eric, a traitor to the Navy, appeared as a figure of kindness and beauty in the major's eyes. All his hatred was directed solely at Klo. If possible, he would gladly consume Klo piece by piece. "Hurry and act. There are many matters yet to attend to," Klo urged impatiently. With steely resolve, Eric cried out, "Ah!" followed by a prolonged symphony of agonized screams lasting a full half-minute. Chapter 68, The Naval Siege Name, Joya Age, 17 Power Level, 459, 521 Charm Level, 36 Personal Abilities, Immortality, Simplified Saiyan Physiology, Eagle Eye Reconnaissance Technique, Shadow Fruit Replication. OA's 18 styles, see Stone Level Swordsman, Shave, Paper Drawing, Iron Block, Finger Gun. Observing the remarkable surge of 62 points in his Dao power, Joya nodded with satisfaction. After surpassing the 500 mark, he felt an undeniable transformation within himself. His perception of the surrounding world and the tumultuous power coursing through his veins had ascended to an entirely new echelon. The 500 Dao power appeared to be a critical threshold for the human body, akin to a realm described in fantastical literature. Once breached, an individual becomes fundamentally altered. It is no wonder that each member of CP9 possesses such formidable strength, effortlessly overpowering both Luffy and Zoro upon their initial encounter. In addition to their formidable Navy 6 styles, each member boasts a Dao power exceeding 500, with even the least among them, Khalifa, possessing a noteworthy 630 points. Of course, Spandam, with his meager 9 points, is an exception to this consideration. Moreover, with the skill of pointing spear added to his repertoire, he has now mastered 4 of the Navy 6 styles. Although lacking definitive proof, Joya harbors a strong intuition that once he fully grasps the Navy 6 styles, the subsequent rewards from the system will elevate to the mastery of the 3 forms of Haki. At that juncture, should he encounter Akiji again, while it is certain that he would not prevail, the ease with which Akiji might defeat him would be categorically impossible. At this moment, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, how's there a Navy warship ahead?" The group's attention was instantly drawn to his words, just as they were on the verge of reaching the island of warships. Encountering one now posed a significant dilemma. Report, Colonel. We have identified the target vessel. The Millennium Dragon is right behind us. With the prospect of capturing something they had sought for years within reach, the Colonel's rotund face quivered with excitement as he hastily commanded, "All right, spread out to the sides. Assume a crane formation." At his command, dozens of warships trailing behind his flagship swiftly fanned out, encircling the Mary at its center. Furthermore, the two adjacent warships were linked by thick iron chains, resembling an expansive fishing net. What to do? What to do? How are we going to handle this? Surrounded by the multitude of Navy warships, the timid Usopp was utterly panicked, clutching his head and fleeing in all directions. Calm down. Charge forward and sever those chains. Someone urged. By the way, why don't we summon Big Gold? Upon hearing this, the group paused in surprise. Although they faced dozens of Navy warships, in the presence of Big Gold, such a situation would be trivial, perhaps even insufficient for a single meal. However, two of their own had been raised by a Navy Rear Admiral. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such an action, as it would be rather cruel. As he spoke, Luffy seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his body shuddering slightly. Unlike Joya, he did not possess immortality. Should he attempt to eliminate every single Navy soldier present, he would find himself accompanying them in the afterlife by noon the following day. Observing Luffy's foolish demeanor, Joya could not help but curl her lip in disdain. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. It was merely a carp. Look at how terrified he was. As for me, aside from a slight unsteadiness, did I tremble at all? Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of her musings, the Navy, unable to contain themselves, launched the first assault. A multitude of cannonballs hurtled toward them from all directions, dark specks multiplying against the azure sky. In this critical moment, Joya hastily commanded, Nami, take the helm, ABIs. Saiyan, you are responsible for protecting Lord Dragon. Usopp, the cannon platform is entrusted to you. Seize the opportunity and bombard them fiercely. The rest of you, hold the line and ensure the safety of the Mary. Not a single cannonball must strike her. With that, she swiftly drew her sword, cleaving through several incoming cannonballs. In an instant, everyone assumed their respective roles. Although the enemy's firepower was ferocious, under the determined defense of Joya and her companions, the Mary steadily advanced toward the enemy flagship. Realizing the dire situation, Colonel Nelson urgently ordered, Damn it, fire the super cannon. Yes. The messenger swiftly relayed the command. Moments later, a gigantic cannon barrel, over half a meter in diameter, extended from the bow of the flagship, though she had yet to witness its might. Nami held no doubts about its terrifying potential. If struck directly, the Mary would be obliterated in an instant. Joya, resolutely, could not allow that cannonball to fall. Do not worry, she reassured, having already prepared for the imminent danger. Clenching the hilt of her sword tightly, she intended to unleash her sword energy the moment the cannonball was fired, detonating it mid-air. If one slash was insufficient, then two it would be. Just as Joya raised her hand to strike, Usopp, who had been poised at the cannon platform for quite some time, suddenly interjected, Leave it to me. With a thunderous roar, the cannon platform, which had not been utilized since accidentally injuring the sword god Joseph, sprang back to life. A cannonball, the size of a soccer ball, surged toward the enemy flagship at a speed of 60 meters per second. To everyone's astonishment, it sailed directly into the massive cannon's barrel. Boom. Nelson's prideful super cannon never had the chance to unleash its power, as it was prematurely destroyed, leaving him disheveled and momentarily stunned. Incredible! Our ship sharpshooter truly lives up to the name. Of course, as the flagship was engulfed in flames, the firepower of the remaining dozens of naval vessels diminished, their concern for Nelson's safety providing the Mary with a chance to break free. In less than 10 seconds, the Mary, now fully operational, surged forward over 100 meters. The remaining 20 meters were traversed by Joya and her companions in a single leap, landing on the deck of the naval ship. Confronted by the encroaching naval soldiers, Luffy and Sanji stepped forward, halting all in their path. Zoro, Joya, go sever the chains, we'll handle things here. Without further ado, Joya and Zoro immediately swung their blades. After severing one chain, Zoro instinctively glanced at Joya, only to find her already sheathing her sword, retreating. Caught staring, Zoro blinked in surprise. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? No, not at all. Then why do you keep staring at me? At a loss for words, Zoro stammered. But upon regaining his composure, he earnestly proposed, Joya, once this is over, let's have a spar. Sure. This time, Joya readily accepted. Chapter 69, The True Land of Lost Curse It, attack the Millennium Dragon. Seeing that their attacks were ineffective against Luffy and the others, the colonel swiftly changed targets. If that's the case, we won't be able to obtain the complete Millennium Dragon. Damn it, I only want the bones of the Millennium Dragon. Whether they are whole or not is of no matter to me, even remains will suffice. Yes. Realizing the colonel was about to erupt in fury, the soldiers dared not delay and hurried to convey the orders. In an instant, the cannons that had been aimed at the Mary were all redirected toward the flatbed trailer trailing behind the ship. Boom, 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 damn it. As the cannonballs soared towards the flatbed, the four of them, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to provide aid. However, the suddenness of the event left them unable to intervene in time. In a moment of dire urgency, the little fairy transformed into human form, exerting every ounce of her strength to intercept the projectiles. Alas, the sheer volume of the cannonballs, coupled with her limited combat experience, rendered her efforts insufficient. In the final moments, it was the 10-year-old ABIs who opened her arms to shield Lord Long. The next instant, thick black smoke and fierce orange flames engulfed Abby's small frame. No ABIs now? With wide, horrified eyes, she fixated on the smoke billowing behind the Mary. When Luffy turned around, his eyes were ablaze with rage and hatred. You will pay for this. In that moment of despair and fury, Luffy could no longer concern himself with whether the enemy was part of the Navy. With a forceful push against the deck, half of the warship erupted in a violent explosion. The tremendous recoil propelled Luffy skyward like an arrow released from its bow. With unwavering determination, he summoned the full extent of his devil fruit powers, swinging his right leg towards the heavens and then, with all his might, bringing it crashing down. Rubber, axe slash. His right foot, resembling an axe infused with all his fury and strength, struck down with such force that the Navy warship, 10 times the size of the Mary, split in two as if it were mere tofu on a chopping board. Simultaneously, Joya and the others finally returned to the Mary. With no time to exchange pleasantries, Joya rushed to the rear of the flatbed. Upon seeing ABI's trembling in fear beneath Lord Long's wing, a weight lifted from her heart. Luffy, ABI's is alive. She was protected by Lord Long. At this declaration, Luffy, suspended in midair and poised to continue his assault, suddenly turned back. Upon seeing the unharmed ABIs, the heavy stone that had lodged in his chest finally fell. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. In the next moment, an overwhelming force of gravity erupted from the depths of the earth, pulling Luffy back towards the sea. Joya, Zoro, come save me. I don't want to glub. Observing Luffy's fleeting charm, Zoro couldn't help but slap his forehead, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could I have ever believed his nonsensical words? He muttered a complaint under his breath before leaping into the sea. Moments later, after Luffy was rescued and brought aboard the ship, the ailing dragon suddenly rose to his feet. Not only that, but he also threw his head back and unleashed a powerful roar into the sky. The sound erupted like a sonar, reverberating with terrifying volume, causing the surrounding waters to ripple outward. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates could only cover their ears to avoid succumbing to the overwhelming noise. What is happening to Dragon? A bewildered ABIs couldn't help but inquire, her emotions a tumultuous mix of excitement and concern, uncertain whether this transformation was a blessing or a curse. In response, Luffy interjected, he is calling for his comrades. You can understand him? No, I can feel it. As if to validate Luffy's intuition, the moment Dragon's roar subsided, a similar sound echoed from the distant sky. The resounding volume came from every direction, seemingly triggering some kind of switch. The previously calm sea erupted once more, waves crashing violently as if the underwater world had experienced an earthquake. Hold on tight, everyone. What on earth is happening? I don't recall this area having any underwater volcanoes. The series of unexpected events left the naval forces in a state of collapse, compounded by the fact that they had yet to release the iron chains connecting their two adjacent ships. The tumultuous sea, coupled with the disappearance of Commander Nelson, plunged them into disarray, each scrambling to devise their own plans. Capsizing and collisions occurred frequently, as dozens of warships that had previously moved in unison now scattered chaotically, lacking any semblance of discipline. Meanwhile, the villagers living along the coast of Battleship Island were astonished to discover that the shoreline had receded, the sea retreating at an astonishing pace, revealing vast expanses of land. This, it turned out, was the true Lost Land. Clearly, Usopp's initial surmise had not been incorrect. The Lost Land had indeed been submerged by the ocean. The distinction lay in the fact that this submerged realm would resurface once every 1,000 years, perhaps explaining the origin of the name Thousand-Year Dragon. Dragon, I have finally brought you back to your homeland. Observing the improved condition of Lord Long, Obby's voice quivered with a hint of tears. This was not sorrow, but rather joy. It had been a year since their paths first crossed. For adults, a year may seem fleeting, yet for a 10-year-old girl, it constitutes a significant tenth of her young life. Throughout this year, she faced numerous challenges, sourcing food for Lord Long, evading the searches of the Navy, escaping from naval ships amidst tempestuous weather, and embarking on various adventures alongside Luffy. The tapestry of her life over this past year has been far more thrilling and perilous than the entirety of most lives. Roar. Thank you. Without you, I might not have endured until now. It's my pleasure. I'm glad to be of assistance. Gazing into Obby's clear and transparent eyes, Lord Long could not help but recall the scene from their first encounter. At that time, she was slightly shorter and a bit plumper, yet her eyes remained unchanged. They were pure, kind, and innocent, reminiscent of two serene springs, capable of reflecting her very essence. Wait a moment, I must join my companions, he declared, and with that, Lord Long attempted to flap his wings. As the amplitude of his movements increased, his claws gradually lifted from the ground until he finally soared into the sky. He flew. He soared. Lord Long was airborne. Watching the rejuvenated Lord Long, Obby's heart brimmed with joy. Her unwavering dedication to assist him in locating the lost land stemmed not only from the fact that it was his homeland, but also because he had once confided in her that his condition would improve upon returning here. It now appeared that he had spoken truthfully. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates shared in this happiness, feeling that their journey had not been in vain. Chapter 70. The rebirth of the Millennium Dragon. 10 minutes later, as normalcy returned, the area of the military ship island had expanded more than tenfold, with hundreds of Millennium Dragons resting and nurturing themselves upon its shores. Weary, Lord Long first circled the island before gently descending, taking slow, deliberate steps across this land that was both familiar and foreign. For him, although it was his homeland, a millennium had passed since his last visit. Time had the power to dull all memories, and his recollections had long since faded. Having gazed upon the scenery, Lord Long turned back to cast a glance at ABI's, who was fervently waving at him from the Mary. A fleeting glimmer of genuine joy sparkled in his increasingly murky eyes. To have met that little human girl was the most fortunate event of his life. The year spent in her company was the most joyous and blissful time in a millennium. He had no regrets about his existence. Upon this reflection, his aged body could no longer endure, and with a soft thud, he collapsed, his eyes slowly closing, mirroring those of ABI's dragon, Lord Long. Lord Long. After a brief silence, ABI's erupted into an overwhelming sorrow, her grief so profound that she scarcely considered whether the Mary had docked. She clung to the ship's railings, ready to leap into the sea. Observing this, Joya swiftly intervened to restrain her. ABI's, calm down. Luffy, hasten the ship. Moments later, without waiting for the Mary to stabilize, ABI's jumped, racing towards Lord Long with unprecedented speed. The path, having just emerged from the depths of the sea, was not only slick but also treacherous. Even an adult would have to tread carefully. Yet, ABI's ran heedlessly. By the time she reached Lord Long, she was caked in mud, her knees and palms bleeding profusely. However, in comparison to Lord Long's silence, these physical pains were trivial. Lord Long, please wake up. You promised me. You told me that as long as we return to our homeland, to the Lost Land, your condition would improve. We have finally made it back here. You cannot deceive me, Lord Long. Observing ABI's, who was weeping inconsolably atop the head of Lord Dragon, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves at a loss for words. They had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. According to legend, the bones of a Millennium Dragon could be transformed into an elixir of immortality, yet Lord Dragon lay forever fallen before them. The sound of cracking eggshells pierced the heavy atmosphere like a sudden rupture. In the depths of despair, ABI suddenly lifted her gaze, and upon seeing the infant Millennium Dragon, its body partially encased within the shattered shell, her large eyes resembled a fountain, overflowing with tears. However, what lay beneath her tears was no longer despair, but rather exhilaration and the relief of having her wishes granted. Could it be? Gazing upon the infant Millennium Dragon, which was scarcely larger than an ordinary rooster, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates experienced a sudden epiphany. It became clear to them that the so-called resurrection of the dragon was indeed such. In that fleeting moment, the shadows in their hearts dissipated, and they found themselves quite satisfied with this outcome. Damn it, just you wait. I shall see how long those pirates can remain here. At the edge of the island, having narrowly escaped disaster due to the island's rise, Colonel Nelson glared fiercely at the Straw Hat Pirates assembled in the island's center. Luffy's descending kick had illuminated the disparity between them, and though he harbored resentment, he resolved to wait for the pirates to depart before turning back to confront the Millennium Dragons. Just as he pivoted to leave, three figures suddenly appeared before him, one of whom was the all-too-familiar Eric. Observing the pallor of his complexion, Nelson instinctively conjectured that he had been startled by Luffy's recent kick, prompting him to offer words of reassurance. Do not worry, Eric. Once those cursed pirates depart, these Millennium Dragons shall be ours. Speaking of which, who are those two? Are they your newly recruited allies? At these words, Eric's body quivered, utterly astonished that this portly colonel failed to recognize his companion, Crocodile. Although this individual had been shrouded in obscurity for 3 years, he had once been among the most formidable pirates in the East Blue, ranking within the top 3. It was astonishing that Nelson, as the head of the 8th Division, could have forgotten him entirely. How intriguing that you do not recognize me. A faint smile graced Crocodile's lips as he instinctively raised his right hand to adjust his glasses, which threatened to slip down his nose. This quintessential gesture reverberated like a thunderclap in Nelson's mind, as he gazed at the impeccably dressed man before him. Thoughts of a certain individual who should not be present here crept into his mind. Clo. You were Clo. Yet, that was impossible. You perished 3 years ago. Why do you impersonate him? Regardless, it matters not what you think. Zhang Ao, handle the situation. With that, Clo stepped aside. In response, the hypnotist Zhang Ao retrieved a circular prop he always carried and positioned himself before Nelson. Fixating on the ring, he declared, when you awaken, you shall no longer concern yourself with the Millennial Dragon, nor will you recall our presence. Instead, you will wholeheartedly support Eric, endeavoring to elevate him into the naval ranks and finding every means to secure his admission to the naval headquarters. 1-2 Zhang Ao. Hush, 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 hush. Observing the fallen Zhang Ao, even the composed Clo could not suppress the throbbing veins in his temples. For countless years, this fellow had never altered his ways. While hypnotizing others, he invariably fell victim to his own enchantments. Nevertheless, the efficacy of his hypnosis remained steadfastly impressive. As the task drew to a close, Klo grasped Zhang Yao's attire with one hand, poised to depart. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he turned his back to Eric and remarked, "The video is secure in my possession. There is no need for you to worry about exposure. Once you infiltrate the naval headquarters, this colonel can be eliminated. Keeping him alive will only heighten your risk of being discovered. Furthermore, to serve under Lord Joya is a stroke of fortune in your lifetime. Fulfill your responsibilities and refrain from harboring any treacherous thoughts. Otherwise, without the need for the Lord's intervention, I can dispatch you, even within the naval headquarters. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me, but know that the opportunity is singular. Contemplate carefully before making your decision." With that, Klo departed without a backward glance, leaving Eric trembling in place. Only when he was certain that Klo had truly left did Eric's body give way, collapsing onto the ground. The half-hour ordeal he had experienced since encountering Joya filled him with dread upon mere recollection, regardless of how others perceived it in his eyes. Those two were anything but human. Joya, resembling a sunny boy, was evidently a demon incarnate, as if the concept of injury was foreign to him. As for the impeccably dressed Klo, he was unmistakably a fallen angel, Lucifer himself, devoid of any semblance of humanity, exuding only indifference and disdain for life. At the thought of this, he dared not linger any longer in that place. Carrying the colonel, he hastily departed in his small boat. Chapter 71. Zaro versus Joya. What is the matter? Is there something over there? Ah, no, nothing at all. Joya quickly averted his gaze, while Nami, intrigued, continued to scrutinize that direction for an extended period. Only after confirming that there was indeed nothing out of the ordinary did she reluctantly withdraw her attention. Was that Klo just now? It seems that the shadow fruit truly suits him well, although there is no tangible evidence. Joya's intuition strongly suggests that someone was present moments ago. This feeling stems from a subtle sense of danger he perceived in that direction, as if a formidable individual lay concealed there, presently in the waters surrounding Battleship Island. The only one capable of instilling such a sense of trepidation within him is none other than Kuro, who has consumed the shadow fruit. As the matter at hand drew to a close, Luffy spoke, "ABIs, let us return, otherwise, Grandpa Boguden might start to worry." Upon hearing this, Joya stared at him in astonishment. Had he anticipated such a statement? He would have certainly recorded it with a video snail to show to Carp the next time they crossed paths. At that moment, if Luffy did not reveal any embarrassment, he would consider it a loss. Reluctantly yet obediently, ABIs followed Luffy aboard the Merry-Go, heading back to Battleship Island. The newly born Millennium Dragon was under the care of an adult Millennium Dragon, rendering her presence here somewhat unnecessary. Upon returning to the Merry-Go, Joya noticed that, at some point, the Navy had retreated, and the vast expanse of the sea was devoid of their flags. Shortly thereafter, Luffy and the others arrived back at Boguden's home. Gazing at the time, Nami suggested, "Let us take shelter here for the night." "Why?" Luffy replied, somewhat disgruntled. "I wish to hasten our entry into the Grand Line, because in 2 or 3 hours, darkness will envelop us. The entrance to the Grand Line is rumored to be exceedingly perilous, and navigating in the dark could lead to calamity. Moreover, there remains a question that I have yet to unravel." With that, Nami unfurled the nautical chart, pointing to the red line at its center. "Why is the entrance to the Grand Line situated atop a mountain?" At that moment, all eyes fell upon the location she indicated on the map. In their view, 4 rivers flowed from the 4 corners of the world, converging at the mountain's peak before cascading downward into the Grand Line. Thus, to enter the Grand Line, one must first sail to the mountain's summit. The dilemma, however, is how this could be possible. The sea flows downward. How could one possibly defy nature and ascend to the mountain's peak? This mountain is truly fascinating. We shall discover its secrets in due course, Sanji interjected, usually reticent, yet suddenly speaking up. However, I have heard from my elder that once you approach that maritime region, retreat is not an option. It is a matter of success or demise. Thus, half of the pirates venturing to the Grand Line perish at its threshold. Clearly, the elder Sanji referenced was Zeph, the proprietor and chef of the floating restaurant, a man who had ventured into the Grand Line and returned alive. Regrettably, Joya lamented not having witnessed Zeph's true prowess, as her pursuit of Nami had caused her to miss the opportunity to meet him. Yet, Joya speculated that Zeph's combat prowess must be no less than 500. The exact measure, however, remained unknown. In that moment, the exhilaration of aiding Dragon S revival was abruptly tempered, casting a pall of somber gravity over the atmosphere. They had yet to enter the Grand Line, and already danger loomed. What tribulations awaited them within? Noticing the hesitance among the crew, Joya spoke up, "Though it may not be my place, I feel compelled to share my thoughts. Each of us set sail to realize our dreams. In light of your aspirations, what do these challenges amount to? Moreover, our captain aspires to become the Pirate King. Far greater dangers lie ahead. If our resolve is lacking, we might as well turn back. Wouldn't you agree? TCH. Don't act as if you possess unparalleled determination. From the moment I stepped beyond my homeland, I resolved to become the world's greatest swordsman. Yet you, I have never heard of any dream of yours," Zaro remarked, awakening the curiosity of the group, as all eyes turned toward Joya, eager to discern his aspirations. My dream is quite simple, merely a succinct 28 characters, ample wealth, minimal toil, proximity to slumber, elevated status with light responsibilities, awakening naturally. And counting riches until my fingers cramp as they gazed at the self-satisfied Joya. An impulse to strike him suddenly surged within the crowd. How dare he rally us with such lofty aspirations when he himself lacks any grand ambitions? It was only at this moment that they comprehended why he prefaced his remarks with a disclaimer, acknowledging that it might not be entirely appropriate for him to speak. It seemed he possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Disregarding Joya's playful banter, Zaro interjected, "By the way, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you?" At this, Joya glanced at his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Of course. Shall we do it now?" Noticing there was still some time before their meal, Zaro extended the invitation. During their journey to the seaside restaurant, he had long desired to spar with Joya. Yet opportunities had been scarce, causing his enthusiasm to wane. However, witnessing Joya's astonishing speed earlier, which far surpassed his own, rekindled the fire within him. "Let us go." Without offering further explanations to the others, the two promptly rose and made their way outside. Sensing an impending event, Luffy and the others hurriedly followed suit. Zaro, renowned as a bounty hunter in the East Blue, was regarded as one of the finest swordsmen in their circle. As for Joya, they had not witnessed him wielding his sword on numerous occasions. By all accounts, he should be at least on par with Luffy in terms of swordsmanship. But was Joya a man who adhered to conventional norms? If he were, he wouldn't possess such an eccentric dream. Thus, they were intrigued to discover whose swordsmanship was superior. In the midst of their conversation, Joya and Zoro found themselves at an open stretch along the shore. 3-sword style, Zoro. 1-sword style, Joya. At that moment, even the boisterous sea breeze seemed to still, the world around them growing eerily quiet as the spectators, including Luffy, dared not make a sound. In the next instant, as a leaf drifted gently to the ground, the two figures, separated by mere meters, surged towards each other with a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a resounding clash, the battle officially commenced. Chapter 72. The outcome. Joya is truly remarkable. Observing the evenly matched battle, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Hey, you're being biased. The two haven't distinguished themselves. How can you only praise Joya?" Sanji interjected, clearly dissatisfied. "You don't understand. Long before we set sail, Joya was merely an ordinary person. Aside from possessing an extraordinary resilience that made him virtually indestructible, his combat prowess was on par with that of an average individual. In fact, he was once chased down 2 streets by the old yellow dog from the east end of the village." "No way. Are you sure you're not joking?" The rest of the group could no longer maintain their composure, their expressions betraying disbelief. Aside from Luffy, Nami was among the first to encounter Joya. She vividly recalled the moment when Joya faced Arlita, who weighed over 300 pounds. With just 2 punches, he sent the foe flying, truly airborne, landing dozens of meters away before plunging into the sea. Thus, she had always believed that Joya's strength stemmed from rigorous training since childhood. However, Luffy revealed that all of this had transpired within the span of a month, a revelation that left Nami reeling. "You can be abnormal, but not to this extent. How can others possibly survive?" Luffy, in response to their skepticism, swore an oath more binding than any he had made before. "I assure you, if I am lying, I shall never consume meat again." Witnessing his fervent declaration, Nami and the others began to waver in their disbelief. They understood that preventing Luffy from eating meat would be more merciful than killing him outright. Thus, their gaze towards Joya underwent a profound transformation, as if they were beholding an extraordinarily rare gem, eager to dissect him to uncover the secret behind his remarkable abilities. After all, what could possibly account for such an anomaly? Meanwhile, amidst the fray, Joya forced Zoro back and swiftly shook off the tension. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an intense chill, as if someone was plotting to strike him down. Tiger Hunt. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro disregarded the reasons behind Joya's predicament and launched his assault without hesitation. In this state of combat, he would either vanquish his adversary or be vanquished himself. The moment the sound echoed, 3 blades blossomed in the air like flowers, creating a flurry of afterimages. With a swift slash, as the attack descended, Joya, unable to defend himself in time, rolled to the side to evade. Unfortunately, the ground beneath him was not as fortunate, suffering 3 deep fissures several meters long from the strike. As Joya beheld Zoro's silhouette, he promptly gathered his focus, realizing that he should not allow distractions during their fierce duel. "This time it is my turn." With a forceful push against the ground, Joya initiated his assault, the sharp edge of his blade slicing upwards towards Zoro. The resounding clang echoed like the unlocking of an unseen force, followed by a symphony of clashing sounds. The pristine light of the blade cascaded like a magnificent waterfall, concealing boundless peril beneath its beautiful facade. Where their blades met, sparks erupted into the air. In this moment, the two combatants bore a striking resemblance to dancers. In their intricate exchanges of offense and defense, their bodies stretched to their utmost limits. Their footwork as graceful as a deer frolicking through the mountains, yet as wild and formidable as a tiger prowling through the forest. At that instant, both Zoro and Joya felt the weight of immense pressure emanating from one another. Although Joya's swordsmanship surpassed Zoro's by half a realm, The disparity diminished significantly as Zoro adeptly wielded 3 blades simultaneously. Joya could only rely on his slightly superior swordsmanship to anticipate Zoro's attacks and their trajectories, striving to neutralize them with the most efficient and least exhausting maneuvers, seeking opportunities to break through Zoro's defenses and assert dominance. Yet, what seemed simple in theory proved to be a formidable challenge in practice, unless he activated his fruit abilities or utilized his formidable physical prowess, which surpassed 500 prowess points. It would be difficult for him to overpower Zoro relying solely on swordsmanship. However, this sparring session was a test of sword skills. Resorting to other powers would signify defeat. Thus, Joya endeavored to showcase the full extent of his swordsmanship. Conversely, Zoro experienced an entirely different sensation. In comparison to the overwhelming might of Mihawk, Joya, who was merely half a realm above him, was precisely the opponent Zoro needed. He provided the requisite pressure while allowing Zoro to discern Joya's attacking patterns and intentions, facilitating his own growth by contrasting them with his habitual strikes. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, at this moment, Joya served as a mentor to Zoro on the path of the sword. And although they had exchanged few words since the commencement of their duel, Zoro felt he had gleaned invaluable insights. He sensed that soon he would transcend to the next realm of swordsmanship, evolving into a true swordmaster. Tiger Hunt, Demon Slash, Crab Sting, Tornado. As Zoro called out his successive techniques, Joya felt a suffocating pressure weighing on his chest. Why should it be that both were swordsmen? Yet Zoro possessed an array of names for his techniques, while he was relegated to merely ordinary attacks. Unable to contain himself, Joya shouted, Crescent Moon Slash. As the words left his lips, a sword aura over a meter in length rapidly formed, slicing through the air towards Zoro. In that fleeting moment of formation, Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed Joya still had a considerable journey ahead to reach true mastery. Yet it became evident that Joya had already crossed the final threshold, becoming a genuine sword master. With no time to ponder further, Zoro rolled aside to evade the incoming strike. Joya's sword aura barely grazed Zoro's form before soaring into the distance, leaving a neat incision spanning several meters on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Joya pressed his advantage. His blade danced through the air, launching attacks from a myriad of unconventional angles. The previously balanced confrontation was swiftly disrupted as Joya gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately with a decisive strike from above. He shattered Zoro's defenses, halting his blade a mere 10 centimeters from Zoro's forehead. I have lost. In the face of defeat, Zoro exhibited no pretentiousness, openly conceding his failure. He craved victory, yet that did not imply he lacked the fortitude to acknowledge his shortcomings. Throughout his life, he had faced countless defeats, having succumbed to Kona over 1,000 times. Thus, losing to Joya seemed trivial in comparison. What truly mattered was how one grows stronger after a defeat, how one breaks through personal limitations, and how one emerges victorious in future encounters. Clearly visible in his eyes was neither despair nor despondence. Rather, they radiated an ardor for the way of the sword. His eyes resembled 2 blazing furnaces, exuding a fervor that left Joya in awe. He had never encountered someone so utterly consumed by their passion, as if everything else in the world was irrelevant, leaving only the blade in his grasp. Chapter 73. A fortuitous surprise that night. As all others succumbed to slumber, Joya quietly rose, pushing open the door to step outside. The cool night breeze swept over him, yet it failed to dispel the melancholy within his heart. The distance from Boguden's home to the shore was less than 1,000 meters, yet it took him over 10 minutes to reach the water's edge. Upon arriving, a colossal head emerged from the depths of the sea, and 2 pairs of dissimilar eyes met across the expanse, the tranquil atmosphere perfectly embodying the adage that silence speaks louder than words. Witnessing the profound disappointment and desolation in Dajin's eyes, a pang of sorrow pierced Xiaoya's heart, leaving him at a loss for words. Strictly speaking, ever since that fateful night when he consumed the enhanced replica fruit, Dajin had been trailing behind them, even predating Usopp's joining of the crew. Though their shared history was sparse, an inexplicable reluctance to part welled up within Xiaoya. Once they embarked upon the Grand Line, years might pass before their paths crossed again. Had there been the slightest possibility, he would have moved heaven and earth to bring Dajin along. Yet now, his spirit was willing, but his strength fell short, just as Xiaoya resolved to offer his last bag of divine-grade feed as a parting gift. A voice echoed in his mind, sending waves of euphoria through his being. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a pet ball. Simultaneously, information regarding the mystical artifact unfolded in his consciousness. Pet ball. With the target's willing consent, this artifact can store a living non-human creature within its self-contained dimensional space, ensuring the pet's safety and well-being. This heaven-sent boon nearly overwhelmed Xiaoyu with joy. Yet elation soon gave way to bewilderment. This doesn't make sense. In recent hours, I haven't committed any heinous acts. Why has the system granted me another lottery opportunity? Could it be that my mere existence has become an offense in others' eyes? Surely not. Compared to those I've wronged, countless more remain untouched by my schemes. Besides, this is the world of pirates, where the strong roam freely and the deranged abound. The populace's resilience shouldn't be so fragile. As for the true reason, let us rewind time by half an hour and shift our gaze to UC Island in the East Blue. UC Island, as its name suggests, was christened after the UC Trading Guild. Though modest in size, merely a third of Lobetown's expanse, its docks and harbors tripled those of the famed port town. Conservative estimates placed the daily traffic of vessels at no fewer than 100, cementing its status as a pivotal trade hub in the East Blue. The UC Trading Guild, leveraging this advantage, wielded absolute authority over the island. Until this very night. Who are you people? I am Hank, head of the UC Trading Guild. I have connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. If you know what's good for you, leave now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I swear you'll regret the day you were born. Watching the two men standing in the shadows, Hank feigned calmness. Although he had yet to gauge their skills, he could surmise that they were formidable opponents. After all, he had expended a significant sum to employ 2 bodyguards stationed outside. The ease with which these intruders had entered spoke volumes of their prowess. At this, one of the men chuckled softly, removing the iron pipe slung over his shoulder and pressing it against Hank's body. To be honest, I truly pity you. You worked so hard to raise your only son. Yet he has foolishly entangled himself with that plague known as Little Four. Not only has he lost his life, but in his final moments, he betrayed you. How tragic. Indeed. Under the moonlight, Hank finally discerned the features of his assailants. Beneath the black high hat adorned with sunglasses was a youthful visage, crowned with golden hair, marred by a prominent burn scar encircling his left eye. The visitor was none other than Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. As in the original narrative, he had joined the Revolutionary Army after being rescued by Dragon, but had only recently regained his memories upon seeing the bounty on Joya. However, these matters were inconsequential to Hank, who could scarcely accept the devastating news of his son's demise. What have you done to my son? What have you done to him? Despite the iron pipe pressed against his chest, Hank exerted every ounce of strength to rise, attempting to lunge at the young man. Yet, regardless of his struggle, the pipe remained as immovable as a mountain, steadfast against his chest. Enough, Sabo. Our time is limited. Let us expedite the gathering of evidence, said the other man. At that moment, Hank finally glimpsed the other man's visage. Without a doubt, he was a towering figure, surpassing 2 meters in height, emanating an imposing presence. His chiseled chest and abdominal muscles resembled a sculpted statue. Strangely, a beak-like apparatus adorned his mouth, rendering his voice low and gravelly. I know who you are. The Revolutionary Army. You are the Revolutionary Army. Hank stammered. I have never wronged you. Why must you treat me this way? In contrast to Sabo, Kara's had a less conspicuous appearance, making it easy for Hank to recognize him at first glance. Now sleep. With that, Sabo struck Hank on the neck, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, he and Kara's commenced their search for the evidence they sought. 20 minutes later, having thoroughly scoured the room, both men clutched thick stacks of documents in their arms. This scoundrel truly deserves his fate. Sabo seethed, his anger boiling as he uncovered the extent of Hank's malefactions, wishing he could obliterate him with a single blow. What they held was merely the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, they would not have been able to carry it all. It was no exaggeration to say that this man was committing crimes at every moment. Extortion, malicious price fixing, market manipulation, colluding with officials, premeditated murder, and much more. Trouble. The Navy is here. Sensing danger, Karas swiftly pulled Sabo close, activating his devil fruit ability, and under the cover of a flock of crows, they soared out of the window, blending into the inky darkness of the night. Almost simultaneously, the tightly shut door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Led by Rear Admiral Squirrel from the Navy headquarters, a contingent of naval officers flooded into the room, instantly filling the space. Gazing at the disordered room, the dormouse furrowed his brow, swiftly moving to the window. However, all that met his eyes was the encompassing darkness of the night, leaving him in a state of helplessness. With a single glance, he discerned that this room had been rummaged through recently, and by someone well ahead of him. Although General Qingji had convened a meeting regarding the Friends of Thought Association immediately upon returning to headquarters, and subsequently dispatched himself to search for evidence, they had unfortunately arrived too late. As for who was responsible, the dormouse was well aware. Chapter 74. Setting off again, wake him up. He cast a glance at the unconscious Hank, expressing his displeasure. Yes. Soon after, a soldier, seemingly from nowhere, brought a basin of water and splashed it directly onto Hank. Who dares to pour water on me? However, upon seeing the dormouse's exceedingly grim countenance, Hank instantly regained his senses. He hastily slapped himself across the face, wearing a woeful expression. My lord, you must stand up for me. I was enjoying a deep slumber when 2 individuals woke me, one of whom was a certain General Karas from the Revolutionary Army. Not only did they knock me out, but they also left my quarters in utter disarray. Look at the traces they left everywhere. You must avenge me. At that moment, Hank was quite relieved that those 2 revolutionaries had left his quarters in such a state. Otherwise, the Navy might have discovered something amiss. Enough of the theatrics. Our purpose for being here is you. If you wish to avoid suffering, you must candidly recount every misdeed you've committed over the years. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Upon hearing this, The portly Hank trembled as his flesh quivered like waves. He could not fathom what was amiss in this world. Was he still dreaming, or had the world not awakened? What monumental event had he precipitated to draw the simultaneous attention of both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army? Should he feel fortunate? After all, he seemed to be the first in a century to attract the attention of both factions. In some sense, this notoriety could rival that of the Pirate King. Can someone explain to me why all of this is happening? Even in death, I wish to understand. Otherwise, this is utterly infuriating. He lamented to himself. Look for yourself. Without further explanation, the Dormouse tossed a newspaper set for publication the following morning into Hank's hands. After a moment of searching, upon reading a statement made by Joya before departing from Lobetown, Hank felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, desperate to be expelled. Uffed. A mouthful of old blood erupted from Hank's lips. You cursed Joya. I shall not let you escape, even in death. At this moment, he realized that all of this turmoil stemmed from a single utterance of that young man. His hatred swelled. Not only had the individual murdered his only son, but he had also obliterated decades of his hard work. If given the chance, he would have relished flaying Joya alive and devouring his flesh. At that very instant, unbeknownst to him, Joya, situated on the naval island, unwittingly acquired a Pokeball. As he gazed at the small red orb extracted from the storage ring, Joya exclaimed with palpable excitement, Dajin, I have finally found a way to take you with me. Roar? Is that for real? In that moment, Joya regretted not bringing along the little fairy. Although he endeavored to comprehend Dajin's intentions, the disparity between their species rendered such understanding nearly impossible. He could not even see Dajin's face, let alone decipher its meaning. Never mind, I shall confine you within this orb. And all I ask is that you do not resist. Roar? Are you serious? That orb is barely enough to fit between my teeth. Are you certain it can contain me? Hearing the same roar as before, Joya found himself too weary to retort. So be it. I cannot comprehend your words anyway. So let us consider this your agreement. Roar. Agreement, my foot. When did I ever consent to this? Ignoring Dajin's furious protests, Joya hurled the pet orb towards her. Whoosh. Gazing at the pet ball floating upon the sea's surface, an unusual stillness enveloped the world, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Dajin, who initially harbored a flicker of concern and a glimmer of hope, now found himself in utter despair. Could it be that he had truly been foolish to harbor expectations for such an individual? Oh heavens, is this person perhaps sent by you to torment me? In the next moment, the pet ball, bobbing erratically upon the waves, emitted a sudden click and sprang open, unleashing an extraordinary force. Almost immediately, Dajin's massive form began to shrink at an unimaginable pace. Within 2 seconds, accompanied by a soft click, his figure vanished entirely. Simultaneously, a youthful voice resonated deep within Joya's heart. Wow, this place is amazing. Just breathing here feels like I'm growing stronger. Upon hearing this, Joya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this pet ball possessed an inherent translation feature. How considerate. Indeed, products of the system are bound to be of exceptional quality. As Joya gazed at the pet ball drifting farther away with the waves, he hastily plunged into the sea to retrieve it. The thought of that ungrateful fish swallowing it whole filled him with dread. Dajin, was that you speaking just now? Although Dajin was already 25, given her identity as a sea creature, it was understandable that she still possessed the voice of a youthful maiden. At that moment, Dajin, who had been frolicking freely within the pet ball, widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing Joya's voice. You can understand me? Of course. A brief silence ensued. Just as Joya pondered how to explain the situation, Dajin's childish voice erupted in his mind. You idiot, fool, big silly. Why didn't you let someone else name me? With my beauty, how dare you call me Dajin? Could you be any more klitsch, any more foolish, or any more unappealing? Do you believe I could spray you to death with a mouthful of salt water? Listening to Dajin's complaints, Joya opened his mouth to respond, only to close it again, swallowing the excuse he had prepared. Once Dajin finished her tirade, he tentatively suggested, how about I give you a different name? Let's hear it. Xiaohua. No response. Xiaoming. Still no reaction. Xiaoxian. No, that name already belongs to someone else. Go die? I'm going to sleep. Call me once you've crossed the upside-down mountain. Until then, I refuse to acknowledge you. She was mistaken. She should not have harbored any illusions about Joya, who was as unrefined as a dog. What ridiculous names. Each one more unpleasant than the last, more mundane, more lowly. It was a wonder how that little white fox could tolerate him. Before long, the next day arrived. As the sun fully rose, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates boarded the Mary. Gazing at ABI's standing on the shore, despite having faced rejection, Luffy nonetheless attempted to extend an invitation, saying, ABI's, are you truly not considering embarking on a nautical adventure with me? I believe that together, we would find immense joy. Thank you for the invitation. But I intend to remain here to protect Lord Dragon and the other Millennium Dragons, so I am truly sorry. It's quite all right. You have done nothing wrong and need not apologize. Casting one last glance at ABI's, Luffy turned and ascended to the bow of the ship, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. Everyone, We are setting sail. Chapter 75. Ascending Reverse Mountain 3 hours later, as noon approached. The crew aboard the Mary finally arrived near Reverse Mountain. Gazing upon the ominous storm-laden sea ahead, the countenance of every individual, including Joya, reflected unease. At this moment, Luffy, the captain, swept his gaze across the faces of his crew before bellowing, "The Grand Line, here I come." With that declaration, the Mary set her sails, surging valiantly toward the perilous waters. Hard to starboard. Upon hearing this, Zoro exerted every ounce of strength to maneuver the helm to the right. Yet, in the face of the vast ocean, Zoro's might proved insufficient. Despite his Herculean efforts, the direction of the wheel remained unchanged. With a resounding crack, the wooden helm could no longer withstand Zoro's force and broke apart. This scene nearly terrified Usopp to death, who scrambled to the control room in a frantic attempt to repair the helm. However, Nami, observing the wind's direction, suddenly exclaimed, "Forget about the helm. We must sail with the wind. Are you certain? Trust in your navigator." Casting a deep glance at Nami, Luffy chose silence. In that moment, he opted to place his faith in her. The howling winds mingled with torrential rain, transforming the world within their sight into a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare, filled with boundless terror. Yet, amidst such chaos, the Mary bravely propelled forward, carrying a group of dreamers. Time became an enigma until a striking crimson mountain emerged before them. Reverse Mountain. This is Reverse Mountain. Once we conquer it, we shall enter the Grand Line. In an instant, excitement surged through the crew. For Luffy, it was the pursuit of becoming the Pirate King. For Zoro, the ambition to be the world's greatest swordsman. For Sanji, the quest to find all blue. For Nami, the dream of charting the world. For Usopp, the aspiration to be a courageous warrior of the sea. And for Joya, the pursuit of love and peace amidst a desire for a harem. At that moment, as they approached Reverse Mountain, each member silently recited their dreams. "Look," the sharp-eyed Joya pointed towards a fissure in the mountain center. "Yes, that's it. Steer the ship. If we fail to breach that narrow gap, we are doomed." But the helm is broken. Nami suddenly recalled Zoro's earlier mishap. "Curse it. Are we to leave our fate to chance?" She lamented internally. Although the Mary was currently on a relatively correct course, the sheer anxiety of surrendering their fate to fortune was overwhelming. None dared to truly entrust their lives to fate, especially in such a critical moment. "Don't worry. Everything will be fine," Joya reassured Nami, sensing her distress. Having watched One Piece, he was certain that the Going Merry would not halt here. Even if an unforeseen event were to occur, he would devise every possible means to propel the Going Merry up Reverse Mountain. After all, his life was not at stake, and with the assistance of the formidable gold, the worst that could happen was a temporary separation from the ship, nothing of great consequence. Nami quietly grasped Joya's hand. Despite the calm demeanor she displayed, her heart was tumultuous, akin to the raging sea before her. Sensing the chill of Nami's palm, Joya refrained from taking advantage of the moment, instead choosing to stand quietly by her side, patiently awaiting the outcome. 5 minutes later, propelled by the ocean's currents, the Going Merry finally approached the fissure. No, the direction is slightly off. Without Nami's prompting, everyone realized this too. At this rate, the ship's starboard side would undoubtedly collide with the mountain's face. Such a fate would spell disaster, leading to the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. In this critical moment, Luffy stepped forward. "Goma Goma no balloon." Taking a deep breath, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal balloon. Just as the ship was about to collide with the mountain, he leapt into the gap between them. With a painful strain, Luffy gritted his teeth, nearly shattering his silver tooth. Ultimately, the Going Merry safely navigated into the mountain's canal. "Luffy, quickly grab my hand." As Luffy was on the verge of falling into the sea, Zoro hastily extended his right hand for him to grasp. When all was said and done, Luffy lay on the deck like a heap of discarded clay, gazing up at the sky, unable to contain his laughter. "Haha, we finally made it." At his words, smiles of relief spread across the faces of the crew. Though this brief journey was swift, the pressure it exerted on everyone was immense. For any lapse in concentration could have led to their demise. Now that they had successfully navigated through, joy was only natural. With the burden lifted, Nami leaned into Joya's embrace. The weight of the pressure she had endured in those fleeting minutes was greater than anyone else's. With the ordeal finally over, it was time to relax. This time, Joya did not remain indifferent. With a gentle pull, he brought her into his arms, standing closely together, his hands crossing over her soft abdomen. He then leaned down slightly, whispering tenderly in her ear, "This time, it's thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened." "So what?" Nami tilted her head back, looking provocatively at Joya. Under normal circumstances, she would not have behaved this way, but having brushed against death, she felt a sense of liberation, unbothered by the opinions of others. "So, I plan to reward you," he said, not allowing Nami a moment to react before leaning down to kiss her enticing red lips. Coincidentally, as the Going Merry ascended through the clouds, the two of them embraced, as if entering a realm of ethereal bliss. Nami stared wide-eyed at the man before her, utterly astonished that the so-called reward was a kiss. What kind of reward is this? She thought, before biting Joya sharply. "Ow!" Joya instinctively released his grip. See if you dare take advantage of me again. With that, she stood on her toes, initiating a kiss with Joya. Sensing Nami's fervor and initiative, Joya could not possibly back down at that moment, employing various techniques to meet her challenge. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with an exuberant springtime essence. Meanwhile, the small fairy perched on Joya's shoulder watched with envy, repeatedly trying to pry the two apart with her tiny claws. However, remembering the perilous situation they had just escaped, she decided to turn a blind eye. In her heart, she plotted to sneak into Joya's bed when Nami was fast asleep that night, yearning for her own kisses and cuddles. Chapter 76, The Whale Laboon at Last. As the going merry burst forth from the clouds, the two finally separated their lips. However, feeling lightheaded from lack of oxygen, Nami instinctively leaned against Joya's waist for support. Observing Nami, her face flushed and on the brink of emotional turmoil, the victorious Joya smugly inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Do you require my assistance to your room for some rest?" Though she yearned to tear his smug visage apart, her weakened body clearly forbade such an action. Moments later, Nami, barely able to stand while clutching the railing, forcefully pushed Joya aside and feigned nonchalance before the onlookers. However, her crimson lips and the misty allure in her eyes betrayed her facade. "Nami, why do your eyes glisten with tears? Did Joya bully you?" Curiosity getting the better of him, the inquisitive Luffy could not restrain his question. At this, Nami could no longer maintain her composure. A deep blush surged across her taut face as she spat at Joya and fled as if pursued. As Nami departed, Sanji and the others were poised to tease Joya, but before they could utter a word, Saiyan transformed, wrapping her arms around Joya's neck, resembling a pendant dangling from his chest. She then planted a kiss on his lips. With a resounding boom, a metaphorical atomic bomb detonated in Sanji's mind, a weighty realization crashing down upon him. Clutching his heart with one hand, he stumbled backward, taking more than 10 steps until he leaned against the ship's railing, barely finding his footing. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. It dawned upon him that the true jester was none other than himself. In that moment, Sanji wished fervently that he could traverse time and deliver a fatal kick to his past self, the one who had decided to join the Straw Hat Pirates. He feared that before he could ever find the All Blue, he would perish from excessive blood loss. Why? Why is this happening? If he had erred, he would have welcomed the Navy's retribution, but why must it be at the hands of this devil Joya? Xiaoxian's kiss lasted no longer than 3 minutes, after which Joya gently pulled her away. Almost simultaneously, a composed Nami emerged from the room. As she gazed at the ethereal figure mimicking the expression from just 3 minutes ago, Nami instinctively understood the recent events without needing to inquire. Infuriated, she thought to herself, "Just wait until I deal with you." With an impassive demeanor, she approached Joya and halted, her heel striking down upon the back of his foot with a sharp, chilling sound. The excruciating pain jolted Joya, instantly cooling the heat of his emotions. "And Nami, your foot is on," he stammered. "What did you say? Speak up." "I can't hear you," she retorted, twisting her heel as if intent on boring a hole into his foot. Just as she was about to succeed, the Mary, propelled by inertia, ascended to the peak of the upside-down mountain. With a sudden burst, the Mary soared into the sky, resembling a dove taking flight. Oh! The exhilarating sensation of defying gravity was a novelty for everyone aboard, prompting them to spread their arms wide and embrace the moment, flapping like birds and reveling in this fleeting sense of freedom. However, in the next instant, the Mary began its descent. Those who had just been immersed in a zero-gravity environment were abruptly reminded of gravity's formidable force. It felt as if a rope tethered them, with its other end held by a giant. They plummeted at an unimaginable speed. Usopp, the first to hit the ground, heard a sickening crack as his nose broke, and he collapsed, rolling like a limp noodle into the storage room, vanishing amidst a cacophony of clattering sounds. "Joya, save me." Usopp's misfortune terrified Nami, causing her to dart into Joya's embrace, clinging tightly to his waist and refusing to let go. "Huh. Women," Small Fairy scoffed coldly, displeased with Nami for usurping her place. Yet she couldn't help but admire how adept Nami was. Just a moment ago, she had appeared distant and unapproachable, only to shamelessly seek solace in Joya's arms now. How infuriating. The exasperated Small Fairy resolved even more firmly to ambush Joya that night. "Just you wait. Once I have Joya, let us see how you strut about." Unbeknownst to Joya, Small Fairy's thoughts remained a mystery to him, and even if he were aware, he would have no reason to refuse. He would simply prepare for her impending assault. When the atmosphere finally settled, the Mary navigated the downward canal. Finally safe. Nami sighed, attempting to rise, only to meet Joya's gaze. Upon seeing the blood streaming from his nose, her heart sank with guilt, believing she had caused him harm. Yet, when she noticed his hands resting on her backside, she blushed furiously. "Let me explain, it's not what you think. My hands are there not out of lust, but for better grip. It's the only way I can hold you securely and protect you. Otherwise, you might get hurt." Listening to Joya's earnest justification, Nami smiled slightly. "Should I be thanking you then? That's unnecessary. After all, we are partners. And this is what I ought to do. In the next moment, Nami, still smiling, decisively executed a move known as the castration kick. A cracking sound, reminiscent of an eggshell breaking, echoed in the air. Every male in attendance instinctively felt a chill and tightened their legs. As for Joya, the unimaginable pain shattered his defenses, and he collapsed, eyes rolling back. Simultaneously, as the Mary passed through the clouds and returned to the normal world, a towering, pitch-black wall loomed ahead, completely blocking their path. Given that the Mary was descending the canal, there was no possibility of halting midway. If they continued this way, disaster awaited them. Nami, what on earth is happening? Why is there a wall ahead? How should I know? It's not marked on the map. In that moment, Nami regretted her earlier harshness. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so severe, as Joya remained unconscious. Although even if he were awake, it was uncertain he could help. At least it would bring her some comfort. But now, an unexpected situation caught Nami off guard, and if they didn't devise a plan, they would surely crash. As they drew nearer, they finally discerned the full shape of the black wall, and a chilling realization struck them. The towering black wall was, in fact, a colossal black whale. What is going on? Why is there a whale here? No one could comprehend the scene before them. Who could fathom why a whale would position itself at the entrance of the Grand Line and refuse to move? Surely it wasn't he there to prey on tiny fish? As they approached the imminent collision, Luffy, struck by inspiration, rushed to the cannon in the ship's hold. Just as the Mary was about to collide with the whale, he ignited the cannon and aimed it at the creature. The deafening explosion startled everyone, leaving them in disbelief at Luffy's reckless decision to fire at the whale. However, to everyone's astonishment, the force of the cannonball effectively brought the Mary's speed to a halt and altered its course, shifting from a straight trajectory to the left. Fortuitously, to the left, where the Mary was now headed, there lay a gap wide enough for the ship to pass through. Yet, at that moment, the figurehead of the ship, a ram's head, collided with the whale's body, snapping off with a resounding crack. Gazing at the ram's head on the deck, Luffy was instantly struck with a comical expression of fright. My VIP seat. At that moment, the Going Mary happened to arrive beside the whale's eye. As everyone fervently prayed not to be noticed by the creature, an enraged Luffy swung his fist with all his might, declaring, "Stinky whale, you owe me my VIP seat." In the next instant, Luffy's powerful punch struck the whale's eye directly. To demonstrate the strength of Luffy's blow, the whale's eye instantly filled with blood, and its gaze shifted to the previously overlooked Going Mary. With a roar of pain, the whale opened its massive jaws. And this single action abruptly altered the flow of the river, causing the Going Mary, which was about to sail out, to be forcefully drawn into the whale's mouth by the current. Everyone, except for Luffy who activated his powers to escape in advance, was swallowed whole by the whale, including the Going Mary. Furious at witnessing his hard-won crew and ship being devoured by the whale, Luffy ascended to the whale's head and began to pound it furiously. "You wretched whale, how can you be more unreasonable than Jaya? It's one thing to block our path, but why did you swallow my ship and everyone? Spit them out, do you hear me?" However, before the whale's incredibly thick layer of blubber, Luffy's attacks, while not entirely ineffective, merely felt like tickling. Consequently, feeling the irritation, the whale, lacking arms, dove beneath the waves, which was precisely detrimental to Luffy, a user of the devil fruit. Oh no, what to do, what to do? As the water began to engulf him, a panicked Luffy flailed about like a headless chicken, until at the very last moment, he spotted a closed door beneath his feet. Without pondering the reason, he hurriedly opened it and squeezed inside. Meanwhile, within the belly of the whale, the Going Mary slid down the esophagus and eventually came to a stop in a lake of vibrant green water. Gazing at the azure sky above, the tangerine sun, soaring seagulls, and pristine clouds, the crowd was utterly bewildered, unsure of their predicament. If memory served, they should have been swallowed whole by a blocking whale. Yet, how could a whale's belly contain such a vast expanse of sky, sun, clouds, and seagulls? While the presence of seagulls could be tolerated, why were they still feathered? At that moment, on the opposite side of the Mary, a colossal giant squid emerged, flailing its tentacles in an attempt to capsize the ship. Tension surged as Zoro and Sanji rushed to the ship's edge. Though uncertain, they knew they had to act in the absence of Luffy and the unconscious Choya. Just as a fierce battle seemed imminent, the giant squid's massive body was suddenly pierced by 3 harpoons, black ink spraying from the wound and staining the lake's surface. Nevertheless, neither Zoro nor Sanji relaxed their vigilance upon the squid's demise. The ease with which their foe had dispatched the giant squid indicated formidable strength. With the situation unclear and allies indistinguishable from enemies, they dared not lower their guard. As the giant squid fell, what appeared to be a small island in the distance revealed itself to be an iron ship fashioned to resemble an island. The 3 harpoons had been launched from within its confines. The sound of footsteps approached, and before them appeared a bald old man clad in a floral shirt. At his arrival, an oppressive background music filled the air, a sound reminiscent of heavy metal clashing. This not only imposed immense pressure on Zoro and Sanji, but also stirred the slumbering Choya from his dreams. So I am still alive, he murmured. Despite possessing immortality, At the moment the egg was shattered by Nami, Choya had believed he glimpsed a radiant, winged angel. In that instant, he truly thought he would not survive. By the way, where am I now? As Choya slowly rose, he caught sight of Kalesk emerging from the room. At the moment their gazes locked. He felt as though a giant hand had gripped his heart, and his body was enveloped in a cold sweat. This old man, adorned with flowers atop his head, was none other than a crew member of the pirate King Roger. Unlike Shanks or Buggy, he had been a genuine member of the crew, having followed Roger to the very end, ultimately reaching Laugh Tale, likely privy to the truths of history. Instinctively activating his Hawkeye reconnaissance, Choya found himself receiving no feedback. This did not surprise him. Despite being over 70, Kalesk, a former crew member of the Pirate King, was not someone he could easily assess, even in his twilight years. Who are you? Where's this place? Zoro could no longer contain his impatience. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for others' names? I am Rorinoa. Zoro began, only to be interrupted. I am Kalesk, 71 years old, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. Who are you, and why are you here? What is your purpose? Do not stand in my way. I must kill him. Zoro, infuriated, partially drew his sword, eager to strike. It was only then that Choya suppressed his agitation and stepped forward. Gazing at the elderly man before him, with a serious expression, he inquired, "Esteemed elder, may I pose a few questions to you?" In that instant, both the crew aboard the Mary and Kalesk were taken aback by Joya's sudden query and demeanor. Chapter 78. Joya's identity for Nami and the others. It was rare to witness Joya exhibit such an expression. Clearly, this elderly figure, who appeared extraordinary, might be even more formidable than they had previously imagined. As for Kalesk, he was equally consumed by perplexity. He was certain he had never encountered that young man before. So why did he approach him with inquiries as if they were well acquainted? After a prolonged period of contemplation, devoid of any clarity, Kalesk shook his head, clearing his mind of various thoughts, and replied, "Speak, and let us see if this old man possesses the knowledge. I wish to know about rocks." Before Joya could finish his sentence, Kalesk was abruptly interrupted by a fit of intense coughing. He fixed a grave stare upon Joya, his aura fluctuating ominously, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. Who exactly are you? Though it was merely a name, the impact of it was unprecedented for Kalesk, shattering the tranquility he had maintained for 22 years. Rocks, a name from 50 years past, a figure who had perished 38 years ago, a notorious individual who nearly toppled the world government. As early as 38 years ago, the world government had issued a comprehensive gag order on this name. Logically, it was unfathomable that this young man, who appeared to be no older than 20, should possess knowledge of such a name. Yet, why did he hear the name Rocks emanate from his lips? And how did he ascertain his connection to the infamous figure? I am Joya, a man who seeks a life of freedom, delights in culinary experiences, and yearns for adventure. If possible, I wish to savor all the beauty the world has to offer. In that moment, witnessing Joya engrossed in his own monologue, Kalesk finally understood the frustration that Zoro had just experienced. What an exasperating predicament. Taking a deep breath, Kalesk managed to suppress his ire and reiterated, I am inquiring about your identity, from where you learned this name, and what you intend to do with this knowledge. Oh, I see. If you had stated that earlier, I would have understood. I thought you were about to introduce me to someone, Joya replied. Upon hearing this, Kalesk felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly expelling the remnants of his 71 years of life. Had he not been intent on uncovering Joya's identity, he would have already lost his composure. Even if he could not eliminate him, he would ensure that Joya comprehended the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue, imparting the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine-grade feed. Joya raised an eyebrow, surprised by this acquisition, pondering why the system favored divine-grade feed so. With the additional portion from the little fairy, he had now acquired 3 in total. Simultaneously, he gazed disdainfully at Kalesk. This old fellow appeared lacking. As a crew member of Pirate King Roger, he should have witnessed numerous grand spectacles. Yet, after Joya's light-hearted banter, he was unable to contain himself. Shaking his head, Joya decided not to dwell on this matter and continued, My identity is rather unique. Allow me to elaborate. I have 3 brothers to whom I am not biologically related. My eldest brother is the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. My second brother is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and my youngest brother is the man destined to become the Pirate King. Upon hearing this, the world fell silent as all present widened their eyes, fixated on Joya. Unperturbed by their gaze, Joya proceeded to enumerate, My uncle is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the elder who raised me is a rear admiral in the Navy. For now, that is all. The rest shall remain unspoken. Observing Joya's calm demeanor, Sanji lit a cigarette for himself and pondered deeply. At this juncture, I shall not conceal any longer. In truth, my real identity is that of a prince from the kingdom of Gilly. Due to certain circumstances, I was unable to disclose this to everyone before, and I sincerely apologize for that. However, I can no longer pretend. I am laying my cards on the table. There are others who should apologize as well, myself included. As someone dared to challenge the realm of deception, Usopp, naturally, was unwilling to fall behind. In fact, my true identity is that of a celestial dragon. The reason I encountered you in Syrup Village is that I grew weary of the opulent life in the Holy Land and chose to mingle with you as an ordinary person. My subjects worship me. Worship you? What a load of nonsense. Nami swiftly interrupted, striking both Usopp and Sanji on the head with her staff. Then casting a skeptical glance at Joya. Had it not been for their prior interactions, she too might have thought Joya was fabricating tales. Yet, after experiencing so much together, she found herself uncertain whether Joya's words were truth or falsehood. She vividly recalled their first meeting, when he had claimed, "I never lie." Upon reflection, despite Joya's seemingly eccentric behavior, he had indeed seldom uttered untruths. Moreover, based on Nami's assessment, it was highly probable that the elder who raised Joya was a rear admiral in the Navy. With this thought, her gaze toward Joya underwent a profound transformation. If what he had just said were indeed true, then Joya's background was extraordinarily formidable. He was connected to the three mightiest military forces in the world, the pirates, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army, each with high-ranking associates. This revelation left Nami momentarily breathless, for she could not fathom why someone with such a background would choose to venture into piracy. Wouldn't it be more appealing to be a carefree heir? Why must he pursue the extravagant life of a prince? As for Coles, having weathered countless storms, he too found himself in a state of uncertainty. While Joya spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon him, attempting to discern any inconsistencies. In fact, he employed his observation haki to scrutinize Joya's facial muscles closely. Although he could not gauge a person's emotions as accurately as Fujitora, he could nevertheless discern the patterns of Joya's facial muscle movements. Whether he was lying was evident at a glance. However, the conclusion he reached was that Joya had not lied. Thus, he was left bewildered and unsteady. Having lived within the belly of a whale for so long, he was not well versed in the world outside. He was unaware of who the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were or who held the second-in-command position in the Revolutionary Army. Yet, he did know one thing. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was named Monkey D. Dragon, and among the rear admirals alive who could be connected to Dragon, only one remained, Monkey D. Garp, the very man whom Captain Roger held in high regard. If Joya's uncle were Dragon, then the elder who raised him was undoubtedly Garp. In this light, the question of whether those three brothers, lacking blood ties, were indeed genuine became trivial. Chapter 79, Cole's memories at this moment. The small world within the whale suddenly erupted into chaos. The lake churned violently, waves rising in tumult, and the Mary, measuring over 10 meters in length, resembled a fragile vessel on the verge of capsizing. Gazing at the unchanging expanse above, the crowd finally realized that what they beheld was not the true sky, but rather an exceptionally lifelike oil painting. Otherwise, how could there be a tightly shut door floating amidst the heavens? A sudden thought struck them. They were not in some bizarre realm, but rather inside the belly of a whale. The lake's verdant hue was not attributed to thriving algae, but rather the inherent green tint of gastric fluid. Alas, it dawned on them that they were indeed ensconced within the confines of a whale's stomach. Usopp, grasping the situation, clapped his hands in revelation. In the next breath, his expression shifted with the swiftness akin to a rapid theatrical transformation, morphing into sheer terror and astonishment. We are doomed. We are doomed. For we are inside a whale's belly, and soon we shall be dissolved. Meanwhile, as Laboon began to collide with the rocky walls once more, Crocus momentarily diverted his gaze from Joya and leapt into the highly corrosive gastric fluid. Was this old man courting death? Observing the acidic contents before him, Joya, fully aware of the circumstances, felt no concern for Crocus's safety, but rather, he gazed gravely at the severely damaged Going Merry. The ship, adrift atop the perilous gastric acid, had its bow, a goat's head, completely severed. The eventual inability to repair the Going Merry might very well be linked to this ordeal. If they could not devise a viable solution in the forthcoming journey, the ship's fate could mirror that of the original tale, leading to its inevitable demise. With this thought, he instinctively clenched his fists, unable to accept such an outcome, and even less willing to witness it unfold. As Joya pondered deeply, Crocus administered a sedative to Laboon. Truly, one could not underestimate the crew of the Pirate King, Roger. A single dose rendered even the whale, Laboon, tranquil almost instantaneously. The tumultuous gastric realm fell silent. Shortly thereafter, upon Crocus's return, Joya and the others were suddenly greeted by Luffy's unmistakable voice. Ah! In the next moment, the previously sealed door burst open, and three figures surged forth in eager haste. Upon sighting the Going Merry floating in the gastric fluid, Luffy, who had been anxiously holding his breath, finally exhaled in relief and shouted, "Joya, come save me." With that, he executed a somersault of 720 degrees before plunging directly into the gastric liquid. Though reluctant to move, Joya nonetheless leapt into the acidic world. Simultaneously, the other two individuals who had fallen alongside Luffy hoisted a portable cannon onto their shoulders, aiming it directly at Laboon's belly. With a resounding boom, the cannonball detonated midair. As they gazed at the black smoke suspended in the air, confusion enveloped everyone. The cannonball had failed to strike the whale's belly, for Kalesk had intercepted it with his own body. Although Zoro did not comprehend the old man's motives, he swiftly drew his sword, subduing the two assailants in an instant and escorting them back to the ship. Once the tumult had subsided, the Straw Hat Pirates, along with the two attackers, found themselves aboard Kalesk's vessel. "So, this is how you entered," Kalesk remarked, shaking his head in resignation after hearing Luffy's explanation. He couldn't help but lament the passage of time, realizing he had grown so old that he could no longer keep pace with the thoughts of these youthful adventurers. Gazing at the straw hat atop Luffy's head, Kalakasu completely dispelled any doubts he harbored regarding Joya, though it was merely a cheap and ordinary hat. His experience as a ship's doctor aboard the Roger Pirates allowed him to instantly recognize its provenance. Memories of the last encounter with Shanks over a decade ago flooded his mind. "Kalakasu, I've discovered an intriguing little brat in the East Blue. He might just inherit the captain's will." "Oh, you hold him in such high regard?" "Of course, after all, I entrusted him with my hat." At this recollection, the expression of the red-haired captain shifted subtly, conveying a blend of nuance, grievance, and even a hint of helplessness. "However, I worry that this little rascal might be led astray by another character." Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Kalakasu remarked, "Is there truly a more mischievous imp in this world than you and Buggy? If memory serves, you two were once clamoring to behead Whitebeard." Shanks chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed. Before encountering that fellow, I thought my childhood antics were quite the handful. Yet, in comparison to him, I now realize how adorable I once was. You cannot fathom how infuriating that brat can be. I can only pray that those two don't set sail together. Otherwise, this world will be utterly upended." As he reminisced, a smile involuntarily crept across Kalakasu's lips. Clearly, the troublesome little rascal that plagued Shanks was none other than the Joya standing before him. Prior to confirming Joya's identity, Kalakasu had been intensely curious about the sort of imp that Shanks had encountered, one who could leave even him feeling powerless. It is worth noting that the Shanks of yore was no longer a mere pirate apprentice, but one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. Having attained such a position, he stood at the pinnacle of the world, yet remained powerless against a mere child. Now, having experienced firsthand Joya's tenacity, Kalakasu finally grasped the sentiment akin to that of Shanks. This child was no ordinary troublemaker. Henceforth, anyone who dared to provoke him would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In that moment, numerous formidable figures wandering the Grand Line were inexplicably seized by a sudden sneeze. "Damn it, who dares to catch my attention?" This thought echoed in the minds of many, leading to a series of inexplicable skirmishes erupting worldwide. Of course, these matters momentarily did not affect Joya and the others within the whale's belly. Upon confirming Joya's identity, Kalakasu inquired, "Shall we step inside and converse?" "Absolutely," Joya replied, his eyes lighting up. Subsequently, while Luffy, Zoro, and the others pressed Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, for answers, Joya followed Kalakasu into the room. Observing the door locked from within, Nami could not help but furrow her brow, as both Zoro and Sanji sensed a hint of unease in the atmosphere. Could it be that the name mentioned by Joya held significant importance? With this thought in mind, the trio discreetly etched the name Rocks into their memories. Simultaneously, they turned their gazes towards Luffy, eager to ascertain the veracity of Joya's earlier statements, for Luffy was undoubtedly the most reliable witness. Chapter 80, The Answer. Gazing at the unremarkable room before him, Joya could scarcely believe that it housed a man who once traversed the oceans alongside Roger, a formidable figure. "Apologies. It's been quite some time since I've had visitors. Please, make yourself comfortable," he said, pouring himself a glass of rum and gesturing to Joya. "Would you care for a drink?" "No, thank you," Joya replied. After the incident in Cocoa West Village, where alcohol had delayed a crucial matter in his life, he resolved to abstain from intoxicants until he achieved his first victory. He refused to let his pursuit of happiness be hindered by such distractions any longer. Noticing Joya's determination, Kalex did not press the matter further, sipping his drink alone, lost in nostalgic reverie, his eyes growing dim. At a certain moment, perhaps having organized his thoughts about Rox, Kalex began. Rox, whose full name is Rox D. Jibek, might have altered the course of history had he survived to this day. 50 years ago, at a time not much older than you are now, he had already garnered a measure of fame. Over the next decade, his strength soared, and he attracted a legion of formidable subordinates. The likes of Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, Kaido, the strongest creature, and Charlotte Linlin, the only woman among the 4 emperors, were all part of his crew during that era. Additionally, formidable individuals such as Shiki the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John were also aligned with him. If the era of 22 years ago was defined by Roger, then 40 years ago was undoubtedly the age of Rox, impervious to the Navy and even the world government. Kalex paused, seemingly reflecting on Rox's immense power. After a moment, he continued, had he chosen to, he could very well have been the first pirate king. Yet, he fixated on the singular throne above all, the title of king of the world. Undoubtedly, his vast ambition both forged and ultimately shattered him. In the Battle of God Valley, the invincible Rocks clashed with both Garp and Roger. Following a cataclysmic confrontation, Rocks, who once dominated the seas, met his demise, and with his death, the Rocks pirates disbanded, marking the end of an era. Upon hearing this, Joya's furrowed brows remained tense. He was dissatisfied with the answer. He was well aware of what Kalex had recounted, or rather, what Oda had previously conveyed. His purpose for being here was to glean some unique insights from Kalex's perspective. Thus, Joya directly stated, I am already aware of what you have mentioned. Could you perhaps share some other information? For instance, what did Rocks look like? Did he possess any special abilities? Why did Roger, as a pirate, ally with Garp against Rocks during the Battle of God Valley? Is it conceivable that the conflict was merely a ruse, and that Rocks did not truly perish, but rather seized the opportunity to vanish from the public eye? Furthermore, I am curious about the pirates who made a pact with Labu back in the day. What were their origins? Did they have any ties to the Rocks pirates? Could one of them be Rocks himself? Additionally, what secrets lie hidden in the final island of Laugh Tale? What is the true identity of Shanks? What is Buggy's genuine combat prowess? Did Roger truly die? Is there any chance of his resurrection? What ailment afflicted him that even your medical expertise could not remedy? 15 minutes passed, and once again, Joya shattered Kalex's contemplative state. He stared blankly at Joya, oblivious to the fact that his mouth had fallen open. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. Who among them was the true witness of their shared journey, and who was merely an uninformed youth? Meanwhile, Joya's inquiries and various hypotheses echoed repeatedly in his mind. At a loss for how to respond, Kalex suddenly recalled a phrase often uttered by Captain Roger. Rising from his seat, he approached Joya, adopting the demeanor of the captain, placing a hand on his shoulder, and earnestly stating, the answers themselves may not hold significance. What truly matters is the journey to find those answers. Sailing alongside comrades and embarking on adventures together, doesn't that render the answers far more valuable? In response, Joya nodded solemnly, then frowned. So we risked our lives to journey from the East Blue to meet you, someone who possesses the answers. Come, tell me what I seek. No, you seem to have misunderstood my point. I meant that you should seek adventure alongside others. Suddenly enlightened, Kalex opened his mouth but fell silent, as he had already anticipated Joya's response. More importantly, he found himself at a loss for how to continue the conversation. This realization led Kalex to self-doubt. Had he been too youthful and naive back then? So much so that after a single dose of Roger's inspirational words, he willingly followed him into piracy? Moreover, he had accepted everything Roger said without a hint of skepticism. As for the questions Joya had just posed, the vast majority were beyond his knowledge, and the few he could answer were trivial. In an instant, the stark contrast between his ideals and the reality of the world nearly shattered the worldview he had upheld for decades. The memory of Roger began to blur, grow distant, and even feel somewhat unfamiliar. He had once believed himself among the few who held all the secrets of the world, but now it seemed he had merely traversed a little further than the average person. Stepping back a few paces, Kalex sank back into his chair, brow furrowed, as he repeatedly pondered Joya's words. After a long while, having sorted through his thoughts, he spoke again. I don't possess much knowledge regarding your inquiries. Firstly, Rocks was a towering man with a flamboyant personality. If I had to pinpoint a distinguishing feature, it would be his wild, unruly hair. As for any special abilities, I cannot say for certain. Although I was present during the battle at God Valley, my role as the ship's doctor limited my combat capabilities, rendering my view of the decisive moments somewhat obscured. Regarding Roger's illness, it is peculiar. I am unable to ascertain the nature of his affliction. The primary symptom is rapid organ deterioration. All I could do was administer medication to slow the decline, but beyond that, I was powerless. Lastly, concerning the pirates who made a pact with Labu, I can assure you they have no connection with Rocks. As for the secrets hidden within Laugh Tale, you must discover those for yourself. I cannot divulge them to you. Chapter 81. Speculation. Upon hearing this, it was now Joya's turn to furrow his brow. The first two answers held little significance for him. They were merely better than nothing. He never expected the other party to divulge the secrets of the final destination. If such knowledge could be acquired so effortlessly, everyone would be the pirate king. However, the speculation regarding the Rumbar pirates was of great importance to him. Yet the answers he received did not align with his expectations. Prior to his arrival in this world, he had read a fan fiction titled The Beginning of the Paramount War, which posited a theory that Brooke was, in fact, Rocks. A premise that the author supported with reasonably coherent explanations. Now, it seemed that the reality was otherwise. Nevertheless, this outcome was anticipated. For Oda is renowned for his penchant for misdirection. If a mere young man in his 20s could discern the truth so easily, he would hardly earn the title of a master of deception. Although Kurokusu's answers might not be infallible, he was nonetheless an elder who had traversed that era and had witnessed Rocks and the Rumbar pirates firsthand. Unless he was deceiving himself, it was likely that there was indeed no connection between the two. Did he need to deceive himself? Most probably not. As Kurokusu had already shared everything he knew, Joya prepared to take his leave. However, Kurokusu suddenly remarked, What I just told you are certainties, but would you care to hear some of my conjectures? Eager to listen, Joya responded. Faith. Kurikusu's utterance of this unexpected word caught Joya off guard. In my view, the reason why Garp, Roger, and Rox, who are all part of the D lineage, clashed in the Valley of Gods is due to their differing beliefs. Not everyone, but for the vast majority of people, there exists a personal faith and conviction that transcends identity and even race. Perhaps Roger's beliefs align closely with Garp's, leading the two supposed adversaries to unite in that battle. Thus, I speculate that there may have been an unspoken understanding between Roger and Garp, while their relationship with Rox was entirely antagonistic. In other words, I do not believe that the battle at the Valley of Gods was premeditated among the three. As for Roger's potential resurrection, I find it improbable, for I have never heard of anyone achieving such a feat, even if he were the Pirate King. The chances remain slim, unless he never truly died in the first place. Yet, his public execution was witnessed by the entire world. How could he possibly have survived? Regarding Shanks and Buggy, Kurikusu fell into a brief silence. Let me put it this way. In my initial impression, their current roles should be reversed. Buggy ought to be the one reigning over the new world, while Shanks should be the one quietly residing in the East Blue. Why? Joya was genuinely perplexed. Did the young Buggy possess a significantly greater martial talent than Shanks? Because I can sense that after Buggy consumed the chop-chop fruit, Roger's attention on him was markedly greater than on Shanks. Is it because of the chop-chop fruit? Joya inquired, honing in on the crucial point. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, or it might indeed be due to the chop-chop fruit. However, Roger never mentioned it, so I am not entirely sure. This unexpected perspective left Joya in silence. He had always been concerned about Buggy, as every member of Roger's crew was exceptional, while Buggy was an anomaly, much like a husky amidst a pack of wolves. Moreover, the power of the chop-chop fruit was undeniably formidable, granting him immunity to all sword attacks. And once its abilities awakened, he could effortlessly obliterate everything around him. In a sense, it was even more powerful than the Quake fruit. Consequently, he once believed Buggy to be a concealed powerhouse, a notion he maintained until their first encounter, during the Battle of Orange Town. After employing Hawkeye's observation skills to unveil Buggy's true nature, Joya discovered that Buggy's combat prowess was merely 379, and he was afflicted with schizophrenia. Otherwise, why would there be a note about a split personality on his personal profile? This indicated that Buggy had failed to meet Roger's expectations and had not fully developed the potential of the chop-chop fruit, correct? Kurikusu nodded, adding, to be honest, I have always felt that Shanks is not as simple as he appears. He may possess another identity. Upon hearing this, Joya raised an eyebrow, surprised that Kurikusu had made such an observation. Although Oda had yet to reveal the entirety of Shanks' background, Joya recalled that Shanks had appeared in Mariawa at one point, engaging in discussions with the Gorosei as an equal. If his identity were merely that of a pirate, such a feat would be impossible. Thus, Shanks undoubtedly held another identity. Whether he was a celestial dragon or a spy planted by the Gorosei within the pirate world remained uncertain. Now that you have posed so many questions to me, is it not my turn to inquire? Kurikusu fixed his gaze intently on Joya. Though he had no opportunity to uncover the secrets Roger had deliberately concealed, he now had a chance to learn the secrets surrounding Joya. Whether it was Joya's inquiries or his various speculations, they all indicated one thing. Joya possessed an exceptionally profound understanding of Roger, Rox, and even Garp. While it was understandable that he knew Garp well, given that he had been raised by him, how had he acquired such knowledge of Roger and Rox? Setting aside the improbability of Garp divulging so much information, even if he had, why would he leave half of it for Joya to uncover on his own? It seemed unlikely that it was mere play. Thus, Kurikusu concluded that Joya had not learned all this from Garp. Where did you hear all this? Kurikusu inquired, employing his observation haki once more to scrutinize Joya's facial expressions. I learned it from a man. What man? What is his name? Eiichiro Oda, Joya replied calmly. Eiichiro Oda. Kurikusu repeatedly echoed this name within his mind. The results of his observation haki were consistent with before. Joya did not lie. However, Kurikusu had no recollection of anyone by that name. Who was this individual? That he possessed such extensive knowledge of secrets? Chapter 82. Luffy's pact with the whale. For a moment, Kurex fell into profound contemplation. He reflected upon his past 71 years, pondering the true identity of Eiichiro Oda, whether it was his real name or a pseudonym, and to which faction he belonged. Yet, despite meticulously scouring the recesses of his memory, he could find not a shred of information regarding Eiichiro Oda. He seemed akin to a wisp of air drifting from the past, leaving no trace in this world. This elusive sensation sent shivers down Kurex's spine. Although he could not ascertain the identity of this enigmatic figure, he realized that anyone privy to such secrets must possess one of two identities, either a first-hand witness to all events or a shadowy puppet master orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. If the former were true, it would imply that this individual was likely akin to himself, an elder who had survived from a bygone era, or even earlier. Conversely, if the latter were the case, a chill coursed through Kurex's spine to his very brain. It suggested that both the Rocks and Roger eras could have been orchestrated to their demise by this very person, perhaps even that their deaths were calculated. In contemplating the world at large, Corex could conceive only one potential mastermind capable of such feats, the celestial dragons. While the majority of these so-called nobles are nothing but contemptible wretches, it is undeniable that a few among them possess clarity of thought, certainly. The Gorosei cannot be deemed entirely foolish. This also elucidates why, of the three, only the Marine Vice Admiral Garp has survived to this day. Could it be that Eiichiro Oda is, in fact, one of the Gorosei? Based on various indications, he could only reach this conclusion. Yet, a new question arose. How did Garp, who raised Joya, come into contact with the Gorosei, and why would they divulge such information to him? Evidently, this lacked coherence. Thus, it was highly probable that the individual was a witness from a similar era, just like himself. For such a person, Garp would likely exhibit a degree of tolerance, refraining from immediate hostility upon their first encounter. Coupled with Joya's current identity as a pirate, it was plausible that this person was a member of the Rocks Pirates. Upon this realization, Corex's taut nerves finally began to ease. As long as Joya was not a spy for the world government, that would suffice. However, the instant this thought emerged, he recognized something amiss. Wait, he had long since withdrawn from the pirate world. What concern did Joya's identity hold for him? Consequently, he abandoned the questions he had intended to pose. After finishing the last sip of rum, he rose and made his way towards the door. So be it. I have aged. The future world belongs to you young ones. If you wish to know something, go seek it out yourselves. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. As the door swung open, Luffy and the others, stationed at the threshold, instinctively looked up. Very well. It is time to bid you farewell. If you linger any longer, your ship may not withstand it. At these words, the group finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They swiftly scrambled aboard the Mary and called out to Corex, expressing their gratitude. 10 minutes later, emerging from the belly of the whale, the crew greedily inhaled the fresh air outside. Gazing at the scarred head of Laboon, the ever-curious Luffy could not restrain himself from asking, Uncle, why does this whale remain here, and why does it bear so many wounds on its head? As Luffy's question lingered in the air, Crocus was transported back 50 years in time. This whale, named Laboon, was unlike any other. It possessed human emotions. Subsequently, Crocus recounted the tale of the whale's plight, revealing the pact it had made with the Rumbar pirates. Thus, one could infer that Laboon had been abandoned. This assertion held truth. For although the Grand Line is fraught with peril, the fact that the Rumbar pirates never returned to fulfill their promise remained indisputable, a matter Crocus felt no need to contest. As Luffy gazed at the scarred forehead of the whale Laboon, a sudden silence enveloped him. In an inexplicable moment, he activated his fruit ability and ascended to Laboon's injured head, raising his fist and striking the bleeding wound. With a resounding roar of pain, Laboon unleashed an ear-splitting bellow, violently thrashing his body and flinging Luffy away. Before Luffy could even touch the ground, Laboon's enormous tail fin came crashing down, sending him directly onto the shore. What are you doing, Luffy? Why provoke him? Usopp questioned, bewildered. However, Luffy paid no heed, resolutely charging towards the whale once more. Soon, the enormous disparity in size between the two had melted away as man and beast collided in a fierce struggle. With an impressive battle power of 410, enhanced by the rubber fruit's abilities, Luffy found himself well matched against Laboon. The waters at the entrance of the Grand Line surged violently, waves towering several meters high, cascading towards the horizon. The explosive sounds of their conflict and Laboon's furious roars echoed far and wide, resembling the onset of a tempest. 15 minutes later, amidst the skirmish, Luffy suddenly shouted, "It's a draw?" Startled, Laboon, imbued with human-like emotions, paused, perplexed by the strange declaration from the human before him. Meanwhile, Luffy, retrieving his hat, earnestly proclaimed, "I am quite formidable, am I not? If I am correct, you must yearn to defeat me. We have yet to determine a victor, thus our battle must continue. Although your companions have perished, I shall always be your rival. We must face off once more to ascertain who is truly superior. However, I am eager to venture into the Grand Line, so after we circle around, I will return to challenge you again." Listening to Luffy's words, everyone finally comprehended his intentions, particularly Laboon, whose eyes welled with tears, cascading like a broken pearl necklace. His gaze shifted between Luffy and Chopper, and suddenly, Kureha recalled Shanks' words, "I pray fervently that those two little rascals do not set sail together, or else they will wreak havoc upon this world." Evidently, fate has a curious way of unfolding. The more Shanks worried, the more the future leaned towards his concerns. Luffy, whom he held in high regard, had indeed set sail alongside Chopper, both as companions on the same vessel. In that moment, Kureha glimpsed the shadow of Roger within Luffy, while Chopper remained an enigma for him. Yet, this did not deter him from boldly predicting the future. Although these two youngsters had just entered the Grand Line and had yet to fully depart the entrance, he could already envision the once quiet waters of the Grand Line, dormant for 22 years, coming alive with the spirited energy of these young adventurers. How intriguing. It seems this old man can postpone retirement a little longer. Meanwhile, as Kureha pondered, Luffy had inexplicably procured an oversized brush, and with his extraordinary artistic talent, he adorned Laboon's scarred head with a pirate flag symbolizing their straw hat pirates. Yash, this is our promise. Do not let this mark fade before we return. With a low growl, Laboon expressed his agreement. Upon reaching this point, a smile of relief graced Kalex's face. Clearly, with this agreement in place, he no longer had to worry about Labu colliding his head against the mountain. It could be considered a resolution to a significant dilemma. By the way, what about those two individuals? Gazing at the severed ropes upon the deck, Joya could not help but inquire. They must have escaped, Nami remarked beside him, her indifference towards the two evident. However, Joya furrowed his brow, while others might be oblivious. He was acutely aware that the woman known as Miss Wednesday was none other than Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. A significant portion of the ensuing narrative would revolve around her, and losing her here could lead to uncertain repercussions in the future. Observing Joya's expression of regret, Nami narrowed her eyes, exuding a faint aura of danger, and remarked pointedly, "What? Could it be that you've taken a liking to that woman?" Upon hearing this, Joya's body trembled. "How is that possible? I don't even know her, and unlike Sanji, I am quite devoted. Humph, I can't be bothered with you." Casting a glance at the little fairy perched on Joya's shoulder, Nami turned and left to prepare for the upcoming journey, dismissing Joya's words without a trace of belief. If Joya were truly devoted, even pigs could climb trees. However, considering the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that they would intersect with those two again, rendering Joya's thoughts inconsequential. As they would not meet again. At that moment, just before formally entering the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates were making their final preparations near the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Suddenly, as Nami observed the spinning compass, she let out a piercing and sharp wail. "Ah!" Hearing the commotion, the others hastily rushed over, puzzled, and inquired, "What happened? Is everything all right?" "The compass is malfunctioning. It cannot indicate a direction." The group felt a tightening in their chests as they glanced over. Indeed, the compass was spinning in circles. "Haha, how amusing." Joya, the only one aware of the situation, was not in a hurry to explain, as there was someone more suited to the task present. "It seems you all arrived here without any knowledge at all. I truly wonder how you made it this far." Kokels remarked, his gaze towards Luffy and the others filled with exasperation. He was at a loss for how to assess these youngsters. They appeared quite astute, yet were utterly oblivious to fundamental issues. He even began to question whether these individuals would realize they had been sold once they entered the Grand Line, obliviously assisting others in counting their money. "What do you mean?" Nami interjected, confused. "I should have mentioned that in this sea, all attempts are futile. That compass is not broken." Suddenly, a thought struck Nami. Could it be the magnetic field? Seeing someone finally grasp the concept, Kokels sighed in relief, realizing there was at least one rational person among them. Indeed, the islands in the Grand Line are interconnected by a substantial amount of magnetic minerals, resulting in an extraordinary magnetic field throughout the route, with currents and winds that are ever-changing. If you are a navigator, you should comprehend the perilous nature of this place. Nami swallowed hard. If what this individual said was true, the Grand Line was akin to a vast labyrinth, where a moment's inattention could lead one astray and trap them indefinitely. Is there no other way to ascertain direction? Of course there is. To navigate the Grand Line, one must possess a log pose. Log pose? I've never heard of such a thing. Nami felt even more bewildered after Kokels' explanation. The log pose was a unique compass designed to record magnetic forces distinctly shaped. Hearing the term unique, Luffy, who had been snacking, suddenly produced a spherical compass. Is this it? Yes, precisely. Without it, one cannot journey through the Grand Line. Nami exhaled a sigh of relief, though her expression bore hints of confusion and anger. By the way, if you had this, why didn't you bring it out sooner? With that, she delivered a punch to Luffy's head, sending him flying several meters. Luffy, feeling wronged, rubbed his head while complaining. That was left behind by that strange duo earlier, and you didn't even ask me. Upon hearing that it was left by those two, Nami recalled Joya's earlier expression of regret, which only fueled her anger further. What? Are you questioning my words? Just as Luffy was about to protest, Joya quickly covered his mouth from behind and shot him a silencing glance. With Joya's reminder, Luffy finally ceased his protests, though he couldn't comprehend why he was hit, feeling as though he had taken the blame for Joya. After a moment's contemplation, as smoke began to rise from his head, he decisively gave up. No, my brain cells have died too many. I need to eat more delicious food to replenish. Thus, he darted off to pilfer the remaining half of the food. Meanwhile, gazing at the log pose snatched from Luffy's hands, Nami questioned, is this the log pose? There's nothing written on it. Kokels stepped forward once more to explain. What is known now is that the islands scattered throughout the Grand Line are magnetically connected according to certain laws. In other words, you must record the magnetic forces connecting the islands with the log pose to chart a route to the next island. In these waters, where one cannot even ascertain their precise location, the only reliance lies in the magnetic forces recorded by the log pose. First, You must choose one of the 7 magnetic lines extending from this reverse mountain. Regardless of which island you embark from, the route will ultimately converge on a single line, leading to the same island. That is the end of the Grand Line, Raftel, a legendary island that has only been reached by the Pirate King in history. So, One Piece is located there, right? Who knows? However, that theory is the most convincing. Although Joya knew his true identity, Cockles did not intend to reveal himself to everyone. He desired some peace for a while. Chapter 84. Departure. Well then, let's go see for ourselves. Luffy interjected eagerly. Despite Nami and Cockles repeatedly emphasizing the dangers of the Grand Line, he displayed no fear of the challenges ahead, only an eagerness and curiosity for the unknown adventure. Seeing his enthusiasm, a slight smile crept onto Cockles' lips. It had been a long time since he encountered a pirate like him. All right, we've finished eating. Let us prepare to set sail. At that moment, gazing at the 3 empty colossal plates, Sanji was left aghast, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His mouth agape, as if he might swallow Luffy whole. You bastard. That food was prepared for everyone, and you consumed it all. Ugh, not even a bone left. Usopp exclaimed, aghast at the thought of finding any leftover scraps. At that moment, he felt murderous intent towards Luffy. After dedicating so much time and effort to repair the Mary, he had anticipated a feast to replenish himself, only for Luffy to leave not even a morsel behind. You fool, that wasn't just for you. In a fit of rage, Sanji executed a spinning kick that sent Luffy soaring into the sky. At that precise moment, Nami had just secured the log pose around her wrist, resolutely vowing to safeguard it. Suddenly, Luffy flew past her, his body narrowly brushing against the log pose as he soared away. With a resounding crash, the glass-encased device shattered spectacularly. Countless fragments danced before her eyes, sparkling in the sunlight like a constellation of stars. In that instant, Nami's gaze turned vacant and lifeless, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Just as she had adorned her wrist with the log pose and resolved to protect it, it had exploded. Why? Why did she have to encounter Luffy? If she were guilty, let justice punish her. Why must she endure Luffy's torment? Both of you, calm down at once. In a fury, Nami unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the 2 men tumbling into the sea. Just like that, her precious log pose was lost. Despite the moments that had elapsed, Nami remained unable to accept the reality, her expression one of despair. In this turmoil, Jaya felt helpless, uncertain how to console her. Don't worry. I'll give you mine as a token of gratitude for your help with Laboon. Really? Thank you so much. Nami gratefully accepted the offer. Meanwhile, the whale Laboon had managed to bring Luffy and Sanji, who had fallen into the sea, back to shore, but in an unexpected twist. He had also rescued 2 additional souls. Observing the peculiar duo saved by Labu, Nami, having regained the recording pointer, was instantly filled with displeasure, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick Labu a few times. Are you foolish? They intended to take your life, yet you rushed to their aid. I've never encountered such a naive whale. It is no wonder you are destined to linger here for 50 years. With this thought in mind, she hastily turned to Joya, only to find his eyes shining much brighter than before. In a fit of anger, she strode over, her high-heeled foot directly stepping on the instep of Joya's foot, while her right hand pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Feeling quite pleased, she exclaimed, Am I in a good mood? Do I have one? Indeed. Observing the evidently jealous Nami, Joya felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. By all that is sacred, he harbored no ulterior motives. The mere fact that these 2 individuals returned alive signified that subsequent events would unfold as he was accustomed to. It also implied that he could make arrangements in advance, allowing disaster to always remain a step behind him. Let it be so. After giving Joya a sharp pinch in irritation, the fuming Nami released him and pondered what excuse she could concoct to send these 2 on their way. However, before she could devise a plan, the peculiar duo unexpectedly knelt before the crowd. If possible, we hope you can take us along to Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak. What a strange name. No, first of all, we are still uncertain of your identities. Secondly, you just attempted to kill the whale Labu. And finally, regarding the 7 routes to Laugh Tale, we have yet to decide which one to take. Why should we squander this precious opportunity merely to assist you? Without a moment's hesitation, Nami firmly declined. It was undeniable that Nami's rejection was tinged with personal grievances, yet her words contained a kernel of truth. The 7 markedly different routes warranted careful consideration by every pirate crew, allowing them to choose the one most suited to their strengths and weaknesses. To forego this opportunity for 2 strangers was, to the vast majority, hardly justifiable. Indeed, should one not clarify their identity before requesting assistance? Usopp interjected. I am the king. Mr. Nine stammered, uttering words he scarcely believed himself. Do you take us for fools? Nami retorted without hesitation, dismantling his faade. At her words, Mr. Nine found himself unable to counter. When others turned their gaze towards Miss Wednesday, her expression visibly froze. I'm sorry, I cannot say. Even at the risk of losing her chance to return home, she remained steadfast in concealing her identity. Seeing this, Nami chose to say no more. In her view, matters had reached a point of no return. Even Luffy, despite his folly, should recognize something was amiss. All right, you may board our ship. Our next destination is Whiskey Peak. Did you hear that? Our captain has spoken, allowing you to board. Wait, Luffy, what are you thinking? Can't you see these two are not good people? Why let them on the ship? This outcome was unexpected not only for Nami, but also for the peculiar duo. Initially, they had been despondent. Yet here they found a glimmer of hope. Is this for real? You intend to take these unknown individuals aboard? Even Usopp struggled to accept this decision. What does it matter? It's a minor issue, so let it go. Don't say I didn't warn you. Only here, at the entrance to the Grand Line. Can you choose your route? At this point, even Kurox could no longer refrain from advising caution. Based on his years of seafaring experience, he believed these two were far from simple. Becoming entangled with them could lead to significant trouble. If you're dissatisfied, can't we just take a detour? Luffy replied nonchalantly. I see. Seeing this, Coles decided not to say more. This adventure belonged to them, and it would not be wise for him to involve himself too much. Furthermore, both Luffy, chosen by Shanks, and the relatively enigmatic yet seemingly unreliable Joya, were indeed two significant troubles. It was already a rarity that these two individuals did not actively seek out trouble. Anyone who crossed their path might find themselves unfortunate. All right, let us head full speed towards Whiskey Peak. As the sun set, with the whale Laboon and Coles bidding farewell, the Straw Hat Pirates officially set sail into the Grand Line. As the Mary slowly advanced, the figure of the ship gliding across the waters, Kalesk remarked wistfully. What a remarkable group of young individuals they are. Could the pirate crew we await be them, Roger? Chapter 85. The first day entering the Grand Line, believing solely in the future, undeterred by ridicule, the fervor surged within them, illuminating their spirits. Though their brilliance was almost blinding, I yearned to gaze upon them nonetheless. Amidst the melody, the somewhat solitary silhouette of the Mary navigated the vast and boundless expanse of the Grand Line. After nearly 20 hours of sailing, they had traversed over 100 kilometers, and according to the nautical charts, they were not far from their destination, Whiskey Peak. Of course, not far was a relative term, as there remained a distance of several kilometers. Yet, in comparison to the total journey of over 100 kilometers, it was insignificant. However, reality often mirrors the dramatic twists of a television show. Just when success seemed imminent, unforeseen troubles arose. While Nami was engrossed in her navigation, and Choya contemplated whether to unleash the gold, and Little Fairy lamented her exhaustion that led to a missed opportunity for a surprise attack. While everyone else was preoccupied with their own distractions, an unexpected event arrived, as anticipated. The clear sky appeared to be stained with ink, shifting from azure to deep blue and eventually to pitch black. The currents and winds, originally flowing northward, abruptly changed course, causing the Mary to swerve and retrace its path. A chilling breeze seeped through the ship's seams, prompting Nami, who was diligently studying the charts, to shiver. Why has it suddenly turned so cold? Confused, she lifted her gaze, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, the sky above had become shrouded in dark clouds, and thick, feather-like snowflakes were cascading down. On the deck, Zoro lay soundly asleep in the snow, while Luffy, Usopp, and the peculiar duo engaged in a snowball fight. What on earth is happening? Nami exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief as she stared wide-eyed out the window. In that instant, her mind went blank. She had merely been seated here pondering the nautical charts, and suddenly, the world outside had transformed from summer to winter? Was this some sort of jest? Meanwhile, Choya, his ears ringing painfully, instinctively rubbed them, perplexed by Nami's insistence on confining him here. Is it really necessary to keep such a close watch on me, just because there's another woman on board? I'm not the type to be rendered immobile by the sight of a beautiful lady. Yet, as he gazed at the bizarre weather outside, his expression mirrored Nami's shock. Suddenly realizing something, Choya exclaimed, "Did you see that? Even the heavens cannot bear it any longer. September snow falls to vindicate me, claiming my plight is greater than that of Doi. Do you know who Doi is?" Silence. Before Choya could elaborate further, Nami unleashed a fierce reprimand, effectively silencing his prepared lecture. With a resigned shrug, he followed Nami out of the room. As they stepped through the door, even Choya could not suppress a shiver from the sudden chill. Gazing at the ominous weather above, he could only exclaim that it was truly the Grand Line. On his very first day, he was met with the harsh realities of this treacherous environment. Just a moment ago, the sun shone brilliantly, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. In an instant, it felt as if an entire year had passed. No, that can't be right. Why are we heading backward? Gazing at the Meli, which seemed to be heading in an entirely opposite direction from the navigational pointer, Nami suddenly felt as though she were living in a dream. Who could explain to her what was happening? She had merely diverted her attention for a moment, and now the entire world appeared transformed. Although everyone spoke of the Great Line's capricious weather, surely it could not be this bewildering. Without hesitation, Nami promptly issued her orders. Everyone halt. We have an issue with our current course. The crew was taken aback, although they were uncertain of the specifics. Any matter concerning their heading was significant. Usopp, take the helm in the control room. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, you three, Lower the mainsail and raise the auxiliary sail. Sanji, Xiao Xian, and the two of you, clear the snow from the deck. With wide eyes fixed on the peculiar duo, Nami seemed ready to toss them overboard to feed the sharks should they utter a word of dissent. Thus, the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted to one of frantic activity. However, how could matters conclude so simply? Oh no, there's a hole in the bottom of the ship. A sudden exclamation exacerbated the already dire situation. Before Chopper could finish clearing the snow, he and Xiao Xian were summoned to mend the ship's hull. Just as they began to patch one hole, another appeared beside it. Within half an hour, the Straw Hat Pirates were akin to headless flies, frantically engaged in their tasks. When the chaos finally subsided, all lay sprawled on the deck, utterly spent, unable to muster even a twitch of their little fingers. After a while, Nami, having regained her strength, stood to summarize. Everyone, do not let your guard down. We have yet to see what will transpire next. I have finally come to appreciate the terrifying nature of this sea and understand why it is referred to as the Great Line. Even my navigational skills seem utterly ineffective here. Observing Nami, who was earnestly and unabashedly acknowledging her shortcomings, the initially weary crew suddenly felt a profound fatigue settle in their hearts. Sister, are you really confessing your errors? Would it kill you to exhibit a modicum of humility? One might think she was orchestrating a grand rally for a 200-day pledge. Nevertheless, despite this, solutions would inevitably present themselves, for the evidence lay before them. With that, Nami pointed ahead. The first leg of our journey has concluded. As the crew followed the direction of her finger, they beheld a marvelous island, unlike any they had previously encountered. From a distance, it appeared adorned with dozens of cacti, each towering like a small mountain, the smallest of which dwarfed the Mary by over tenfold. Why is this place called Whiskey Peak? Shouldn't it be Cactus Island? Questioned the perplexed Joya. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped Luffy and the others. They had not considered this detail before, but Joya's inquiry prompted them to realize that, indeed, Cactus Island seemed a more fitting name than Whiskey Peak. Thus, the bewildered crew turned their gaze toward the odd duo, eager to hear how the locals would rationalize this. Mr. Nine remarked, now that we've arrived, it's time for us to take our leave. Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, added, thank you for bringing us back, dears. I hope you enjoy your time on the island. With that, the pair leapt into the sea. The Straw Hat Pirates stared blankly at the two who had vanished after their self-indulgent chatter. Even Joya, known for her sharp wit, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 86. A town welcoming pirates. Those two can't possibly be fools, can they? Joya mused, echoing the tone of Colonel Rod, the holder of the War Knight. No, they are not merely fools, they are utter imbeciles. Nami retorted stubbornly, delivering a final jab. Regardless of their apparent foolishness, Luffy was more captivated by the island before them, curious about the delightful surprises it might hold. The crew's attention shifted to the path ahead. Look, there's a river directly in front of us. It seems we could sail into the interior, Zoro remarked, unable to contain his amazement at the peculiar island. Having roamed for years, Zoro, a bounty hunter by trade, was arguably the most knowledgeable among the Straw Hats, aside from Nami, yet he had never encountered such a marvel. The island boasted colossal cacti and a river that snaked into its depths, truly an oddity. Could there be some sort of monster lurking here? Usopp trembled, his nose bouncing like a spring. Seeing his fear, the others exchanged amused glances, collectively conjuring whimsical notions. Perhaps a giant black cat that preys on children? Joya suggested playfully. Or maybe a vampire. Sanji chimed in. If there are vampires, surely there must be werewolves, Zoro added. It could even be a massive dinosaur. Chopper exclaimed. Then I'll stay on the ship. Usopp stammered. It could be a devil that targets individuals. Nami interjected before Usopp could finish. Instantly, Usopp's face drained of color, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Speaking of which, I left something crucial back home. Perhaps you could return me first? Hee. Did you leave your courage behind? No. I merely forgot my 10-ton iron hammer. With that in hand, no monster would dare approach me. This time, even Luffy found it hard to believe Usopp's words. Joya sighed, having gifted him a formidable Barrett sniper rifle, yet he remained so cowardly, quite absurd. Suddenly, Zoro sensed something amiss and quietly grasped the hilt of his sword. Someone's there, he alerted. Following Zoro's cue, the others realized the gravity of the situation. Figures began to flicker in their line of sight. If it were merely that, they could dismiss it, but the intense stares of these individuals were fixated on the Mary and the crew, suggesting they had not appeared by chance, but rather with purpose. Moreover, this island was their first stop after entering the Grand Line, and the strange weather they had just experienced lingered ominously in their minds, heightening their caution. Everyone, stay alert. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Eventually, as the Mary approached the harbor, an overwhelming chorus of cheers and shouts erupted. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak. Well, not only are there no monsters, but we are also being welcomed. Strange occurrences abound this year. Wow, there are so many lovely girls. Though they struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene, the warm reception from the crowd left them no reason to resist, and their earlier tension dissipated significantly. Upon the Mary's complete stop, Luffy and the others disembarked. A man with notably curly hair approached, proclaiming, "Welcome to our town. I am Icolum, the mayor. I am Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. I look forward to your guidance." Icolum opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, as his prepared speech fell by the wayside. This was nothing new to Joya and the others. Luffy's typical greeting style had long since become the norm. After the initial astonishment wore off, Icolum laughed heartily. "Haha, I wish you success in your endeavor." Though his thoughts were far from sincere. "Oh, you truly are a wonderful person." At this, Luffy's last shred of skepticism vanished, finding Icolum's amiable demeanor increasingly endearing, almost wishing to take him aboard. "Indeed, this town is renowned for its wine and music. Hosting guests is our greatest pride. We have exquisite wines, and if you would, share your adventure tales as we enjoy a feast together." "Absolutely." Upon hearing the word feast, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp could think of nothing else, joyfully agreeing. Seeing their enthusiasm, Nami and Joya exchanged glances and then shook their heads in resignation. Despite their lingering sense of unease regarding the situation, the captain had spoken, leaving them no choice but to comply. "By the way, how long does it take to record the magnetic field of this island? Let us set aside such mundane matters for now. We should first alleviate our travel fatigue." Igaram smiled and deftly changed the subject, stepping forward with the intention of placing his hand on Nami's shoulder to guide her toward the island feast. However, before his hand could descend, a sleek black katana interposed itself between him and Nami. "Words are one thing, but keep your hands to yourself. She's my wife, understand? And did you not hear the question she just asked you? If hospitality is your pride, why evade her inquiry?" For a moment, Igaram's smile froze on his face before he awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand. "My apologies, that was careless of me. The log poses magnetism should be fully charged by tonight. You may set sail for your next destination tomorrow morning, though you're more than welcome to stay longer, of course." "That's more like it. Lead the way," Zoya commanded without ceremony. "Right this way," Igaram replied, turning with the deference of a waiter, not daring to show the slightest resentment. Yet the moment his back was turned, the warmth in his eyes crystallized into glacial coldness, a thread of murderous intent seeping through. Why the outburst? It wasn't intentional. Nami chided after Igaram had turned away, though the faint upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Despite her words, she was secretly delighted. That night in Kokoyashi village had sealed her decision. She had chosen Zoya for life. True, the man had his flaws, but his devotion to her was undeniable. And admittedly, the alcohol and those whispered words from that night had played their part. "I am who I am. Everything else is negotiable, except when it comes to women. That's non-negotiable." "What does that have to do with me?" Nami huffed, tossing her head as she walked away, though her smile refused to fade. Half an hour later, as dusk settled, the lively feast commenced. In the heart of the room, Usopp held court, spinning thrilling tales of fabricated adventures to the villagers' gasps and cheers. Meanwhile, Sanji, encircled by 20 adoring women, found his resolve wavering. "Forgive me, it's not that my will is weak, but their enthusiasm is simply overwhelming." "Another bowl," Luffy bellowed after his 20th serving, sending the exhausted chef collapsing in defeat, muttering, "Mercy, please." As for Nami, Zoya, and Zoro, they were seated with Igaram himself. Little Fairy, nestled in Zoya's arms, nibbled lazily at the food, casting disdainful glances around the room. "Please, drink freely," Igaram urged, presenting the village's finest vintage. Nami waved a hand. No alcohol for me. Rest assured, this is a special grape beverage, identical in taste, but without a drop of alcohol." "Let me test it first," Zoya said, taking a sip. Confirming its safety, he nodded to Zoro and Nami. Curious, Nami tried it and gasped. "It's true, this is delicious. To celebrate the harvest, let's hold a toast off. The rules are simple, last one standing wins. Will you three join?" "I'll pass. I can't drink that much," Nami declined, still wary. Then, as if by design, Igaram produced a hefty sack of gold coins. "The prize is 100,000 berries. Still not interested? Another round, please." Zoya and Zoro could only shake their heads in resignation. Zoya, in particular, knew the extent of Nami's wealth, enough to buy his and Luffy's bounties twice over. Yet here she was, eyes gleaming at a mere 100,000 berries. "Zoro, you should join. Aren't you broke?" "Why not ask Zoya? He has me. That's enough." Perhaps emboldened by the festivities, Nami was bolder, more affectionate than usual. "How considerate of you both. If I weren't outmatched by Zoya, next year would mark your anniversary of death." Grumbling, Zoro joined the contest, because, indeed, he was broke. Cheers. The atmosphere grew even more raucous. In a fit of pique, Zoro downed 10 cups in rapid succession, only for Nami to finish 12 in the same span. Observing Nami, who was even more formidable than Zoro, Joya couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, she is Nami. With sufficient wealth, any predicament can be surmounted." 2 hours later, as darkness enveloped the town, the Straw Hat crew had indulged in a feast and succumbed to slumber. Outside, under the guidance of 4 figures, the townsfolk gathered. Among them were Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, who had returned aboard the Mary, along with Mr. 8 and the statuesque Miss Monday. That woman drinks excessively. Had I not diluted her drink with a touch of alcohol, she would likely still be causing a ruckus, Mr. Monday lamented. Is it truly necessary to orchestrate such an elaborate charade? We could easily dispatch those 5 seemingly feeble children at the port. Our town's resources are already scarce. In response, Icolum interjected, calm down, observe this. He produced 2 bounty notices from his pocket. 30 million berries. No, wait, there's even one for 40 million berries. Just them. A staggering total of 70 million in bounties left Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday astounded. After spending over a day with Luffy and the others, they had no inkling of their true prowess. Judging a pirate's strength solely by appearance is indeed foolish, Icolum admonished. Feeling embarrassed, Miss Monday scratched her head, unsure of how to respond. Well, it seems the matter is resolved. I can soon report good news to the boss. Let us quickly retrieve the treasure from the ship. But what about these people? After a brief silence, a glimmer of malice flashed in Icolum's eyes. To avoid complications, we must eliminate them on the spot. The others felt a chill at his decisive command, aware that they had already taken lives before. But it was the first time they had witnessed Icolum issue such a lethal order. Very well. Just as Miss Monday prepared to strike, a voice suddenly echoed, I apologize. But with me here, none of you will succeed in killing anyone. Under the moonlight stood a man wielding a long sword. Weren't you sound asleep? As a swordsman, one must never be caught off guard by careless fools like you. Zoro grinned and continued. So, this is the lair of bounty hunters. Your purpose here is to ensnare those pirates newly entering the Grand Line and plunder their treasure. There are about 100 bounty hunters here. If that's the case, allow me to be your opponent, Baroque Works. Everyone gasped in shock, unable to fathom how this newcomer from the East Blue could know the name of their organization. Why do you know the company's name? Icolum inquired, bewildered. Because I was once a bounty hunter, and coincidentally, your organization attempted to recruit me. Of course, I declined. He gazed thoughtfully at the gathered individuals. The employees within the company are entirely unaware of each other's backgrounds, referring to one another solely by code names. Even the location and true identity of the boss remain a mystery to the members. A criminal syndicate that merely executes orders with blind loyalty, that is Baroque Works. Am I correct? Each of Zoro's utterances pierced the hearts of the assembly like needles, and as he finished, some faces turned ashen. They realized that they, as members, were less informed than an outsider. They had thought they were in control, only to discover that the true fool had been themselves all along. In that case, you cannot be allowed to leave alive. Attack! Icolum roared, signaling his comrades to charge. However, when they looked up, Zoro was nowhere to be seen. The spot where he had stood was now empty air, as if he had never existed, or perhaps everything that had transpired was merely a figment of their imagination. Where is he? The group looked around in a frenzy, trying to locate his figure, but all they saw was emptiness. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, cold sweat trickling down their cheeks. At that moment, a sound resonated, prompting them to fire their weapons without hesitation. Gunfire and explosions erupted, collapsing the 2-story building where the sound originated. Once the chaos subsided, a few bounty hunters cautiously approached to investigate. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Are you looking for me? In that instant, though he had not yet arrived, a chilling aura enveloped them. To the bounty hunters, the voice seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, akin to a soul-reaping specter bearing the grim Reaper's decree. As the unsettling metallic tone reverberated, 3 icy beams of light flashed through the crowd. The next moment, a cascade of crimson blossoms erupted into the air, looking hauntingly beautiful, yet desolate under the dim moonlight. Damn it, kill him! Icolum commanded again, grabbing the horn hanging from his neck and directing it towards Zoro, blowing forcefully. The instant the sound echoed, bullets surged forth like a shotgun blast. With Icolum leading the charge, the other bounty hunters, still gripped by fear, finally rallied to unleash another barrage of gunfire at Zoro. Amidst the hail of bullets and cannon fire, Zoro wielded his 3 swords with impervious finesse, deflecting every incoming attack. Moreover, having grown accustomed to the onslaught, he stepped forward with unwavering resolve. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Why isn't he the captain? Walking through the storm of gunfire, Zoro instilled immense pressure on all the bounty hunters present. They could not comprehend how a swordsman could possess such overwhelming strength. It was one thing to have formidable power, but why wasn't he the captain? Was that straw-hatted boy truly stronger than him? If that were the case, how could they ever hope to win this battle? While the underlings grappled with their turmoil, the leading 4 were in a state of panic, fully aware that the most powerful among them might not even be their captain. For that young man known as the Demon Joya had a bounty 10 million berries higher than Captain Luffy. Upon this realization, the leading quartet of individuals began to waver in their resolve. If they, who were at the forefront, felt such trepidation, how could their subordinates possibly hold their ground? At the periphery of the battlefield, a couple of bounty hunters exchanged glances before turning away without a backward glance. As Zoro aptly stated, their assembly was not born of camaraderie, but rather of self-interest. When the tides were favorable, they were fierce as wolves and tigers. Yet, once the situation turned against them, all pretense of connection vanished. After all, none were acquainted with one another. Hence, the adage better a dead comrade than a living stranger resonated, and they departed without hesitation. Their exodus not only created a breach in the encircling ranks, but also sent a jolt of panic through the already frayed nerves of the remaining bounty hunters. Flee, flee! A sudden shout pierced the air, prompting a quarter of the bounty hunters to make a hasty retreat. Hey, Tiger Hunt! Seizing the opportunity, Zoro instantaneously transformed into a ferocious tiger, lunging into the panicked crowd. With a few swift arcs of his blade, a dozen or so bounty hunters fell before him. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Zoro, now amidst the throng, epitomized an extraordinarily efficient killing machine, his 3 razor-sharp swords dancing through the air with deadly grace. Each strike signified the extinguishing of a life. At that moment, Zoro was indistinguishable from the embodiment of death itself. Within just a few minutes, the toll of those who perished at his hands had surpassed 30. As he observed Zoro eliminate all the fleeing individuals, Ikelim felt a chill envelop his body. He had come to a stark realization, one that he found incomprehensible yet undeniably unfolding before his eyes. This man, wielding 3 blades, intended to slaughter every bounty hunter gathered here, leaving not a single one alive. Thus, he prioritized dealing with those fugitives who posed no threat to him, aiming to prevent anyone from escaping. Retreat, quickly. Withdraw as far as you can. At this moment, Ikelim, acutely aware of the disparity in power, decisively issued the retreat order. However, his gaze remained fixated solely on Miss Wednesday. It was only when he looked at her that a flicker of determination surfaced amidst his despair. Hey, don't you think it's a bit late to retreat now? Zoro remarked, a murderous intent beginning to swell within him. At that moment, he had just dispatched the last bounty hunter attempting to flee and donned a dark green headband. His choice to wear the headband was not due to the strength of his adversaries, but rather an instinctive feeling. The swordsman's 6th sense informed him that if he continued to fight, he had a significant chance of breaking through to become a true swordmaster. Miss Wednesday, you must leave now. Without hesitation, Ikelim urgently signaled for Miss Wednesday to depart. At that instant, he regretted deeply why he had to engage with these individuals, which had led the princess into such perilous circumstances. Their mere presence had encircled over 100 of them. How terrifying would it be if they all mobilized? Chapter 89. A new enemy of all the adversaries one could provoke. Why choose that ruthless killer? By the window, observing the one-sided battle, Joya shook his head in resignation, feeling pity for those oblivious to their impending doom. Like Zoro, he had certainly not been asleep. Although he had nearly forgotten the details of this scene, he still remembered whether the opponents were good or evil. Let us go and loot this treasure, Nami called out, also wide awake. All right. Recognizing that Zoro alone could handle everything, Joya ceased his focus on the battle and stealthily slipped away with Nami towards the enemy's warehouse, embodying a duo of thieves. I'll have a go at you. Despite recognizing Zoro's formidable strength, Miss Monday, filled with hubris in her own power, was unwilling to retreat so easily. Grasping a sturdy wooden post, she charged full force at Zoro. Hey, this is interesting, Zoro grinned wickedly, admiring her courage. In the next instant, it was as if 2 tanks were colliding head-on. A resounding crash echoed, and the force of their clash erupted like a multitude of bombs, causing the air within a 10-meter radius to rapidly expand, with the hard rocky ground fracturing under the pressure. The fleeing bounty hunters temporarily halted their escape, turning to gaze at the 2 figures in the center of the chaos. Miss Monday was the strongest among them. Her involvement might turn the tide of battle. However, the hope placed in Miss Monday was met with a stark realization akin to a child's first ride on a roller coaster, leaving her feeling bewildered. At the moment of impact with the wooden post, she perceived not a mere human before her, but rather an adult rhinoceros. In the face of such overwhelming power, her confidence shattered like a glass cup dropped to the ground. 3-sword style, tornado. In the blink of an eye, Miss Monday, along with the wooden post, spiraled upwards into the air. Run, flee. There was no need for Ikelim to remind them. Everyone was frantically escaping, even discarding their weapons in a desperate bid to outrun one another. Just then, on their path of flight, a man and a woman suddenly appeared. The man wore sunglasses and a dark trench coat, prominently emblazoned with the number 5 on his chest. The woman, clad in a form-fitting skirt, held an umbrella aloft. Upon witnessing the moment between the 2 individuals, a fleeting expression of undeniable surprise crossed Ikelim's face. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, your presence here is fortuitous. Please, save us. However, in response to their companion's plea, Mr. 5 and his companion exhibited no intention of assisting, their faces instead adorned with disdain. How pitiful it is that so many are frightened by a mere swordsman. What worth do you hold in your existence? Moreover, at this juncture, do you still feel the need to put on a fade before me? I am Ikelim, captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard. At these words, Ikelim's heart sank. I've been exposed. To hell with you, vile wretches. With that, the very individual who had just implored for their protection decisively tugged at his collar. Curly cannon. Several cannon barrels erupted from his hair, aimed directly at the two before him. The ensuing explosion engulfed Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, the fiery blaze illuminating the street as if it were midday. Princess, you must flee. I cannot hold on much longer. No sooner had he spoken than two figures emerged from the smoke. Ah, it appears you possess a modicum of self-awareness. In that case, would you kindly remain still? I assure you a swift departure from this world. Without the slightest sensation of pain, Mr. Five remarked nonchalantly, brushing away non-existent dust from his attire. What a ridiculous jest. As long as I draw breath, you shall not lay a finger on a single hair of the princess. With resolute determination, Icolum unleashed a barrage of cannon fire toward his adversaries. Yet, beside him, Miss Wednesday, the Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, remained frozen in place. Whether from fear or some other reason, utterly motionless. Alas, how tiresome this conversation has become, Mr. Five muttered, digging into his nostrils before exclaiming, nasal blast. A minuscule projectile, akin to a grain of rice, launched over a distance of several meters toward Icolum. The moment it made contact, an explosion far more powerful than the curly cannon erupted. With a thud, Icolum collapsed. Flee, do not linger. If you perish here, the kingdom is doomed. Hearing Icolum's fragmented words, Vivi finally grasped how much time had been squandered. Realizing the perilous disparity before her, she staggered backward, then resolutely turned to depart, not forgetting to whistle. Hush, hush. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the street. You shall not escape. Observing this, Mr. Five once more picked his nose, though the situation was unclear to him. He understood one thing. If he eliminated Vivi, the rest would be inconsequential. Though I do not comprehend the circumstances, the bonds forged over the years compel me to act. Hot-blooded number 9, backflip. In a moment of desperation, Vivi's partner charged forward with a baseball bat aimed at Mr. Five. Huh, what a ludicrous sentiment. With that, Mr. Five launched another nasal projectile. And then, there was silence. Mr. Nine soared into the air, vanishing from sight. Nevertheless, his sacrifice afforded Vivi a brief respite, as she mounted a colossal duck and sped away without looking back. Pursue her. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine exchanged glances before hastily giving chase, leaving behind the barely conscious Icolum. I fail to understand why you chose to reveal yourselves at this juncture, just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough. Do you not realize how infuriating this is? I sincerely apologize for that. Gazing at the swordsman before him, Icolum's eyes flickered with a moment of hesitation. However, the thought of the princess's current predicament swiftly dispelled any uncertainty on his face. If possible, I hope you can take action to rescue Her Highness. Huh? Are you out of your mind? Just a moment ago, you led men to kill me, and now you expect me to assist you in protecting the princess? It seems you've had quite a bit to drink at tonight's banquet. With that, Zorro turned to leave. Yet, upon hearing a voice from behind, he halted in his tracks. If you agree to pay me 1 billion berries as compensation, I might consider aiding you in the rescue. At these words, Zorro's lips twitched involuntarily. Although he had yet to see who was speaking, he knew that only one woman in the entire world would dare utter such a statement at a time like this. Chapter 90. Zorro's powerlessness to resist turning around. Upon seeing Joya approaching alongside Nami, Zorro expressed his surprise. You noticed it too? Of course. How could someone as clever as I be deceived by such petty tricks? Observing the smug expression on Joya's face, the already feeble Icolum was so enraged that he spat blood. Had he possessed the strength, he would have charged at Joya, eager to take a bite out of him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a set of Victoria's Secret lingerie. Gazing at the two pieces of fabric that had inexplicably appeared within the storage ring, Joya found herself lost in thought. She was astonished not only by Icolum's audacity to harbor murderous intent even in such dire circumstances, but also by the unexpected nature of the prize, lingerie, and not just any lingerie, but the battle attire of the innerwear realm. It seemed that the system shared a kinship with a certain friend of hers, surnamed Ming. Thus, with a scrutinizing gaze, her attention instinctively fell upon Nami, her mind envisioning how she would look adorned in them. Unbeknownst to Joya, Nami was fervently engaged in a heated negotiation with Icolum. Setting aside the fact that he had previously contemplated robbing or even killing them, the two individuals pursuing the princess were formidable in their own right. If her instincts served her correctly, they were both users of devil fruit abilities. Under such circumstances, 1 billion berries hardly seemed excessive. Moreover, being backed by a kingdom, such a modest sum was scarcely of consequence. Icolum, feeling the weight of Nami's exorbitant demands, which treated 1 billion as if it were merely 10, was consumed by despair. He was acutely aware that his kingdom, Alabasta, was embroiled in chaos and insurrection. He could not muster even 10 million, let alone 1 billion. Yet, he was not foolish enough to divulge this predicament. With a quick mental shift, he proposed, I am merely the captain of the guard. This matter is too significant for me to decide unilaterally. You must discuss it with our princess. If she consents, then there will be no issue. At his words, Nami furrowed her brow. As a seasoned veteran of such dealings, she recognized the maneuver all too well. Moreover, she had executed similar schemes countless times before. The crux of the matter was that he spoke the truth. His position as captain of the guard did not afford him the authority to sign a contract of such magnitude. Even if he were to sign, it would hold little weight. Should the kingdom refuse to honor the agreement, they would have no recourse but to eliminate Icolum in their frustration. After a moment of contemplation, Nami nodded. Very well, we shall first assist you in rescuing the princess, and we can discuss the billion afterward. She then turned to Zoro, who stood nearby, and chided. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save her. Me? Zoro exclaimed, pointing to himself, his face a mask of confusion and bewilderment. Are you serious? You want me to do it? Of course, Nami replied matter-of-factly. Why not let Joy go? Besides, you signed the contract, not me. Why should I be the one to run errands for you? Because you owe me 200,000 berries. At this, Zoro fell silent, momentarily stunned. When had he accrued such a debt? Before he could voice his confusion, Nami interjected. Back in Lobetown, you borrowed 100,000 berries from me. You remember the terms I laid out, don't you? With Nami's reminder, Zoro finally recalled the incident. But I didn't spend any money on the sword. I returned the 100,000 to you that very day. It doesn't matter. The moment you borrowed that money, your debt was not 100,000 but 300,000. After deducting the 100,000 you repaid, you still owe me 200,000. If you have the funds, return them now. If not, go rescue the person for me. Otherwise, by tomorrow, you will owe me 600,000. Listening to Nami's chilling calculations, Zoro felt a shiver run down his spine. The pressure far greater than when he faced Mihawk. You're being unreasonable. That's not how it works. Well then, let it be so. I see through you now. You are one who does not abide by agreements. Once the words does not abide by agreements left her lips, Zoro found himself utterly speechless. Frustrated, he shifted his gaze to Joya. Are you not going to intervene with your wife? Joya shrugged. Don't look at me when it comes to matters of money. She is the one who calls the shots. Just wait. One day, I will certainly take you two down. Emulating the villains he had encountered, Zoro spat out a fierce declaration, which marked his final act of defiance. It appeared he would continue to be exploited. Noticing Zoro's lingering defiance, Nami brandished her small fists menacingly. Indeed, such a capable fighter should not be wasted. As Joya and Nami conversed, Icolum, lying on the ground, was making a concerted effort to diminish his presence. He felt an innate fear of the two individuals beside him. While their martial prowess was debatable, their skill in deception was undeniably rare. More importantly, they did not spare even their own allies from their cunning. The formidable swordsman was being led around like a puppet, and if they turned their attention to him, he feared he might lose everything. Let us proceed. We might as well see what transpires. This place is far too dull. Very well. With that, Nami and Joya took their leave, leaving Icolum shivering in the cold wind. Soon, she thought as she gazed towards the intersection ahead, where she could embark on a ship to escape. Though the sacrifices of Mr. Nine and Icolum filled her with profound sorrow, she had no time to mourn. Her father and her kingdom awaited her return. Where are you rushing off to, Your Highness? As she gazed at Mr. Five, who was blocking the intersection, Vivi instinctively turned around to make her escape. However, just as she pivoted, a figure descended from above, smashing into the hard rocky ground and creating a deep pit several square meters wide. Apologies, but passage is prohibited here, dear. In an instant, Vivi's fleeting hope of escape was dashed. She found herself surrounded by formidable foes both in front and behind, with the sole path to her right entirely sealed off, leaving her trapped in a cul-de-sac. Die, you filthy creature. Mr. Five, eager to waste no more time, flicked a piece of nasal mucus at Vivi. In this dire moment, a flash of steel sliced through the air, cleaving the airborne mucus in two. Though the explosion was dramatic, it failed to harm Vivi. My blade has come into contact with mucus, Zoro exclaimed, belatedly realizing the absurdity of the situation. In distress, he produced a cloth from somewhere and began to wipe his sword vigorously. Finally, with a brazen gesture, he pointed at Mr. Five and declared, You are doomed. Not even Jesus could save you. Mark my words. Chapter 91. The uninvited Luffy. Who are you? And why do you obstruct us from killing this woman? Do you even know who we are? Faced with the sudden arrival of Zoro, Mr. Five did not hasten to attack. Instead, he prioritized rejoining Miss Valentine. Cutting my own mucus? This fellow is clearly no ordinary opponent. Zoro, the man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. The moment he uttered those words, Zoro regretted them. He shouldn't have spent so much time with Luffy, as it had skewed his own introduction style. Ha ha ha, the world's greatest swordsman? You must be joking. Miss Valentine laughed heartily, as if this were the funniest joke she had heard in a year. I knew it would come to this. Zoro chuckled bitterly, not surprised by the reaction. The reason his introduction differed from Luffy's was that he had grown weary of others' ridicule. He could not afford to be as carefree as Luffy, for this dream was a lifelong promise shared with Kuna, a source of strength and motivation that had propelled him thus far. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to tarnish that dream. Die. At that moment, Zoro's fury reached its zenith as he drew his sword with determination. A violet-black sword aura rapidly took shape, hurtling toward Miss Valentine in an instant. As she beheld the imminent assault, Miss Valentine's widened eyes brimmed with terror. The attack approached with such swiftness that she had no time to evade. Just as she was about to be cleaved in two, Mr. Five hastily reached out to pull her away. The blade's energy grazed her form, severing a few strands of hair from her forehead and half of her sleeve in an instant, before it surged forth, demolishing a distant building. In that moment, the murderous intent emanating from Zoro instilled a profound trepidation in the two individuals, both wielders of devil fruit powers. Until now, only one person had ever evoked such a sensation in them, Mr. One, the man utterly devoted to his master. In an instant, their previously carefree demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. They had never anticipated that a task so seemingly simple would lead them to such a formidable figure, rendering their own safety uncertain. Unbeknownst to them, their assistance had inadvertently enabled Zoro's breakthrough. Thus, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. As he spoke, Zoro slightly lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with a brilliance surpassing the moonlight beneath his headband. Under the gaze of those eyes, Miss Valentine's found herself retreating uncontrollably, her fear of Zoro reaching unprecedented heights. Do not panic. This man is merely a swordsman. His physical prowess is not as exaggerated as Mr. One's, and with your abilities, he will find it difficult to touch you. I will provide fire support. Wait for the opportune moment to strike. We need not lose. Yet perhaps Mr. Five was unaware that, in his subconscious, he had already placed Zoro on the same level as Mr. One. All right. No sooner had he spoken those words than an unexpected voice echoed through the desolate street. Zoro. In an instant, the gazes of Mr. Five, Miss Valentine's, Zoro, Princess Vivi, and the newly arrived Nami and Chopper converged upon the suddenly appeared Luffy. Observing Luffy, whose belly had swelled enormously due to overeating, Nami questioned in bewilderment. How could he possibly be awake? Could it be that he was roused by the commotion of the battle and has come to lend a hand? Yet, witnessing Luffy's irate demeanor, Joya, who had cohabited with him for over a decade, instinctively shook her head, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. As if to corroborate Joya's apprehension, an enraged Luffy charged towards Zoro with fervor. In contrast, Zoro's murderous intent dissipated noticeably upon Luffy's arrival. Although the reason for Luffy's unexpected presence remained unclear, Zoro welcomed the additional ally, as a swift resolution would allow him to return to rest sooner, thus easing his vigilance somewhat. In stark contrast to Zoro's relaxed posture, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine were palpably tense. The mere presence of Zoro had instilled them with significant pressure. If this young man in the straw hat proved to be as formidable as the swordsman, they would have no choice but to flee. As Luffy barreled towards them, Mr. Five and his companion remained acutely focused, quickly maneuvering to the sides of the path to avoid simultaneous assault. In the blink of an eye, a large black rat darted past them with a speed reminiscent of lightning, vanishing before they could comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Zoro, still oblivious to the gravity of the predicament, wore a relaxed smile upon his face. However, that expression was fleeting. In an explosive turn of events, Luffy's fist, imbued with all his might, struck Zoro's face with unerring precision. Consequently, Zoro was sent flying. The dramatic shift astonished everyone present. Mr. Five and his companion, who had anticipated calamity, exhaled in relief, while Joya and Nami gaped in disbelief, at a loss for words. After launching Zoro, Luffy stood his ground, seething with rage as he glared at Zoro, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Why did you beat those good people who prepared our meals like that? Even if they didn't serve you your favorite dish, there was no need to be so brutal." Listening to Luffy's self-righteous rationale, Joya and Nami, positioned atop a nearby building, could only roll their eyes in exasperation, silently mourning for the long-suffering Zoro for 3 seconds. Struggling to suppress his urge to draw his sword, Zoro, with dwindling patience, retorted, "You fool, it's not as simple as you think. I don't care about all that. Let me ask you one thing. Were those people the ones you struck?" "Yes, it was indeed I who struck them. But the crux of the matter lies in their true identity as bounty hunters. They welcomed us to lower our guard, yet they had long been fixated on the heads of you and Joya. You're lying. Would the enemy truly offer us delectable food?" Observing Luffy, whose fists were clenched in frustration, as if he were ready to hurl himself into the fray, Zoro finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was evident that this individual was not jesting. "Are you serious?" he inquired. "I've never been more earnest." Following a brief moment of silence, Zoro gradually drew his sword. "Since you cannot grasp the explanation, I shall have no choice but to defeat you. It is fortuitous, for I am eager to ascertain whether swordsmanship or martial arts reigns supreme." In that fleeting moment, both Luffy and Zoro, as comrades, charged towards each other with unwavering seriousness. Demon Slash, Rubber Rocket. At the instant of their collision, a shockwave erupted, radiating from the two, with the resulting gale even sweeping away Vivi's flowing blue hair. Observing the two individuals who immediately fell into a tumultuous clash, her mind remained a blank slate, struggling to keep pace with their discord. Chapter 92, the farce concludes. A single booger rapidly magnified before Wei Wei's eyes, and then, under her horrified gaze, it brushed against her temple and vanished in an instant. A thunderous roar echoed from behind, as a powerful gale swept across her body, disheveling her hair and garments. Fear surged over her like a tidal wave. In that fleeting moment, she truly brushed against the specter of death. How absurd to have missed the mark. As Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five approached at a leisurely pace, the terrified Vivi suddenly realized that she had not escaped from danger. Instinctively, she turned to flee. However, upon actually looking back, she discovered that the street behind her had been utterly sealed off by the recent explosion. Have you not realized? Everything you have done is in vain. Surrender your struggle. I shall ensure you feel no pain. With these words, Mr. Five resumed, picking his nose. Is it not time for you, a grown individual, to consider personal hygiene? Reacting instinctively, both Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five trembled slightly, their eyes darting warily around them. Yet, within their field of vision, aside from the shifting air, there were no other suspicious figures to be seen. Who is speaking? Me? What is the problem? Almost as soon as the voice sounded, both turned their gazes towards Vivi, for the source of the voice emanated from her. In the next moment, a calf appeared out of thin air 3 meters in front of Vivi, followed by a thigh, an arm, a waist, half a face, and then the entire body. Good evening to you both. Gazing at the man before them who waved and greeted, Mr. Five found himself at a loss for words, caught between whether to express his frustration or remain silent. Had it not been for their prior experiences, the tumultuous events of the evening would have completely shattered their composure. What was the purpose of this gathering? Was it mere amusement? Could they not extend a modicum of respect? They were here to commit murder. To take lives? Did they not comprehend this? This was not a reality show. There was no need for convoluted plots or meticulously orchestrated surprises. If adversaries were lurking in ambush, why not confront them directly and decisively? Would it not be more gratifying to resolve matters swiftly and return for a restful slumber rather than engage in this pointless staring contest? Enough was enough. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mr. Five unleashed a barrage of fury upon Joya, unleashing a flurry of projectiles akin to bullets from a machine gun. Confronted with the onslaught, Joya, who harbored mild germophobia, did not stand idly by. Grabbing Vivi behind him, he hastily sought refuge, all the while mocking, "My goodness, brother, your prowess is astonishing. While others have been solo since birth for 20 years, you've been accumulating nasal debris for 38 years. Truly vintage. Die. Although Mr. Five struggled to comprehend Joya's words, he sensed the hostility underlying them and intensified his assault. Just then, a voice echoed from the heavens. Realizing something was amiss, Joya released Vivi and was suddenly struck down by a descending figure. Aha! What a useless decorative pillow I thought would be formidable. Amidst the swirling dust, Miss Valentine emerged with a leisurely stride. Mr. Five exhaled in relief, having initially perceived her as a formidable opponent, only to realize he had overestimated the situation. He raised his hand to launch another projectile, only to be halted by an astonishing figure behind Miss Valentine, frozen in place. He failed to notice the projectile between his fingers slowly slipping away. "Miss Valentine, run!" he shouted, but in his fervor, the projectile tumbled from his grasp. With a tremendous explosion, Mr. Five was instantly engulfed in orange flames. The scene that unfolded before Miss Valentine left her profoundly stunned. After a brief silence, she cried out in anguish, "Mr. Five." Yet, she had forgotten the warning he had imparted moments before his demise. Observing their apparent camaraderie, he had reluctantly decided to assist them. Before she could turn to look, a sharp, pristine tang knife pierced her abdomen. In that instant, her mind was besieged with questions. Why was tonight's operation so peculiar? Why had Mr. Five perished in such a manner? How was it that the man she had intended to vanquish still lived? Withdrawing the blade, he wiped it clean and shifted his gaze to the personal profile. Name: Joya. Age: 17. Power level: 521. 539. Charm level: 36. Personal abilities: Immortality, Simplified Saiyan Physiology, Eagle Eye Reconnaissance Technique, Shadow Fruit Replication, Awakened 18 Styles, C/Slashing Level Swordsman, Shave, Paper Drawing, Iron Block, Finger Gun. Observing the increase of 18 points in her combat power, Joya shrugged nonchalantly. Such a modest enhancement could only be described as marginal. Still far from the rank of a rear admiral in the Navy. With this thought in mind, she turned to look at Vivi. For the latter half of the night's battle had been fought for her sake. If anything were to happen to Vivi, it would all be in vain. What are you going to do? Vivi trembled as she felt Joya's gaze upon her, her legs retreating uncontrollably. Despite having witnessed the entire battle, she could not comprehend how Miss Valentine and Mr. Five had met their demise. From Joya's appearance to the conclusion of the fight, the entire ordeal exuded an air of the uncanny and terror. This man was far more frightening than the swordsman named Zorro. "Oh, my apologies, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Joya, sent by Icarlum to protect you." "Protect me? Why?" Vivi was taken aback by this revelation, as only half an hour prior, they had intended to sever the heads of these individuals. She found it hard to believe that they had not yet grasped this point. If that were the case, why had they turned around to protect someone they had initially sought to kill? "This is a long story, let us gather over there first. Once we arrive, Someone will explain everything to you. With that, her gaze fell upon Luffy and Zoro, who were still embroiled in their unending skirmish. In her view, the entire street had been ravaged by their antics, and if this continued, it would not be long before this quaint town became a mere memory. Chafe. Seizing the opportune moment, Joya swiftly positioned herself between the two individuals, delivering a decisive blow to each of their heads with her fists. Please, grant me some silence. With the impact of her punches, the raucous evening that had persisted for so long finally fell into tranquility. 10 minutes later, those who remained conscious returned to the entrance of the house where the gathering had taken place. Observing the princess, who appeared somewhat disheveled, yet ultimately unharmed and alive, Ikelem's anxious heart finally found solace. Thank heavens, it is truly a relief that you are safe. Chapter 93. The truth. What on earth is happening? Without even pausing to consider Ikelem's well-being, the bewildered Vivi immediately inquired. Princess, here's the situation. Ikelem began to elucidate the matter of the Billionberry agreement. The arrangement is thus. We are responsible for escorting you back to your kingdom, and in return, you are to pay me a sum of 1 billion berry. Surely you have witnessed the prowess of these individuals. Engaging in a transaction with me would be most advantageous for you. Faced with Nami's proposition, Vivi's expression revealed hesitation. After a moment of internal struggle, she admitted sincerely, I genuinely appreciate your efforts in rescuing me, but 1 billion berry is simply unattainable. At this point, Vivi cast a nervous glance towards Zoro, Luffy, and of course, Joya, fearing that any displeasure from them could lead to dire consequences. Why is that? You are a princess. Nami exclaimed, perplexed. For an individual, 1 billion may indeed be a staggering sum, but for a kingdom, it is hardly a significant amount. Following a brief silence, and after ascertaining that the individuals before her were not likely to renege on their agreement, Vivi spoke solemnly. Are you familiar with the nation of Alabasta? No. Nami replied honestly, as they had only recently entered the Grand Line and were unfamiliar with the regional powers. Seeing this, Vivi began to explain. It is one of the few nations referred to as a civilized and peaceful country, but that was in the past. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding enveloped the group. Currently, the kingdom is engulfed in internal strife and rebellion. For reasons unknown, over the past few years, there have been orchestrations of revolution, with many rising in revolt, leading to increasing chaos within the nation. As she spoke, Vivi's fists clenched tightly. The whiteness of her knuckles stark against her skin, her wide eyes filled with rage and indignation. One day, I heard from others that all of this turmoil was instigated by the Baroque works, in an effort to uncover the reasons and the puppet masters behind this chaos. Numerous expeditions were dispatched, yet those sent either failed to return or came back with nothing. Thus, I sought the assistance of Ikelem, who has looked after me since childhood, hoping to devise a way to infiltrate Baroque works to ascertain the identity and motives of the mastermind behind it all. Upon hearing Vivi's tale, even Zoro could not help but commend. You are indeed a courageous princess. So, have you discovered their intentions? To this, Vivi nodded, based on my investigations. Their objective is to establish an ideal kingdom, but that is merely a facade. Their true aim is to invade Alabasta, my homeland. This revelation was new to me. Just as I was preparing to return, they discovered my intentions, and the subsequent events are evident to you all. So this is how it stands. It seems that 1 billion berry is indeed out of reach. Nami's face fell in resignation, as she had initially hoped that completing this job would allow her savings to soar into the double digits, but it now appeared to be a futile endeavor. By the way, who exactly is the mastermind? An intrigued Luffy asked. However, upon hearing this, Vivi, much like a startled cat, shook her head vigorously. Please, do not inquire further. I truly cannot disclose that information. Don't you know? I do, but I cannot reveal it, for doing so would endanger your lives. Then let it be, Nami interjected, sensing the growing tension. Although she currently trusted Joya to handle any predicament, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications and conserve Joya's strength. Indeed, no matter how formidable you all may be, you cannot contend with him, for he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the man known as Crocodile. At that moment, silence fell over the group, all eyes fixated on Vivi, as a singular thought echoed in their minds. How has she survived thus far? It appears that the warlord named Crocodile may not be so formidable after all, given that such a clumsy spy could evade detection. Simultaneously, 2 peculiar creatures suddenly appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Hey, what was that bird and otter all about? Nami exclaimed, feeling betrayed, as she tugged at Vivi's collar in frustration. At this moment, she regretted her earlier decision to agree to Ikelem's proposal. Not only had she gained nothing, but she had also found herself embroiled in a troublesome predicament. Haha, does this mean we are now being targeted by the warlords? That seems likely. How exhilarating. To have attracted the attention of a warlord so soon after entering the Grand Line is truly thrilling. Oh no, this is a disaster, Nami lamented, face-palming as she contemplated the bleak future ahead. Just as they entered the Grand Line, they were already facing off against a warlord. What horrors might await them further down this treacherous path? Rest assured, with me here, no harm shall befall you, Joya reassured, wrapping an arm around Nami's waist. She did not resist, leaning against Joya's shoulder, feeling utterly exhausted, wishing to think of nothing and do nothing. Fear not, I have a plan. Ikolum suddenly interjected after a prolonged silence. Now that we have been exposed, it won't be long before the enemy closes in on us. If we are cornered here, the situation will only worsen. Our immediate priority is to depart from this place, and we must do so by splitting into 2 groups. This will minimize our visibility and reduce the likelihood of detection. I'll go with you. Before Vivi could finish her sentence, Ikolum raised his hand to halt her. No, I can manage on my own. But why? Vivi questioned, bewildered, unable to comprehend why Ikolum, who had always taken care of her, would abandon her now. Your safety is paramount, and it is safer for you to remain with them. In this situation, I cannot protect you alone, though reluctant to admit it. Ikolum possessed a clear understanding of the present circumstances. It was too risky to take Vivi along. Very well, prepare yourselves quickly. I shall gather my belongings. With that, he turned decisively, leaving no room for Vivi to protest. As Vivi stood in place, gazing at the receding figure of Ikarlum, she found herself momentarily unable to accept the reality of his departure. Though she comprehended his choice, a pang of sorrow lingered in her heart. Noticing that Nami was preoccupied and indifferent to the situation, Chopper hastily suggested, Luffy, go awaken the others. Zoro, you may depart first and raise the anchor. We shall arrive shortly. He then turned to Vivi. Chapter 94. Robin's arrival. Let us not squander the opportunity he has created for you. Fixating her gaze on Ikarlum until his silhouette vanished completely into the night, Vivi finally turned to leave. 20 minutes later, the Straw Hat Pirates, along with the prepared Ikarlum, gathered at the harbor dock. As they beheld Ikarlum, adorned in an outfit akin to Vivi's, his hair neatly tied back and cradling 4 figurines, the crowd was initially taken aback. Gradually, a handful of individuals began to comprehend the situation, their gazes toward him subtly shifting. Your Highness, could you grant me the permanent pointer to the Alabasta Kingdom? Very well. Without much contemplation, Vivi handed over the item to Ikarlum. What is a permanent pointer? How does it differ from a record pointer? Nami inquired, perplexed. As a navigator, she realized her knowledge of the Grand Line was still rather limited. Others could casually produce rare artifacts that she failed to recognize. It is distinctly different. A permanent pointer encases the magnetic force of a specific location eternally. As long as it remains unscathed, it will consistently direct one to that particular place, without the need to absorb magnetic energy. However, it cannot provide directions to other islands. Ikarlum elucidated. Nami nodded earnestly in agreement, appearing enlightened by the explanation. This permanent pointer shall be entrusted to me. I will return to the kingdom following its guidance. While you proceed according to the record pointer's indications, there are merely 2 or 3 islands in between, and we shall meet in the kingdom. He paused. I shall set off first. This will also divert some of the enemy's attention, thus reducing the number of pursuers you must contend with. Upon hearing this, Joya furrowed his brow, realizing the implications. Although the situation regarding their adversaries remained unclear, Ikarlum's course of action undeniably entailed considerable risk. With the permanent pointer in his possession, it was likely that the Baroque works would also possess one, significantly increasing the probability of an encounter. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at Vivi beside him. However, she seemed oblivious, standing there vacantly, uttering not a word. Ultimately, unable to suppress his concern, Joya spoke up. Why not accompany us? This way, we can look out for one another. I appreciate your kindness, but it truly is unnecessary. Your assistance in returning the princess is more than enough. I can manage the rest, Ikarlum replied, not affording Joya the opportunity to further persuade him. With a swift leap, he boarded the small boat alongside the Mary, slowly rowing away into the distance. As they gazed at the receding boat, the onlookers stood on the shore, offering their solemn tribute. Just as the vessel sailed 100 meters into the distance, the tranquil night was abruptly pierced by the sound of distant cannon fire. In the next moment, the dark expanse of the sea erupted in a cascade of brilliance, with vibrant orange flames rising like a sun at dawn, illuminating the surrounding world for 100 meters in every direction. Gazing upon the surging, tumultuous sea, Vivi's body stiffened as she struggled to comprehend the situation. By the time she realized the gravity of it, the small boat and the figure of the man had vanished from sight. Ikarlum. In a state of emotional collapse, Vivi cried out desperately for Ikarlum, recklessly rushing forward in an attempt to grasp the man's hand, seeking to prove that this was all but a cruel illusion. Beside her, Joya could not bear to watch her march towards certain doom and swiftly pulled her back. If you believe you can face Ikarlum, I shan't stop you. After all, Alabasta is no concern of ours. At this, Vivi's frail form trembled violently, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, yet she halted her reckless advance, standing silently on the shore, weeping. Seeing this, Nami stepped forward and enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Do not worry, Ikarlum will not have died in vain. We shall ensure your safe passage to Alabasta. Joya and the others may seem unreliable, but each one is trustworthy when it truly matters. Brothers, let us set sail. Under the cloak of night, The Mary slowly navigated forward. Its passenger list now including 2 new guests, Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom, along with her swift companion, a gigantic duck. On the journey, while the situation appeared relatively calm, Zoro inquired, "By the way, how many pursuers are there exactly?" In response, Vivi shook her head. "I am unsure of the exact number, but the Baroque works comprises approximately 2,000 operatives. However, there are several strongholds in this vicinity." 2,000. This is disastrous. What transpired while I was asleep? Why was I informed upon waking that there were thousands of people behind me intending to kill me, and they are members of the 7 warlords of the sea? Usopp, having just grasped the situation, squatted in a corner, questioning his very existence. He was mistaken, utterly mistaken. He should not have succumbed to slumber, for upon awakening, the world had transformed into something entirely unrecognizable. The 7 warlords of the sea, legitimate pirates sanctioned by the world government. This meant that as long as they did not actively assault the forces under the world government, such as the Marines, CP agents, or the more than 170 kingdoms allied with the world government, they could freely raid other merchant vessels, villages, and towns. This also signified that each of the 7 warlords not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but also wielded significant wealth and manpower. Over the years, none had managed to usurp their positions. In the absence of marine pursuit, they could plunder at will, holding power rivaling that of some weaker kingdoms. What is there to fear? Is this not all the more exhilarating? At this moment, Luffy's face bore no trace of fear, only an eager anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Is that truly the case? Do you not fear death? Of course not. For it shall not be I who perishes, but that scoundrel named Crocodile, Luffy declared with unwavering certainty. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he sensed something amiss. Usopp, have you caught a cold? Your voice sounds rather peculiar. Me? Usopp, puzzled, pointed to his own nose. I haven't said anything. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into silence. The next moment, all eyes turned to the woman seated at the edge of the ship. Good evening, everyone. Before Joya stood a striking figure adorned with a cowboy hat, clad in a leather vest, and sporting a pair of boots, a captivating black beauty. The newcomer was none other than Nico Robin, known by the moniker Daughter of the Devil. As one of the only 2 female members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original narrative, Joy naturally felt a surge of interest. In his recollection, Robin had joined the Straw Hat crew only after Luffy's victory over Crocodile. While he vaguely remembered an encounter between Luffy and her, the precise time and place eluded him. Thus, this unexpected meeting was entirely unforeseen. Chapter 95. Next stop, Little Garden Miss Sunday. What brings you here? Exclaimed Vivi, her eyes trembling with shock. Whose partner is this? The similar title made Nami instantly realize the newcomer belonged to that faction. Though they had yet to engage in combat, she remained vigilant, uncertain if a large entourage lurked behind her. She is the partner of Mr. Zero, Vivi gravely informed the group, heightening their anxiety. So she's a villain then? Luffy succinctly summarized. Until now, only Vivi was privy to the true identity of their boss, and she had only discovered it through following Robin. With a gentle smile, Robin replied, "To be precise, I intentionally left a trail for you to follow." Upon hearing this, Luffy seemed to grasp something. "Oh, so you're actually a good person. You jerk, I've known this all along, and you were the one to inform the boss about her identity being exposed." Indeed, Robin candidly acknowledged, showing no inclination to conceal her intentions. "Looks like you're still a villain," Luffy retorted, his lip curling in understanding. His series of judgments left Zoro beside him utterly astonished. Was it not rather rash to evaluate a person so simplistically? Furthermore, do you truly categorize humanity into just good and evil, with no other classifications? What is your ultimate goal? Vivi voiced her frustration, unwilling to be toyed with like a monkey. She could not accept this reality. Being used was one thing, but the death of Akalem was an insurmountable hurdle for her, potentially at the hands of Miss Sunday herself. Ultimate goal? A flicker of confusion crossed Robin's face. Who knows? Perhaps I was simply bored and inadvertently aided you. You scoundrel, you shall not look down upon me. Enraged, Vivi swung her fist at Robin, unable to bear the implications of this revelation. If it were true, then all her efforts would be rendered meaningless, and even Akalem's death would hold no value. Snap! Sanji and Usopp, having come to terms with reality, pointed their weapons at Robin's head, while Zoro stealthily drew his sword. Could you please refrain from aiming those dangerous items at me? As she spoke, Sanji and Usopp felt an unusual force seize control of their bodies, sending them hurtling to the deck. Nami and Zoro, too, found their weapons knocked from their hands with a swift motion. Another devil fruit user? Zoro muttered, feeling a twinge of frustration. In the East Blue, devil fruits were merely legendary tales. Encountering a single user in a lifetime was a rarity. Now, having scarcely entered the Grand Line, they had already encountered 3, 2 of whom had fallen to Joya. Compared to the East Blue, the frequency with which devil fruits appeared was staggering. This reality weighed heavily on Zoro, a swordsman, as each user wielded a unique and formidable power. The encounter with Buggy in Orange Town had left a profound impression on him, rendering all his attacks ineffective against him. Additionally, The elusive Joya had also made a lasting impact, for it was certain he was a user as well. Otherwise, the occurrences surrounding him would be far too peculiar. Come now, must you be so hasty? I am not here to engage in combat. Oh, then what is your purpose? As the voice echoed, Robin swiftly vacated her position, glancing at the man who had taken her place. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down her cheek. Truly, Joya was formidable, though they had yet to clash. It was evident that an ordinary individual could not appear behind her so suddenly. In fact, had Joya chosen to launch an attack, it was uncertain whether she could evade it. With a knowing smile, Joya remarked, "Then, how shall I be addressed, daughter of the devil, Nico Robin?" Robin paused, momentarily taken aback, before a subtle blush crept across her brown complexion. Upon witnessing this scene, Nami's expression began to shift, her eyes narrowing with a hint of peculiar hostility directed at Robin. She then turned her gaze towards the small fairy perched on Joya's shoulder, a thought gradually taking shape in her mind. Humph, that is a name bestowed upon me by the Navy, which I have never acknowledged. In response, Joya shrugged, remaining noncommittal. What is your true purpose for coming here? Nami interjected, not allowing Joya the opportunity to continue speaking. Upon hearing this, Robin cast a glance at Nami, who bore a hostile demeanor towards her, perplexed by the sudden animosity. However, she did not dwell on it and began to explain. My purpose for being here is simply to inform you. If you continue to follow the course indicated by the log pointer, you will not reach Alabasta. Even if we do not intervene, as your next destination is called Little Garden. TCH, do you think I would believe that? Nami scoffed, dismissing Robin's warning, as she had no reason to trust an enemy. Whether you choose to believe it or not is of no concern to me. I merely stopped by to bring you something. With that, Robin produced an item from between her bosom. He glanced at the crowd and, for reasons unknown, tossed it directly to Joya beside him. Gazing at the eternal log pose that originally belonged to Icolum, Joya was utterly bewildered. However, the source of her confusion was not the log pose itself, but rather the lingering warmth and faint fragrance it exuded. Almost simultaneously, Joya's body trembled as she sensed an overwhelming aura of menace. Instinctively, she glanced at Nami, and under the latter's almost predatory gaze, Joya decisively relinquished the eternal log pose to her. Upon witnessing this scene, Robin instantly comprehended the reason behind her previous gaze. Immediately, a few wicked thoughts surfaced in her mind as she approached Joya, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Dear handsome, is there any wine here? If so, might I trouble you for a glass? As he watched Robin, who was almost draped over him and continuously casting flirtatious glances, Joya felt a chill run down his spine. Before him lay a captivating figure that stirred his blood, while behind him was a gaze filled with icy disdain, as if it yearned to flay him alive. In that moment, he found himself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. He thought to himself, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from drinking, considering I am not yet of age. Just as Joya believed he had devised a sound rationale, Robin's laughter grew ever more jubilant. Oh, so you are merely a little brother. She emphasized the word little as she spoke. Chapter 96. The meeting with CP9. Joya, his anger flaring, prepared to demonstrate his maturity when Robin took a graceful step back, her face alight with mirth as she regarded him. Sister will remember you. Let us meet again in Alabasta. With that, she leapt from the Mary and landed atop an enormous turtle. Farewell, little brother, she waved, departing amidst Joya and Nami's seething glances. Damn it, don't let me see you again. Nami cursed at Robin's retreating figure. Yet, rather than inciting anger, Robin's smile only deepened. It was not until Robin's silhouette vanished entirely that the group shifted their focus to the permanent log pose in Nami's grasp. What should they make of this? Should they set sail directly in the indicated direction? Previously, they had no alternative but to follow the course dictated by the record log pose. However, having acquired the permanent log pose, they now possessed a quicker and safer option, warranting careful deliberation. The group exchanged glances, each unsure of how to proceed. They were wary, uncertain if this was merely a ploy by Miss Sunday. Despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor, she was, after all, from the opposing camp, and they were reluctant to place their trust in her. Yet, relinquishing the direct route to Alabasta left them feeling reluctant. As a result, their gazes turned to Luffy. In this moment of indecision, it was imperative that their captain take the lead. Under the watchful eyes of his crew, Luffy seized the permanent log pose from Nami, examined it for a brief moment, and with a decisive motion, crushed it in his right hand. Our journey shall not be dictated by outsiders. Gazing at the shattered remains of the eternal compass, the crowd wore expressions not of reproach, but rather of contentment. Clearly, Luffy remained unchanged. He had not altered his essence despite entering the Grand Line or the pressures posed by the 7 warlords of the sea. His unwavering confidence brought solace to those around him, subtly influencing them in turn. Yosh, our next destination is Little Garden. With a commanding shout, Luffy directed the merry-go towards their next adventure. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the Alabasta Kingdom, boss, the world government has arrived. Shall we meet with them? The unexpected visitors caused the man seated on the high platform to furrow his brow slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately nodded. Show them to the reception room. I am curious to see what brings them here at such a time. Understood. Once his subordinate exited, the room was left with the man in solitude. His gaze wandered, the depths of his eyes harboring countless thoughts. Being the focus of various factions made any action he wished to take exceedingly difficult, particularly now, as circumstances had finally begun to show promise, yet troubles continued to arise. Not only had the world government intruded, but there were also riots and betrayals occurring at the entrance of the Grand Line. To make matters worse, his identity had been discovered by the kingdom's princess, and his subordinates dispatched to deal with her had been slain by a few newcomers to the Grand Line. In a fit of rage, Crocodile tore apart 2 bounty posters that lay before him, allowing some of the pent-up fury within him to dissipate. Then, he rose to meet the representatives of the world government. Moments later, Crocodile stood at the threshold of the reception room, hesitating before entering. Taking a moment to quietly observe the individuals within. There were 3 of them, all clad in identical black uniforms, the leader sporting a long, intricately braided hairstyle. Of the remaining 2, one had waist-length pink hair, while the other had an unusually large head. Upon catching sight of them, Crocodile felt a tightening in his chest, and the name CP9 automatically surfaced in his mind. Before he could take any action, Gabra, seated at the head of the table with his back to him, suddenly remarked, "Is it truly appropriate for us to wait here as your guests?" At these words, Crocodile's gaze flickered, yet as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was not one to be easily perturbed by trivial matters. He stepped into the room with purpose. "My apologies, the button of my coat came undone, and I had to fasten it again," he explained. Gabra merely scoffed at the transparent excuse. "Is there a particular reason for your visit?" he inquired. "What? Can one not come without a purpose?" Crocodile retorted with a wry smile. "As agents of the world government, surely you must have better engagements than to sip tea here?" With that, the 2 exchanged knowing smiles, both aware of the unspoken truths between them. Finally, Gabra took the lead, stating, "Let us cut to the chase. The reason for our visit concerns someone you are also familiar with." At this revelation, Crocodile's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively thought of Miss Sunday. While others might be oblivious, he knew that Miss Sunday was, in fact, Nico Robin, known as the Child of the Devil. Long before his own rise to fame, she had been marked for capture by the world government, with a bounty that rivaled his own. Nevertheless, he adeptly concealed these thoughts, revealing nothing through his expression. "Let us be direct. Who are you referring to?" he inquired. "The Devil, Joy." As he spoke, Gabra retrieved a bounty poster from his pocket. Gazing upon the familiar visage on the bounty notice, a flicker of anger briefly ignited in Crocodile's eyes, though it was swiftly suppressed, yet not unnoticed by Gabra. "How about that? I spoke accurately, did I not?" At this remark, Crocodile fell into a momentary silence. The bounty notice before him, coupled with the words of his companion, sufficed to affirm numerous suspicions. At the very least, it was evident that the world government had spies concealed within his ranks. Otherwise, how could they possibly be aware of the events transpiring at the entrance of the Grand Line with such alacrity, perhaps even preceding his own knowledge as the leader? In an instant, Crocodile's thoughts spiraled further. What manner of identities did these spies possess? Were they mere peripheral agents or high-ranking operatives? What secrets did these individuals harbor? Did they grasp the true nature of his ambitions? At this contemplation, Crocodile instinctively shook his head. His genuine objective, aside from himself, was solely known to Miss Sunday. If it were anyone else, there might be a possibility of them being an informant, but Miss Sunday could not possibly be one. Thus, they should remain oblivious to his true intentions. Moreover, had they indeed been aware, it was likely that these 3 would not have been the ones to approach him. The 3 admirals could very well have made an appearance. Noting Crocodile's prolonged silence, Gabra prodded once more. "You wouldn't happen to be unfamiliar with this individual, would you?" "And what of it, even if I do know him?" Crocodile replied with a facade of calm. Observing the other party's impenetrable demeanor, Gabra felt a surge of frustration, wishing fervently to confront him with force. Chapter 97. Negotiation. However, reason ultimately prevailed. Despite his anger, Gabra refrained from resorting to violence. "I shall not indulge in idle chatter. Our purpose for this visit is to apprehend or eliminate this individual. Though the bounty on his head is a mere 40 million berries a week ago, he managed to escape from Admiral Akiji in Logetown." Crocodile raised an eyebrow. The ability to elude Akiji could stem from one of 2 possibilities. Either this man named Joya possessed strength comparable to his own, or Akiji had intentionally let him go. In that moment, Crocodile's ire began to subside. While still irked, he now regarded Joya as an adversary of equal caliber, regardless of the reason. Surviving an encounter with Akiji was a testament to one's capability, and he never underestimated those with skill. Sensing that Crocodile had finally grasped the gravity of the situation, Gabra seized the opportunity, retrieving a document from his pocket and presenting it to Crocodile. "This is a report from the Navy headquarters. Peruse it, and you may find it enlightening." As he gazed at the naval insignia on the cover of the document, Crocodile's heart grew increasingly heavy, to the extent that he hesitated before opening it. He had initially thought that Joya was merely a novice pirate, just embarking on the Grand Line, destined to fade away like a whisper in the wind. However, as Gabra shared various accounts, he gradually realized that this newcomer was somewhat extraordinary. After all, how else could CP9 agents possess a document from the Marine headquarters to seek out someone of his stature as a warlord of the sea? With this thought in mind, he opened the document before him. 10 minutes later, after meticulously reviewing its contents, Crocodile's expression had turned grave. The document detailed swordsmanship of masterful caliber and immortal existence, the ability to traverse the shadow realm at will, and several techniques from the Marine Six powers, in addition to his incongruous identity. Thus, the usually serious and composed Crocodile could not suppress his outburst. I am perplexed. Why didn't you capture that old rascal Carp back then? His son is now the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and now he has adopted this troublesome fellow. Is it possible that he is actually a celestial dragon, making you too fearful to act? Or did he save the world in his past life? Listening to Crocodile's rant, Gabra could only manage an awkward smile. Unable to find an appropriate response, he too found such questions perplexing. Over a decade ago, when Dragon, a rear admiral of the Marine headquarters, defected from the Navy, it indeed caused an uproar. Many proposed imprisoning Carp and impel down, and some even suggested executing him publicly to intimidate Dragon. However, the Navy's reaction at the time was unexpected. Faced with the scrutiny of various factions, the Navy maintained a singular stance. Carp could neither be captured nor killed. Dragon was the one guilty, not Carp. If anyone had the capability to apprehend Dragon, the Navy would not hinder them and would even offer assistance. If they lacked the ability, they should refrain from barking up the wrong tree. Furthermore, the then Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Calm, was determined to protect Carp at all costs. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved, as pushing the Navy too far would benefit no one. Closing the document, Crocodile pondered for a moment before asking, "What benefits can you offer me?" Gabra feigned ignorance, responding, "What do you mean by that? Even without us, you and Joya would inevitably confront each other. By possessing prior intelligence on your adversary, your chances of victory would significantly increase. It would be one thing if you were ungrateful, but why demand benefits from me?" In response to Gabra's pretense, Crocodile smiled slightly, saying, "The significance of this intelligence is undeniable, yet I harbor no deep-seated animosity towards Joya. I could easily yield or simply relay the events of today to him. Do you think he would not offer me something in return?" An abrupt silence enveloped the room, the oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Although only 4 individuals occupied the spacious chamber, the tension was palpable, akin to thousands of soldiers poised for battle, where even a single feather could serve as the last straw for the proverbial camel. At a certain moment, Gabra, who had been seated, vanished only to reappear behind Crocodile. "Finger gun," he declared, his powerful finger piercing Crocodile's body. However, what oozed forth was not bright red blood but brown sand. Sand slash. In response to the attack, Crocodile instinctively retaliated, his body twisting as his arm transformed into a crescent-shaped blade of sand aimed directly at Gabra's chest. The sound of their clash resonated like the ringing of metal against metal. After the exchange, both withdrew, their gazes filled with caution, clearly aware that neither could best the other. One lacked the restraint of armed hockey against a Logia user, while the other lacked explosive offensive capabilities. Truly, as a warlord of the sea, Crocodile was formidable. After a moment of respect, Gabra resumed his seat, as though nothing had transpired, while Crocodile acknowledged, "You are impressive. Indeed a top-tier intelligence operative under the world government." For them, profit reigned supreme. Unless lives were at stake or something of great significance was threatened, they would not allow a mere skirmish to sever their ties. "The kingdom of Alabasta. If you can eliminate Joya or deliver him to us, the kingdom will belong to you, and the world government will not intervene." At this proclamation, Crocodile felt a surge of elation, though he masked it well. Instead, he feigned innocence, retorting, "What would Alabasta offer me? I am a warlord of the sea. How could I possibly act against a nation allied with the world government?" Gabra smirked, "Come now, there are no others here. Do you think we are unaware of your intentions? You wish to establish your ideal kingdom while covertly seeking to overthrow the kingdom of Alabasta and claim the throne for yourself. It is merely a kingdom. We do not care who rules it. As long as you can deal with the troublesome Joya, the kingdom is yours." Hearing Gabra's words, Crocodile's expression fluctuated between joy and concern, until he could not help but ask, "Are you certain? Such matters do not allow for any change of heart. Rest assured, this has been confirmed with our superior, Spandam." Gabra waved off nonchalantly. After all, the kingdom of Alabasta was not his to rule. Who governed it was of no consequence to him, as long as he successfully completed his mission. Chapter 98. Gabra's proposal, "Then I shall take on Joya." Crocodile reluctantly acquiesced. Upon hearing his agreement, Gabra let out a sigh of relief, realizing he could now return to a state of ease. However, he did not forget to remind, "Are you confident in handling Joya? If you require assistance, we can stay to help. He's merely a newcomer. It is no trouble for you all. I can manage alone." Crocodile rejected without a moment's hesitation. His response puzzled Gabra. Logically, under the terms of their agreement, their involvement would not matter, as they would essentially serve as unpaid aides. His refusal raised suspicions in the mind of the spy. Thus, despite having calmed his demeanor, Gabra could not help but begin to doubt. If Crocodile were aware of this, he would surely slap himself for being so foolish. However, Gabra was not so naive as to voice his suspicions outright. After confirming the agreement, he stood to take his leave. In that case, we shall take our leave. Safe travels. As he watched the three figures depart, Crocodile's smile gradually faded. Gabra's words revealed that there were undoubtedly spies embedded within his ranks by the world government. The identity of the infiltrator remained uncertain, but it was clear that Miss Wednesday was not one of them. Otherwise, they would never have entrusted him with Alabasta. Furthermore, the uniqueness and strength of Joya had taken him by surprise. Had he known in advance, he would have never acquiesced to CP9's proposal, for even without their endorsement, he could have easily ascended to the throne of Alabasta. If Joya truly returned with a slight advantage, he could simply retreat for a while or yield a little. Surely, they would not linger indefinitely. The pressing concern now was that the intelligence he obtained from CP9 was accompanied by evidence of his invasion of the Alabasta kingdom. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that if he chose to avoid conflict, CP9, the Navy, and even the world government would temporarily shift their focus from Joya to him. Such a predicament was one Crocodile was determined to avoid. Thus, the only viable option remaining for him was to eliminate or capture Joya. Meanwhile, after leaving the Baroque works, Gabra dialed Spandam's snail phone. Is this Gabra? How did the mission go? The lewd voice emanating from the snail phone prompted Gabra to grimace before he replied. The mission is complete. Crocodile has agreed to assist us in dealing with Joya. Yoshi, this brings me a step closer to entering the Holy Land. Although Spandam's visage was out of sight, Gabra could easily envision the man's delight. By the way, since the mission is complete, why don't you return? Why are you calling me? Commander. During my conversation with Crocodile, I sensed he was concealing something. It seems the Alabasta kingdom is not as straightforward as it appears. Oh, the voice on the other end registered surprise before continuing. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need for circumlocution. In response, Gabra stated plainly, if possible, I believe you should leverage your connections to dispatch a CP0 agent. This way, we can ensure the capture of Joya and prevent any unforeseen incidents. If Alabasta truly holds any peculiarities, even if we cannot apprehend Crocodile on the spot, we could still contend with him. We lack the means to confront a Logia-type user on our own. Before Spandam could respond, the two figures following Gabra, Wei Chu and Owl, interjected. While outsiders viewed CP9 as the pinnacle of the CP organization, those within understood that the reality was quite different. Above them were a cadre of even more formidable and influential agents, CP0. The weakest among them possessed the combat strength of a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. More importantly, their identities remained concealed. Aside from their immediate superiors, no one knew their true identities, as those in the know had already met their demise. To contemplate mobilizing a CP0 agent based solely on a vague intuition was a gamble. If their suspicions proved unfounded, it could lead to dire consequences, potentially even punishment for them. Are you certain? Such matters are no trifling matter. If nothing is discovered, the repercussions may be more than you can bear. I am certain. At this juncture, Gabra increasingly sensed something amiss. Hearing this, a brief silence enveloped the other end of the line. Moments later, Spandam spoke. In that case, return for now. I will notify my father and see if he can arrange for a CP0 agent to be dispatched. If something extraordinary is indeed uncovered, I shall reward you handsomely. 3 days later, on the morning of their departure from Whiskey Peak, the Mary arrived safely in the vicinity of Little Garden. By the way, this island is quite large. Why is it called Little Garden? Who knows? The person who named it probably had a twisted sense of humor, considering Whiskey Peak has no whiskey either. As Joya's commentary resonated, Vivi felt a wave of frustration. Clearly, the joke about Whiskey Peak was wearing thin. As they approached the island's edge, Usopp remarked, why do I feel like there are monsters on this island? Oh, come on. Every time we visit a new island, you say that. Yet when have we ever encountered one? This time is different. Look at those towering trees, some dozens of meters high. The environment resembles an untouched primeval forest. There could very well be wild men here. No way. I absolutely must stay on the ship this time. I refuse to step foot on land. Oh, aren't you afraid of monsters that specifically target individuals? Despite Nami's cliché attempt to frighten him, Usopp, though trembling, mustered his courage and proclaimed, I am not afraid. If they dare approach, I shall show them the prowess of my Barrett sniper rifle. Moreover, I see through it now. You are the true source of danger. Even in the absence of peril, you could conjure it up. Hence, I shall steadfastly remain aboard this time. Observing the serious expression on Usopp's face, the gazes of the others converged upon Luffy. With him around, their journey could never be dull. Chapter 99, The Adventure in the Little Garden. In that case, I entrust the Mary to you, Luffy declared, as he and the others prepared to embark on their expedition to the island. No, wait, are you all really going down? Usopp's apprehension was palpable as the moment approached. Before him lay a primeval forest, and even remaining aboard the ship, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. haunted by the notion that some terrifying creature might emerge from the woods. Yet, they had arrived, and not disembarking would be a waste. With such enthusiasm, we must go, Luffy insisted. Who asked you? I was inquiring about Princess Vivi, Usopp retorted, his pitiful gaze ignored by her. The experiences I've had during this journey have greatly impacted me. I wish to accompany Luffy to the island to clear my mind, Vivi stated, and with that, the two departed together. Desperate for assistance, Usopp turned to Sanji and Zoro. We were unable to procure supplies at Whiskey Peak, and our stores are running low. I need to go down and find something. I shall gladly assist you. Rest assured. I will undoubtedly find ingredients larger and more delectable than yours, Sanji said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression serious as he turned to Zoro. Can I interpret this as a challenge? Hey, and if so, what of it? Let us see who comes out on top. With that, the two parted ways, heading in opposite directions. When Usopp spotted the remaining trio of Joya, Nami, and the little fairy, he turned and departed without a word. Aren't you even going to ask me? Nami queried, puzzled. Without looking back, Usopp replied, haha, you three can enjoy your little world together. I seek solitude. So please do not disturb me. Suppressing a giggle, the fairy, now in her human form, covered her mouth and stealthily wrapped an arm around Joya. Last night, she and Nami had forged a pact, establishing the beautiful girls' alliance. To thwart any other women from enticing Joya, they vowed to stand together, sharing both fate and resolve against anyone attempting to approach him. Now, embarking on an adventure to the little garden with Joya was an excellent opportunity to strengthen their bond. And neither the fairy nor Nami could afford to miss it. Before long, the vast Mary was left with only Usopp aboard. Gazing at the desolate deck, Usopp decisively retreated into his room to examine the Barrett sniper rifle gifted to him by Joya. Meanwhile, on the island, Luffy resembled a wild stallion, heedlessly galloping in any direction. Behind him, Princess Vivi, mounted on a swift steed, struggled to keep pace. At a certain moment, upon noticing the enormous head in the sky, Luffy exclaimed, "No way, are there sea kings on land?" Looking up, he beheld the creature looming above. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck, piercing Vivi's mind. This was not a sea king. It was unmistakably a dinosaur, and indeed, the largest of them all, the Brachiosaurus. Upon witnessing it for the first time, Vivi finally comprehended the significance of this place. The ancient land. Truly, it is the ancient land. What is the ancient land? Can it be eaten? Inquired the ever-curious Luffy. At his words, Vivi stifled her urge to silence him and earnestly explained, in the grand line. The various islands have developed their own civilizations due to the challenges of navigation, leading to little interaction between them. Some islands boast advanced civilizations, while others have remained unchanged for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The latter are what we refer to as the ancient lands, where civilization is still rooted in the age of dinosaurs, teeming with fierce, colossal creatures. As she spoke, beads of cold sweat formed on Vivi's beautiful forehead. Undeniably, Usopp's previously ill-fated predictions had finally hit the mark. This island indeed harbored monsters. How magnificent! Just as Vivi turned to leave, an exhilarated Luffy leaped onto the head of a Brachiosaurus. As Vivi gazed at Luffy, who was bouncing and leaping atop the Brachiosaurus, her mind became a blank slate. Her body seemingly frozen as if under a spell, rendered immobile in a state of utter despair. Meanwhile, Sanji, meandering around the island, sensed an inexplicable presence following him. Instinctively halting his steps, a thick, viscous liquid suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on his head. Upon turning around, he found himself face to face with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, its colossal form dwarfing that of an elephant, fixating on him with an unsettling gaze, drool cascading from its mouth. "Hey, that sort of stare is quite impolite," he exclaimed. Before Sanji could react, the Tyrannosaurus opened its jaws and launched its assault. Each of its razor-sharp teeth resembled a dagger, and should he fall victim to its bite, Sanji would surely be reduced to mere fragments. "You truly lack manners," he retorted, executing a high kick that connected squarely with the dinosaur's jaw. The resounding crack of bones echoed through the air as the ferocious beast collapsed. "I dare say, this Tyrannosaurus should secure the victory." On another front, as Sanji encountered the Tyrannosaurus, Zoro found himself face to face with a Triceratops of comparable size. Observing the three antennae atop his opponent's head, Zoro remarked earnestly, "Ah, I see you are also a practitioner of the three-sword style. In that case, let us engage in a duel and determine who is the true master of this technique." Perplexed by the seemingly nonsensical declaration, the Triceratops was nonetheless undeterred from launching an assault. With its stout legs propelling its massive form forward, the creature barreled towards Zoro like a living mountain. As it unleashed its full force in a charge, the ground trembled subtly beneath its weight. With a swift motion, Zoro drew his sword in response to the oncoming Triceratops. He surged forward, and the razor-sharp edge of his blade swiftly sliced through the creature's flesh, leaving behind a series of grievous wounds. Victory is assured. Thus, both combatants, confident in their impending triumph, began to lead the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Triceratops back along their original path. Moments later, as they turned a corner. They fortuitously encountered one another at a shared fork in the road. Zoro? Sanji. Their surprise at this unexpected meeting was palpable. However, this astonishment was soon cast aside, as each believed firmly that they had secured victory in the hunting contest. I have won. I have won. Observing the stubbornness of the other party, both individuals were filled with irritation, prompting them to speak simultaneously. You have lost. You have lost. You scoundrel, let us compare. Humph. Let us see who is afraid of whom. Consequently, they placed the animals they had each hunted side by side for comparison, gazing at the slightly longer tail. Sanji declared triumphantly, Behold, the beast I've hunted is grander. Nonsense, came the retort. This contest hinges upon weight, not size. Clearly, my quarry is the more substantial of the two. Chapter 100, An Unexpected Incident. Humph. What matters is how much can be transformed into cuisine, Sanji scoffed. Your bony catch scarcely yields 5 grams of edible meat. And who would deign to chew through sinewy fare like yours? As neither could sway the other. Sanji conceded a step. Very well. Such petty quarrels are beneath us. I shall hunt a leviathan that silences all dissent. Splendid. Then I shall claim a titan beyond your culinary prowess. With a final glare, they turned and strode away in opposite directions. Left behind, the lifeless dinosaurs, once majestic, could only lament in silent indignation. We, the revered Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, have never endured such disgrace. Could they not spare us a shred of respect? How humiliating this will be when we descend to the afterlife. Meanwhile, deep within the island's heart, Joya, Nami, and Xiao Xian sat by a crystalline stream, savoring their meal. Joya, where did you procure such exquisite delicacies? Nami marveled between bites. Miu purred Xiao Xian in agreement. Observing the now speechless Xiao Xian and the endlessly praising Nami, Joya could only marvel at the profound depth of Chinese cuisine. Although merely common snacks, they had become exquisite delicacies in this world. Even though their appetites had been refined by Sanji's culinary prowess, they could not resist the allure of Wei Long spicy strips, Lang Wei Xian, and braised beef noodles. One more bowl. At that moment, Nami had shed her usual grace, her gluttonous demeanor akin to Luffy's. Fearing that Nami would devour all the delectable treats, Xiao Xian hurriedly swallowed her food and mumbled, There's more. Eat slowly. There's plenty of food. With that, she promptly retrieved an entire box of instant noodles from her storage ring. As the box appeared before the trio, the atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. All eyes fixated on the 2 garments atop the box. The flimsy fabric and exaggerated design caused both Nami and Xiao Xian, as women, to blush profusely. Joya, the instigator of this predicament, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. With a clear conscience, he protested that it was not his intention. Ever since he had drawn that set of lingerie, he had scarcely paid it any mind, tossing the garments into the ring's space without even knowing their precise location. However, he was now acutely aware of where he had placed them. Regrettably, it was clearly too late. To make matters worse, there was only one set. Had there been 2, he could have easily given one to each. Thus, Joya found himself in a most awkward situation. Retrieving it would make him appear cowardly and likely lead to misunderstandings. As a man, he had no use for such items, implying that the lingerie was intended as a gift. With both women present, if he did not offer it to them, the only other recipient would be Vivi. Though he had never contemplated this, the easily jealous Nami would undoubtedly dismiss any explanations he might provide, leaving him at a loss for words. If he proceeded down that path, he would surely face dire consequences, especially after incurring the ire of the Straw Hat Pirate's formidable woman. Yet, if he did not reclaim it, he could not simply leave it there. He would have to give it away. But to whom, and how? This dilemma plagued Joya endlessly until, with a reddened face, Nami suddenly raised her hand. It was bought for me, so I'll just take it. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Nami was about to seize the lingerie, Xiao Xian swiftly intervened, grasping the triangular fabric. One each. You shall not monopolize it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Nami's eyes, and she slowly nodded in agreement with Xiao Xian's assertion. Thus, Joya's headache-inducing dilemma concluded rather abruptly and in an unforeseen manner. However, while the issue of the lingerie was resolved, the atmosphere had irrevocably shifted, and neither Nami nor Xiao Xian had any desire to continue eating. Well, having consumed so much, we shouldn't just sit around. Let us wander about. Indeed, Nami replied. Just as Nami stood up, a bug descended from above, landing on her abdomen and biting her skin. Hiss! The sudden pain caused Nami to gasp sharply before she swatted the bug away. Observing the slightly reddened skin of her abdomen, Nami pouted. What bad luck, to be bitten by a bug. In stark contrast to Nami's nonchalant demeanor, Joya's body stiffened. Her eyes wide with intense focus on the spot where the insect had bitten. Her somber expression resembled the ominous atmosphere before a storm, heavy enough to rain. Don't move. Let me see. With that, she abruptly lifted Nami's shirt and pressed her lips to the minuscule wound. Joya, what are you doing? Nami was taken aback by Joya's unexpected action. She intended to protest, but it felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away by Joya, rendering her unable to resist. With a sputter, Joya drew in saliva. then spat it aside after the brief contact with the wound. She repeated the process several times before coming to a halt. So, was that bug poisonous? Nami finally began to comprehend the situation. Observing the traces of worry etched upon Nami's face, Joya contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "It should be nothing, really." Upon hearing this, Nami stood frozen in place, taking a considerable time to register his words. "Then why were you staring at me while my stomach was in turmoil?" As she uttered these words, a mixture of embarrassment and anger washed over her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. "It was merely a precaution, you know. If there were poison, I thought perhaps if I inhaled a bit, it might mitigate the effects," Joya replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned goodwill. I don't believe you," she retorted, before taking the hand of her companion and turning to leave, with Joya trailing behind. However, the smile on his face gradually faded. In regard to the little garden, he only recalled that it was inhabited by 2 giants, and that the civilization here seemed to belong to the age of dinosaurs. Moreover, he anticipated an encounter with Mr. 3 from the Baroque works, the candle fruit user who had escaped impelled down during the Paramount War alongside Buggy. Lastly, he remembered that upon leaving, he would be swallowed by a gigantic goldfish. Yet he would soon be regurgitated by the giants, rendering the incident inconsequential. However, the image of Nami being bitten by an insect evoked other thoughts in Joya's mind. In the original narrative, Nami too had been bitten by an insect, and shortly after departing from the little garden, she began to experience a fever, with her temperature soaring to a dire 42 degrees at its peak. Had they not reached the next destination in time for treatment, Nami might have succumbed to illness on the way to Alabasta. Given the passage of time, Joya could not recall the appearance of that insect, leaving him unable to ascertain whether Nami was truly in danger. All he could do was take as many precautionary measures as possible. If by some stroke of luck it turned out to be a venomous creature, perhaps his earlier actions would prove beneficial. Additionally, it was worth noting that the recording compass required a full year on this island to accumulate the necessary magnetic force. Chapter 101. A Chance Encounter. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground of the little garden trembled slightly. Gazing at the distant smoking volcano, a sudden realization flashed through Joa's mind. Clearly, the 2 giants were about to engage in battle once more. "So these volcanoes can actually erupt?" Nami exclaimed in astonishment. She had assumed the 3 peaks were long extinct, never expecting to witness their fiery fury firsthand. Boom, boom, boom. The trio stood bewildered as the thunderous roars grew louder. The volcano before them had only erupted once. Yet the echoes multiplied, and though the mountain remained still, the sound seemed to approach as if moving. Then, in an instant, Joa noticed the rising dust ahead and the trees collapsing one after another. Understanding dawned upon him. Without explanation, he swiftly wrapped his arms around Nami and Saiyan, pulling them close before dashing to the side. Clutching Joa's arm in alarm, Nami stammered, "What's happening?" Before Joa could respond, Saiyan, sensing danger, spoke first. "Something is coming, something unimaginably massive." As she spoke, an enormous figure, towering at least 20 meters tall, emerged into Nami's view. "Giants. And there's another one over there. Run, Joa, run." In that moment, the truth struck Nami. After what felt like an eternity, Joa, carrying both companions, finally escaped the giants' battleground and stood atop a hill, observing the clash between the 2 colossal warriors. "This is truly spectacular," Nami murmured in awe. Their fighting style differed entirely from Joa's or Luffy's. Their sheer size granted them overwhelming strength. Every collision sent boulders flying, and within moments, vast stretches of the ancient forest were reduced to splinters, leaving behind a desolate clearing. This battle was far more grandiose, far more brutal than anything Nami had witnessed before. The sheer scale of destruction left her awestruck, the impact more visceral and immediate. Before these titans, her existence seemed no more significant than an ant's. A mere flick of their fingers could crush her without effort. Meanwhile, Luffy and Vivi, invited by Dory to his dwelling, and Usopp, welcomed by Bragi, also watched this earth-shattering duel unfold. Each of them carried different emotions toward this century-long war. Some felt shock and confusion, others respect and admiration. Yet none of it mattered to the 2 combatants. In this moment, their eyes held only each other, leaving no room for anything else. Meanwhile, deep within Little Garden, on the flat ground, a room crafted entirely of wax materialized out of nowhere, housing 2 figures, one large, one small. "Damn it, what's going on?" Mr. 3, with his peculiar hairstyle, grumbled, glaring at the orders in his hand. "After finally locating our target, we're told to return immediately? This is ridiculous. So what do we do?" Miss Goldenweek, clad in a checkered half-sleeve, asked calmly. "Do we proceed with the assassination or head back now?" After a brief pause, Mr. 3 declared, "We return. Once the Unluckies deliver the eternal pose to Alabasta, we leave at once." 20 minutes later, as the giants' battle concluded, the Unluckies, the bird and sea otter duo previously seen at Whiskey Peak, arrived before Mr. 3, bearing the eternal pose. "All right, time to go." Just as Mr. 3 pushed open the door, Joa's trio, wandering after the battle, stepped onto the very same clearing, gazing at the group led by Mr. 3 across from him. Joya could not help but acknowledge the wondrous nature of fate. Just over 20 minutes ago, he had been troubled by the excessive time taken by the recording pointer, only to unexpectedly encounter Mr. 3 from the Baroque works around the corner. This fortuitous meeting provided him with a solution. As subordinates of Crocodile, they were likely in possession of permanent pointers that would lead them back to Alabasta. If he could seize them, the issue would be resolved. Saiyan, Nami, I leave you to handle the situation, Joya declared, striding confidently towards Mr. 3 and his companions. Rest assured, Saiyan replied, her small fists raised in determination. Seeing Joya approach, Mr. 3 grinned widely and remarked to his ominous companions, you see, the enemy has come seeking us. I cannot be blamed for this. With a sharp command, he initiated the attack. His hands transformed instantaneously, launching a thick mass of white wax towards Joya. Upon impact, this viscous substance would solidify into a form as strong as steel, ensnaring its target. Recognizing the impending danger, Joya instinctively dodged to the side. However, Mr. 3's assault was relentless. He hurled wave after wave of wax attacks in Joya's direction. Meanwhile, the ominous duo and Miss Golden Week were far from idle. Armed with firearms and cannons, Miss Golden Week, a user of a devil fruit ability, unleashed her powers, painting bizarre patterns on the ground with an array of colors. At a certain moment, no longer wishing to evade, Joya activated the 6 forms, instantaneously traversing over 10 meters to appear behind Mr. 3. Just as he clenched his fist to strike, his body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes turned a furious crimson, akin to a bull faced with a red cloth. Simultaneously, Miss Golden Week, seemingly without effect, announced, color coordination, rage red. She then raised her hand and drew a red target on the wax-constructed house behind her. Consequently, the enraged Joya charged towards the target with all his might, resembling a bull in full fury. With a resounding crash, half of his body plunged into the house. Gazing at the remnants of crimson liquid on the wall, Mr. 3 expressed his lingering dread. How fortunate I am to have you, Miss Golden Week. This fellow is indeed quite sinister. Although the skirmish concluded swiftly, Mr. 3 felt as though he had traversed the threshold of death. The speed displayed by that man had far surpassed his expectations. Had it not been for Miss Golden Week's foresight in setting a trap beneath his feet, the outcome might have been entirely different. It's merely a trivial matter, Miss Golden Week replied nonchalantly. Just as they believed the ordeal had come to an end, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. Such an intriguing ability. I must admit, this is rather painful. Almost instantaneously upon the utterance of the voice, Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, and the ill-fated duo swiftly pivoted and retreated, increasing the distance between themselves and Joya. Gazing at Joya, drenched in blood, yet with a glimmering gaze, Mr. 3 exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. How could you still be alive? Chapter 102. The permanent log pose is in hand, although the materials used to construct that house were candles. These were no ordinary candles, as they were derived entirely from his own fruit abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that the hardness of those candles rivals that of steel. Once a human head is encased, it would explode like a watermelon. There was no way he could possibly be alive and standing. Yet, how could the events unfolding before his eyes be explained? Why was that man still able to speak? Simultaneously, Joya's gaze swept over Mr. 3 and his companions, ultimately resting on Miss Golden Week. The moment she felt the weight of his stare, a chill coursed through her. What sort of gaze was that? Cold, merciless, indifferent, as if nothing in the world warranted his attention. Though she did not sense murderous intent from those eyes, an uncontrollable wave of dread surged from within, as if her life could be extinguished at any moment should he choose to do so. The reason for her feelings was that Joya was indeed contemplating whether to end her life. Until that moment, he had believed that only Akiji could restrain him throughout the vast pirate world. However, his recent experiences had led him to realize the folly of his arrogance. Besides Akiji, the present Miss Golden Week, Sugar from Doflamingo's crew, and Perona from Gecko Moria's crew all possessed the capability to influence or even control him. Though he could not die, who knew how long he would be subjected to their control? Moreover, if something were to happen to Nami and the others during that time, Joya felt he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thus, he pondered whether to eliminate Miss Golden Week right then and there. After a brief moment, his heart, not hardened enough, led him to abandon that thought. There were also 2 additional reasons. Firstly, in the original story, Mr. 3 had assisted Luffy significantly during the Marineford War. For Ace's sake, he could spare the 2 of them. Secondly, if a devil fruit user were killed, their abilities would not simply vanish but would regenerate. If these powers fell into the hands of someone from the opposing camp, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Taking all these factors into account, Joya decided against the notion of murder. I assume you possess a permanent log pose to Alabasta Kingdom? His gravelly voice, combined with his blood-soaked appearance, presented an image of a true demon from the abyss. Thus, Mr. 3's mouth betrayed him. Yes, we do. The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth, signaling the others to prepare for a retreat. If that is the case, Hand over the permanent log pose, and I shall let you go. Impossible. Who do you think you are? I refuse. With that, Mr. 3 activated his fruit ability, transforming his arms once again into thick, waxy candles. Candle shackles. With a command, multiple masses of wax surged towards Joya, while he, alongside the other 3, turned to flee without a backward glance. Hey, do you think you can escape? Joya grinned and began his pursuit. Before mastering the 6 powers, speed had always been his weakness, but after learning it, that weakness transformed into a strength. In the blink of an eye, Joya caught up with the ill-fated duo attempting to take flight with their sea otter. With 2 swift punches, the 2 fell unconscious. Mr. 3, witnessing this, was gripped by terror, his heart racing as he fled with all his might, simultaneously erecting sturdy walls of wax behind him. However, these barriers were of little consequence to Joya. They were utterly ineffective against him. With a few deft movements, he was already at Mr. 3's side. Please, don't hit me. As the attack loomed, fear etched across Mr. 3's face, his trembling eyes pleading with Joya. Even Joya found himself momentarily stunned by the gaze of a grown man. The rhythm of his attack slowed ever so slightly, just enough for Mr. 3 to seize that nearly negligible moment. Slime carving. In an instant, a spear shimmering coldly appeared in Mr. 3's hand. Die, caught off guard, and suspended in midair. Joya instinctively dodged to the side. Yet, the suddenness of the situation made it impossible to evade entirely. The sharp spear pierced through Joya's abdomen, blood gushing forth to stain his clothing. What was worse, Mr. 3's assault did not end there. Gripping the spear tightly, he twisted it with all his might, causing it to rotate within Joya's body, inflicting excruciating secondary damage. The intense pain, unfamiliar in its severity, forced Joya to grit his teeth. Now, let us see if you survive this. Gazing upon the gaping wound of Joya, with blood flowing profusely, Mr. 3 was devoid of any trace of fear. Instead, his visage radiated the joy of having triumphed over his adversary. It was evident that his previous display had been nothing but a ruse, meticulously crafted to project an illusion of vulnerability, thereby enticing Joya into a false sense of security that would allow for a counterattack. Had he encountered another opponent, Mr. 3 might have succeeded in his lethal ploy. However, he faced Joya, and the outcome was all but predetermined. Grasping Mr. 3's shoulder, Joya remarked, I must concede. Your performance is truly commendable. Had you been in my homeland, you would undoubtedly be awarded a small golden statuette and crowned as the best actor. Yet, to Mr. 3, this commentary resonated like a death knell, causing him to question the very essence of existence. He could not fathom how such a being existed in the world. His own spear had fully penetrated his body, and the blood that flowed was no less than 3 liters. In such a dire state, the hand gripping his shoulder remained astonishingly strong, rendering his attempts to escape futile. Who, truly, was the injured party? Was it possible that he himself bore the wounds? Yet, the spear in his hand had undeniably pierced the flesh of his opponent. As Miss Goldenweek lifted her paintbrush, before she could even bring it down, a long knife sheathed in its scabbard descended from above, striking her on the head. With a roll of her eyes, she collapsed, unconscious. Thus, Mr. 3 was left with a singular choice. Would he voluntarily relinquish the permanent pointer, or would he meet his demise at my hands, compelling me to retrieve it myself? At that moment, the will to resist fled from Mr. 3. If the previous events had been mere happenstance, now, after Joya had personally pierced his body and inflicted further harm, the latter's continued vitality shattered Mr. 3's psychological defenses entirely. Confronted with such an individual, even the divine would be rendered powerless. What alternative did he possess but to surrender? Consequently, Mr. 3 obediently produced the permanent pointer concealed within his pocket. With the coveted item finally within his grasp, Joya patted Mr. 3 on the shoulder before turning to depart. Chapter 103, The Reason for the Duel. As he watched Joya depart, Mr. 3 stood frozen in place, paralyzed with disbelief until he was certain the figure had truly left. Ultimately, unable to maintain his composure, he succumbed and collapsed onto the ground. His body trembled incessantly, as if wound by a spring, struggling to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. In that moment, he grasped the reason behind Boss's abrupt alteration of the mission. How could he possibly triumph against such an opponent? Not only he, but even the entire Baroque works combined would hardly suffice to confront this individual. Remarkable, you actually refrained from killing anyone. Joya felt a sense of exasperation at Nami's incredulous gaze, when had his image in her eyes shifted from that of a dashing hero to that of a ruthless killer. He only eliminated those deserving of it, or those who displeased him. Well, upon reflection, he did share some resemblance to a murderer. Thus, feigning a menacing demeanor, he proclaimed, My dear, come with me to the mountains and become my lady of the stronghold. Pa you wish. With that, Nami seized the small fairy and dashed away as if fleeing. Haha, where do you think you're going? Laughter resonated through the primeval forest. Can't catch me. Can't catch me, ha ha ha. At one moment, while pressing onward with her head down, Nami suddenly felt a surge of brightness ahead. The towering trees above her gave way to a vast expanse of sky. As her gaze leveled, Two colossal figures loomed before her, resembling mountains. Gazing upon the formidable figure before her, Nami felt her body tense, rooted to the spot, suddenly regretting her hasty retreat. Her mind fervently called out for Joya, longing for his presence beside her. In contrast to Nami, Little Fairy displayed a remarkable composure. Although she had recently witnessed the fierce battle between the two, she was no ordinary individual, possessing a commendable combat prowess exceeding 300. While she may not have been able to defeat the giant, she was confident in her ability to escape with Nami. "Who are you?" Eastly, the giant with a long beard wielding a sword, inquired, noticing Nami and Little Fairy. We are." Nami stammered, filled with trepidation, her voice failing to articulate a complete thought. In her mind, she had already sent a barrage of curses towards Joya's ancestors. Where on earth had that scoundrel disappeared to? If he didn't show up soon, she would ensure he experienced the bitterness of regret. Behind them, observing Nami's palpable fear, Joya stepped forward with a subtle smile. "Greetings, we are passing pirates who, while enjoying our time on this island, inadvertently disturbed you. We hope for your understanding." Upon Joya's arrival, Nami hastily concealed herself behind him, too afraid to even glance at the giant. "You are pirates as well?" Eastly continued, recalling something. "Do you know a man with a straw hat, and a woman riding a duck, and a man with a long nose?" Brooke chimed in, adding to the inquiry. At this, a flicker of realization crossed Joya's mind. It appeared that others had encountered them as well. He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the man with the straw hat is our captain, and the others are our companions." Just then, Sanji and Zoro emerged simultaneously from either side, engaged in their hunting competition. Observing the towering giant before him, Sanji expressed a hint of disappointment, remarking, "So it is merely a giant. I had anticipated encountering a delectable creature. Why, have you yet to determine the victor?" inquired Joya, witnessing the two. "Oh, it appears you are also present," Sanji said, somewhat surprised. Before proceeding to explain, there was a resolution, but alas, that fellow refused to acknowledge it. Thus we are compelled to compete once more. At this, Zoro, with a scowl, retorted, "You scoundrel, do you not possess any sense of accountability? Huh? The Tyrannosaurus I captured is undeniably larger than your Triceratops. If you concede, then the victory rightfully belongs to me. Fool. The criteria for this contest's outcome is the weight of the prey, and my Triceratops is evidently heftier. The victory should be mine." As the two began to escalate their quarrel, Joya attempted to intervene, only to notice a sudden dimming of the sky above. A colossal Brachiosaurus descended from the heavens and landed in the clearing among them. "Ha ha ha, Zoro, Sanji, cease your struggles. The victor of this contest is none other than I." As they gazed upon Luffy, who stood triumphantly atop the Brachiosaurus, the crowd was initially taken aback. Subsequently, Zoro and Sanji interjected, asserting, "You scoundrel. You did not partake in this competition. Your score is invalid." "And what of it? I am the captain and can join at any moment." "No way. Absolutely." Observing the entangled trio of Luffy, Brokey furrowed his brow, and memories from long ago began to resurface in his mind. "Eastly, have you recalled anything?" "Indeed. I seem to remember the reason behind our duel." "Ha ha ha, so do I." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the giant. Their curiosity piqued about the matter that had compelled the two to engage in battle for an entire century. A fleeting glance at Zoro and Sanji brought to mind the words of Dolly and Brokey, who remarked, "Like you, we too have been ensnared in this place for a century, due to an inconclusive hunting contest." What? Except for Choya, the others were engulfed in confusion, particularly Zoro and Sanji. The thought that they had been trapped here for 100 years for a reason akin to their own sent a chill down their spines. If it were them, they could scarcely endure even a year in such a predicament. The tale unfolds thus. A century prior, Brokey and I were both captains of the giant pirate crew. One fateful day, we each captured a colossal sea creature. Even for giants, this was an unprecedented bounty, and we decided to celebrate with a feast. Everything proceeded normally until a little girl appeared, disrupting the festivities. She posed a question we had never contemplated. Which of our catches was larger? Upon comparison, we found our prizes nearly identical in size, prompting us to resolve the matter through combat, and thus, we have fought ever since. Following Dolly's explanation, the group's bewilderment only deepened. All because of a child's casual remark. They had squandered an entire century. Though the lifespan of giants far exceeds that of humans, 100 years is no trifling duration, not 100 days, nor 100 minutes. Even for giants, it is a significant span of time. Moreover, there was an unsettling dissonance about the entire affair. The timing of the girl's appearance seemed too fortuitous. "Do you think this is a conspiracy?" Nami whispered to Choya. "Be confident, remove the doubt. This is indeed a conspiracy," Choya replied, causing Nami to gaze at her in surprise. Given that the events transpired a century ago and they had not witnessed them firsthand, everything was based solely on Dolly's account. She could not fathom why Choya was so resolute in declaring it a conspiracy under such circumstances. Meeting Nami's inquisitive gaze, Choya smiled gently and stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, I too possess a tale, should you wish to hear it." "Oh, do share," Dolly and Brokey replied with newfound interest. Typically, they were the ones to narrate stories. But now someone was offering to share theirs, and they were eager to listen. After gathering her thoughts, Choya began. My story also unfolds a century ago, during a time when a formidable pirate crew roamed the Grand Line. Each member was a warrior capable of facing 100 foes alone, and among them, 2 captains wielded power beyond imagination, rendering the Navy utterly helpless against them. Until one day, a remarkably astute young girl devised a plan. Since they could not defeat them head-on, she sought to sow division among them. Before long, an opportunity presented itself. The 2 captains each captured enormous sea creatures. Seizing the moment, the girl risked her life to approach them and pose the same question. Which of your catches is larger? Unable to determine a clear answer, the captains opted to resolve the matter through a duel. However, their strengths were so evenly matched that neither could claim victory. Driven by their warriors' ethos and the pursuit of triumph, they disregarded their subordinates' protests and continued to battle, and thus, a century passed. In the interim, the once invincible pirate crew was forced to disband due to the loss of its leaders, allowing the Navy to resolve a long-standing issue without a single skirmish. That little girl? She is none other than the mentor of Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Pigeon. As Choya finished her narrative, a profound silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on Dolly and Brokey. Though Choya spoke in veiled terms, omitting their names, even Luffy could discern the subjects of her tale. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Dolly and Brokey's expressions darkened visibly. Sensing the tension, the others instinctively retreated, wary of the giant's reaction. Despite the fact that this matter had no bearing on them, the 2 giants had squandered an entire century. Were their positions reversed? They imagined they would erupt in fury upon hearing such news and seek revenge against the Navy. Just then, the 2 giants slowly raised their arms, leading everyone to believe they were on the verge of exploding with rage. Ha ha ha, how foolish those 2 are, just because of a little girl's words. They wasted an entire century. Such a long time, even for us giants, is impossible to overlook. Ha ha ha. Observing the 2 individuals laughing heartily, utterly oblivious to any discord, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words to encapsulate their emotions at that moment. However, they finally comprehended why these 2 had managed to linger here for a century. After all, their prowess was traded for wit, and being deceived for 100 years seemed entirely plausible. Ha ha ha. Dongli, can you believe there are such foolish people in the world? They squander a century over the trivial matter of whose prey is larger. Truly, it is absurd. Indeed, Broggy. As they exchanged laughter, a sudden epiphany flickered through their minds. In an instant, it was as if the world had pressed the pause button. The giants' bodies froze abruptly. Their smiles remained etched on their faces, and their raised arms halted midair, making one wonder if they had transformed into mere statues. What? Could we be those 2 who have been deceived for 100 years? As realization dawned upon them, Joya could not help but marvel at the giant race. While their physical stature was immense, their reflexes were astonishingly sluggish. Though they may not take an entire orbit around the Earth, circling a small garden would be no great feat otherwise. They would not have been ensnared here for a century, trapped by their own delayed reactions. Who exactly are you? How can I ascertain the truth of your words? Contrary to the anticipated explosion of anger, the 2 suddenly adopted a demeanor of calmness. Their eyes narrowed with suspicion as they scrutinized Joya. Observing their reaction, Joya furrowed his brow. These 2 were not adhering to the expected norms. They had no doubts when confronted by their childhood nemesis, the Pigeon General, yet they had learned to question him. This is unfair treatment. Do I possess a face that invites doubt? No, that cannot be, for when he first encountered Nami, he successfully persuaded her to join his crew, indicating that his appearance held considerable persuasive power. Thus, they must envy his striking looks, leading to their suspicion of his words. With this thought in mind, Joya nodded sagely. Yes, indeed. It must be that they covet my handsome visage. Now speak, who sent you? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dongli and Broggy raised their weapons, their vigilant eyes fixed intently on Joya, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of impropriety. In response, Luffy and the others were not to be outdone. They brandished their weapons or assumed defensive stances, glaring intently at Dongli and Broggy. As the prospect of battle loomed, Joya felt a mix of resignation and regret. Why had he felt the need to divulge such information? The actions of these 2 would not alter the course of events, even if they were to perish. His knowledge of this matter stemmed from Carp, who had inadvertently revealed it while boasting. Yet, he could not relay the truth to Dongli and Broggy with their intellect. They would undoubtedly pursue him with swords drawn upon learning of his affiliation with the Navy. However, he could not conjure an adequate lie to explain the situation. As Dongli and Broggy prepared to strike, Joya, out of desperation, blurted, "It was the god of Elbaf who told me," just as he braced himself for a counterattack. The formidable Dongli and Broggy abruptly halted, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze upon Joya. "Is what you said true?" "Of course," Joya replied, though he was fabricating the truth. Yet, his demeanor remained unflustered. This was a benevolent lie, and benevolent lies do not constitute falsehoods. "Yes, indeed, that is correct. I did not lie. With a thunderous crash, both Dongli and Bragi simultaneously cast aside their weapons and shields, kneeling before Joya. Observing the two giants who suddenly bestowed such a grand gesture upon him, Joya instinctively attempted to retreat. However, as he moved in that direction, the two followed suit. After several futile attempts, Joya resigned himself to the situation. He thought to himself that he might as well consider their kneeling as an apology for their earlier doubts. And thus he graciously accepted their homage. O great Elbaf God, we are profoundly grateful for your guidance. We shall eradicate those detestable Navy forces and ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. Upon hearing this, Joya's composure faltered. How amusing it was. Those who understood the situation recognized his intent to rescue them, while others might mistakenly believe he was scheming against them. Did these two truly think they could annihilate the entire Navy? Such aspirations seemed a fanciful dream. When confronted by the three admirals of the Navy, they would either be frozen, incinerated, or kicked to their demise. Having not returned home in over a century, he pondered the thought of revisiting. Thus, Joya spoke once more. No, great Elbaf God has imparted wisdom unto me. Unless the Navy initiates an assault upon you, it is impermissible to strike first. His directive through me is a reminder that after so many years away from your homeland, it is time for you to return. Indeed, we shall head back at once. Observing the unwavering confidence of Dori and Bragi, Sanji could not help but mutter quietly, are these two giants not fools? They believe Joya's flimsy excuse without question? It seems that as long as the name Elbaf is mentioned, they will accept anything. After a prolonged moment, the century-long duel between Dori and Bragi concluded with their reconciliation. Curious, Luffy inquired, so what do you plan to do? How will you return? You have no ship, and our vessel cannot accommodate you. Dori reassured him, fear not. While this island may lack in many ways, it is abundant in towering trees. With a bit of lumber, we can construct a ship to sail home. Which is precisely why we chose this place for our duel. Luffy nodded in understanding. Little did they know, in the near future, this pristine island, preserved in its original state for millennia, would nearly collapse due to the excessive deforestation by the two giants. The dinosaurs inhabiting the island would suffer immensely, as their predator had departed, leaving their habitat utterly devastated. However, that is a tale for another time. At present, the Straw Hat crew swiftly gathered the necessary supplies for their voyage and hurried to the port to board the Mary, preparing for departure. Their urgency stemmed from the precarious situation in the Alabasta Kingdom, which did not allow for prolonged delays. My friends, you may proceed. We shall handle the rest. As the two giants spoke, Joya suddenly recalled a significant event from the original tale. The Straw Hat pirates had been swallowed by a colossal goldfish upon leaving Little Garden, and had it not been for Dori and Bragi's timely intervention, the outcome could have been dire. With this thought, Joya also remembered another matter. He had yet to release the captured goldfish from its pockball. He quickly waved his hands, declining the giant's offer. Rest assured. The Elbaf God assured me that even without your aid, that goldfish poses no threat to us. Upon hearing this, Dori and Bragi exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that Joya spoke the truth. They had not mentioned what lay ahead, yet Joya could surmise that aside from the great Elbaf God, there were no other possibilities. With that said, I wish you a safe journey and look forward to our next encounter. And the same to you. May you return to your homeland swiftly. After the courteous exchange, Luffy, standing at the bow of the ship, called out, Brothers, let us set sail. With that, the Mary unfurled her sails and ventured into the sea. However, shortly after departing a mere 100 meters, the tranquil waters erupted into towering waves. As the waves receded, a gargantuan goldfish, comparable in size to a whale, opened its mouth wide, anticipating the Mary's arrival. Oh no, what on earth is that? Nami exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. She was still young, with so much life yet to experience, and had not even shared an intimate moment with Joya. To perish now seemed an unbearable loss. Wait a minute, are we missing someone? Luffy remarked, his reflexes atypical. Aside from Nami, Vivi, and the duck, the others calmly began counting heads. Where's Usopp? Zoro noted. Ha ha, so it turns out Usopp is missing. No wonder it's so quiet around here. As they faced impending doom, the crew continued to jest about Usopp's absence. Unable to contain herself any longer, Nami delivered a punch to each of Joya, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's heads, leaving large bumps in her wake. At a time like this, you still find humor? If we don't come up with a plan, we will truly be devoured. But we have the Elbaf God. He will save us. Observing the innocent and naive expression on Luffy's face, Nami, on the brink of mental collapse, could only place her hand on her forehead in exasperation before collapsing onto the ground. She realized her folly. She should not have harbored any illusions about these individuals. All right, leave it to me, she murmured. Helping Nami to her feet, they approached the edge of the ship, where Joya retrieved a pet egg from her storage ring and, with all her might, hurled it onto the golden fish's head. Come forth, Pikachu. With that command, a golden Pikachu emerged. No, it was a colossal serpent-like sea king, far larger than the golden fish itself. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the great beast proclaimed its return. Glancing below, It quickly grasped the situation and unleashed a tremendous tail swipe. Boom. Another deafening sound echoed as the golden fish was sent flying. This astonishing spectacle left everyone, including the inhabitants of the little garden, Dory and Broggy, in utter shock. The sheer display of overwhelming power sent chills down their spines. Although Dory and Broggy were confident in their ability to defeat the golden fish, they could not hope to send it flying as this creature had. Not to mention Luffy and Zoro, who, after witnessing such a display, suddenly felt insignificantly weak, realizing just how far they were from true strength. Moments later, when calm returned, everyone headed back to the little garden, reboarding the ship under Usopp's resentful gaze. Meanwhile, the great beast returned the pet ball to Joya. Chapter 106. Nami falls ill. How could you all be so oblivious? Did you not notice someone was missing? Usopp exclaimed, pointing at the four fools aboard the Straw Hat ship. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away, and I could have been left forever in that isolated ancient land. His frustration was palpable. Had he not been outmatched by those four, he would have rolled up his sleeves and confronted them without hesitation. What does it matter? In the end, we brought you back, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Recalling something, Zoro chimed in. And if memory serves, someone once declared they would never disembark. Who was that again? I had my reasons. Usopp protested, though he could not deny the truth in Zoro's words. Then we had our reasons too, Chopper said, shrugging with a resigned expression while holding a cigarette. Just as Joya was about to execute her final move, Nami suddenly weakened and fell to her knees. A heavy weight landed on Joya's head, and she lost interest in the playful banter, swiftly rushing to Nami's side. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Observing Nami's worried expression, Joya slowly shook her head and said, It's nothing, just a bit dizzy, perhaps it's heat stroke. However, Joya could hardly believe her words. She snatched the eternal pointer from Nami's grasp and handed it to Vivi, saying, You keep an eye on this. I will take her back to her room to rest. Without regard for Nami's consent, she lifted her with ease and placed her in the lounge adjacent to the conference room, then opened the window. In contrast to the girls' quarters below deck, this space was warmer and better ventilated. As Joya laid Nami on the bed, she lifted her shirt to examine the infected wound on her abdomen, her expression darkening with concern, almost as if it were about to weep. Remember this. You deceived me once. Observing Nami, who is still striving to care for her own feelings at this moment, Joya is suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to plunge the small garden into despair. Yet, before he can utter a word, Nami continues. Do you not realize how selfish you are being? As the sole navigator aboard this vessel, I may have some physical limitations, but we are traversing the Grand Line. By confining me, you are being profoundly unfair to the others, essentially placing them in peril. It is crucial to understand that not everyone possesses immortality as you do. Even Luffy is not invincible. Should the ship sink, apart from you, every other soul, including myself, would perish. At that moment, every word Nami utters feels like a detonation within Joya's consciousness. The reality of danger has nearly evaporated from his lexicon due to his immortal existence. He has adopted a somewhat frivolous attitude towards life, perceiving it merely as a game or an experience. However, he neglects the truth that those around him, the people he has encountered, and even those he has slain are all vibrant lives, not mere NPCs. It is precisely for these reasons that he fell into the trap set by Miss Golden Week and was wounded by Mr. 3. Although the outcome remains unchanged, it subtly mirrors Joya's disposition towards danger. In retrospect, such a self-centered character may be better suited to solitary ventures. This careless attitude risks dragging down those closest to him. As Nami articulated, should the vessel sink, everyone except him would be doomed, regardless of the wealth that might save Luffy and the others. But what of the going merry? Can he truly resurrect it? Indeed, I apologize. I have taken too much for granted. Observing Joya, who willingly admitted her mistakes, Nami's face broke into a reassuring smile as she struggled to raise her hand. Then please assist me out, she requested. Moments later, as Joya supported Nami while exiting the conference room, everyone except Vivi and the swift-footed were struck by a sense of transformation in Joya, which was not merely superficial but an intangible feeling that they could not articulate, yet recognized as a positive change. Everyone, Joya began, but Nami, suddenly anxious, interrupted, help me to the ship's edge. Hearing this, Joya had no choice but to temporarily abandon her original intentions and guided Nami toward the vessel. As they felt the gentle breeze caressing their faces, Nami furrowed her brow, her expression darkening at an alarming rate. After a brief pause, having come to a realization, Nami steeled herself and commanded, hard to starboard, then furl the mainsail. Noticing Nami's grave demeanor, the others, though puzzled, complied with her directive and altered their course. 10 minutes later, a colossal tornado, reaching skyward, suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, its coverage spanning at least several thousand meters. Gazing at the towering tornado, Usopp swallowed hard and stammered, Isn't that the direction we were just heading? As he spoke, his body trembled, feeling as though he had just danced with death. Who could argue otherwise? In that moment, every pair of eyes turned towards Nami with newfound respect. Just moments ago, She had saved the lives of everyone present. And even Zoro, who often bore the brunt of misfortune, harbored no resentment in his heart. Among them, the most astonished was Vivi. Unlike Chopper and the others, as a princess, she had witnessed much and possessed a rudimentary understanding of navigation. Yet, she had not sensed the impending tornado at all. Had it not been for Nami, she might have only realized the calamity when caught in its grasp, but by then, it would have been far too late. Nami's acute sensitivity to changes in the weather astonished and bewildered her. Within her realm of experience, no one had demonstrated such an ability. Rather than merely observing with her eyes, it seemed as though she perceived with her very being. Vivi could not discern whether this was an innate talent of Nami's or a skill honed through rigorous practice, but either way, her navigational prowess surpassed that of many. It was at this moment that she truly recognized the nature of the seemingly unreliable companions around her, each with their own peculiar flaws. However, as everyone relished their narrow escape, Nami suddenly collapsed into Chopper's arms. Nami, the others, sensing something amiss, rushed to her side, their faces etched with concern as they beheld Nami's unconscious form. Feeling her feverish forehead, Vivi suggested, "Let's get her back to her room to rest. We can handle things here." In response, Chopper nodded in agreement and gently laid Nami back on her bed. Unlike before, Nami was now not only devoid of strength, but had also slipped into unconsciousness, rendering the decision to move her unrelated to selfishness. Moments later, aside from Zoro and Usopp, who remained vigilant at the helm, everyone else gathered anxiously by the bedside. "It's already 38 degrees, Vivi exclaimed, glancing at the thermometer she had just retrieved from beneath Nami's arm. "By the way, does anyone here know medicine? Someone needs to check on her." Upon hearing this, Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper all pointed towards one individual. As Vivi stood there, subjected to the accusatory glances of everyone around her, she was momentarily taken aback, soon engulfed by an overwhelming tide of anger and indignation. "How could you all dare to venture into the Grand Line without a ship's doctor? Are you not afraid of injury or illness?" she exclaimed. "Illness? I have never fallen ill in my life. Even if injured, a hearty meal will suffice to mend me," Luffy responded, his hands raised in bewilderment. Indeed, he had never seen a doctor. "Well, I share the same sentiment," Sanji chimed in, nodding his agreement. Their responses nearly left Vivi speechless, and as for Chopper and Robin, it was even more absurd. One was a man so resilient that even death could not claim him, while the other had only recently transformed into a human, relying on formidable self-healing abilities even when unwell. Even if seeking medical assistance, they would require a veterinarian, which would hardly suffice for Nami's condition. Thus, Vivi felt an increasing sympathy for Nami, pondering how she managed to journey alongside such individuals. "Let us fetch some cool water to soothe her, and allow her some much-needed rest," she suggested, her heart heavy yet powerless. "You all may step outside. I will keep her company," Chopper said, having anticipated this outcome. Rather than engaging in endless speculation, it would be better for Nami to find some peace. "Very well. Call us if you need anything," Sanji replied, shortly thereafter bringing in a basin of cold water and a towel. After moistening the towel, Chopper placed it gently upon Nami's forehead, settling quietly by her side. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the deck was equally fraught with tension. Nami's condition weighed heavily on their minds. Though not physicians, they could discern the severity of her illness. If timely treatment were not administered, the consequences could be dire. Yet, what they desperately needed was time. Vivi's kingdom, Alabasta, was on the brink of war. If they could not arrive promptly, countless lives would be thrust into chaos. Unable to bear the thought of waiting idly, Luffy broke the silence. "Vivi, how long until we reach Alabasta?" "Approximately 10 days, she replied. At her words, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. They doubted Nami could endure that long. Even without additional complications, a fever of 38 degrees could be catastrophic. However, no one could suggest altering their course. And even if they could, where would they redirect their path? With so many uncertainties looming before them, they were at a loss for what to do. Just then, amidst the turmoil of their thoughts, the sharp crack of a cannon startled everyone back to attention. As they beheld the enemy ship emerging ominously from the depths of the sea, a surge of fury coursed through the crowd. Disturbing the ailing Miss Nami was an act of sheer folly. Just as they prepared to retaliate, the door to the conference room swung open. Emerging from within, Joya fixed his steely gaze upon the approaching submarine, his eyes shimmering with a blend of barely concealed murderous intent and a flicker of hope. "Keep an eye on Nami for me. I shall ascertain if there are any doctors aboard their vessel." Upon hearing Joya's words, the expressions of the crowd shifted from rage to elation, akin to a pack of hungry wolves that had gone 3 days and nights without sustenance. The glimmering eyes of the group even instilled a sense of dread in Usopp, one of their own. Truly, they were a misfortunate lot. In her heart, Vivi offered a silent eulogy for those who were blissfully unaware of their impending fate. These individuals were fearsome enough to disregard even the 7 warlords of the sea. Normally, they would not pursue total annihilation, but in the current situation, with Nami bedridden, Vivi could hardly fathom the lengths to which these foes might go. Especially Joya, whose palpable aura of menace seemed almost tangible. The moment she cast her gaze upon him, a sharp pain pierced her eyes, as if tiny needles were being thrust into her sight. "Brothers, charge." Without waiting for the enemy to strike, Luffy commanded, leading Joya and the others into the fray. As the four attackers approached, the soldiers aboard the submarine were momentarily taken aback. Then one remarked in a peculiar tone, "Surely these individuals cannot be fools." With a surge of confidence, he transformed the interrogative into a declarative statement. Just as they adjusted the cannon and prepared to ignite their assault, everything changed. "Sanji, shall we compare and see who can defeat more enemies this time?" Zoro, already brandishing his sword mid-air, proposed. "Let us compete. I fear no one." Sanji naturally accepted the challenge. In the next instant, mere meters from the enemy submarine, Luffy, Chopper, and Zoro simultaneously declared, "Gum Gum Pistol, Crescent Moon Slash, Tiger Hunt." Two streams of sword energy, accompanied by a flurry of punches, struck the ship's cannons directly. Amidst the thunderous cacophony of cannon fire, Zoro raised 3 fingers at Sanji. An irate Sanji retorted, "You bastard, that's cheating." At that moment, he finally understood why Zoro had sought him out for a duel. He had been waiting for him all along. Zoro shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Well, if you lack ranged attacks, don't blame others. In my view, you might as well concede. This contest is mine to win. You must be dreaming. This duel has just begun. The outcome remains uncertain." Sanji exclaimed, executing a whirlwind kick. As his feet landed on the submarine, he supported himself with his hands, his legs sweeping like a fan across a vast area, sending 5 individuals flying. Meanwhile, Zoro swiftly dispatched 4 foes with precise strikes. On the other side, Luffy darted through the melee with finesse, while Chopper had already vanished into the submarine's interior upon boarding. "What in the world is happening?" roared Walbo from the control room, alarmed by the chaos above. "Report to the king. We are under attack by pirates." "How many are there?" 4, for individuals." "What did you say?" Walbo questioned, suspecting he had misheard. "I truly mean 4. For people, and you cannot fend them off? What use are you to me?" With that, he opened his mouth wide, swallowing the kneeling soldier whole. "Damn it, seal the hatch and sink the submarine. I want to see if they can catch up." However, the crew members hesitated to comply with Walbo's command. "Sire, there are still many of our men outside. If we close it now, they will all fall into the sea." Are you questioning my orders?" "And no, not at all. Yet, instead of forgiveness." He was met with mouths agape. In the next moment, the very crew member who had spoken found himself following in the soldier's fate. Chapter 108. Movements of Blackbeard. Is there anyone with further objections? Walbo surveyed the room after finishing his meal, his eyes glancing at the second individual. All whom he regarded instinctively lowered their heads, appearing utterly cowed. Observing this, the sycophant Chromarriman hastily urged, "Why are you not executing the king's orders? Close the hatch." Just as the crew member prepared to act, a flash of brilliant white light erupted. With a thunderous crash, the control panel was cleaved in half, rendered useless. Simultaneously, a voice echoed, "Bring your ship's doctor to me, and let him accompany me." Upon hearing the voice, everyone in the control room turned in unison toward the entrance, where a young man, scarcely 20, stood with a blade blocking the doorway. Seeing that there was only one individual, and he appeared not particularly formidable, Walbo stepped forward, challenging, "You bastard, who are you, and do you know who I am?" "I'm sorry, but I lack the time to concern myself with someone inconsequential like you. Also, if you wish to avoid death, find your ship's doctor quickly. I assure you, I am not in a patient mood." "You damn pirate. I won't allow you to speak to our king like that." Another of Walbo's sycophants, Jess, interjected. He regretted not showcasing his prowess before the king, and now that an opportunity had arisen, he eagerly stepped forward to prove himself. As he spoke, he drew his bow and aimed an arrow at Chopper. The gleaming iron arrow pierced the air, aimed directly at the young man's throat, determined to achieve a lethal strike. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that defied all expectations. Chopper vanished from sight as if he had never existed, the released arrow sailing through the space he had just occupied. Jess, the closest, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could disappear without leaving a trace. Was he imagining things? Doubting his perception, Jess instinctively turned to the others, seeking confirmation of what he had witnessed. "You." The word barely escaped his lips before he realized he could produce no further sound. Even more astonishing was the terror-stricken expression on the faces of those around him, as if they had encountered a specter in broad daylight. Almost immediately, he felt a sudden weightlessness, his vision filled with the sight of a very familiar headless corpse. And then, there was nothing more. As Joya emerged from the ground, Walpo retreated until his back pressed against the wall, leaving him with no option but to tremble and inquire, "Who are you? We should have no grievances between us." "At present, indeed there are none," Joya replied, his voice laced with an ominous intensity. "Then why do you seek to harm me? Are you perhaps a pursuer sent by Blackbeard, initially intent on pursuing other matters?" Joya's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the name Blackbeard, his aura radiating an overwhelming force, his gaze piercing as he regarded Walpo. "How do you know of Blackbeard?" What is your connection to him? Under the pressure of Joya's formidable presence, Walpo felt compelled to speak the truth. I was once the king of Drum Kingdom. Over a month ago, a man claiming to be Blackbeard arrived in my land with his crew. This scoundrel not only brazenly violated the laws I had established, but also injured my soldiers. His strength was so formidable that I was left with no choice but to flee to the seas. It was through this ordeal that I became aware of him. And our relationship is one of enmity. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Joya's eyes softened slightly. If this man was in league with Blackbeard, he would have to be eliminated without hesitation. Have you heard of a man named Ace? Joya inquired, his concern for his ally palpable. Ace. Walpo pondered for a moment before responding. I have no recollection of such a person. This revelation caused Joya to exhale in relief. The moment he heard Blackbeard's name, visions of the Battle of Marineford had surged uncontrollably into his mind, setting aside his long-standing admiration for Ace. The years of shared existence following his arrival in this world made it impossible for him to remain an indifferent observer. In his memories, Blackbeard only made his appearance just before the Skypiea arc, and the clash between Ace and Blackbeard unfolded as the story transitioned to Water 7. This indicated that there was still considerable time before those events transpired. Given his current rate of progress, he would possess the capability to defeat Blackbeard by then. Thus he had not dwelled on the matter excessively. However, to hear Blackbeard's name from Walpo's lips was indeed beyond Joya's expectations. Perhaps in the original narrative, Blackbeard was first mentioned at this juncture, though Joya could not recall the specifics. With this clarity, Joya's attention returned to Nami. In that case, I reiterate my request. If you wish to survive, allow the ship's doctor to accompany me. One of my companions is gravely ill and in urgent need of treatment. Once he is well, I shall ensure their safe return. Very well, very well. Chromalaman, summon the doctors immediately. Let them accompany this esteemed individual. Walpo acquiesced. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been so compliant. Yet, having witnessed Joya's might, this fearful king had no objections left to voice. For him, as long as he remained unharmed, nothing else mattered. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned his kingdom to flee alone. Moments later, a full contingent of 20 ship's doctors gathered around Joya. Observing the masked figures clad in surgical attire, exuding an air of professionalism, Joya gained a renewed understanding of Walpo's profound fear of death. What an extraordinary household this is. Equipped with 20 professional doctors aboard a single vessel, akin to several medical teams combined. In stark contrast, the Straw Hat Pirates possessed merely one ship's doctor, resembling a mere provincial figure, highlighting a significant disparity. At that moment, Joya even entertained the notion of robbing all these physicians, though it remained a mere fleeting thought. Setting aside the fact that Luffy would undoubtedly disapprove, even if he consented, the Mary would not be able to accommodate such a multitude. Come, accompany me, Joya declared, turning to depart. Meanwhile, outside the submarine, on the desolate deck, only one soldier remained. Confronted by the eager Sauron and Sanji, this soldier's spirit was crumbling. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fully armed soldiers had fallen, leaving him the sole survivor. He contemplated escape, yet the vast ocean offered no refuge. Chapter 109. Caskia. At this juncture, Sauron and Sanji exchanged a knowing glance, seamlessly coordinating their assault and charging towards the soldier with unwavering determination. Coincidentally, up to this point, they had vanquished 37 enemy soldiers. Whoever could defeat the last remaining adversary would emerge victorious in this contest. At this stage, retreat was no longer an option. It's over. This is the end, he thought despairingly. As the two demons charged towards him, the armed soldier was paralyzed by fear, forgetting to resist. Standing like a fool, immobile. Just as the cold blade and the hard heel were about to descend upon him, a fist struck swiftly, landing squarely on the back of his head. Darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Under the predatory gazes of Zoro and Sanji, the emerging Joya from the submarine, wearing a perplexed expression, asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? You fool. The soldier you just defeated was pivotal to determining the outcome. You have rendered him unconscious, and now there is no resolution to this contest." Upon hearing this, the typically loquacious Joya found himself at a loss for words. Was this not a coincidence so absurd it could be deemed a farcical twist of fate? Upon encountering the enemy in an instant, the reluctant individual acted without hesitation, swiftly resolving the matter. Little did he know that this person possessed further utility. "I have doctors here. Shall I summon them to awaken him, and then you can engage once more?" suggested Joya. The doctor retorted, "It appears that it is not others who require treatment, but rather yourself." The unconscious soldier interjected, "Do you possess any manners? If I am guilty, let the law punish me rather than endure your torment." Having located the doctors, it was best to let matters rest. They should first attend to Miss Nami. Observing the 20 doctors emerging from behind Joya, Sanji relinquished his intention to continue the contest. Although Zoro remained silent, he discreetly sheathed his sword. "Call Luffy. I shall proceed ahead," Joya stated. Very well. Moments later, Joya led the group of doctors to Nami's bedside and addressed them with grave seriousness. "The one requiring your treatment is her. if you manage to restore her health. You may set your conditions. However, he added sternly, let me make myself clear. If I discover any misuse of medicine or disruptions on your part, I shall ensure that all shall perish. Rest assured, sir, we comprehend, replied the chief among the doctors with a nod. Though they were unaware of the events that transpired between this young man and Walbo, the mere fact that they were summoned indicated Walbo's capitulation. Clearly, the individual capable of compelling Walbo to yield was beyond their capacity to oppose. Thus, the 20 doctors diligently undertook their respective roles, examining the condition, taking notes, researching data, and organizing their instruments. 10 minutes later, the aforementioned doctor approached Joya with the results. Sir, the findings are in. The lady was bitten by a creature known as caskia, a venomous tick that inhabits the humid jungles. Once bitten, bacteria infiltrate the body through the wound, leading to a series of ailments. The doctor glanced at Joya, ensuring he exhibited no signs of aggression before continuing. The treatment for this affliction spans only 5 days. Should it exceed this time frame, the bacteria will fully invade the patient's organs and tissues, rendering even divine intervention futile. With a crack, Joya, unable to restrain his strength, crushed the nearby railing upon hearing the doctor's words. What did you say? How could this happen to Nami? Luffy, equally alarmed by the news, was ready to rush into the conference room to see Nami. Luffy, do not disturb them, Joya insisted, forcibly holding him back. Although his intentions were noble, his presence would only serve to complicate matters. Turning back to the doctors, he inquired, now that you have identified the cause, can you devise a plan to commence treatment? Under the scrutiny of all present, the doctors cautiously shook their heads. As I gazed into the increasingly piercing eyes of the crowd, my body weakened, and I sank to my knees. It is not that we are unwilling to provide treatment. Rather, Caskias has long been extinct for over a century, and we possess no corresponding antibodies. However, we can offer some antibiotics, which, while not a cure, may delay the invasion of bacteria. Moreover, we know of an individual who should be able to treat this ailment. Who is it? Where can we find them? Joya inquired impatiently. Dr. Kureha. She resides in Drum Kingdom, which is part of our nation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Joya's mind. The chaotic thoughts in his head finally began to align. Without a doubt, Dr. Kureha is the very physician who taught Chopper the art of medicine. Joya remembered her distinctly, as she was over 130 years old, making her one of the oldest figures in the world of pirates, granted that she is human. It was also during this time that Chopper joined the Straw Hat Pirates as their ship's doctor. No wonder he found that Walpo so familiar. Aside from being the king of Drum Kingdom, he was also the owner of the Munch Munch fruit. With this realization, Joya helped the doctor to her feet and then asked, where's Drum Island? Or can you sell us a permanent pointer to Drum Island? Yet, the doctor shook her head. You see, we escaped from Drum Kingdom in haste, and none of us had the opportunity to take a permanent pointer. Even if we had one, it would not be in our possession as doctors. Coupled with the treacherous weather of the Grand Line, we have lost all sense of the direction to Drum Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the flickering hope of the crowd was extinguished once more. They had personally experienced the bizarre weather of the Grand Line, which could blow a ship into unknown corners within mere hours. Without a permanent pointer, seeking a specific island was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, with exceedingly slim chances of success. As the crowd hesitated, the doctor, who had been aided by Joya, suddenly collapsed back to her knees. Just as Joya was engulfed in confusion, the doctor spoke first. While we were unable to cure that lady's illness, we hope you can grant us one favor. What is it? Joya was reluctant to agree without knowing the specifics. Please, we plead with you to eliminate King Walpo and his subordinate, Cromerman. Joya raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this unexpected request. Due to the passage of time, his recollection of this narrative was rather vague, and he remained unaware of what kind of person Walpo truly was. However, based on their brief encounter, it was evident that he was not a benevolent ruler. Yet, it was surprising to see such animosity emanating from a doctor. Chapter 110. The Doctor's plea. Meeting the Doctor's hopeful gaze, Joya tentatively asked, are you not afraid I might reveal this matter to Walpo? A faint smile of bitterness appeared on the Doctor's face. I am but an ordinary person. How could I not be afraid? I simply wish to escape this dark existence, to no longer be an instrument of Walpo's enslavement of the people. At her words, Joya's curiosity was piqued. Tell me, what has he done to incite such hatred from you? After a moment of reflection, the doctor articulated her thoughts. Drum Kingdom was once a nation with advanced medical facilities. However, due to one of his commands, the entire realm descended into chaos. He ordered the soldiers to capture the top 20 medical practitioners in the nation, us, forcing us to serve only him, while expelling all other physicians. Those who fell ill had no choice but to seek his aid, often at the cost of a substantial fortune. Those without money were left to perish. His actions stemmed from a mere whim. He believed that by doing so, he would ensure that others would bow before him regularly, and that no one would dare to oppose him. I have no grand aspirations to be a savior, yet as a doctor, it pains me to witness the suffering of the citizens while I am powerless to alleviate their ills. I feel a deep sense of guilt towards my mentor who taught me medicine. In that moment, tears welled in the corners of the doctor's eyes. as she cried like a child who had lost their favorite toy. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was struck with a profound sense of disillusionment. Their understanding of tyranny reshaped. How could such a person be fit to rule? Vivi, of royal lineage, exclaimed in indignation. It is said that one must fulfill their duty while in power. She could not fathom how such an individual could ascend to the throne. His very existence was a mockery of kingship. If that is the case, then let us execute him. Just as Joya prepared to act upon this intention, Vivi, who had previously been filled with righteous anger, suddenly stepped in front of him. I acknowledge that Walpo is unworthy of being a king, but Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government. Should you kill him, you would be declaring war against the world government. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of such an act? I concede that you are powerful, but in comparison to the world government, you are still insufficient. Once the matter in Alabasta is resolved, I can persuade my father to report this to the world government, urging them to send someone to deal with Walpo. Observing Vivi's anxious demeanor, the crowd fell into a brief silence, ultimately broken by the doctor's voice. Little girl, I do not know who you truly are. But if you genuinely believe that the world government is oblivious to the events occurring in Drum Kingdom, you are gravely mistaken. Vivi's expression stiffened, unable to comprehend the gravity of his words. For many years, the citizens of Drum Kingdom had penned numerous letters denouncing Walpo. Yet each letter had ultimately found its way back to him, with all those who dared to write meeting with untimely demise. Do you ponder the reason behind this? The unforeseen revelation left Vivi's mind in a state of turmoil. She understood the implications, yet had never fathomed the situation would unfold in such a manner. In her eyes, the world government had always been a sacred entity, the cornerstone of balancing the kingdom's powers and maintaining global peace. Thus, the doctor's words struck her like a bolt from the blue, delivering a profound shock. Noticing her distress, Joya continued, in truth, the happenings in Alabasta may not be unknown to the world government. They simply choose to remain indifferent. To them, as long as sufficient celestial gold is rendered, the identity of the king is of no consequence. In that moment, Vivi was utterly bewildered, unsure of whom to trust. Meanwhile, Joya turned his gaze towards Luffy. Though Vivi's innocence was palpable, her assertions were not entirely unfounded, at least in comparison to the world government. The Straw Hat Pirates were indeed insignificant. Should they attract the attention of CP9, the likelihood of casualties would be high. Previously, he might have brushed aside such concerns, opting for violence without hesitation. However, after being called out on his flaws by Nami, he resolved not to act selfishly as he once did. Go forth. Such a person is unworthy of the throne. The memory of Sabo's demise spurred Luffy not to hinder Joya any longer. While Joya was aware of the truth regarding Sabo's survival, he refrained from revealing it to ensure the narrative progressed smoothly. Very well. With that, he swiftly darted back to the enemy submarine and made his way directly to the control room, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. As Joya suddenly returned, Valpo greeted him warmly, inquiring, "So, how are my doctors?" "They are, after all, my carefully selected choice." In response, Joya smiled and said, "Indeed, they are quite impressive, which is precisely why I have come to express my apologies." "Ha ha ha, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters," Valpo replied, waving his hand dismissively. Though inwardly he felt a swell of pride, he increasingly believed that his earlier decision had been extraordinarily wise. Here was a formidable individual before him, apologizing due to the very doctors he had chosen. No, this cannot be overlooked. You have rendered me a great service, and yet I must return to take your life. To be honest, I feel a twinge of guilt about it, so I implore you to accept my apologies." With that, and to Valpo's astonishment, Joya unsheathed his blade and struck. As the glimmering edge descended toward Valpo's neck, he, unable to evade the blow, thrust his companion Chromalamant toward Joya. In the next heartbeat, a head tumbled to the ground. As he gazed at the unblinking Chromalamon, Joya let out a light chuckle. "Your character is truly despicable. It's a pity you haven't chosen the path of piracy." In response to Joya's taunt, Walpo's expression darkened like a stormy sea. If given the choice, he would not have resorted to such measures. Yet, for the sake of his own survival, Chromalamon's demise was a necessary sacrifice. "You scoundrel! I must have been blind to trust you. Indeed, my apologies, but you are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. Let us not cast stones at one another. Very well then, prepare to meet your end." Swallowing the house of Walpo. At that moment, Walpo began to transform. His already corpulent figure swelled further, a portal manifesting upon his abdomen, while his chest morphed into two windows. As the windows swung open, twin cannon barrels emerged. Perish! With a thunderous roar, two cannonballs hurtled toward Joya. "You truly are a remarkable individual, daring to fire cannons in such a setting." With a casual flick of his blade, Joya cleaved the incoming projectiles in twain. In an instant, the cannonballs detonated within the control room, a cataclysmic explosion of smoke and flames engulfing the entire chamber. Chapter 111. Vivi's Dilemma. Leaping outside the submarine, Joya barely found his footing when a rapid succession of gunfire erupted nearby. As he instinctively recoiled, the very spot he had occupied moments before was riddled with bullets. Observing Valpo, whose entire body was adorned with gun barrels. Joya remarked, "He certainly possesses some skill." In this state, he bore a resemblance to Capon Beaky from the Supernova 11. Regretting now seemed rather belated. Valpo bellowed, successfully forcing Joya back, which imbued him with a considerable sense of confidence. As he spoke, his arms transformed into rotating 6-barrel machine guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets that sliced through the air towards Joya. In a mere span of 3 to 5 seconds, hundreds of rounds were fired. Regret? Perhaps you are overthinking it. With that, Valpo stomped on the ground multiple times, his body almost vanishing in an instant, reappearing 5 meters away beneath the shadow cast by a beam. The shadow fruit activated instantaneously. Before the bullets could reach him, Joya seamlessly melded into the realm of shadows. How could this be? The sudden turn of events startled Valpo. His eyes darted nervously around, searching for Joya's presence. Yet, Joya was like wisps of smoke, visible one moment, completely vanished the next. Scoundrel, what skill is there in hiding? Come out and face me head on. His voice echoed across the desolate sea, yet received no reply. In that moment, Valpo felt an icy chill in the air, as if death itself lurked, ready to strike from the most unexpected of places. Come out. Show yourself. Unable to endure the mounting pressure, Valpo raised his hands, frantically scanning his surroundings. Walls, glass, doors, blood splattered everywhere. 6 or 7 soldiers were shot dead on the spot, while over 10 others were grievously wounded. The screams of the dying filled the air, but Valpo paid them no heed, recklessly unleashing his firepower. To him, the enemy could not simply vanish. They must be employing some ability unknown to him to conceal their whereabouts. Before long, having vented most of his fury, Valpo paused, panting heavily as he surveyed the partially destroyed submarine before him. As for the unfortunate subordinates lost in the fray, he felt no remorse. As long as he could eliminate the enemy, their deaths would not be in vain. Yet, he could not find solace, uncertain whether his recent assault had been effective, whether the young man had been killed or merely injured. What are you searching for? That young man. Why do you seek him? Obviously, to kill him. Just as that last thought crossed his mind, Valpo instinctively glanced to his side, only to find Joya's striking visage nearly filling his field of vision. A wave of unending terror surged within him, as if his heart were gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Just as he contemplated retreat, he realized a glimmering blade had been placed upon his shoulder. Let me go, spare me. As long as you spare me, I will give you anything, money, women, power. If necessary, you may take my position as the king of the Drum Kingdom. But if I kill you, wouldn't all those things belong to me? Valpo's expression stiffened, a forced smile frozen on his face, as he dared not respond to such words. Meanwhile, a dark cannon barrel quietly emerged from his abdomen. Die! Valpo roared as the cannon was fully revealed. Yet, he noticed a knowing smile forming on Joya's face. The next moment, as the cannonball was discharged, Valpo felt a chill at his neck. Simultaneously, the projectile struck Joya. With a thunderous explosion, Valpo collapsed. Moments later, as Joya emerged from the smoke, all present were left in stunned silence. They could not comprehend how the young man had achieved this feat, struck point blank by a cannonball, yet emerging unscathed. However, there was no need for Joya to explain. He swiftly returned to the Mary. Thank you, my lord. As soon as his feet touched the deck of the Mary, all the doctors knelt before Joya. Please, there is no need for such reverence. I am no king. After 10 minutes of updating on Nami's condition, 20 doctors departed from the Mary. Yet, the atmosphere aboard remained tense. Although Nami's condition had improved slightly following antibiotic treatment, her illness was far from cured. It merely suppressed the spread of bacteria for the time being. The same dilemma lay before them once more, to head straight for Alabasta or seek out the Drum Kingdom, as the doctor suggested. In the silence, the closed door of the conference room suddenly swung open, revealing Nami, her face flushed. Why aren't you resting? Joya chided lightly. Nevertheless, he quickly moved to support her arm. Do not worry about me. After the doctor's care, I feel much better. Although Nami had not witnessed her treatment, the array of medical tools left by her bedside made it clear that a dedicated physician had attended to her. I have made up my mind. We shall go directly to Alabasta. Our current position is merely 10 days' journey from there. I am capable of enduring this time, and when we arrive, Vivi can easily find a doctor to address my ailment, can she not? Witnessing Nami's forced smile, Vivi's heart ached, feeling that if she acquiesced, it would be utterly unreasonable. Nami, please, do not say another word. I have made my decision. We shall first seek out Drum Island, and then return to Alabasta. Yet, your country is engulfed in turmoil. If my presence were to delay you, that would be a grievous sin. Moreover, before Nami could continue, Vivi stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Truly, you have sacrificed so much for me. Without your aid, I would have perished on Whiskey Peak. Since my life was saved by you, how could I allow you to suffer for my sake? There is something you do not know. Your illness stems from a bite by a creature known as the Caskia, which has been declared extinct for a century. I do not wish to deceive you. It is highly likely that no one in Alabasta can cure this ailment. If I were to be sent back while you remain there, I believe your companions would not wish to see such a fate unfold. Furthermore, I trust you would not desire to be separated from Joya forever, would you? At these words, Nami trembled slightly, instinctively glancing towards the crowd where Joya looked on with concern. Observing his somewhat haggard visage, Nami nodded. Chapter 112, Arrival. Over the next 2 days, guided by the scant clues left by the doctors, the Mary drifted aimlessly along the Grand Line. Although the doctors were unaware of the exact location of Drum Island, their prolonged search had yielded some hints. It was not until noon on the third day after departing from the flower garden that the Mary unexpectedly sailed into a region of notably colder waters. As the chilling wind blew against them, a wave of realization washed over the crew. The doctors had informed them that Drum Island was known as a winter isle. A winter isle refers to a land perpetually enveloped in the chill of winter throughout the year. Clearly, the sudden drop in temperature signified that their course was correct, indicating they were drawing near to their destination. Realizing this, Luffy hastily pushed open the conference room door. Nami, Chopper, we are almost at Drum Island. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Chopper jolted with excitement, swiftly moving to Luffy's side, his face a mixture of tension and anticipation. Are you certain? Absolutely. The air outside has turned frigid. That can only mean we are nearing our destination. With that assurance, Chopper finally exhaled in relief, his taut body and nerves beginning to relax. Nami, lying on the bed, also felt a slight sense of peace. Reaching Drum Island would signify a cure for her ailment, and perhaps they could set sail for Alabasta that very night. However, she noticed Chopper's body weaken beside her, nearly collapsing. It was only at that moment she remembered that since her illness began, he had not once closed his eyes. Chopper, you should take a break. Since we are almost there, you needn't stay by my side. Go rest. Perhaps by the time you awaken, I will be well again. Rubbing his face vigorously, Chopper feigned nonchalance. I won't leave your side until you are fully recovered. I merely stumbled a bit due to the cold air. It's nothing to worry about. As he spoke, he placed the little fairy beside Nami. Now that we are nearing our destination, I will fetch you a warm outfit to keep you from freezing. Once Luffy and Chopper departed, the room was left with only Nami and the little fairy. As Nami, tenderly cared for, gazed with a wistful expression, she remarked, "Seeing you like this makes me wish to fall on myself." Nami, lacking the strength to argue, merely smiled faintly. Perhaps, once she recovered, she would reminisce about this period. Despite her physical discomfort, the constant presence of Joya provided her with immense solace. It felt as if, with him by her side, no calamity could truly befall her. 10 minutes later, a frozen isle materialized before their eyes. At that moment, Nami, aided by Joya, stepped out of the room, acclimating herself to the frigid surroundings. However, as the merry-go was about to enter the river port, a contingent of armed soldiers suddenly emerged from the heights on either side. Detestable pirates, you are unwelcome here. Return whence you came. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. For Joya and his companions, these soldiers were hardly a threat, yet their purpose was to seek medical assistance, making any violent confrontation out of the question. Wait, we are here to find a doctor, not to rob. They insisted, but the soldiers roared back, change your story. We won't fall for such tricks. Having been recently assaulted by pirates, their loathing for such scoundrels reached its zenith. Regardless of Luffy's explanations, their disbelief remained firm. But what we say is true. We have a patient on board, and there are only a few of us. Shut your mouth. Before Sanji could continue, the soldiers fired their weapons, shattering the deck beside Sanji's feet. As the attack commenced, the group's expressions shifted dramatically. They could no longer feign ignorance. Especially Sanji, who was ready to retaliate. Witnessing the fierce Sanji, the frightened soldier instinctively fired another shot. The gunshot echoed, the bullet sliced through the air, piercing the skin and burrowing into flesh, a vibrant splash of blood blossoming in the air. As the world fell into a hushed stillness, Sanji stood before the bleeding Joya, a crimson stain blossoming on his left chest. The soldiers on the shore were taken aback, never expecting that their shot would strike someone, nor that the attacking pirates would be thwarted by their own. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the Mary had but one thought racing through their minds. It was over. Everything was lost. Of all the possible targets, why did it have to be Joya, that ruthless killer? In this moment, the fact that they had been attacked became trivial. Their prayers were for the soldiers on the shore. Run. You must flee. Delay any longer and you may lose your lives here. Luffy and Zoro even began to contemplate how to stop Joya from falling. Yet in the next heartbeat, as they beheld Joya, who had collapsed to his knees, shock gripped everyone, especially Luffy, whose mouth hung agape as if he could swallow a sea king whole. We truly have a patient on our ship. If possible, I implore you to permit us to disembark on the island. I would be immensely grateful. The air suddenly thickened with silence. Luffy, Zoro, and the others found themselves engulfed in a void of thought. Though Joya often concealed his pride, it was palpable to all. Even after receiving brutal blows from Garp, Joya had never knelt. Zoro, who had battled against Joya, had felt the oppressive might emanating from his techniques. Yet today, for Nami's sake, Joya knelt. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and with the assistance of Saiyan, Nami emerged. Having received antibiotics, her condition was significantly better than in the original tale. She was at least able to rise and walk. Upon hearing the gunfire from her room, she could no longer remain lying down and insisted that Saiyan help her to her feet. As she opened the door and beheld Joya, bloodied and kneeling, An indescribable whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Joya, you needn't do this for me. With a voice choked with tears, Nami staggered forward, desperate to lift him. However, she was intercepted mid-stride by Vivi. This is his choice. He kneels for you. Do not betray his sacrifice. Listening to Vivi's explanation, Nami clenched her teeth. She was acutely aware of this, yet just as Joya was willing to kneel for her, she would sacrifice everything, even her own life, to protect Joya's dignity. In a moment of realization, Luffy, emulating Joya, also knelt, his straw hat slipping aside. I apologize. It was my fault. Please, summon a doctor to save our comrade. At this juncture, the soldiers on the shore hesitated, instinctively glancing towards Dalton amidst the crowd. Having arrived at this point, they discerned that these young individuals were not akin to the pirates who had previously invaded their shores. A pirate who kneels for his comrades might indeed not be a villain after all. After a moment of silence, Dalton spoke. I shall guide you to the village. Follow me. Moments later, Luffy, Joya, Saiyan, Nami, and Vivi disembarked, led by Dalton towards the village. As they traveled, Dalton noticed the blood-soaked fabric clinging to Joya's chest and asked with concern, Are you truly all right? Like others encountering Joya for the first time, Dalton struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired. The aggressive bullet had clearly struck a vital point, yet this individual appeared unfazed. Were it not for the blood on his clothing, he might even question whether he had been hit at all. Thank you for your concern, but I assure you, I am quite well. Dalton nodded in understanding, feeling a mix of worry and reassurance. His worry stemmed from the apparent prowess of these individuals. Should they intend any malevolent acts, it was unlikely he alone could thwart them. Yet the very reason for his reassurance lay in the same strength. One who possesses such power, yet chooses to kneel and beseech permission demonstrates a sense of honor. Though it may seem absurd for a pirate to exhibit honor, they certainly embodied that sentiment, which is why he consented to their landing. With this thought in mind, Dalton continued, to avoid any misunderstandings. I must clarify one point. In our country, there is but one witch doctor. Yes, we are aware of this, and her name is Dr. Kureha, correct? At Vivi's retort, Dalton faltered, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. How do you know? Because, as Vivi recounted the events that had transpired, the gazes of those around them shifted, particularly the man who had previously fired at Sanji, who knelt before Joya, his face awash with shame. I am sorry. I was in the wrong. I should not have shot without confirmation. I hope you can forgive me. Rest assured, I have not held that incident against you. I can empathize with your feelings. Joya was not merely being polite. He truly understood. Their emotions mirrored his own when he had sat before a computer screen witnessing the Marineford War, his heart ablaze with the same anguish. Blackbeard, that man who concealed himself within the Whitebeard pirates for decades, all for the sake of an elusive possibility. On behalf of all my compatriots from the Drum Kingdom, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Though I have not witnessed it firsthand, Dalton bowed deeply to Joya and the others. Under his guidance, everyone present bowed in respect. For Joya, though it was simply an act of killing a man, for them, it signified the end of a nightmare. Outsiders could scarcely fathom the years they had endured, living in fear of illness, refraining from discussing matters of state, and even facing execution for uttering a word against the king. Now, that tyrant who had enslaved them was gone. How could they not rejoice? There is no need for excessive gratitude. If possible, I hope you can hasten to take me to see Dr. Kureha. Without further ado, Joya cut to the chase. Not wishing to conceal the truth, Dalton replied, to be honest, seeking an audience with Dr. Kureha is no simple task. She is an eccentric woman. Despite being 139 years old, she possesses the vitality of a youthful woman in her 20s. With that, he pointed towards the highest peak in the distance. Do you see that mountain? Atop it stands a palace. That is where she resides. Gazing at the towering peak that approached a height of 1,000 meters, Joya and her companions were taken aback. Climbing such a mountain would not be an easy feat for them. What happens when the people of your country fall ill? Surely they cannot scale the mountain barehanded? Vivi inquired, perplexed and exasperated by the peculiar customs of this land. Not at all, came the reply. The witch descends every few days to tend to the sick. Legend has it that she rides down on a reindeer sleigh, much like Santa Claus. The group grew increasingly bewildered. The narrative had taken on an air of the fantastical. Witches, reindeer sleighs, and Santa Claus. What next? Will Poseidon himself make an appearance? However, Joya began to understand. The reindeer referred to was Chopper, and the witch, Dr. Kureha, was able to descend safely due to his presence. Yet, the notion of flight puzzled Joya. Although Chopper possessed the powers of a devil fruit, being a Zoan type, he should not have the capability to fly. Nevertheless, it was unnecessary to delve deeper into this mystery. Knowing the whereabouts of the witch resolved half of their dilemma. With this in mind, Joya concluded that there was no need to enter the village. She could lead Nami directly to their destination. At this, Dalton, who had previously witnessed Joya's formidable prowess, might have doubted her reasoning had he not experienced it firsthand. Still, he advised, if possible, I would recommend you stay in the village for a while. Though the witch visited yesterday, she will return in a few days. I will certainly take you to see her then. In response to Dalton's suggestion, Joya shook her head. I appreciate your good intentions, but our time is limited, and we cannot afford to linger here. Seeing Joya's determination to take the risk of crossing the mountain, Vivi could not contain herself. Actually, waiting a few days wouldn't be a problem. I can be patient. Before she could finish her thought, Joya interjected, we will fulfill our promise to you, regardless of the circumstances. We have already wasted several days searching for the Drum Kingdom. Now that we are here, there is no reason to wait any longer. Besides, this mountain poses little challenge for me. Realizing she could not sway Joya, Vivi turned her gaze to Nami. What do you think, Nami? I trust Joya, Nami replied. Observing the resolute pair, Vivi opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. Climbing a nearly 1,000-meter-high peak with bare hands, especially in the frigid embrace of winter, presents an undeniable challenge, even for those who have never experienced it. Nonetheless, for their own sake, Joya and Nami chose to embrace the peril. It is no exaggeration to say that since their departure from Twin Cape, a substantial portion of the troubles they have encountered can be traced back to themselves. Were it not for her, Luffy and the others would not have clashed with the Baroque works, nor would they have drawn the attention of Crocodile. Thank you. Embracing Nami. Although there were many sentiments left unexpressed, all that emerged were these 3 words. Rest assured, for the sake of our agreed-upon 1 billion berries, I will ensure my safety. With a chuckle at Nami's jest, a semblance of a smile finally graced Vivi's somber visage. Receiving Nami from the small ferry, she then procured several sturdy ropes. With the assistance of those around, Nami was secured to Joya's back. Chapter 114, The Journey Begins. Alright, let us set forth. As they observed the exuberant Luffy beside them, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then Vivi could not help but exclaim, Are you really going to? Luffy, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, Of course, what's the problem? The others felt as though a stone was lodged in their throats. Although they had countless words to express, none could escape their lips. Ultimately, it was Choya who spoke up. Alright, let him go. He can't sit still anyway, and it would be safer with him around. There was another reason he did not mention. This mission was not only to help Nami recover, but also to bring Chopper aboard. Due to Walpo being dealt with in advance, Choya felt uncertain about persuading. Oh no, rather, recruiting Chopper without a common enemy. However, with Luffy by his side, there might be a chance. After all, he was Luffy. Seeing Choya's acceptance, the others ceased their objections. Although climbing a mountain isn't merely about numbers, having company brings conversation, alleviating solitude. Since you have decided to go, I shall not hinder you. However, there is one thing you must heed. On the snow-capped mountains, there exists a carnivorous rabbit named Raven. Not only is it massive in size, but it also dwells in packs and exhibits a ferocity akin to wild beasts. Should you encounter them, you must flee. Otherwise, even you might meet a grim fate. Rest assured, I understand, Choya replied, turning to Vivi and Saiyan. If it becomes too much, you two should return to the Mary and have Sanji stock up on supplies. When we return, we'll set off immediately. Alright. With everything settled, Choya and Luffy set off towards the highest peak among the 3 mountains in the distance. As they journeyed, Luffy, observing Choya's serious demeanor and total focus on their trek, remarked, It's great to have Nami with us. Choya, taken aback by Luffy's sudden statement, turned to him, puzzled. Meeting Choya's gaze, Luffy earnestly stated, Because I can finally see you clearly. Previously, despite Choya's constant presence, Luffy sensed an intangible barrier between them, a thin veil that, while almost transparent, was difficult to penetrate. Now, thanks to Nami, that veil had lifted, allowing him to feel Choya's essence distinctly. Listening to Luffy's words, Choya fell into deep contemplation. It was both expected and unexpected. Nami's earlier comments had made him aware of his own issues. He felt like an outsider in a world he belonged to. It was not the fault of others, but rather his own predicament. Upon recognizing this and actively seeking to change, while others might not notice, those closest to him could discern the difference at a glance. Although Luffy often appeared carefree, he possessed an acute sensitivity to changes in those around him, making his observation unsurprising. Indeed, we must protect Nami at all costs. Of course, Luffy replied, charging ahead to clear the path. Meanwhile, Nami, nestled on Choya's back, felt her cheeks flush deeper, turning as red as a ripe apple because of Choya's and Luffy's remarks. This sight made Choya's heart skip a beat. Were circumstances different, he would have stolen a kiss from her rosy cheeks without hesitation. As Choya and his companions traversed through villages and woods, they entered the snowfields, where the weather had noticeably deteriorated. The temperature plummeted by several degrees, and the biting wind felt like countless small knives scraping against Choya's face. Instinctively, he pulled down Nami's hat and exchanged a glance with Luffy before they pressed on against the cold wind. Behind them, hearing the howling wind outside her hat, Nami clung tightly to Choya, not out of fear of falling but in an attempt to share her warmth with him, even if just a little. She did not wish to be a burden. Providing even the slightest comfort was better than doing nothing at all. Feeling the tightening of her arms around his waist, Choya couldn't help but smile. He could not deny that being cared for felt wonderful. Don't worry, we haven't faced anything insurmountable yet. How could this minor hardship daunt us? Just as he spoke, he felt a slight numbness in his shoulder. Noticing Nami still had the strength to tease him, Choya's spirits soared. He had to admit that his current life was splendid, sailing leisurely, exploring unfamiliar islands, and experiencing various cultures, occasionally engaging in battles to keep his body agile. Most importantly, he was surrounded by familiar companions and could playfully tease Nami or Saiyan. Life was indeed delightful. Let us go. With a spirited shout, Choya and Luffy quickened their pace. As they neared the foot of the mountain, a shadow suddenly leapt out from the nearby woods. To an ordinary person, its speed might have seemed swift, but to Choya and Luffy, it was utterly inconsequential, allowing them to evade it effortlessly. However, the creature seemed determined to pursue them, repeatedly launching attacks. Its relentless spirit resembled that of a high school student preparing for their college entrance exams. Recognizing the creature, Choya recalled Dalton's warning before their departure. Clearly, this was the carnivorous rabbit known as Raven. Do you want to send it flying? Luffy impatiently inquired. If not for the circumstances, he would have been tempted to stew it. Forget it, Choya shook his head, declining Luffy's suggestion. By this point, he had recalled the subsequent events from the original storyline. In the source material, Luffy and Sanji, bearing Nami, had also encountered this rabbit. Just by kicking it, they had inadvertently set off an entire episode's worth of chaos. To reach the summit swiftly, even though he could dispatch this creature with a single blow, Choya opted to endure. However, Raven did not comprehend Choya's intentions. It stubbornly chased after them across the snowfield for over 1,000 meters, only to collapse in the snow, panting and gazing at the two retreating figures with its ruby-like eyes. It pondered, had it gained weight recently, as it could not even catch up to two humans? It resolved to return and train, vowing that next time, it would chase them down no matter what. Glancing back at the motionless Raven, Luffy remarked, "That creature finally gave up. Had it not, I would have knocked it out and taken it back to Sanji for a feast. Haha. I also desire a rabbit fur coat." Unbeknownst to the determined Raven, this was the closest it would ever come to death. Chapter 115. Climbing the mountain half an hour later, Choya and his companions finally reached the base of the mountain. As they gazed upon the towering, almost vertical cylindrical mountain, a profound silence enveloped the trio. The mountain before them rose several hundred meters high, its surface coated with hard, glacial ice, making it difficult to find a foothold and posing the risk of slipping with even the slightest carelessness. If it were merely Choya and Luffy, it would be manageable. Even a fall would pose no significant concern. However, with Nami present, they had to achieve perfection without any missteps. Perhaps we should return and devise another plan, Nami suggested, eyeing the formidable peak. Climbing the mountain barehanded was a daunting task, and even with steps carved into the ice, reaching the summit in such heavy snowfall would prove challenging. One misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. Gently ruffling Nami's hair, Choya spoke softly. "What? Are you worried about me?" "Of course not. I'm worried about you." "Then your concern is unwarranted." He tightened the rope around his waist and placed the weapon, Knight's Edge, in his mouth after retrieving it from his storage ring. "Are you ready, Luffy?" I've been ready." With that, the two reached for the cracks and protrusions on the mountain's surface, beginning their ascent step by step. The saying goes, 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day, and though the century-old ice was not thick, its hardness was akin to steel. Coupled with the terrifyingly low temperatures of -30 to 40 degrees, their exposed hands quickly turned crimson, and that was not the most perilous aspect. The numbness in their fingers was far worse. The blood in their veins seemed to freeze, leaving their muscles, joints, and nerves in a state of paralysis. Choya could barely sense the existence of his hands. Despite this, they had only traversed 1/5 of the distance, with the summit still far from reach. Yet, Nami detected no hint of fear or intent to abandon the effort in the expressions of her companions. In that moment, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. No words could adequately articulate her feelings. She felt that even if she were to perish now, her life would have been worthwhile, though she regretted meeting Choya too late. Had it been sooner, perhaps they would already have children of their own. Time stretched interminably at that moment. Each minute and second felt like a century. Like two geckos, Choya and Luffy ascended painstakingly. The mountain walls bore the vivid, crimson marks of their struggle. At one moment, Luffy's hands, frozen to their limits, failed him. He lost his grip and began to slide down rapidly. Before Choya could devise a means to rescue him, he heard Luffy's roar. "Stop!" With that cry, Luffy's head crashed against the iron-hard mountain wall. Blood gushed forth as half of his head sank into the mountain, leaving him suspended like an ornament on its surface. "Luffy!" Yet, no matter how fervently Choya called his name, there was no reply. In a panic, Choya drew his blade and plunged it into the mountain, using it to slowly lower himself to Luffy's side. Gazing at Luffy's face, which had turned a shade of purple from the cold, and his hair matted with blood, Choya felt a pang in her heart. "Do not worry, leave the rest to me." With her hands occupied, Choya resorted to clutching Luffy's clothing with her mouth, continuing her ascent. As she scaled 2/3 of the distance, her hands became utterly incapacitated, resembling two frozen icicles, unable to bend any longer. Gritting her teeth, Choya unleashed a punch against the rigid mountainside. With a sharp crack, her left hand shattered at the wrist, and blood gushed forth, staining the rocky surface before her. Moments later, a new left hand emerged, bending with ease. However, she raised her right hand and delivered another punch, sacrificing a small amount of blood to restore her hands to their original state. Nami, witnessing the entire ordeal, felt her heart constrict. From start to finish, she observed Joya merely furrow her brow, casually accomplishing what seemed insurmountable. Yet, she understood that it was far from simple. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are linked to the heart, and those 2 strikes must have been excruciating. Yet, Joya suppressed her pain to spare Nami the worry. If only Joya could voice her suffering, it might ease Nami's heart. Sensing Nami's emotional turmoil, Joya grinned and said, "If I truly make it to the top, how about a kiss? As long as you can reach the summit, you can ask of me anything." Haha, you said it. With renewed determination, Joya summoned every ounce of strength to conquer the small hill before her. 20 minutes later, on the verge of exhausting her hands once more, Joya finally reached the summit and slowly made her way towards the colossal castle 100 meters away. Dr. Kureha, someone has climbed up from the other side of the mountain. Seeing Joya approach, Chopper, seated by the window, exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the mountaintop, and given today's harsh conditions, it is impossible for anyone to make it here. Chopper, clutching his head, pointed outside at the laboring Joya. It's true. Look for yourself. Upon hearing this, Dr. Kureha fell silent for a moment, then quickly instructed, "Go bring them inside. I will prepare." Moments later, at the open palace entrance, Joya encountered the blue-nosed reindeer, Chopper. Though this creature was soon to become her companion, Joya earnestly pleaded, "Please, help save my friend." Observing his own dismal state, yet carrying a man in his arms whom the world deemed a monster, Chopper was filled with profound astonishment. He could scarcely fathom why this man was exerting himself so fervently, nor could he comprehend the strength that propelled him to this very moment. However, as a doctor, he was acutely aware that this was not the time for inquiries. "Please, follow me," he uttered. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when regret washed over him. How could he, a reindeer, utter human words? Would this man, standing before him, be frightened away? Just as Chopper lamented his impulsive remark, the man's voice reached his ears once more. "Thank you." Though merely 2 words, they reverberated within Chopper for an entire year. Aside from Nurse Kureha and that individual, he could scarcely recall anyone else uttering such a phrase to him. "Why, you're not afraid of me?" Chopper stammered, trembling. "Will you harm me?" Chopper's question was met with a counter-inquiry from the man. "No, I won't." Upon hearing this, Chopper smiled, and the man, with an air of certainty, replied, "Then why should I fear you?" As Chopper gazed at the man's sincere smile, the visage of Dr. Hiralik surfaced in his mind. After a brief silence, Chopper mustered the courage to voice the question that had long lingered within him. "Do you not think I am a monster?" Chapter 116. Healing Understanding the Turmoil Within Chopper. Joya pondered for a moment before responding. "Why do you believe yourself to be a monster? Is it merely because you, as a reindeer, can speak the human tongue? If that is your sole reasoning, then you underestimate the very essence of what a monster truly is. I have encountered creatures far stranger than you." At this point, Joya paused before continuing. "Moreover, to me, the term monster is not inherently pejorative. You, at this moment, do not even come close to deserving that label." Upon hearing this, Chopper, who had never before encountered such words, found his mind racing in confusion. Joya's declaration was nothing short of revolutionary to him. In his eyes, he was not a monster, and the term itself bore no negative connotation. If his words held any truth, then what of the events that had transpired in his life over the years? Were they mere dreams? "You are deceiving me. You must be lying. I am a reindeer with a blue nose, capable of articulating human language. Where have you ever seen a reindeer such as I? How could I possibly not be a monster?" At that moment, Chopper had completely forgotten the task entrusted to him by Nurse Kureha. His sensitive nerves had been struck, leaving his mind in disarray as he sought to refute the man's assertions while simultaneously yearning for him to deny Chopper's monstrous identity. Realizing that mere words would not suffice to convince him, Joya gently set Luffy down and drew his sword, Shanai. In the next instant, under Chopper's bewildered gaze, he severed his own left arm. With a sickening thud, the limb fell to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth like a faucet turned wide open. "Have you lost your mind?" Chopper shouted in fury. He had come to the undeniable conclusion that this man was indeed insane. Only a madman would scale such heights in this weather, utter those prior words, and inflict such self-harm. It was utterly foolish of him to hold any hope in such a person. As he bent down to retrieve the severed arm, a scene he could never have anticipated unfolded before him. The man's bleeding shoulder abruptly ceased, and delicate flesh began to sprout forth. In mere moments, a brand new arm, identical to the one that had been severed, materialized, leaving no trace of the previous injury. Chopper's gaze darted between the man and the 2 severed arms on the ground, and in a state of sheer terror, he leaped back. "A monster!" he cried out, hastily retreating behind the wall. Peering at Joya with a unique blend of fear and intrigue. Observing the evaded Chopper, Joya gently shook his head and then lifted Luffy once more. The question of who truly embodies the essence of a monster could surely wait. First and foremost, may I tend to my companion's ailments? Indeed. Attending to his health is of utmost importance. Please follow me. As he spoke, he turned and led the way. Nevertheless, his attention remained fixated on Joya. He noted that whether it was during the moment he had referred to him as a monster or now, the man exhibited no sign of anger, showing no offense at all to the term monster. In that instant, Chopper's emotions became exceedingly intricate. What manner of person is this man? What is the world outside truly like? Is it indeed, as he claims, that everyone takes pride in being labeled a monster? Although he had anticipated some reaction, Joya was utterly oblivious to the profound impact his previous words and demeanor had on Chopper. In fact, even before he could describe the splendor of the world beyond, Chopper had already begun to feel intrigued. Meanwhile, as each pondered their own thoughts, they arrived at the treatment room. Observing Chopper, who was so lost in thought that he nearly collided with himself without realizing it, Dr. Correja furrowed her brow, puzzled by the whimsical behavior of the creature. He continued unabated until she delivered a sharp slap to his antlers. Stung by the sudden pain, Chopper finally registered their arrival and introduced her to Joya. This is the doctor here, Dr. Correja. You may call her Old Lady Correja, and by all means, do not utter the word old in her presence, lest you invite a beating. Oh, are you not afraid of receiving a beating yourself? Joya teased, only to see Chopper receive another swift punch to his head. Although the blow was directed at Chopper, Dr. Correja's attention remained steadfastly on Joya. Years of familiarity had granted her profound insight into Chopper's character. It was unusual for him to exhibit such warmth towards a stranger, suggesting that something unusual had transpired moments ago. Yet, she was not omniscient and could not fathom the events of the past. Greetings, I am Joya. I hope you can lend your expertise to aid my companion. Joya's voice pulled Dr. Correja back to the present. Her gaze flickered from the gravely injured Luffy to the drowsy Nami before she stated, the male stays here, while the female is to be placed in the adjacent room. She scrutinized Joya thoughtfully, asking, do you not require treatment yourself? Thank you, but I am fine, Joya replied. She then placed Luffy gently onto a nearby bed before turning to the adjoining room to tend to Nami. As she watched Joya depart, Dr. Correja did not dwell on the matter for long. She pointed at Luffy and said, Chopper, you shall take responsibility for this person. I will attend to that girl. Although she had yet to conduct a thorough diagnosis, her more than a century of medical experience allowed her to discern that the girl's condition was rather complex and required prompt attention. Gazing at the flushed face of Nami on the sickbed, Dr. Correja placed her hand against Nami's forehead. A fever of 41 degrees. How alarmingly high. She had been bitten by a creature known as Caskia. To expedite matters, Joya directly relayed the diagnosis provided by the doctors under Walpo's command. Upon hearing this, Dr. Correja was momentarily taken aback. Are you a doctor? She inquired. No, it's not that simple. It turned out to be those rascals. Listening to Joya's explanation, Dr. Correja nodded. Nevertheless, she lifted Nami's clothing to inspect the wound inflicted by the insect. Indeed, it was Caskia. It seemed you had recently ventured into the ancient lands. For this insect had been extinct for a century. Fortunately, I still possessed the antibody against that insect. Otherwise, even with the antibiotics provided by those doctors, it wouldn't have lasted long. However, Dr. Correja did not immediately administer the antibody. Instead, she treated the wound with anti-inflammatory medication and then prepared a fever-reducing remedy. Half an hour after Nami took the fever reducer, her temperature successfully fell below 40 degrees. Only then did Dr. Correja inject the long-prepared antibody serum into Nami. You will be fine. Just rest here for a couple of days, and you will recover. Chapter 117. Chopper's origins. Regarding Dr. Correja's words, Joya remained noncommittal. As long as there was a way to deceive Chopper, oh no, to enlist him on the ship, they could leave at any moment. Of course, Joya would refrain from speaking of this until they had a solid plan. Meanwhile, Chopper had already treated Luffy's injuries, even claiming that he had completed the treatment well before Dr. Correja administered the antibody to Nami. Although Luffy appeared far worse than Nami, most of his injuries were external, easily stabilized through timely disinfection, bleeding control, and suturing. An important factor was also his extraordinary physical constitution. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago from a head injury against the mountainside. As Chopper busied himself with other tasks, Dr. Correja suddenly remarked, "Are you plotting to take that reindeer away?" Rubbing his face in confusion, Joya replied, "Am I that obvious?" Having been called out, Joya decided to stop hiding his intentions. Although the elderly woman before him seemed unremarkable, her longevity of over 130 years spoke volumes. This old relic had seen more than he had ever read. Or so it seemed. With the matter exposed, he resigned himself to honesty. After sipping some hot sake, Dr. Correja continued, "Not only is it obvious, but the way you look at Chopper is positively green with envy. Only you remain oblivious." She then fell into silence, her eyes sparkling as if lost in reminiscence. Not wishing to interrupt, Joya sat quietly, awaiting her next words. He could surmise what she was about to share, likely concerning Chopper's origins. In this regard, he only recalled that Chopper had once been very close to a man with an unusual hairstyle, who had tragically passed away several years ago due to certain circumstances. Beyond that, he was at a loss. Just then, lost in her memories, Dr. Correja suddenly spoke. "You must have noticed that Chopper is a reindeer with a blue nose." whereas typically, reindeer have red noses. Because of this difference, he was ostracized by his entire kind, forever trailing behind the herd. One day, after inadvertently consuming a devil fruit, his appearance became even more peculiar, leading the entire reindeer community to abandon him entirely. In search of companionship, he ventured into the human world. However, due to his incomplete transformation, the villagers regarded him as a mythical wild man, greeting him with bullets and curses instead of warmth and acceptance. Severely injured, he encountered the one person who accepted him, Dr. Hiralik, and the two spent several joyous years together. The name Chopper was given to him by Dr. Hiralik. However, this blissful period did not last long. After Chopper recovered, Dr. Hiralik abruptly became a different person, insisting that Chopper leave. This was not his true desire. He acted thus because he had contracted an incurable illness and did not want Chopper to witness his demise. Yet, upon discovering the truth, Chopper desperately sought out mushrooms that could cure all diseases and brewed them into a soup. Unbeknownst to him, those mushrooms were actually highly toxic. Upon returning home, Dr. Hiralik, seeing the injured Chopper, resolved to drink the toxic mushroom soup, as his life was already nearing its end. Naturally, there were other reasons for his decision. One was that the king of Drum Island, Walpo, the very one you killed, publicly announced that the 20 doctors he had confined in the palace had fallen ill and required other physicians to attend to them. Though this was obviously false, Dr. Hiralik still chose to respond, rendering the choice of drinking the toxic soup inconsequential. Furthermore, after over 30 years of research, he finally succeeded in developing a medicine capable of making the cherry blossoms bloom here, just as Chopper returned home. At that moment, he felt he had fulfilled the divine mission bestowed upon him, and, without hesitation, drank the toxic soup before setting out alone to confront Walpo. As for the outcome, you already know it. Chopper, having learned the truth from me, ran desperately towards the palace, but he could not see Dr. Hiralik one last time. Had it not been for Dalton's timely intervention, he would have perished there. Out of loyalty to my dear friend, after Dr. Hiralik's death, I took it upon myself to care for Chopper and teach him the art of medicine. Therefore, if you wish to win Chopper over, you must find a way to open his tightly shut heart. Otherwise, success will be elusive. Listening to Dr. Correa's explanation, Joya nodded in understanding, though he was more taken aback internally. This was their first meeting, and despite having spent more than half an hour in the same room, most of it had been devoted to treating Nami, leaving little room for conversation. In such a context, she had detailed Chopper's origins so thoroughly, as if she intended to entrust Joya to her care, which genuinely caught him off guard. Just as Joya was about to voice his questions, Dr. Correa interjected, Dr. Hiralik left few possessions to Chopper. Among them is a tattered pirate flag. He hoped that Chopper would one day have the opportunity to venture into the sea and explore the world beyond. After Dr. Correa spoke, she turned to leave, and Joya fully understood. Without needing to ask, it was clear that the other party genuinely hoped for him to take Chopper away. Although he was uncertain about the reasons, it was unnecessary to comprehend them. One of his purposes for being here was indeed to bring Chopper along. Now that the opportunity was presented to him, it would be illogical to decline. Thus, he began to contemplate how to persuade Chopper to board the ship. Meanwhile, Dr. Correa stepped out of the castle and approached the edge of the cliff, gazing at the unmistakable blood trail on the mountainside, her weathered eyes shimmering with awe. Indeed, her acquaintance with Joya had not been lengthy, yet she believed that those three young individuals were not ignoble souls, capable of such devotion to their companion. While there are many doctors in the world, only a select few have the power to truly alter destinies. For Chopper, this moment might be a pivotal turning point in his fate, prompting her to give a gentle nudge. Of course, she would not directly orchestrate the union. Instead, she would reveal Chopper's background to Joya, signaling her stance while also leaving a test. If those three young individuals could indeed unlock Chopper's heart, she would be completely at ease. Chapter 118. Telling the story as Joya pondered how to win over Chopper, the latter, having finished packing, was equally preoccupied with thoughts of Joya. The earlier actions of Joya had left him profoundly shaken. Perhaps there truly existed individuals, apart from Dr. Hiralik, who did not view him as a monster. Perhaps the term monster could indeed be a form of compliment. Ultimately, having made a resolute decision, Chopper did not wait for Joya to seek him out. Instead, he took the initiative to approach him directly. As Chopper peered out from behind the wall, revealing only half of his face, Joya was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. If he were to encapsulate Chopper in a single word at that moment, it would undoubtedly be adorably foolish. Striving to mask his true thoughts, Chopper's actions betrayed him, leaving no need for speculation. His emotions were laid bare. Come over, Chopper. The instant he heard his name, Chopper trembled from head to toe. Why, you know my name? Realizing he had yet to introduce himself, Joya stood and said, I am Joya, a crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates. This lady here is Nami, our navigator. Over there is Luffy, our captain. Additionally, we have a swordsman who aspires to be the world's greatest, a chef in search of the all blue, a sniper whose true identity is a conman, a foxcat capable of transforming, a sea king, a princess from a kingdom, and a duck larger than I am. As for how I know your name, It was actually Dr. Correja who informed me. Chopper's mind buzzed as he processed Joya's introduction. Who were these people? A swordsman aiming for the pinnacle, a seeker of legendary lands, and even a massive duck? Surely, that duck couldn't be their food source, given its enormous size. Are you certain you're not jesting? Chopper, who had always considered himself a monster, suddenly felt quite normal in comparison. Of course, I never lie. If you doubt me, you are welcome to join me on the ship. Faced with Joya's invitation, Chopper fell silent. Over the years, Joya was only the second human, apart from Dr. Correja, to engage him in conversation. In his lifetime, he had only known 3 individuals, Dr. Hiralik, Dr. Correja, and Joya. The reason he could converse normally with Joya was that he regarded him as a fellow outcast. Since they were both monsters, there was no need for pretense. However, this did not imply that he could easily accept others, even if they were equally eccentric. Joya sighed inwardly, fully aware of Chopper's hesitation. Yet, despite understanding the situation, persuading him to come along would not be a simple task. At that moment, an idea sparked in Joya's mind. Chopper, let me tell you about the world outside. Upon hearing this, Chopper's eyes lit up with curiosity. Really? Can you? Having lived on Drum Island all his life, he was naturally intrigued by the outside world. Absolutely. I am an orphan, unaware of my parents' identity. I was raised by a Marine named Garp, who, while he claimed to be my guardian, seldom took care of me and instead left me with a notorious mountain bandit named Dayton. Joya's opening line astonished Chopper. He had never anticipated that the seemingly cheerful Joya had such a tragic past. Being an orphan was one thing, but to be abandoned by an irresponsible figure to a band of brigands was a childhood far worse than his own. The story's onset triggered Chopper's empathy. Later, when Joya recounted Garp's peculiar treatment of him, Chopper's eyes transformed into a torrent of tears, flowing uncontrollably. Of course, Joya selectively omitted the reasons behind Garp's disciplinary actions, believing them to be trivial. After all, who would consider peeking at Makino or blowing up a toilet to be significant offenses? There was no need to disclose such mundane matters. It would only lead Chopper astray. Nevertheless, Joya shared some inconsequential yet harmless anecdotes. He had assumed these would tarnish his grand image in Chopper's eyes. To his surprise, Chopper wept even more, gazing at him with sympathetic eyes. This left Joya utterly bewildered. What was amiss? Why was Chopper reacting this way? Despite his confusion, Joya pressed on with the tale. Unbeknownst to him, Chopper viewed all of Joya's experiences as a stand against the unfairness of fate, a testament to his determination not to yield to malevolent forces. Subsequently, in the first few days after Chopper joined the Straw Hat Pirates, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the Mary. All gazes directed at Joya were laden with sympathy and care. During meals, Sanji would always add an extra egg to Joya's bowl, while Zoro and Usopp willingly took on physical tasks for him. Most perplexing of all were Nami and Robin, who suddenly radiated maternal warmth. Upon learning the truth, Joya felt a pang of guilt over Chopper's naivety. However, considering that this fellow had never had a sports teacher for language lessons, it was reasonable for him to possess such interpretative skills, and thus Joya reluctantly forgave him. Of course, that was a tale for another time. At present, after detailing his life in Windmill Village, Joya recounted the myriad of adventures he encountered at sea after leaving. Chopper's eyes widened with curiosity as he heard about Buggy, the man who could dismember himself, the fishmen walking on land, Smoker, who could transform into smoke, and Akiji, who could wield the power of ice. Each tale expanded Chopper's worldview. The upside-down mountain where the water flowed backward, the whale Laboon with human emotions, and the journeys to Whiskey Peak and Little Garden all revolutionized his understanding. It dawned on him that there were countless other monsters in the world, and in comparison, he was truly insignificant. His interest in the outside world deepened. Dr. Hiralik had once told him that if the opportunity arose, he must venture forth to witness the broader world, for he would then realize how trivial his past concerns had been. After a moment of contemplation, Chopper looked earnestly at Joya and said, "If possible, I hope you can take me out to sea. I possess medical skills, can handle chores, wash clothes, and do dishes. As long as you can take me to the outside world, I am willing to do anything." Observing Chopper's demeanor, which was steeped in humility and almost akin to supplication, a pang of sorrow struck Joya's heart, prompting her to instinctively embrace him. "You are the benefactor who saved our captain. How could we possibly let you endure such hardships? Moreover, we are in dire need of a doctor aboard our ship. If you would be willing to join us, we would be overjoyed. Is this true?" Chopper trembled as he lay in Joya's arms. He was genuinely afraid, fearful that this reality was merely an illusion, that he might awaken to find it all a fleeting dream, and the thought of everything vanishing left him on the brink of madness. Of course, upon receiving Joya's affirmation, Chopper could no longer contain his tears. The grievances he had suppressed for far too long erupted like a volcano, and no amount of consolation from Joya could quell his emotions. Who is crying? Can't anyone let me sleep?" Rubbing his belly, Luffy, still groggy from sleep, ambled in from another room. His eyes widened in shock upon seeing Chopper nestled in Joya's embrace, instantly clearing away the remnants of drowsiness. "As expected of you, Joya. Have you prepared the ingredients for dinner?" Are we roasting a whole deer or steaming it? Luffy's drool flowed freely, startling Chopper, who quickly sought refuge behind Joya, yet still managed to hide only half his face. Deer meat, deer meat. Just as Luffy descended upon them with the ferocity of a tiger, Joya could no longer restrain herself and delivered a swift kick, sending Luffy tumbling aside. What are you doing? Why did you hit me? Luffy protested, looking utterly aggrieved. Idiot. This is Chopper, our newly recruited ship's doctor. Starting today, he is our comrade, not our meal. A ship's doctor? Are you certain? Despite Joya's endorsement, Luffy remained skeptical. He found it hard to believe that a reindeer could possess the capability to heal. Noticing Luffy's doubt, Joya gently nudged Chopper forward and exchanged a meaningful glance with him. Encouraged, Chopper cautiously stepped out from behind Joya and stood before Luffy. I am Chopper. I treated your wounds. You have 3 injuries on your head, 1 on your forehead and 2 on the crown. I also bandaged the frostbite and cuts on your hands and feet. Wow. You can talk. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like stars. All right, from this day forth, you are a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The moment Chopper uttered his first word, Luffy's eyes transformed into 2 twinkling stars, and as for everything that followed, Luffy hardly registered any of it. Chopper, bewildered by his acceptance, gazed at Luffy in disbelief. He had intended to demonstrate his medical skills, yet before he could begin, it had already concluded. What surprised him even more was that his acceptance stemmed not from the prowess of his medical abilities, but from his ability to communicate in the human tongue. Don't you think I am a monster? Chopper asked again, a question that weighed heavily on him. Yes, you are indeed a monster, which is precisely why I invited you. The first half of Luffy's statement pierced Chopper's tender heart, yet the latter half illuminated his spirit, leading him to instinctively glance back at Joya, whose earlier tears now shimmered anew. Wait for me. I need to tell Dr. Kureha that I am going to become a pirate. With that, Chopper turned and dashed away, eager to share the news. Nami, wake up. With the dual objectives of healing and recruiting Chopper accomplished, Joya turned to gently shake Nami's shoulder. The plan to head to Alabasta had already been delayed by 3 days. Although Nami had not fully recovered, with Chopper aboard, there was no need for them to linger any longer. Where am I? When did I fall asleep? Nami's consciousness seemed to waver. This is the palace atop the mountain. You have been asleep for half an hour. Are you all right? Thanks to Joya's prompt, Nami finally recalled the events leading up to her slumber. Her expression turning to one of concern as she looked at Joya. She vividly remembered how he had sacrificed his hands to ascend. Yet the details of what transpired thereafter remained unclear to her. Rest assured, I am fine, and your illness has been cured. Not only that, but I have also found a ship's doctor. Once he bids farewell to the master of this place, we will be able to depart. Upon hearing this, Nami, who had previously been lethargic, instantly regained her composure, her gaze sharpening as she scrutinized Joya. It wouldn't happen to be another woman, would it? Observing the vigilant Nami, who appeared ready to sever any ties should he dare to affirm, a wave of frustration rose upon Joya's forehead. Was he truly so untrustworthy? Even if she were indeed a woman, it did not necessarily imply any connection to him. Rest assured, the counterpart was not even human but a reindeer. Yet, despite Joya's insistence, Nami remained unconvinced, pressing further. Is it a male reindeer or a female? Listening to Nami's nonsensical inquiry, Joya felt compelled to reprimand her. Had she not been unwell? It is a male reindeer, all right? Upon hearing this, Nami nodded in satisfaction, ceasing her fixation on the matter. So, does this mean we are to depart? Clearly, Nami and Joya had the same thought. Yes, once Chopper and his doctor bid farewell, we can leave. Then please help me get dressed. However, seeing Luffy standing idly by, Joya delivered a firm punch to his head. Go outside and stand guard. Do not let anyone in. Why? The curious Luffy questioned, perplexed. Do you not understand? It is improper to intrude. Then why won't you leave with me? Well, what do you think? Ultimately, under Joya's insistence, Luffy begrudgingly squatted by the door like a stone lion. 10 minutes later, as Joya assisted Nami out of the room, a cacophony erupted from the rooftop, reminiscent of a cat pursuing a mouse. Soon after, the voices of 2 individuals reached their ears. I want to join them as a pirate, regardless of your approval. Idiot. What are you saying? I am setting sail, and I shall embark as the ship's doctor alongside them. We will traverse the world together. What nonsense are you uttering? You are my only assistant, and your medical skills were cultivated by me. Are you not the least bit grateful? Of course not. I hold great admiration for Dr. Kureha. But do you not always say that one must be brave enough to change? Do you think being a pirate is a simple endeavor? Once you leave here, there will be no more luxurious castle to inhabit, and one misstep could cost you your life. Moreover, I have never claimed that reindeer could become pirates. At this, even Chopper felt a surge of indignation, shouting back, Indeed, I am a reindeer, but I am also a man. In that moment, Chopper's declaration resonated throughout the palace, reaching every ear. Dr. Kureha was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Chopper's newfound resolve, so unlike his usual timid demeanor. As for Luffy and Joya, they exchanged smiles. They cherished the uniqueness of monsters, yet held a deeper fondness for those with determination, for it was such resolve that bound them together, propelling them forward. I refuse to allow you to leave. If you wish to go, you must first defeat me. Once again, a flurry of commotion ensued. Realizing the source of the noise, everyone understood it was the two of them causing the ruckus. Shortly thereafter, Chopper, transformed into a reindeer, appeared before them, pulling a sled. Quickly, let us go. As Chopper prepared to leave, Nami hesitated momentarily. However, upon seeing Dr. Kureha, who was laden with an array of weapons, she urged Joya, hurry up and get on the sled. As Chopper approached, Luffy and the others leapt onto the sled, and under Chopper's guidance, they swiftly escaped the castle and plunged into the snowy wilderness. The sun had already set, marking the arrival of twilight. Chopper led Luffy and the others racing down the mountainside, following a rope that descended steeply. Gazing at the ropes beneath the sled, Joya found himself at a loss. Exasperated by the audacity of Dalton, who, despite having ropes available, insisted on forcing him to scale the mountain barehanded. How utterly unreasonable. A sudden chill swept over Dalton, prompting him to sneeze thrice in quick succession. Are you all right, Mr. Dalton? Sanji inquired with genuine concern. Thanks to his assistance, Sanji had swiftly gathered all the provisions necessary for their voyage. It was no exaggeration to say that, without Luffy, these supplies could sustain them for over a month on the Grand Line. However, reality offered no alternatives, and thus Sanji could not be certain if these supplies would last until Alabasta. He had initially intended to purchase a locked refrigerator, but the perpetual winter of Drum Island meant that no one utilized such a device, resulting in a complete absence of sellers. It's nothing. Just a slight tickle in my nose, a trivial issue, Dalton waved dismissively, then broached the question that had weighed upon him all afternoon. By the way, are you not the least bit concerned about those three individuals? In response, Sanji lit a cigarette and, half seriously, half jokingly remarked, worrying about them is superfluous. Although they are not the strongest in the world at present, there is nothing here that poses a threat to them. He then cast a contemplative glance at Dalton, including you. Upon meeting Sanji's sudden gaze, Dalton was momentarily taken aback, followed by an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. He harbored a degree of confidence in his abilities. Even when faced with 30 or 50 ordinary pirates, he believed he could vanquish them all. Thus, when Sanji uttered those words, his initial reaction was skepticism and disbelief. Yet upon reflection, he chose to trust. He had once battled the former king of Drum Kingdom, Wapol, and, unsurprisingly, had lost. Yet Joya had managed to defeat him, and though the details remained unknown, it was certain that Joya was stronger than he. It was only then that Dalton realized the caliber of pirates standing before him. Perhaps these young individuals, whose average age seemed barely 20, could indeed rival the Blackbeard pirates that had previously attacked this place. This realization filled him with both relief and trepidation. Thankfully, their first encounter had not erupted into conflict. Otherwise, he pondered, how many lives would have been lost? As time gradually passed and darkness enveloped the sky, Sanji, amidst his smoking, was abruptly alerted by a peculiar noise and instinctively turned his gaze towards the mountain. Oh ho, we're back. Luffy's exuberant voice echoed from 500 meters away. At the sound of their captain's voice, everyone aboard the ship sprang into action, some disembarking to greet him, while others leaned against the ship, gazing towards the cloud of dust in the distance. For their captain was out there, before Chopper could halt. An impatient Luffy descended from the sky, crashing down upon Sanji. Sanji, I want to eat. I want to eat. The impact caused Sanji, lying in the snow, to tense with pain. You, get off me, he exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent Luffy soaring into the air. Meanwhile, Dalton observed Chopper, who was pulling the sled, with a flicker of doubt. Whether it was an illusion or something else entirely, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this reindeer, as if he had seen it before, yet could not recall where or when. Mr. Dalton, thank you for your reminder. My companion has successfully been treated. However, after all these years living here, it's rather surprising that you were unaware of the rope that leads directly from the ground to the mountain's peak, Joya remarked. At this, Dalton's expression stiffened. He truly had no knowledge of the rope's existence. Yet, how did Joya come to know? Before he could voice his inquiry, Chopper transformed into a robust, furry figure. What is this reindeer? A snowman? A wild man? A monster? While the Straw Hat Pirates stared in astonishment at Chopper, Dalton suddenly had an epiphany. Of course, it was Dr. Hiralik's pet reindeer. As the crew inspected Chopper, he too scrutinized them. He noticed that, aside from the long-nosed man, whose gaze bore a hint of fear, the others looked at him with curiosity. Even the long-nosed man, despite his apprehension, did not flee, instead hiding behind a man with 3 swords at his waist while discreetly observing him. Realizing this, Chopper instinctively glanced at Joya, his eyes filled with gratitude and affirmation. Joya had not deceived him. To the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, he was truly not a monster. You are the pet reindeer of Dr. Hiralik, correct? Where have you been all these years? Dalton could not help but ask. As Dalton gazed at Chopper, memories of the scene that unfolded after Dr. Hiralik's demise flashed before him. In that moment, engulfed by rage, he had intended to fight to the death against Walpole and his ilk, but was intercepted by Dalton along the way. Had it not been for him, Dalton would likely have met an untimely end. For these many years, I have remained by the side of Dr. Correja, the so-called witch, as you refer to her. Listening to Chopper's explanation, Dalton's heart began to comprehend the truth. The legendary tales were not mere fabrications. The witch truly descended from the heavens in a sleigh akin to Santa Claus, with none other than the very being before him pulling the sled. This realization left Dalton with a bittersweet feeling. Despite Dr. Correja's eccentric nature and exorbitant medical fees, her presence offered the populace a glimmer of hope in their times of illness, preventing them from succumbing to despair. If Dr. Correja could be deemed a half-savior, then Chopper, who had steadfastly remained by her side, was undoubtedly a half-hero. Yet, even now, this hero was still regarded as a savage monster by the masses. It was, indeed, a tragic and laughable irony. A reindeer, perceived as a creature of monstrosity, striving harder than anyone else. Now, I declare something important, proclaimed Luffy, as he stood beside Chopper, patting him on the thigh. From this day forth, Chopper shall be our ship's doctor. This announcement elicited no surprise from the crew, save for Dalton, who was taken aback. Why do you wish to become a pirate? He inquired. You must understand that piracy is one of the most perilous professions in the world. If it is due to the prejudice of others, I can elucidate your situation and help them understand all that you have endured over the years. Thank you for your kindness, but that will not be necessary. I have resolved to venture into the sea and witness the world beyond, Chopper replied. In the past, the understanding and acceptance of others might have been his greatest desire. However, having heard of the outside world from Joya, his curiosity about what lay beyond Drum Island grew insatiable. More importantly, he sensed a kinship with Luffy, Joya, and the others, particularly with that long-nosed man, who was also perceived as a monster by the world. Then, I wish you fair winds and following seas, Dalton said, though a sense of regret lingered. It was they who owed Chopper an apology, not the other way around. Even if he had once saved his life, he had no right to impose expectations upon him. With preparations complete, an exuberant Luffy perched on the ship's bow, raising his arms in jubilation, exclaimed, "All right, we're setting sail." Just as Zoro stowed away the anchor and Usopp lowered the sails, a sudden cannonade echoed from the distant skies. The vigilant crew braced for an enemy attack. But upon witnessing the pink sky above Drum Kingdom, they were left in awe. How beautiful! Even Nami, having witnessed myriad landscapes, could not help but marvel. For the sight before them was truly breathtaking. The snowflakes descending from the heavens were no longer the cold white of winter, but a warm pink hue that stirred the heart. Due to the perennial snowfall, Drum Island appeared but a singular color from afar, with the flora being sparse. Only a few types of trees such as pines, oaks, and spruces. The only blooming flowers were chrysanthemums and plums, with the notion of cherry blossoms existing solely in their lexicon, never before seen. Yet at this moment, as they beheld the pink snowflakes in the sky, a singular thought echoed in their minds. So this is what cherry blossoms are like. Meanwhile, 2 streams of tears traced down Chopper's cheeks. Unlike the oblivious citizens, he understood precisely the origin of these cherry blossoms. Doctor, do you see? The cherry blossoms have truly blossomed in Drum Kingdom. With sorrow flowing like a river, Chopper's mind was flooded with memories, akin to a film reel playing back the joyous moments shared with Dr. Hiralik. These falling cherry blossoms were the culmination of over 30 years of his relentless efforts. Sensing Chopper's emotional turmoil, the crew refrained from setting sail immediately, allowing him to cherish this final moment of remembrance. After approximately 5 minutes, Chopper turned to face them. Thank you, everyone. I am ready. Gazing at Chopper's clear and resolute eyes, the group exchanged knowing smiles, and then Luffy commanded, "All right, let's set sail. Our destination is Alabasta. Furthermore, to celebrate the addition of our new member, let us feast." Oh, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the Mary gradually sailed away, until it vanished from Dalton's sight. Just as Dalton was about to return, a villager rushed towards him, clutching 2 pieces of paper, his expression tense. "Sir, what about those pirates? They have already departed. Is there something amiss?" Observing the breathless villager, Dalton felt a hint of confusion. He had not previously noted their keen interest in the Straw Hat Pirates. So why the sudden agitation? "Take a look at this," the villager said, extending the items in his hands towards Dalton. At the moment he discerned the contents inscribed on the 2 sheets of paper, a jolt of electricity surged through his mind. What he held in his hand was none other than the bounty notices for Joya and Luffy. Gazing upon the astonishing bounty amounting to 8 figures, Dalton found himself utterly astounded. He could scarcely fathom that those 2 seemingly juvenile youths, not yet in their 20s and still devoid of adulthood, were deemed notorious criminals by the decree of the world government. However, prior to encountering these wanted posters, he had not perceived them as particularly malevolent, especially with Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom among their ranks. Though he had never inquired of her directly, her visage remained indelibly etched in his memory. Approximately a decade prior, accompanying Walpole to a world conference, Princess Vivi had also been present. Due to certain disagreements at the conference, Walpole had surreptitiously struck her across the face. In that setting, Even the most innocuous gestures or words could serve as the catalyst for warfare between nations, let alone the indignity of striking a princess. While he was at a loss for how to respond, the injured Vivi had valiantly endured her pain, apologizing as she departed. Though she had wept inconsolably in private thereafter, she had outwardly managed to defuse the tensions between the two nations. It was from that moment that he began to question Walpole's suitability for kingship. As Dalton was lost in recollection, a villager beside him remarked, regrettably, "I forgot to inform them of something." "What matter?" Dalton instinctively inquired. Just a few days ago, shortly after the departure of the Blackbeard pirates, a rather peculiar man arrived in the village. He introduced himself as Ace, and these two wanted posters were left by him. Before he departed, he mentioned that if these two individuals were to come here, we should relay to them that he would be waiting for them in Alabasta for half a month. Feeling the weight of this significant revelation, Dalton exclaimed in exasperation, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I simply did not recall it at the time." Chapter 122. The strange truth. The incident that transpired on Magnetic Drum Island remained unknown to the crew aboard the Mary. Presently, aside from Nami, who had yet to fully regain her mental composure, the rest of the crew was immersed in the exuberant atmosphere of a celebratory feast. Much like the adventurous explorers they had admired in their youth, they pressed forward unflinchingly toward the culmination of their dreams. Grains of sand and time slipped through their fingers as they scooped them up, imparting the realization that this was the very purpose for which they had been brought into the world. Observing Luffy dancing and singing in the center of the room, Joya could only shake his head in resignation. Were it not for the bandage adorning his head, he might have questioned who truly possessed the gift of immortality between them. After finishing his last morsel of food, feeling utterly fatigued, Joya rose and declared, "I can no longer endure this. I must catch up on my sleep. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I simply cannot hold on any longer." The others did not attempt to dissuade him. They were all too aware that he had not closed his eyes for 3 days and nights. With Nami having already received her antibody injection, it was evident that Joya genuinely required a proper rest. A short while later, after retreating to the boys' quarters from the deck, Joya collapsed onto his hammock and fell into a deep slumber. Due to the limited space and the dampness of the cabin, the Mary only had beds in the meeting room and the girls' quarters, while all the boys shared hammocks. Meanwhile, having confirmed Joya's departure, Chopper couldn't help but lament. "He is truly unfortunate." Upon hearing this, everyone paused, their chopsticks suspended midair as they looked at Chopper in confusion. Sanji, particularly indignant, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Joya, having both Nami and Xiaoxian, must be far more fortunate than I am. Don't you all know about his past?" Chopper asked, puzzled. The group instinctively glanced at Luffy. Among them, he was the only one privy to Joya's history. Others were oblivious, as Joya rarely broached the subject, and they had little interest in pursuing it. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, Luffy hurriedly cleared his plate of food and nodded, "I know, so what? Wasn't he often beaten by an old man named Garp when he was young?" Indeed, Luffy affirmed again. Yet he refrained from elaborating on why Joya was constantly subjected to such beatings, as Chopper had not inquired further. At this, Xiaoxian grew anxious. "How do you know all this? Furthermore, you must share everything you know." She could not abide the thought of her understanding of Joya being less comprehensive than that of a newly arrived reindeer. "Joya confided these matters to me while he was at the palace. He even mentioned." For the next 20 minutes, Chopper recounted, verbatim, the stories Joya had shared with him, limited to Windmill Village, as the events post-departure were already known to the others and did not warrant repetition. As Chopper's narrative unfolded, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually transformed. Finally, the previously unconvinced Sanji concluded, "It seems I must showcase my ultimate skill tomorrow, Algae Head. Lend me your sword." "On what grounds?" "Simply because you lost to Joya in your earlier match. I intend to prepare him a splendid meal. So can't you make a small sacrifice for that?" Observing Sanji's infuriating demeanor, Zoro suppressed the urge to reduce him to mere dumpling filling. Handing over Sandai Katetsu and the snow walk to him, this was more acceptable. Sanji ungrudgingly accepted the offering. "You all eat first. I shall take my leave." The disheartened Chopper rose to depart, leaving the others, save for Luffy, with a sense of gloom weighing upon their hearts. They finally grasped why, in the face of adversaries, Joya often resorted to taunting. He could easily vanquish them, yet preferred to drive them to the brink of insanity before delivering the final blow. Perhaps, this was his way of rebelling against fate. Munching voraciously, Luffy transformed into a food-devouring machine, devouring the remaining provisions while the others were momentarily distracted. He could not fathom why they displayed such sympathy for Joya. Though every word Chopper spoke held truth, it was devoid of depth, and the sequence of events was decidedly misaligned. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his observations, for they had not inquired. Moreover, their ignorance allowed him to indulge further. Only a fool would offer explanations. Half an hour later, the gathering disbanded entirely. As the group entered the boys' room, they found Joya already resting. They noticed that his bedding appeared unusually lumpy. Exchanging knowing glances, they tacitly opted to ignore it. They were well aware of the implications. Yet there was no necessity to confront the matter. The following noon, Joya awoke to the blinding rays of sunlight. As he opened his eyes and prepared to stretch, he realized that someone appeared to be lying beside him. The mere thought sent his blood boiling, and his body temperature surged visibly. Slowly lifting the covers, he beheld Chopper, nestled against him, lost in a deep slumber. Despite his body's instinctual responses, Joya was reluctant to disrupt this tranquil moment. Under the sunlight, Chopper's white hair and eyelashes radiated a soft glow, while his drooping animal ears added to his irresistible charm. The warmth of Chopper's thigh against him and the presence of 3 incredibly soft tails constantly teased Joya's instincts. Suddenly, the door between the boys' and girls' rooms swung open. Reacting instinctively, Joya hastily lowered the covers and turned to embrace Chopper. Perceiving the commotion, Vivi inquired, "Are you awake?" Upon noticing Joya's tense expression, she swiftly realized the situation. Her face flushed, and she covered her eyes, pretending to be oblivious as she hurriedly exited the room. As Joya gazed at Wei Wei's panicked retreat, a sense of relief washed over him, mingled with a profound sense of injustice. Wei Wei's hasty exit was bound to provoke misunderstandings. Those unaware might assume he had engaged in activities unsuitable for minors. If he had indeed committed such acts, it would be one thing. But the truth was he had not. If word of this spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. At that moment, the commotion roused the little fairy in Joya's arms. As she pushed him down, her head emerged from the covers, and under Joya's gaze. She pressed her lips against his. The unexpected softness and sweetness ignited a fire within him. Just as he was about to roll over and take the fairy beneath him, the door creaked open. 2 doors, in fact. One was the door to the boys' room, and the other connected the boys' and girls' quarters. This meant that Joya found himself trapped between 2 individuals. At that instant, Joya felt utterly speechless. It was one thing to face the furious Nami before him. But what was Wei Wei doing bursting in again? Had she not seen enough? With a loud exclamation, Wei Wei, the innocent young lady, turned to leave. "Wait," Joya called, peering through his fingers. "What are you doing? I just wanted to ask why you came back again. Since it seems we are destined to meet our demise, I might as well understand why you keep appearing." As Wei Wei surveyed Joya and Nami, her eyes darting back and forth, she seemed to realize that whether she spoke or remained silent, it bore little significance. Finally, she replied, "I wanted to tell you that Nami will be coming out shortly, so be cautious. I didn't expect you to act so quickly." "All right, I understand. You can leave now," Joya interjected, not daring to let Wei Wei continue. "Oh my goodness, what does it mean to be cautious? And what do you mean by so quickly? Before you spoke, I was resigned to my fate, but now, thanks to your explanation, the situation has become far more complicated. Not only must I face death, but I must endure it amidst torment and suffering." Finally, as Wei Wei turned to leave, Joya's voice called out again. "Could you please close the door behind you?" Blushing, Wei Wei complied, shutting the door before hastily departing. Inside the room, Joya, observing Nami's icy demeanor, tentatively inquired, "Is your illness cured?" Nami retorted sarcastically, "What, do you wish for my condition to remain dire? So you can act without restraint? That's not it. Let me explain." Before Joya could finish, Nami shouted, "Get up." Joya hastily obliged, realizing only then that he had been lying atop the little fairy. "And you, mischievous cat, didn't I tell you not to sleep with him?" However, the little fairy, usually accommodating, displayed unexpected defiance this time. She wrapped her arms around Joya's neck, pressing her body against his. The temperature had soared back up to over 30 degrees, and both Joya and the little fairy were clad in nothing but thin short sleeves. The 2 layers of fabric, no thicker than paper, did little to obscure their sensations. Feeling the fairy's softness and her alluring curves, Joya felt himself ablaze with desire. If not for Nami's presence, he would have yielded to temptation without hesitation. "You are not my mother. Why should I listen to you?" The little fairy retorted nonchalantly, then, before Nami's very eyes, planted a soft kiss on Joya's cheek. "Let me go, you scoundrel." Nami fumed, stepping closer, determined to pry the fairy's hands apart. Yet, her human strength proved insufficient against the fairy's formidable prowess. As the tension escalated, Joya realized he had to intervene. He wrapped his arms around both Nami and the little fairy, declaring, "Since you both have such energy, let us find another place to continue this." With that, he strode purposefully toward the girls' room, tossing both Nami and the little fairy onto the bed. "What do you think you are doing?" Nami exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Clutching her clothing tightly, Joya grinned, resembling a hungry wolf spotting a rabbit. "Well, given the circumstances, what do you think I intend to do?" As Joya prepared to act decisively, Nami panicked, stammering, No, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. I don't mind, but I'm not ready. Such matters require no preparation. One simply adapts over time." As Nami feigned modesty, the little fairy scoffed, "If you truly don't want to, just push the door open and leave. No one will stop you. Scoundrel, why are you everywhere? Let's do this. I've never feared anyone." Upon hearing her bold words, Joyu silently commended the little fairy in his heart. Truly, she was the strongest support one could ask for. Without her provocation, he would likely have faced dire consequences from Nami's jealousy. Just as Joya was about to remove his shirt, preparing for a fervent encounter, the door creaked open once more. Gazing at Joya's sturdy back, Vivi at the doorway felt her cheeks flush crimson, resembling a perfectly cooked shrimp, irresistibly enticing. However, at this moment, Joya had no intention of appreciating her allure. Rather, a sense of hostility began to brew within him. Goodness gracious, this is quite excessive. Once or twice is tolerable, but thrice is simply over the line, he thought. Thus, he inquired, what brings you here this time? The words seemed to escape his lips through clenched teeth. Should she fail to provide a satisfactory answer, Joya feared he might be compelled to detain her here, with her purpose remaining uncertain according to his whims. They sent me to call you for dinner. Perhaps accustomed to the scene, despite her flushed countenance, Vivi no longer felt the need to shield her eyes. Do you think Sanji's cooking is superior to theirs? Joya remarked, his expression darkening. This girl usually appeared far from foolish. Why was she so devoid of common sense at this moment? Initially, Vivi was taken aback by his words. But as realization dawned upon her, her already crimson face deepened to an exquisite shade reminiscent of pigeon blood. Aye. At this juncture, Vivi found herself utterly flustered. Having never encountered such a situation in her life, her mind turned to a muddled state. Enough, do not torment Vivi any further. Nami, rising from the bed, cast a challenging glance at Joya before taking Vivi by the hand and exiting the room. Only Joya and the little fairy remained in the chamber. Though engaging in certain activities was not out of the question, both felt the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Very well, perhaps another time, Joya ultimately decided to abandon his anticipation. Alas, he found himself devoid of any desire. After being interrupted thrice, he began to question whether there was an issue on his part. Should there truly be a problem? He vowed not to let Vivi off lightly. A moment later, as Joya and the little fairy stepped onto the deck, a resounding bang echoed in his ears. What do you think? Everything here is prepared for you. I wonder if you find it to your liking. Gazing at the table laden with an abundance of delicacies. Even before savoring a single bite, Joya felt an exquisite harmony of color, aroma, and taste. What occasion could possibly warrant such a feast? Chapter 124, An Eerie Atmosphere. It was not a particularly special day. Rather, an impulsive urge compelled me to prepare several additional dishes, seeking your palate for approval. Gazing at the table laden with a myriad of dishes, Joya harbored deep skepticism regarding Sanji's rationale. As a chef who held a profound appreciation for food, Sanji meticulously controlled the portions of every meal, never leaving any remnants. Of course, a significant portion of this success could be attributed to Luffy. With him around, the word insufficient echoed at nearly every meal, and leftovers were a rarity. Yet now, amidst this bountiful spread, Sanji was forcibly restraining Luffy's head, denying him the opportunity to indulge. If it were merely Luffy, it could be overlooked. However, the others showed no inclination to pick up their chopsticks either. Moreover, typically, Sanji reserved his attentions for women, ensuring that men merely survived without starving. Clearly, there was a story lurking behind this meal. Yet, Joya found herself momentarily stumped as to what it could be. Well then, I shan't hold back. Unable to deduce an answer, she decided to taste the offerings, her immortal essence rendering her untroubled. Besides, Sanji had no reason to end her life, surely not. The instant a small morsel of mousse cake graced her palate, the unimaginable smoothness and delightful sweetness captivated Joya's taste buds, the creamy texture shattering her preconceived notions of cream. It was simply divine. In that moment, under Luffy's despairing gaze, she devoured the entire slice of cake. Shall I sample this next? Just as she swallowed the last bite of cake, Sanji promptly presented a platter of enticing roasted meat. Although her stomach felt slightly bloated, Joya eagerly picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. The moment her tongue met the succulent meat, the fragrant oils erupted like underwater mines, exploding in her mouth. The premium quality of the meat was grilled to perfection. Its exterior crisp and flavorful, while the interior was rich and satisfying, offering Joya a taste of a culinary delight starkly different from the mousse cake. In a flurry of enthusiasm, Joya swiftly consumed 2 palm-sized steaks. Delicious. In stark contrast to Joya's gastronomic ecstasy, Luffy was on the verge of despair. His thoughts were consumed by hunger. The mere aroma wafting through the air had incited a rebellion in his stomach, echoing a singular sentiment: starving. Rubber. Balloon. Unable to contain himself any longer, Luffy inhaled deeply, his body inflating like a balloon. Just as he seemed poised to break through Sanji's blockade, 2 sheathed swords descended from above, forming a cross that trapped Luffy's head in between, rendering him unable to escape the samurai's grasp despite his swelling form. Zoro, why are you stopping me too? Luffy questioned, bewildered, as he looked up at Zoro. In his eyes, Zoro was supposed to support him in whatever he did. Apologies, Captain, but I truly cannot allow you to proceed this time. As the situation escalated, Joya's confusion deepened. What on earth is happening here? Is this a death meal? Why else would they prepare so much delicious food? Yet, she reasoned that these individuals could not possibly conspire to end her life, especially since she had committed no heinous acts. Why don't we all partake together? I certainly cannot finish all this, Joya suggested. a chill running down her spine as the bizarre atmosphere rendered her unable to eat. Upon hearing her words, the others exchanged glances and then simultaneously turned their gazes toward Chopper. Once Chopper nodded, they each took their seats. Witnessing this unfold, Joya felt increasingly perplexed. Could it be that this was all Chopper's idea? Yet, he had been aboard for less than 24 hours. How could he have integrated so quickly with everyone? Orchestrating such a premeditated event. Surely, Chopper couldn't be that capable. Or perhaps the Chopper before her was not the same as the one she remembered. In this strange atmosphere, the meal concluded hastily, and only after Joya departed did Sanji untie Luffy, who, in a frenzy, rushed to the table, shoveling the leftover scraps into his mouth. At that moment, Sanji approached Joya with a platter in hand. What would you like for dessert this afternoon? Ice cream or a cold drink? A cold drink, please. Accepting the offer with gratitude, Joya thought it wise to embrace the unexpected treat rather than refuse. This is for you. Gazing at the stone handed to him by Usopp, Joya felt a bit bewildered. What could this possibly signify? Was he being instructed to consume it? This is a stone I brought from my hometown. I have only 2, and I wish to gift you one. Upon hearing these words, Joya realized he had misjudged Usopp and hastily replied, perhaps you should keep it. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to hold on to it. Although it was merely an ordinary stone, for Usopp, it symbolized a deep yearning for his homeland, encapsulating his emotions tied to it. Rest assured, you may keep it. There are plenty more of such stones back home. Zoro interjected, unceremoniously exposing Usopp's sentiment. You jerk. You've ruined the lovely atmosphere. I did nothing wrong. I merely spoke the truth. How could you deceive others? Lies come in various forms. Mine was a benevolent lie, if you will. Observing the incessant bickering between the two, Joya silently tucked away the stone gifted by Usopp. Perhaps it bore no monetary value, yet it symbolized the collective care of his companions. Although this affection arrived unexpectedly, its essence remained unchanged. After Zoro and Usopp departed, Joya turned to Nami and inquired, do you have any idea what this is about? Don't look at me. I know nothing, she replied. I went to bed even earlier than you did last night. Upon hearing this, a spark of realization illuminated Joya's mind as he turned to Chopper. You must know what transpired, don't you? The shift in everyone's demeanor and their gazes directed at Chopper conveyed a singular truth. The cause lay in the events of the previous evening's feast, or more precisely, during the time after his departure, something significant had undoubtedly occurred. No, there's nothing at all, Chopper stammered. Observing the hesitant demeanor and the wandering gaze of the little fairy, Joya became increasingly convinced of her guilt. The issue undoubtedly stemmed from the events of the previous night. Grasping the fairy's tail firmly, he continued to tease her, whispering softly in her ear, are you truly unwilling to speak? Do not compel me to resort to drastic measures. The warm breath brushing against her ear, coupled with the tingling sensation emanating from her tail, relentlessly assaulted the little fairy's psychological defenses, akin to countless ants gnawing at her mind and body. Chapter 125. The reason stop, please. I shall confess. The little fairy surrendered, collapsing into Joya's embrace. Upon witnessing her capitulation, Joya promptly ceased his playful torment. Continuing would surely push him beyond his limits. Thus, 10 minutes later, Joya stood in silence, having unraveled the entirety of the situation. As Joya sat in a daze, Nami could not help but stifle a laugh, remarking, serves you right for deceiving others. Now you've brought misfortune upon yourself. While she reflected on this, Nami felt a sense of helplessness towards Sanji and the others who had believed Joya's words. How could someone like Joya ever suffer a loss? Even if the events in the tale were true, they were certainly self-inflicted. One could only wonder what outrageous acts he had committed before being struck. How infuriating. Who am I truly doing this for? Is it not to secure a competent ship's doctor for everyone, so we can hasten our journey to Alabasta? Yes, you are correct in your assertions, and on behalf of everyone, I extend our gratitude. However, the current predicament is one of your own making, so you must find a way to resolve it yourself. With that, Nami waved goodbye to the group. Just then, a swift runner appeared, clutching a fish acquired from unknown origins. Quack, quack. It called out to Joya before dropping the fish at his feet. As it departed, it spread its wings and struck a pose, showcasing its muscular physique. Once the swift runner turned to leave, the little fairy translated, it says that from now on, it will protect you, and as long as it has food, you shall not go hungry. Upon hearing the fairy's explanation, Joya's expression darkened. While he appreciated the notion of having someone to look out for him, the idea of being under the protection of a duck left him feeling diminished. Prince Duck. Simply referred to as Duck? The mere thought of it caused Joya's face to darken further, resembling the bottom of a pot. Observing the exasperated expression of Joya, the previously tormented Xiaoxian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she delivered another blow. It also said that if that scoundrel named Carp dares to bully you again, just report his name. I doubt that old man would dare to do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Joya fixed a bewildered gaze upon Xiaoxian, unable to fathom how 3 syllables could convey such a multitude of words. Really, you could inquire with Dajing. Although the latter part was entirely fabricated by her, Xiaoxian had no intention of confessing at that moment. I will trust you this once. With no way to verify the claim, Joya was left with no choice but to acquiesce. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Altering the public's perception of him had become paramount. He could scarcely endure the affectionate gazes of those around him, as though he were afflicted by some grave illness. Given enough time, even the absence of a malady could morph into one. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself at a loss for a suitable solution. Should he state things plainly? Would Chopper think him deceitful? Should he explain privately? Might they perceive his reluctance to confront the truth as an evasion? In that moment, Joya felt overwhelmed. He regretted seizing the role that rightfully belonged to Luffy. Recruiting new crew members was a task meant for him, which would have spared him from this predicament. Unfortunately, there exists no remedy for regret. Even if such a remedy were available, he would be unable to procure it in the short term. Moreover, if he were to acquire it, it would surely not be squandered on such matters. Wasn't that evening in Cocoa Village a more fitting occasion? Thus, Joya's mind spiraled into an infinite loop, yearning to elucidate yet unable to find an appropriate means. However, the weight of the affectionate glances from those around him was becoming unbearable. Just then, not far away, Luffy finished his final bite. Burp. I'm full. The moment she laid eyes on him, Joya felt a spark of inspiration, and an excellent idea effortlessly emerged in her mind. Luffy, could you do me a favor? As Luffy gazed upon the beaming face of Joya, an instinctive shiver coursed through him. Years of shared existence had taught him that whenever Joya spoke in such a manner, his grandfather's iron fists were invariably close at hand. Can I refuse? He pondered. Of course I can. I would never coerce you into doing something you dislike. However, when next I encounter Ace, I shall inform him that in my time of distress, you abandoned me. It is a pity that Sabo perished so early. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have championed my cause. Upon hearing this, Luffy's expression morphed into one of profound resignation. The initial part of Joya's statement had allowed him to breathe easily. Yet the latter half made him contemplate despair. He had foolishly believed that Joya had a moment of moral awakening. It seemed he was still too young, perpetually ensnared by the same reasoning. Speak plainly, what is it that you desire from me? Unable to counter Joya's demands, Luffy resigned himself to fate. After all, who could resist the youngest of the four brothers? As the third brother, he was compelled to lend unwavering support. Do not wear such a dire expression. What I ask of you this time is rather simple. 5 minutes later, after Joya had articulated his thoughts to Luffy, the latter, perplexed, inquired, Is that all? Are you certain?